technology, and I know for sure, being an Iraq war veteran, I know for sure that, and I have citation that the government, when they go to these countries, just like the Nazis did, with they were searching for the Ark of the Covenant, Philosopher's Stone, all these, the Holy Grail, they were looking for all these artifacts, whatever you want to call it. That our government was looking for that technology in Iraq because Iraq is Mesopotamia, which is one of the main points of civilization after Sumeria and Babylon was Mesopotamia. So some consider that's where the Garden of Eden could be. So there's all this between the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the other river, the three main rivers, and so the government has these operations where they are looking for these artifacts and they're trying to infuse them with modern day technology. You see something like CERN and the Hadron Collider. Yeah, it looks all like it's microchips and chips and it's this big metallic thing, but there's certain energies and certain like things that in chambers like that we don't see. Like they could be applying ancient technology to modern technology to advance it.
Yeah, so brother, check this out, homie. There's a passage in the Bible that indicates that the human forces will one day gather against God when he presents himself, and they will actually attack him. Think about that.
Well, I thought that's what the
Think,
Tower of
just hold
Babel
on
was.
a second. Just hold on. I want to finish. I want to flesh that out. Imagine attacking. If you believe or conceptualize that this entity is on a metaphysical tier of source. Yeah, we don't care about your noises, bro. You're useless and worthless. Go home and ask your mom for permission to live. All right, moving on. Yeah, you're great, dude. Try harder. So anyway, Mr. Old Face here, besides the point. Anyway, if you think you can attack God and win, then you might actually try to attack him. If you know it's impossible, then it's futile. So there is this idea in certain circles that in the past, the quote unquote demons and the fallen angels sought technology because they actually believe that they could defeat God. So they think that if they can find energy states within the universe, they believe God exists within the universe, and so they can defeat him, since he's just an agent within the universe. There's some way to beat him. They're shooting with a magic laser or whatever the heck it is. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like ancient like in Genesis, the Tower of Babel, like that was the whole point was they were trying to theoretically or physically, I don't know, like make this tower that was supposed to go up to the entrance of the firmament or to the entrance of heaven, and they were going to attack God and they were going to kill God. But of course, God, whatever God is, Yahweh, whatever the demiurge, I don't know. It was like, yeah, fuck that shit. I'm just gonna do a bunch of earthquakes and floods and fuck you guys. Your little tower, nobody cares. But when you get into modern, like, historic, not historic, but like, tech, like them trying to tap into this ancient energy, um, going back to the Nazis, they had the Vril, and then they had the Thule Society in Thule, which is in Greenland or Iceland. I think it's Greenland, yeah, like the big continent. And Thule, like the army set up this military base in 1952 or 55, and they were trying to find this ancient artifacts or energy source. And so it's like this has happened all throughout history. I think that's what I was getting at with Babel, with the modern day, even something like Operation Fishbowl, where they were shooting fucking not nukes, but like big ass missiles at the firmament, and it was just, get to a certain electromagnetic field, and the rockets or missiles would just explode. And they were trying to do that, like even in modern day, like
Do you have any evidence that
shooting
they were trying to do
fucking.
that, or is that just conjecture?
They launched a nuke in the
It's an
atmosphere.
actual operation. Yeah, it's an actual operation that's
Okay,
been
but that they were shooting
declassified.
at the firmament, like
Or
there's.
or globalists that don't think the firmament's a thing.
Yep.
Supposedly they blasted a hole in the atmosphere with a nuke. That was one of the things that they did.
Okay. Is that what
But
they
Why?
said they
How
did,
does
or
it
is that
work?
I
that's
I
what
don't
they
think it
said.
works.
That's what
blasted
they
a
said.
hole
That's
in
all.
the okay?
Yeah, this is
Blast
an actual
is ozone.
declassified government operation. Like it wasn't like this isn't a story, dude. This is a project.
Oh, isn't it called? Isn't the coordinating missions called Fishbowl, High Jump, and
Yeah,
Dominic?
physical.
No, it's just
Yes,
real.
Right,
yeah,
yeah.
high
Yeah,
jump.
it's
I've
fishbowl
been
high
wanting
jump.
to talk
I
about
know
this
that.
for a while. And Fishbowl Dominic, yeah.
I love high jump. High jump
How do
is
you
it's
spell
insane.
Operation Dominic? Like Operation. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, with an I see. Okay, yeah,
See.
Operation Dominic.
Dominic just means Lord, by the way.
Of the Lord, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And fishbowl also, it means the bowl of fish.
With fish in it, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
I
fishbowl
see it.
means.
No, yeah.
Dominic, it was the
So
Russian
this is
name
something.
because it was a cooperation between the American and the Russians. Dominic
Seems
was the name of
legit.
operation from the Russian perspective.
I didn't know. Yeah, we were in a space race or some shit, right? Not
The
space race,
problem
but like a
But
technology race.
going back to the initial art or discussion was that they were also trying to find a way to break the firmament or to kill God, so to speak. That's why they were doing all this. Like these people, you think they're in a space race and they're all against each other, blah blah blah. In reality, when they get together behind closed doors, they're like, okay, how do we like break the fucking reality? What do we do? Like, dude, they were fucking doing DMT and talking to fucking elves and shit. The Vril, like the Nazis. They go into these, yeah, they would go, yeah, they go
I've
into
heard that.
like these chambers, like
The
underground
realms.
chambers, and they would take
12 of
drugs
them
in
would
a
see the same shit.
circle. What's up? No,
My
I
bad. I
couldn't.
didn't mean to interject, but yeah, no. Like you said, 12 of them would they would take DMT and they would all see the same like space alien in front of them and like interact with them, and the aliens give them like information and knowledge that's like
Yeah.
unknown to humans and some weird shit.
So this goes back a little further before that with Nikola Tesla. So he was trying to tap into the ether, and there was also the a Russian scientist who's considered the father of rocket science. Like how they say, oh, it's not rocket science. That guy in the late 1800s, he was a kid, and he claimed that he was getting visions while he was sleeping, and it was giving him all these mathematical formulas to invent rocket propulsion like technology, and eventually it came about. So Tesla talks about that as well. A lot of people don't know this, but Tesla had over 100 different patents on different things. He worked on the gyroscope, saucer technology. He worked on the Tesla coils, alternating current, free energy, basically. He had all these different things that he'd been working on, and he claims that the ether is where he was getting these visions and formulas. Like he'd wake up at night and be like, "Yeah, I got to write this shit down." And then the Nazis were trying to do that with DMT to encounter the green elves or whatever, but then it gets into also to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley had a very similar experience where he was encountering these interdimensional beings, and he even did sketches of them. And they were giving him this historic knowledge or whatever it was. And yeah, the ether, I think it's possible, the unknown, it's
Hold
gotta
on.
be.
Before you continue, we got to make a
Tesla's working
caveat
on like
there. Hold on.
wireless energy.
Hey, I didn't interrupt him, so you can interrupt me. Okay, I just want to put a
What's up?
caveat there that one person referred to these entities as space aliens, and the other person referred to them as interdimensional. So let's just be clear that the assumption that they're space aliens is just that, an assumption. There's no reason necessarily that they
Yeah.
came from other planets out in outer space. They could have come from another dimension. They could have come from the Earth. They could have not extraterrestrial in a space sense in any way. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll just say one last thing about that. He's right. Like, so in a broad sense, if someone has these visions or these things that are being shown to them, you're gonna think it's otherworldly. You're gonna think it's an extraterrestrial. You're gonna think, oh, it's an alien. Like this must have been an angel or an alien or a demon from another planet. But in reality, yeah, it could be like localized. It could just be an entity that like a life force that just is here on earth, like collective consciousness or global consciousness type deal, where we're all interconnected, and you'll get these visions from things that are on this earth. But when it happens to these people, they think the first thing they think is, oh, this is a vision from God or outer space or aliens. But in reality, it's probably all localized. Like it's like a life force that's just here, like the life stream.
Yeah.
Alex Jones talked on it too, and that's how I heard about all that the shit you were talking about, because he was talking about how the Nazis and like these elites are all taking DMT and they're seeing like these creatures all at the same time, like vividly. All of them are seeing the same thing, which shouldn't be possible if you're taking a psychedelic. Each psychedelic experience is different per person, but they're all seeing the same thing. And he's saying that they're seeing like these pests or these mites that are like they're not good. They're like evil beings that are, I don't know, like teaching.
They call them the machine elves. Machine.
Yeah, machine elves, the clockwork elves. They go by a shit ton of names.
It was
But he
called.
says that they're like pests.
Yeah, but
was-
you're talking about things. You're taking things that are changing your mind.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I believe it, right? I'm not sitting here saying I believe 100% what a man's telling me on the internet, but from what I've heard is like they do these studies, and it's been documented that they have done these studies. Like, I mean, you could look at MK Ultra. They've been testing LSD on people for years. Who's to say that they haven't just kept on doing it and they said, "Oh, my bad, we stopped." I don't believe that they
So,
stopped. I
so,
think they
so
kept
the
going,
whole
you know?
The
Yeah, but
DMT.
when you take something like
the whole thing with the Vril Society, I just want to clear this up. And going off of what he was saying, is theoretically, or like if from what I've heard and read about these declassified experiments, they would go into some sort of underground chamber, right? And like he said, there'd be like 12 of them or 13 of them. They'd all be in a circle. They'd all take the DMT at once. They were all having a, you could call it a mass hallucination and be like, oh, okay, well, everybody's high. So therefore, but the whole like, thing was that they were all seeing the same being at once, and that same being was relaying that message to them like verbally or through their minds, like it would speak to their minds or something. And everybody, when they got away from the ceremony, they would be like, oh yeah, remember when the being said that? Oh yeah, he said this and that, blah, and then they take notes and shit. So you want to chalk it up to mass hallucination, whatever, because they're on drugs. But the whole idea is that they were being given a message all at once from a being that manifested itself, and everybody remembers it the same
and what was that test?
without even thought.
What was it? What was the test?
Oh, the Vril?
Yeah, is it documented?
It is documented that they did experiment with drugs and do ceremonies like that.
Was it videoed?
Dude, it was 1943 or something, bro. I don't think they
That-
were gonna video some shit
If
in a
they
chamber.
did,
Well,
that video
you
hasn't
can
been
just say it though,
saved.
quite.
Bro, stop. You can't video someone's internal mental experience, for goodness sakes.
That
So even
too.
if you had a video of a bunch of dudes sitting around in a circle, right, you'd only have their eyewitness testimony from their mind to go off of, right?
Yeah. So what's the
Pretty
point
sure
then?
that they probably isolated them and probably talked to them, and they all had similar stories.
Okay, brother,
you're
the
gonna do
point
it
is,
that, you
let me tell
isolate.
this bro the point, since he wants to know the point. The point is that powerful people who influence things and who have been involved in technology and political control for centuries believe in this stuff, and they have plans about this stuff. So whether it's true or not doesn't really matter. They believe it's true, and they are acting on it. So to be aware of it is worthwhile.
Well, I'm not really asked about any of that. I've had LSD. I've had DMT. Yeah. What I'm saying is, the story I'm listening to at the moment is, yeah, I can understand what you're saying is, like, yeah, there was a common denominator between the 12 people, and the story was true. So, when I said was it videoed, I'm saying the only conclusion you can draw from this is from someone telling you this.
I mean, you can
That's
even
what it
go back
always
and
is. But keep in mind that if you're talking about 12
Well,
dudes that
I'm
are
not
part,
going against.
hold
I'm not
on,
going.
hold the
going
fuck on,
against.
Holmes. Hold on.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
not going
up.
against anything.
All right, okay, I'm just muting you. I'm just muting you, sucker. I gave you a chance. Not even fucking wasting my breath.
Bohemian Grove
No.
shit. I mean, that's
No, listen,
right?
dude. I just want to make this clear point. Okay, random people, okay, who are useless and worthless to the overarching scheme of power, having certain claims about their experiences is one thing. But let's say 12 people who are at the echelons of power involved in certain avenues, if they all have certain,
Hey,
let's say
Earth,
like
you're hot
normal
micing.
people,
You
normal
break
people.
AI. You're breaking up, mate. It's a bad. You're breaking up, mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point
Just
is
try not to hot mic. Yeah.
that just anybody having this experience isn't as valid as specific people having the experience. For example, let's say there is an entity that wants to target people for a purpose. They're not going to target Joe Schmo, worthless homeboy down the street. They're going to target the people at the echelons of power involved in these concepts already, right?
Yeah, the Epsteins and the Joe
So
Bidens.
yeah. So my point is, if you do DMT and you don't experience these things, that doesn't discount that somebody else who is under the impression of DMT might be able to be contacted by somebody who wants to contact them, because the person being contacted is actually important
Yeah,
enough
but AI,
to waste their time.
AI. If there was a like a being, like you're saying, like that, we don't know what them beings. Why wouldn't they contact Joe Blogs off the street?
Dude, dude, if you can't understand what I just said, then I don't understand what's wrong with your brain.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with my brain, mate.
Okay,
one minute.
no, dude. Let me hammer this home. If you're the head of JPL and a powerful entity chooses to contact you because you're the head of a powerful organization that can actually do something versus Joe Blow down the street. Okay, the entity that wants to get things going towards their ends isn't going to contact some dude that makes $5 an hour and hasn't accomplished anything in his life. They're going to contact the people who are already movers and shakers and powerful, because Joe Blow isn't going to accomplish anything for their task.
I'm just saying I don't know what something that I don't know exists is going to do.
Well, dude, you could just put it up in different garage. I don't know all day long, dude. It's very clear what I
Okay,
said.
look,
Perfectly coherent and rational.
I can't explain to anybody, but
guys are
an
going in
entity
circles.
that doesn't exist is going
You're
to do.
basically, listen, friend, no offense to you, but you're basically a naysayer. So either contribute or go naysay somewhere else.
I wanted
This
to
question
reinforce
wasn't
something.
answering the
I
question.
wanted
Well,
to
I'm only.
I wanted
Fucking hell, I'm
I
only
wanted to
talking.
re I wanted to reinforce something about the Vril Society, okay? These were shamanic, like witch doctor, like they were tapping into like ancient sigils and like the keys of Solomon. They were tapping into all this stuff, okay? They weren't just dudes that were taking fucking DMT in a chamber. They had sigils everywhere, they had candles lit up, they had all this, it was ceremonial. They were tapping into ancient like Latin, like Sumerian type of like witchcraft and like warlock shit, wizards and warlocks, all that crazy shit. Okay, they weren't just taking
But
DMT and be
these
like,
weren't regular dudes.
I hope on.
They
No,
were
they weren't
elites.
just taking. Yeah, they were elites, exactly. They weren't just regular dudes like, oh, I'm gonna take
Presidents and
drugs and then
shit.
maybe we'll hallucinate. No, they were doing ritualistic ceremonies that took hours. It could be fucking 6 hours, 12 hours a day to just even prep the ceremony. Then they would take the DMT and then they would hallucinate and encounter the demon or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But these weren't just like your average people doing this. Like they've done like years and years, like 20, 30 years on average of reading into this type of witchcraft or like spells and like summoning and all these rituals, so, and this is declassified information. This was funded by Nazi Germany, the Vril Society. They funded them to do these type of
Bro,
experiences.
I
So
suggest you look up Bohemian Grove if you don't know what it is. Like it's legitimate. It's a
yeah,
bunch of
I
elite
know about Bohemian
presidents
Grove.
and their
Yeah.
president. Well, I'm saying for the other guy, if he doesn't know about it, look it up because it's very interesting. There's actually documentation of it. Alex Jones infiltrated it and recorded it. They burned a fucking sigil of a little kid, and they all gathered around in these like weird costumes, and they pray, and it's some weird cult shit. And you can't even step on the land. The land is guarded by like private military. It's up in some like California redwoods shit or whatever.
Yeah,
It's
and it
insane.
goes back to Babylon. It goes back to Babylon, Samaria, Moloch, like worship with this
Mhm.
sacrificial
Yeah, the
owl.
Moloch.
Like,
That's what it was.
yeah, but it's in every culture, dude. Like the Aztecs, the Mayans, fucking Peruvians, all the stuff in America. They had
And then
very
that's
similar. similar, like a ritualistic sacrifice.
Mic check.
It's the devil tempting us.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, what's
Okay,
up?
good. Thanks. I was just trying to fix my mic, having some trouble. So, thank you. Got it.
If you guys are just joining us today, it's you know, people like to talk about things that are a little bit aside from the topic throughout the week, and we kind of dubbed it Speculation Sunday, but it was used this for this reason because a lot of people want to talk about these subjects in relation to this. But I would just say for those who are listening right now, just to always remember that this today is kind of dubbed that. So speculation is like going to be the thing that people talk today about. So don't get all up in an uproar and say that everybody's thinking these things. So these are the things that people look into and research. So don't paint with a broad brush when you hear someone speaking, guys. Just like to say. Anyways,
I
thanks
I
for
also want to
joining.
put another. Yeah, thank you, Veritas. And I was here 2 days ago, and you said the same thing. They're like, oh, come back on Sunday so you can, talk about these, I guess, fringe
Yep.
or like different topics. And yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I also want to say too, as far as some of the stuff I've been talking about, um, I always try to find declassified documentation of these things. I'm not just going off a story. These are actual government projects and programs, and like even Operation Stargate was with they were taking acid and they were trying to do remote viewing, and these are all declassified things that I talk about. I'm not just going on some message board. Like, this is all government projects. Like, almost everything I talk about is like it's declassified government information. So just for the record.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
all
just
good, man.
you.
Like
Yeah.
everybody looks into different things, and it's definitely. I mean, for the most part, it's deeper than what. Like, some people aren't ready for this type of conversation. And that's why I usually kind of give a disclaimer to those listening right now, because there's a habit that people might come into this conversation and be like, "Oh, what are you? Are you flat earthers? Are you flat earthers?" Are saying, it's no. Some people do research, they have information, and that's fine. But a lot of us have looked into different things, so that might be one area of like research that you've been doing, and other people are looking at different things. But it's just all part of the contribution of, like, it's not what you think it is, of to what I should say, for like what people think it is, like the earth being a globe. They look at when someone's speaking like Coil, like he's drinking the Kool-Aid, but as a matter of fact, it's the other way around. They are the regular people that just go day by day, and just NPCs, don't think about anything. Critical thinking's gone by the wayside, and you just trust the authorities. They have no thought about what could be happening or anything, because they're oblivious. So ignorance is bliss, really.
Hey, Miggy, good to hear you. You
What's
change
up,
your
Sonny?
you could change your name, and I recognize the voice no matter
Yeah,
what.
it's me, dude. It's me. It is
I always
I.
call him Miggy. I'll always call him Miggy. I like your new name, but I'll always call you Miggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But I listen, man. People put a lot of time and research into this. So, like Coyle was saying, it's not just he's not blowing smoke at people. So just relax. I mean, there's people that look into this too. Like, a lot of us that were actually, when we started, we've seen all of these things. So most of the information that Coyle is bringing to us, most of us have already seen. So, but a lot of new people haven't. So it's kind of interesting, That's all.
Somebody's
It's
blowing
funny.
smoke
It's
for us.
funny how
It'll be
it's
called
funny
out.
how it's funny how we all need to try and find the truth.
Yeah, I mean,
it's what we're all searching
The
for, the
meaning of
truth.
life.
But like
First,
along the way, we're all speculating about things and saying different
yeah.
things. I
You
mean,
know, I-
what are
yeah, go
we?
ahead,
What are
Bundak.
we?
Sorry.
What are we actually? What? Sometimes I ask myself, what is it I actually need to know to be comfortable with myself? What do I need to know?
Yeah,
What is it? What is the search I'm looking for? What's the search I'm looking for?
well,
It's your own
and I'd
perspective.
say it this way:
You figure it out.
some people do not stop at just the information; they want to know. Like, it's like they'll get into it. Like, okay, so the other fringe topic, like, what's beyond the ice wall. We got Admiral Byrd saying that there's more land, big as the United States back there, and so people are like, so we got We got something to think about, something to talk about. And especially today, if you're thinking about it, you're like, well, it could be over there anyway. But then it gets people to say, well, we have to make it our business to actually logistically think about what can be done. We got to do something, sign petitions, look into what the treaty says, and like involve ourselves, get a group together. Like there's all these kinds of talks, but at the same time, you think about the realist level, right? That it's not just saying things. There's a lot of things to overcome, and
I mean,
it just depends on who you are. Some people make it a priority, is what I'm getting at. They're like, no, we have to know. It's like if you guys ain't doing this and you're not researching flat Earth, then it gets into a, because we had a guy, right, that would come into the 24/7 and he would always say, what are you guys still talking on Discord? You guys ain't done a petition yet? What are you doing? Like you guys are just sitting around talking? Like he was more of a doer, like or at least he said he was, but he would come back every year or so and same thing. Are you guys still talking on Discord? We need to be going to the Antarctica. And just like,
I know, but
you know,
Mickey, what I'm
uh,
saying is like, what I wonder what it is. What makes what is it that makes the human being become pure and peaceful?
in regards to all of this, you mean?
Well, just what is it? What is it that will make the human being just become pure and peaceful? What is that thing that the human being
Oh
needs?
yeah. Well, there's a deep chasm within all of us, man, and we try to fill it with the need for knowing, right? But the thing is, I excuse me for getting into the scriptures here, but in the biblical outline it says that to know God, right, to know the Creator, and in order for us to get an intimate relationship with the Creator, it's not the it's not the story we've been fed from the ever expanding cosmos creator. That's not the creator. The creator of this place made this place for what it is, not what they've been telling us that he is. So your mindset of like who you are in this place and what place you have in this world is different from the cosmology aspect of, like, let's say heliocentrism and all that. That has been fed you a different God. It's not the God, it's a God from that perspective.
What would every human being want? What's the perfect situation for a human being? Would you think?
Yeah, to find content, find inner peace.
Miggy, I'm not questioning you here, mate. I'm just
I know,
talking.
to find inner peace, right? Like within themselves.
Yeah.
To have a deeper connection to the Creator, because He's the source. Yeah, He's the source of all peace. So like we're trying to look for peace. We're searching for it. Yeah, we're searching for it, right? So
we want to be content.
Right, Deck. Check this out. So what you're doing is you're like, if especially in this arena, like if you heard that there was other lands beyond Antarctica, you're gonna search for it. You're gonna want to be like, hey dudes, why aren't we making a petition to go and find this information out? What are you doing? And so you might think that's the way we're gonna be like at the end of all of the excursions, we're gonna be like, oh, okay, now we're at the ice wall, we're touching it. There it is, the ice wall. Let's take a picture. You think that's gonna be content? No, it's not. You're always gonna find the next new thing to be like, well, now that we found this out, what's beyond this thing? And so it's never gonna stop.
Exactly.
It's gonna what I'm saying here is that the flaw, or not a flaw, I would say the deep rooted chasm within all of us is that we're trying to find what fills that void, and you can't do it. It's not in something, it's in everything. All of creation, right? When let's say, I'll put it this way. When you go to a forest and it's real serene and you hear the birds chirping, you close your eyes, you feel the cool wind against your face, you feel the energy. There's something that's intrinsic to being in that location that you make a connection to all of creation. And that's like the fingerprint of God just like caressing you. Like it's something that you can't explain. You can't put that into a cup and quantify it.
I mean, I've had that, Miggy. I've had that. I've had it loads of times, and that's when I'm not questioning anything.
Right.
I'm not trying to find anything out. I'm just at one in the moment with nature. There's no questions. There's no trying to search for anything. There's no trying to get to the truth. It's just peacefulness in the moment at that time.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Is it's like if you want to know the truth or whatever, and find, your purpose. Like it's all about inner peace. Like you got to come to terms with yourself. You got to come to terms with your
Yeah,
circumstances.
man.
You got to come to terms with your environment that's around you. And if you can find that inner peace, so to speak, like it sounds like kind of cheesy and stuff, but it's true. Like you got to find like what means like the most to you. Usually what means the most to most people is their family, their
Someone's hot
close
micing.
friends.
Someone's hot micing.
Um, I think it was, yeah, it's fine. But what I was trying to get at too is like the way that I've viewed our modern society is that we are a war-based society. Okay, since since documented history in Sumeria and Babylon and Mesopotamia and Egypt and onward and Greek, Rome, all that, we are a
So
war-based
true.
society. So in my head, there's got to be like some sort of utopia somewhere, so to speak, where they're not always fighting. But this is the reality in the matrix that we live in, whether it's a simulation or not or whatever. We are a war-based society. We are just barbarians. We, pillage and plunder, and we're pirates, and we're
Right. So
also
yeah, Coil, you're
conquistadors, and
just yeah. I hear you, bro. But what you're outlining is the problem that I was talking about. That's the chasm. You're trying to fill the need for the thing that you're searching for that would fill that void, that chasm inside of you. And so people in positions of power and such want to lord that idea that if I have more land, more money, more power, I'm gonna achieve this contentness. I have enough land. There'll never be enough to fill that chasm. Never. So you'll always
no,
be
I
in search for that,
understand that.
and so that in and of itself is destruction. You'll always want more and take from others, and it's what basically it's the opposite of what the status of what God wants you to have. So the utopian idea, it's not gonna it's not gonna manifest itself within this particular world, this government that we have right now. Not here. When the creator takes charge back again, which is the source of all things, then that will happen. Not until such time. So what we are going to see is somebody with a better idea of another utopian society and another attempt to have that. But in that utopian concept, right, that somebody thinks that they're going to have if they build their own country or whatever, within that you'll have people that want to take from others. Within that you have people that want to hurt others. So
So
you'll
it's always
never have that
corruptible.
perfect utopian society because the problem is not getting the physical logistics or physical wants and needs. It's actually within the person's self.
Yeah,
I mean,
So the person with
that's what
inside
the
is
saints and
what's
the
in me.
prophets understood. They understood that it's
Uh,
only through the
DNA of
by God.
I
human
got a,
human
Right.
nature
Bring that
being
about.
broken.
I got
Well,
a
being curious.
speculation. Sorry, I have a speculation at this point. I speculate that they created that warlike barbarian idea. They created it. You know who the they are. I mean, we have to be specific, but it's hard
Who
to be
are
in
they?
this case because it goes back so very far that this was created. It's an artificial reality, this warlike thing, and that's so those others could live with all the luxuries to be able to
It's
go
never there
wherever they
though.
want, to do whatever they want, so that we're fighting their battles because they know that human nature is such that we will fight over things, over
But,
resources.
but
But
whatever
you're
you put
doing
in
it
your
to
mind,
yourself
whatever
because
you
you're
put in your
playing
mind into,
the us
whatever
and
you
they
put in your
game.
mind into, and manifesting your mind into,
You're continuing
that's
to divide your spirit doing that.
that's what
Until you
you're gonna.
accept that it's a we, then you will
That,
never get over it.
whatever you're
I always
putting
say
your thoughts into and manifesting
God
your
give
thoughts
us the
into,
free will.
that's what you're gonna
free will.
be.
If
Yeah.
you
Right,
divide
right.
your own spirit and say good versus evil, then you'll never get into the middle path, which is what Jesus wanted for you.
God created us with free
Not,
will.
not to separate them, to make them whole and one, holy unto the.
If you have free will, there's nothing that will satisfy that free will. There's always going to be something more you can grab.
Well,
Listen,
that's the problem that I
Don't
was
even
saying, Lord.
demonize the evil. Love them.
Well, no, I'm saying that is the issue we find in any, like, some people think this, right? Let me just give you this guy's on Speculation Sunday, but some people think that
I've heard us too.
if everybody found out that the earth was flat, let's say everybody came to that consensus, there was the president came out there and said, guys, we made a mistake, we've been having to tell you that the earth was a globe
yeah,
because of whatever reasons, and everybody found out that the Earth was flat. Right? It was all science agreed. Everybody understood, and that like there was a transfer of like all this knowledge into that. Do you think? And I'm gonna ask the whole group in here. Do you think that we'd have peace on Earth?
No,
Anyone? Anyone?
no,
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 population would
no,
freak the fuck out.
no.
What do
We
you
wouldn't.
We'll
What do
have
you think
peace
would
on
happen?
Earth
What do you
when the
think would
revelation
happen
is
if we
completed.
right? If we
Chaos.
found out,
That will
if we
happen.
found out that let's say there was a firmament and there was an area where God exists, an actual creator exists, what do you think would happen?
Mass.
There'd be a fucking war, mate.
Yeah, there'd be
Right?
war
There,
and mass, like
well, no.
religion.
We
Yeah,
need to
there's
go
war,
through
but
this.
check this
We
out.
have
I'm
to
gonna
go through it
propose
to
an idea
understand.
to you. Do you think that people would gather together under the same banner to fight against the
Anyway,
creator and take this place that we were created in back from the creator?
no, I spoke too soon. No.
Think about it, because this is what happened in the Tower
There,
of Babel.
there
So
would be.
people knew that they didn't think the Earth was a globe flying around in a cosmic vacuum, right? So they united under the cause under Nimrod to fight against the Creator, to thwart the efforts, and they wanted to usurp their idols above the throne of God, because they didn't want to be ruled over by a benevolent Creator. So they wanted to go to the heights of heavens and war with him. So think about it like this: ever since that time frame, when that shift, there was a paradigm shift, and now there's a new way of thinking. There's a new effort to come at the creator in the sense of saying, first we got to get people to believe that there is no such thing as a creator,
And this
intelligent
is
Hold on,
designer.
hold on a
this
second.
is hidden
Hold on a
Babylon,
second.
is it not? You're
Yeah,
talking
I
about
gotta
hidden
add something to
Babylon.
that. I gotta add something to that. Okay, there's two ideas about the nature of the creator. One is he's within the universe. And so the universe is a construct, and the creator is just the most powerful entity at present within the construct. Another way of looking at it is that God is above the construct of the universe and on such a higher dimensional level that nothing that exists within these lower dimensions can harm him in any way at all. In order to believe that you could attack the
Jesus
creator,
reconciled this. Christ
okay,
reconciled this. He
that's
said it's
highly
within and
irrelevant
without.
at this
Within
point,
and
dude.
within and without.
Dude, cool story. For goodness sakes, bro.
speak, bro.
Now, all I'm saying is that there's two ways to look at it. One is God is unreachable in principle, or two, he's actually an entity within the universe that could be taken on with forces that exist within the universe. You have to believe in the second in order to even believe that an attack on him is even possible in principle. That's all I had to say. Go ahead.
Wouldn't you believe that somebody would try it at least? There'd be one
yeah.
person that would attempt.
That's the thing, though. We're listen. You don't think that the powers that be are against each other, like let's say nations, or China doesn't like America, or this nation doesn't like that nation? Do you honestly think that what you see in TV and all of this is reality? Or do you think that by any means that there's a deeper collusion that's happening here with all the nations of the world? They're ruled under one type of governmental situation, right? Like there's an entity that's overruling them all. Because I'm telling you, the thing, if people can see this like just on its face, like nah, that's bullshit. Like this whole whatever's going on in the world, that's like the sleight of hand.
That's
You
not
see that
Gnostic,
smoke and mirrors, but the real story is happening where the people are, because they know, right? Like if something was happening in your city, in your town, you would know because you know the people, right? And the people would be reporting, nah, that's not true. Like we're here, we live here, like we know what's going on. But the thing is, there's these news stories that break out, and everybody that's outside of the area is kind of at a gasp, because they're like, dude, I can't believe this is happening. Let's take sides, right? You take that side, I take this side. Let's fight against each other, because I'm for this faction, you're for that faction, and now we are gonna war over something that you have no knowledge on, just because based on so you got people to disagree already. That's number one. You got the small little issue that you're the skirmish. Now it's turned into a bigger, like it's now live stream, multimedia platforms. Everybody's talking about it, and people are taking sides. Who's winning here? I ask you, who's winning? Who's the victor?
Nobody.
Right. But we're so busy consumed by this like sides that we're taking, that we're going to make it a very difficult process for anybody to say, you know what, let's figure this out diplomatically, because there's no peace at that time. Like the gentleman was saying, war. It's all about that,
I
right?
agree with you. And we're seeing it
Right.
right now, and I don't want to turn it into an Israel-Palestine channel, but that's literally what's happening in front of our face right now with Israel and
Yeah.
Palestine.
Well,
I
that's the
don't
thing, though.
support either side.
Just
They're
in the
both fucked up.
separation of God.
Correct.
Yeah,
So,
they're both fucked up in my eyes. So
well, it's
people
just
just
like in
need to
America,
learn
man.
to.
Like you have Democratic and Republican. I mean, it's like it's a politics sort
Yeah,
of, but
we
I'm saying
shouldn't have two.
right. And because of that, people choose sides. Now we're busy fighting like I'm just saying, guys, this is just what everybody can see.
We
We're
are.
busy fighting each other instead of saying, wait a fucking damn minute. What's going on? Why are you and me arguing? Why aren't we looking at the
You're
ones who
100%
are actually
right.
administrating this thing? If that was the case, then we'd find out
We're
who the real
busy
villains
fighting
are.
each other
And it's not
while
you
the
and me.
elites are taking control.
Right.
Villains aren't even human beings. It's
But the thing
against
is, though, it's not you and I. We're
powers
not
and
the ones.
principalities in high places.
Yeah, but check it
Not
out.
even
You and
people.
I aren't the you and I aren't the issue, right? So we are at each other's throats trying to figure out, who's the villain here. No. You did more bad things that I know. You and the other guy's trying to say, no, I got more baggage than you. You've done me wrong more times. It's like it's just back and forth. We're so busy consumed with whatever's in front of us that we don't see what's going on behind the curtains. Like we don't see that.
America's stuck between you're black, you're white, this, that, you're trans, you're this, and it's
Yeah.
like we're all fighting against each other. And then
Yep.
while we're all
Yeah,
fighting, there's elites that are taking control over all of us in the background, and we don't even see it because
Yeah.
You're
we're all
damn right.
busy fighting with each other.
Let
And
me
that's
ask
the
you guys.
Basically,
issue.
it's
Is
basic
people
divide and conquer.
The narrative you're presenting now is producing it as
they're
well. The only way
Well,
is to
everybody's
find
so
peace.
ignorant. They're so ignorant to
Find
everything.
peace.
let me just point something out
If
for
you
you
live
guys.
in
Just
peace
let me
and
point something
in
out.
a
Yeah, let me
holistic,
let me point something out.
We're looking at
Let me.
everybody else. Like you need
Yeah.
to start looking
then
within
nothing
ourselves.
can touch you
Right?
in
We're
that
looking at
humility
external
before
things
God.
like
Nothing can
people,
touch you.
politics, and all that bollocks, religion. Right? You need to start looking within ourselves. And once we start looking within ourselves, that will project out to everybody else.
Can I give you guys a scenario? And I'm not gonna go
Not
too
a
much
case
into
of
this because
knowing, it's a case of being.
certain benevolent. 1 second. Let me give you guys a scenario because I know this happened I would say worldwide, right? This happened worldwide. Everybody was affected by it. But 2 years ago, you couldn't even go to the grocery store. Now, I ask you, what faith, what nation, what ethnic origin was restricted? And I submit to you, all were. And who was the one putting these restrictions? Think about it. And this didn't happen just for one group. It wasn't Israel, Palestine. It wasn't Democratic, Republican. It wasn't anything. We were all affected by it. Every single party was not able to even go to the store and buy some eggs. Now, the thing about it is, you're looking in the wrong direction, my friends. It is not your neighbor. That's what I've been trying. Listen, this is the knowledge bomb you should take to the bank because if you don't, you're always gonna be looking in the wrong direction. So
It's not
So
it's
can
not
I
anything
say
that you
something?
should seek to attack. You should not seek to attack any of
I
them.
want to say something
Christ
about that
taught us
really
to
quick.
rise above and turn the other cheek, right? It's the only way out. As soon as you pick up the sword, as soon as you attack anyone or anything, then you become a
That
vessel of
wasn't the
evil.
case, though. Is anybody picking up any swords? No. The idea is to identify the issue, not to keep saying, well, let's just bygones be bygones. We're identifying the problem, and it's not the other.
Look at evil as
Benevolent,
something
1 second.
pathetic
Benevolent,
and
you keep
ineffective.
interrupting, brother. You keep interrupting.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to
but you
finish
keep
this.
interrupting, and we understand the issue that is not like picking up swords and going after the king. All right, but what we have to do is identify the issue. It's not the other people. So once you and I are aware of this thing, we're not going to go pick up a sword and go to our neighbor, right? Because that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. And everybody's choosing sides. That doesn't need to happen. But people are uneducated about the system. They think that it operates in a manner to support one faction or another. And that's just not the case. We're divided, and that's how we fall. So if you don't realize that, then saying all the nice words isn't going to amount to hella beans. So
I agree.
Years ago, we were killing each other for toilet paper. It's so fucked up.
I think it's so important.
Somebody.
Okay, that's just terrible.
We got Mega.
Crispy.
Straight
Yeah, no,
robot.
2 years ago we were killing each other over toilet paper.
Oh no, I think God's
we've
wants you to
devolved
not
to,
get
like,
involved. Just
we've devolved to like some weird apish type behavior, territorial shit where we should all just get together and like be one. But it's so much easier said than done.
Yeah.
it
A
can
lot
be
of it, a
performed
lot
in
of
the
it has.
individual.
But that little Earth, who
It
put
can
the
be
problem in
performed in
that?
the
So what I'm saying
individual,
though,
with
who
your
put the
individual
problem?
soul.
Who put the problem in front of us in the first instance? Right? Did
Yeah,
we?
it's the elites. No, it
Well,
wasn't
that's
us.
what
They're
I'm
trying
just
to gain control over
right.
us. They're trying
And
to
so a
put us
lot of
back
people,
into some slavery shit.
a lot of people are gonna say, dude, you're the one that took that toilet paper out of my basket because I had it in my basket and I saw you. And so the only reason that that even exists in the first place is because the underlying problem that's there. How did that problem get there? Who put it there?
I don't know if you're a Christian, you believe that it's the evil one.
The controllers of the resources and the monetary, the whole monetary system, it was all put in place to cause this.
This
I
is
honestly
this
believe
is
there's going to
yeah.
be a massive world war.
Right. So, and I say it this way too. In this channel, I'm gonna bring it back home, guys. In this channel, it's a divided intellectual war between is it flat or is it globe? I think the glober is a numpty dipshit. The glober is like, I think the flat earther's a freaking idiot, and it's a war. But do you think that that actually exists in reality? Like, let's just say this: when you and I, you're a glober, I'm a flat earther, right? That's just, I'm putting it that way. It's a false dichotomy. But if we both go out into reality, into the field, and we stare at the night sky, do you think that you're gonna see something different than me? That we're both gonna say, I see a star moving this way, and I'm gonna be like, dude, I don't see the star moving that way. No, I'm gonna agree with you about what I see. Now, this is something you have to, you guys who think the Earth is a globe and people who are on the side of flat Earth should understand. We don't see differently when we go outside. Well, how does this work on a flat Earth? Well, my friend, it works the very same way that it works for you because we're seeing the same thing. Nothing's changing. The only thing that you think is happening is something that your senses cannot detect. So I know my senses what it can detect. However, you've been fed an overarching story that your senses are unreliable. You can't understand science until you give it to somebody who can actually spends more time in the field researching it. So therefore, you can only the height of knowledge you can achieve currently is just knowing what they tell you, and then basically parroting what they say, and religiously, vehemently standing up for it. And it's like without cause, without merit, there's nobody that's gonna be like, good job, you stood up for science. Like, that's not happening. And so this is what I'm saying. The war that people think is happening between the two sides is an illusion. There isn't one. What do I want to drop this knowledge to you guys on a speculation Sunday because of the fact that a lot of people think that there's man, we got to go in there and bust some heads with these flat earthers. No, you don't understand. This is not something you and I disagree on. When we both go outside, it's never going to be something we disagree on. We know what we see out there. It's the same thing. Right? We have to acknowledge
the underlying conflict is between believers and non-believers. That's the underlying.
What people need to realize is everybody's got the different opinion. You can't fucking go out and kill somebody because they have a different opinion. We all need to just realize that people see the world differently.
Alpha, I have a question for you, Alpha, very fast. Like,
sure.
When I observe like a spherical object, and a mathematician tells me that these numbers apply to the spherical object, do you think that that's bullshit, or do you think that that's like some kind of
no?
It's a workable model.
No,
it's a workable model, but it doesn't mean it's correct.
Right.
Yeah, hang on. He's
so
addressing me. Hang on. He's addressing me. Let me address the gentleman, please. So if somebody who's a mathematician tells you what a sphere is and the dimensions of it, I think that's logical and it's reasonable to understand a position of like math is a language and he's using it to describe the geometric shape that he just told you, which is a sphere, right? That's fine. But in that demonstration, he showed you what a sphere is. Correct or not?
Doesn't mean he's right.
Yeah.
Let me just ask the gentleman. He showed you what a sphere is, right?
I asked you the question, right?
Right, but in this example, did he show you what a sphere is, Flesh?
Well, I mean, we assume Well, there are multiple ways in which we
Yeah, but we
observe
can't
and
assume
experience
if
a
yeah
sphere.
yeah
Right?
no
Like
we can't
we can
assume.
experience a sphere via like visual inputs and
What does that mean?
very so like our visual like our eyes like
Yeah,
we
Great. We
see
got a picture just for
we
you.
see an object,
yeah.
whether it's a sphere or an oblate, anything or anything else, right?
Let's use a real world
But however,
example. How about
we can
how about a
observe
basketball? Can we talk about
we
like
can also wait. So we can observe that sphere, a basketball,
okay?
planet Earth, a
Sorry,
pear,
no.
and
If
we
you
can
were,
You
if you
do
just including
mathematical
grew up,
one second. No,
if
stop,
you grew up being convinced that
stop,
Earth
guys, stop. All
is
right, so
here.
you just said basketball and a globe at the same instance. Like are you talking about globe Earth? Is that what you mean?
So what I'm referring to is objects external to our mental state.
Did you
Like,
just say globe Earth?
sure. I mean, if we are going to
Okay,
assume that Earth is a globe or
we don't need to assume.
an oblate spheroid,
Yeah.
or something of that sort, then we can measure it. Like we can measure
Okay.
external phenomena, right? Like
Okay.
that's what mathematics does.
I would
Right?
listen, Flesh. I would agree with you in the fact that if it is a geometric shape, we could measure it. If let's say the Earth is a globe, right? Like as people are saying that it is. If it is a geometric shape, do you think in your head right now, Flesh, just with what you just told me, that we could measure it?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay. Now stop. Full stop. I want you to think about that question. Now I want you to reach into the depths of your mind and tell me, please, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? As in, drop over the distance, elevation change on a slope. Meaning,
It's not.
let me just tell you, if you're standing on the ball anywhere away from you, the rate of the slope will change. Okay? Any position away from where your location is, there will be a slope as to the curvature of the Earth. Do you know anyone who has ever measured that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like Archimedes, maybe. I might be wrong.
Okay, so what was his method to measure that?
He put like a stick in like somewhere in some place in the earth and
No,
another place in the earth and
that
measured
wasn't.
the distance
Yeah.
of the
Okay.
shadow.
Yeah. No. So let me just stop you, Flesh. You have the wrong person to fit that specific demonstration. It is not Archimedes.
Okay,
So I would just, yeah,
I'm
and
not a fucking
listen,
historian.
I
I'm not a
know, listen,
mathematician,
brother,
so
listen,
I
I
could
know,
be
bro.
very wrong about
Let me
all
just
of it.
tell you, the reason why I'm stopping you so much is because when people come in here, they think it's a foregone conclusion, and all they have to do is just paraphrase. Well, it's just some Greek guy about 10,000 years ago, right? Like, no, if you do not know how this has been done, because that was the question I asked you. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance or elevation change? Now, you gave me some name, but do you know the name of the person you gave me?
Well, yes, I know the name of the person that I gave you, but I don't know that that person was the one that was initially the person to measure the curvature of the earth.
Okay, so you don't know the person then that measured the globe, or
Sure,
do
I
you?
don't. I
Okay,
don't know.
so
No,
you're
no,
right,
no.
right. So you're telling me a method, right? And I'm gonna let you finish the method, even though you didn't give me the name. But I want you to tell me the method by which it was measured. So I'm gonna actually test what you know, because a lot of people do this. They find this is the fallacy, and I want to expose that so you can understand. But please tell me the method.
Well, so they placed the stick effectively in one place in the earth, like somewhere in Europe, and then I think they placed another stick somewhere in North Africa, and they measured the distance or the shadow cast on Earth, and then kind of like extrapolated from there. I don't know. I'm not a fucking mathematician.
Yeah,
I'm not
it
a
wasn't
historian.
to
Right.
prove whether it was a globe Earth
See,
or not. It
yeah.
was to
One
measure the
second, brother.
distance
Copernicus
of
or
the Earth.
something. I
Yeah,
don't fucking.
I know, guys. Let him. This is an exercise for Flesh Kandi who thinks that this has been done. But see, this is the reason why when I actually take somebody through this exercise, I want to expose to your mind that you actually don't know. And when stating that measuring shadows is a great way to talk about geometry, do you have to actually have a presuppositional understanding of something before you come into this, like an already worked out framework of like something you have in mind, or are you discovering the thing that you're actually trying to measure?
There it does.
Well, I mean, I would imagine that the people that were measuring these concepts were discovering these concepts.
Right. So that's what
the sphere Earth was
that's
assumed at this
yeah,
point, right?
guys. That's the story that you've been
It's
fed.
assumed, right?
Yeah, that's the story you've been fed, Flesh. And his name, I'm gonna correct you a little bit. His name was Eratosthenes, right? Or
Okay.
Eratosthenes, however you want to pronounce it. But he measured two places, Alexandria and Syene, and he had the way
Yeah,
the
and
way it goes.
Alexandria
Yeah,
is
I know, but hang
North
on, Flesh.
Africa.
Hang on, Flesh. Yeah, let me just show you. He used one place had a well, and that well was measuring like directly where the sun was overhead, 90 degrees to the well. There was no shadow inside that well. It was the light was straight down into the well. So what was done was, with knowing that information and another location, he was using a stick that was actually either an obelisk or something, but he was using something to actually see the difference between the shadow lengths from those two locations. And he already had a presuppositional understanding that the earth was a globe, right? He was using math, and that the light from the sun was coming in parallel, and that the sun was at an infinite distance away. So his in quotations measurement of the earth was not a measurement of the earth, it was a measurement of those shadows. So he wasn't measuring the rotundity of the earth, he just measured shadow lengths and
But I mean,
inferred.
it was a measurement of the
The
shadows
size.
Yeah,
cast upon the.
but
It was
right,
a
He
so
was
measurement
trying to discover the size of
of
the
the
Earth based on the
shadows
assumption that it was a globe.
cast upon the
yeah,
Earth relative to the position of the sun.
yeah,
Right.
but it was still, it was an inference. It was, he was inferring that because
Well,
he
of
already
course,
had a, yeah, but he had already a framework.
this is all we can do. Like
Flesh, no,
when we're
no, wait,
assuming
Flesh,
when we're
Flesh, one
wait
second.
when we're consuming
We don't need to
information
assume. We don't need to
external.
assume.
No, we have to. So
No, we don't.
when we're consuming external stimuli, which is effectively external information being fed into our brain via our retinas or via our optical or via our ears or taste or all these various sensory um, capacities that we have as humans, right? And that's how we effectively
No,
measure external phenomena,
no,
right?
that was a whole lot of hoopla and then hemming and hawing you didn't need to add. So here's the deal. There's ways that we can measure, as far as people can remember, people understand units of measurement, right? Even more ancient than that time frame. So units of measurement have always been around. So we could measure something, right? If the earth was curving at the set rate that it was allegedly curving, right? Best way to do this is to measure a slope or a rate of change. Now, with the presupposition that you're measuring over a globe already, right? With the specified circumference, radius, and such, you already have some input values in there. You're just confirming the thing that you think it is. So if I say it like this, that the Earth is flat and the sun is in a different location, then I could also have a a flat Earth with the sun in a different location than the one that was stated at unlimited distance, causing the same shadow lengths on the well and the obelisk or the stick. So I could still have this very same thing on a flat surface. It wouldn't need a curved surface. I could still achieve the same thing. And this is noted by everyone who talks about this. This isn't something new. Therefore, giving that information, or at least letting it be inconclusive. You can't draw a conclusion from that. You can't say the Earth is a
That's
globe.
one thing
Thus,
that's different.
so
Some would have to be local.
right, but the point we're making here is
Just
that
kidding.
it's not conclusive, Flesh. And so he didn't measure the Earth's curvature. He assumed it, and then with those shadow lengths, he added the fact that yes, the Earth is curving because the shadow lengths are different. But you could say it this way: if you have a light source and you have two objects, right, one 90 degrees underneath the light source and one a bit far away from the light source, because of the light source's proximity to these objects, you would find one underneath wouldn't cast a shadow, the one further away would cast a shadow on a flat surface. No need for curvature, no need for curved surfaces. So that's how you understand that this test wouldn't be conclusive to tell you that the Earth is a globe.
Sure. I mean, that would be potentially true because of
It
perspective,
is
but like
true.
I mean, we could account for a curvature of some given object. Like
No, that's
if
you
if
inserting.
if if I
That's
place
not what
two
was done.
sticks. Wait,
Flesh. That's
let me
not what
finish.
was done.
Let me finish.
That's not what was
I'm
done
I'm
on
not a, I'm not a
Eratosthenes.
mathematician. I'm not a
I know, but
I'm
that's
not a
listen,
physicist.
listen,
But
flesh,
like,
flesh, flesh.
look,
That's not what was done. What you're doing right now is making excuses for what was Eratosthenes. This is not doing what you're now making an addendum for. That addendum you're making, Eratosthenes didn't do it, so you can't make one for him because he didn't make one. It was just presented the way it was. Take it or leave it. So you can't add something to it and then say, "Well, we know this," and you can't add that. It's not the story.
but I mean, as
Yeah,
It's
far
off
as I
script.
some
understand, he was
presuppositions.
pretty accurate within several like meters.
I know,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
Several.
those
accurate.
models can be
It's
accurate.
accurate. It's accurate to the model, not the Earth. To the model, not the Earth.
I mean, we have more accurate models
Yes,
today,
but it's not
right?
the Earth,
Because we
Flesh.
have
It's
satellites
a right. It's a
and
model, Flesh. It is
more
not the
advanced
Earth.
mathematics
Okay,
to.
so let's get our minds back into what can be tested, right? Because right now Eratosthenes didn't at least pass the test for like us understanding if the Earth is actually a globe or not. This is the story that you've been fed, and you think it's real because you're not a you say it this way.
But I mean,
I'm not a
it's not
mathematician.
just based on that one measurement. That's
I
one
know that,
measurement
but
that.
this is the evidence that you brought forward, right? So when you bring something forward, we're gonna examine it. Now, I
Right.
would say it this way: do you know
One example.
flesh? Do you know another example that would give us definite proof that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they say that it is?
Well, I mean, I don't know any
Okay,
particular
then. Well,
example,
then
but I
I
mean,
see. I gave you the floor,
there are
flesh.
physicists, there are
Well,
modern physicists
let's
that
do
One
claim to
second,
be an
flesh.
example.
the speed of
Relax.
light.
So
Let's
I
do the
give
speed
you
of light argument.
guys. I get flesh. I give you one example, and you and excuse me. I gave you the floor. I said, okay, if this Eratosthenes guy didn't do it for you, please present another that will. And you said, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. Therefore, you, sir, right now in this particular instance, to tell us how the Earth is curving with actual measurements, like I asked her in the very first instance, right? You are not coming up with that. That's why I'm saying to you, I'm demonstrating to the group that you do not have knowledge that the Earth is curving. Is this
Well,
true?
I mean, we
Is this
have
true,
like
Flesh?
satellite,
I'm not
like I
worried
mean, we
about
have
that, Flesh.
satellite imagery.
Flesh, I'm not worried about that. I'm asking you. You do not know that the Earth is curving. You're trusting, other sources, but you're not being able to measure this or find out a method how we can measure it. So there's no method involved. You're
Right.
just
I'm
believing.
not
Is
a fucking
a
mathematician
good
or a
time to bring
Okay,
up
so
physicist
you're
or
believing.
anybody.
primary and tertiary
Right. So you're
information and
just
things like
believing
that.
right now, Flesh, right?
Wait. So, Alpha, do you have the mathematical knowledge or the physical
You
knowledge
need to. Yeah, I'll
to
talk. Yeah, I'll
account
talk to you.
for
Flesh,
either
I'll
the
talk to you.
non-curvature or the curvature
Flesh,
of the Earth?
relax, brother. Listen, I'll talk to you about it. I need your concession that you do not know how it's been measured. I will
Wait.
move
I
forward and
want to
talk.
know. I want to know whether or
Okay,
not
can you please
you.
answer? Can you please answer the
No, no,
question, sir?
no. I want to know whether
Is this your pride?
whether.
Is this your
So
ego?
I
Flesh,
don't.
is this
I
your
do not.
ego?
I do. So Alpha, I do not have the requisite knowledge to mathematically or physically assess whether or not the Earth is a globe.
Thank you.
Do you have the knowledge?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So explain. So
All right. So in the case of the Earth being a globe, we're gonna find out what it's not, and then we're gonna find out what it is. So it's a two-part process, right? So we're being told that there's something to deal with curvature. There's something to deal with specific measurements. The Earth's radius is 3959 miles. The circumference is 24,901. I mean, there's a lot of values that we have already as far as what we've been given, right? So now what we're going to do is establish what it's not. We need to do a line of sight test. We need to see how far we can see. Because, first of all, people have been making the claim that we can see ships disappear from the bottom up. There's phenomena that people talk about. We need to examine that. First of all, the claim that the Earth is a globe, right? And what I just told you about Eratosthenes had already been examined because it's inconclusive. You can't draw from that anything that supports either side because it supports both. So what we're going to do is find out with the line of sight what is the curvature drop rate between my observation, my point of observation, and a target distance. Now the target distance has to be where the curvature of the Earth is said to be. Now on the case for the globe, the curvature is the horizon. Now, everybody who's in here right now can say that when a ship disappears over the horizon, it's going over the curvature of the Earth. Have you heard of this, Flesh?
Yes, the horizon.
Right.
Like a
It's the
ship
ship is
goes over the
disappearing.
horizon and
Yes. I
effectively
have an
it
example.
disappears.
Yeah, I have an example of that actually, because I do want to demonstrate what's being talked about, and I'll put it in the text chat for everybody to look at.
The assumption
Obviously,
that it's disappearing whole first
this is a low grade gift, so please forgive me. All right.
rather than occlusion.
So here's a gif of. Do you see that ship? It looks like it's going away, and then all of a sudden it looks like it's going down, down, and down. Can you see it, Flesh?
Yeah, I see it.
All right. So this is what they're talking about when they say they see ships disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. Now we're going to establish whether this is the case or not. This is the argument, right? It always comes back to this. So we're going to establish first what it's not. And in order to do this, we need to establish a line of sight and a distance, a target. So let's just say, for example, in that GIF, where you see that ship disappearing from the bottom up, we'll call that the curvature of the Earth. Okay? Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So now let's establish what is the rate of change from the point of observation to the target distance, right? So what you and I need to hold on. Somebody's coming in and
Yeah,
out.
it's the ship.
Somebody's coming in and out.
There's
Guys,
Magus.
hey, somebody's saying something,
Oh.
guys. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, yeah, mute your mic if you're not in this conversation, please. I just want to
Okay.
explain to the gentleman. So what we're figuring out right now, at least we need to establish is the rate of change of slope. So from my position to that boat, there's gonna be a slope because my God, we see that ship going over the curvature, right? So we need to establish a framework, right? The information needs to line up. So we have the metrics of the Earth being a globe. We have the radius, diameter, and circumference, which any of you gentlemen can look up right now. Type it into your Google search. What is the radius of Earth? It's going to give you a value. Diameter, circumference, same thing. So what we need to know is from my point of observation, from my elevation height, right? Let's say we can do a target distance. We don't know yet right now, but the horizon is going to be that target distance. However, we're going to establish something in between us and the target distance. So we can do anything. We can use a peninsula. We can use something in between, like a known distance to like an oil rig. You guys might have heard the Black Swan. Mostly everybody has if you're in this argument already. You're going to hear something like that. But we're going to use something to demarcate the distance between us and the target distance. So when we establish that, we already know from where I'm at to where that is, we're going to know a known distance, right? Thank you, Plum Bob. We're going to know a known distance. So on this case for the Black Swan, the case that it was being made was the one that like ships disappear behind the horizon, right? Just like the image that I just showed you guys. If that is true, right? If that is true, then we're going to find an instance where we can get a measured distance, right? We're going to find out the slope, or at least the alleged prediction of the slope. So from if the Black Swan, the Black Swan that was done was done in a way to actually get these measurements kind of worked out. So we already have the size of the Earth. We have the observer height. In this case, it's 1 foot, right? With the Black Swan, it's 1 foot off the water, and then we got the max distance to the geometric horizon of the sphere being at 1.22 miles. That's worked out over the curvature of the Earth being at 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so now we have the parabola, which is of the Earth, the curvature drop rate, right? The slope. So we know that information, right? Due to the fact that the Earth is a specific size. So we're going to put all this geometry in view and perspective from a line of sight test. The line of sight test is going to tell us where the predicted curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, should be as a predicted Earth of a certain size. So what we're looking for is at a 1 foot observer height, we need to find that the geometric horizon be at 1.22 miles. That's just the geometric shape of the Earth being worked out over math, geometry. And so we're going to understand using our line of sight, right? Because we're seeing as far as we can see, line of sight. And then what we're going to do is then, thank you, Talon, for that one. I'm actually going to use that for the next part of this. So what we're doing is we're going to examine how far away the horizon is, right? So how can we do that? Well, we have oil rigs right there depicting the demarcating a distance. So Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles away. We got Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles away. And of course, the horizon is far beyond that with a generous 10 miles, let's say. It's pretty generous to say, or conservative, however you want to look at it. But what we're doing right now is we're establishing the geometry of the Earth. It is predicted to be at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height, right? Remember, we understand it's 8 inches per mile squared. And so we're being generous right now. We're saying, we're giving the horizon a distance of the target. The horizon is actually the target distance. The target distance is said to be like around 10 miles, probably more than that. But because we have something to demarcate the distance between the observer and the horizon, now we have something established. We know a distance. So the predicted value of the Earth's geometry should be at 1.22 miles, where the Earth's curvature. Remember that boat that disappears over the horizon? Well, that needs to be at 1.22 miles according to the 1 foot observer height. But according to this, we have something very different. We don't have a 1.22 mile geometric horizon. No, no, no. We have a geometric horizon said to be around 10 miles because platform habitat is 9.41 miles. That's putting
So
the
wait.
that's
So
putting
I have a
yeah, no,
question
I'm
real
not
quick.
done
So
yet.
like,
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
okay,
That's putting the horizon at an exponential distance to the predicted geometry of the earth where the horizon should be. So what we have here is something not lining up with the math according to the size they say the Earth is. Because if we take note, the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions. Now we have to remember that going into the long distance observations that we're doing, the line of sight test, it will always tell us where the predicted horizon should be and where we should see the curvature of the Earth where the boats disappear behind. That's something we're gonna know for sure. But in this
so can I
instance, when
ask
we do this observation, we do not see that predicted horizon where it should be. It is now at like 10 miles where it should be at 1.22 miles. So we have something that we can't call
can I ask
conclusive for
a
the Earth.
really stupid question?
And
Like a
so
know
what this
nothing
does, yeah,
person?
I know you're ready to jump in, but what I need to say, this is the crescendo, is that this actually debunks the geometry as purported by the people who are telling us the size of the Earth, meaning it's not the size of the sphere of 3959 radius. No, it's not that. So therefore, it is not a globe. There is no curvature, and if the Earth is not curving anywhere, what is it?
Okay, here's the question that I have as like a really stupid layman, right?
Go ahead.
Like I don't follow your mathematics. Like I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a fucking physicist or anything of the sort. Like when an object like a boat goes over the horizon and the lower portion of that boat continues to effectively disappear over the horizon, and then as it continues to go over the horizon, it completely goes out of sight. Why is it the case that we can no longer see it on a flat Earth if we're supposed to assume that the Earth is flat, even given like a telescope, like a 10x telescope or a 100x telescope?
Oh, telescopes have a maximum distance range of optical view due to angular resolution. And I would say that the limitation of a person's eyesight would also have an angular resolution limit as well. Uh, However, we can see farther. We can see farther with.
Atmospheric interference.
Yeah, but we're not done. I'm not done yet, guys. Relax. So yeah, there's the variable of that. So we see things in an angular perspective due to the fact that we're closer to the ground. We'll see more if we raise an elevation. That's one factor. We also have to include other natural phenomena that take place, like air turbulence. Depending on the temperature, the ambient air temperature of how it is outside, we can see farther or closer. Depending on like if the air is more turbulent, we will have inferior mirages causing effects that we can't see far past that because of that inferior mirage. I'll give you an example of one. It's called heat haze, right? Heat haze can occur. Basically it's an inferior mirage. You can look it up. What happens is over a road, it looks like it's like wavy, or sometimes it looks like water. Have you guys seen this before? This effect, this phenomena, and you
over your cars too, over the engine of your
yeah.
car, you can see it sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like really
I
hot.
mean, you can
Miles.
see it when you're breathing.
It's just really hot
like,
air.
Breathing, you can
yeah,
see that type of.
Yeah, I know. So what I'm showing you is
Heat
that
reflecting light.
when you like, there's some other examples. I have some images actually that I wanted to show you guys. That kind of helps.
Isn't that what it
just
is, though?
helps. Say again.
It's heat reflecting light, right? It like reflects it in a weird way that it like distorts the vision.
Can I
Yeah,
ask you a question, Alpha, real quick? Real quick, Alpha. So like when we're looking out into space, like towards a star or
Somebody's
an
talking.
object
Hang on. Somebody's
that,
talking. Somebody's hang
yeah,
on.
an object.
Hold on. Somebody's talking.
Yes, me. I'm talking right
Oh, you're
now. So, like
talking.
when we're talking, like when we take a telescope and we look at like the moon, which is we assume is an object external to Earth, or the sun, or Neptune, or Pluto, or stars millennia of light years away. Why can we see that and not an object on the flat Earth in Italy or something like that?
Angular resolution.
With the same telescope.
Angular resolution.
What is that? To a stupid
Your eyes-
layman
your eyes-
like me,
your eyes-
why
your
why
eye-
does that matter?
Your eyes have a resolution limit.
Does light
Flesh.
Go ahead.
Your eyes have a resolution limit, how far you can see. I'll give you an example. If a car drives away from you, let's say on a straight road, you can see it getting smaller in your vision. It's not really getting smaller. It's the view of the car looks to be as it's apparently getting smaller, right? In your vision?
Well, so let me ask you.
Answer. I need you to answer. I need you to answer. I need you to answer.
I need you to answer me this
Okay.
question.
Okay.
It's
No,
true.
sorry. That's not how this is gonna go, Flesh. Really, be honest
You
in the
do
conversation.
the light travels relatively.
Hang on, guys.
through the
It makes it
vacuum of
harder
space.
when you interrupt. So what I'm asking you, Flesh, is that just be honest in this conversation and we'll proceed. When I ask you a question, tell me if that's the truth or not so I can know if you understand. I need to know if you understand or not, Flesh. So when a car is driving, I'll ask the question again. When a car is driving away from you, does it appear to get smaller in your vision?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now continue with your question, please.
So my question is is the moon further away from us in the United States than Paris is from us in the United States?
We don't know the distance to the moon.
Oh. Okay, so what is the furthest object?
That's a very bold claim there.
Off
Alpha.
of
No, it's not. It's true.
It's true. Do you have any evidence? Sorry. That's a very bold claim.
Hang on, the guy's talking. Let us finish.
Is the sun further away from us than
Nobody knows.
Paris?
Let me just
Paris,
tell you.
France?
Let me just tell you this. Nobody knows the distance to the celestial objects. You see, or I call them objects, but they might be metaphysical. So
There's speculations. I know that.
But
anyway,
I mean, so
I'm
like,
gonna let somebody take over because I gotta get something real quick. So
Yeah.
somebody
I
can
want to
take
say
over.
something about that. Yeah, I want to say something about that. From my natural observations with solar eclipses or lunar eclipses or total eclipses, all those things, to me, from what I've seen, looks like the sun and the moon are localized. Like some people say 3,900 miles away, something like that, 4,000. But I don't believe that the moon is 296,000 miles away and the sun is 96 million miles away, and then they have these total perfect like eclipses. I think they're localized. That's just my personal belief. I don't know, like you
Well,
said,
here's the
celestial
thing.
object.
Here's the thing, though. They're in the sky, so your angular resolution that Miggy was talking about, you have a wide open angle of seeing the sky, whereas you have obstruction on the ground due to topography and buildings and stuff like that. There's and you have thick
Even atmospheric
air. Yeah,
pollution.
you have thick
Yeah.
air here on the surface, so you're not able, and it's opaque, so you're not able to just see like you can look up in the sky and see. It's not the same thing here on the ground,
So like,
where
do
your
you think?
angle limit is much smaller the closer you are to
So
the
do you
ground.
think that like the atmosphere doesn't affect our vision directly above us? Like there is no atmosphere directly above us.
It's getting
Veritas
thinner.
was talking about it. And I can tell you this for a fact. In cold weather, if you look up and you see like a plane flying above you, because I live in like a very bipolar weather up in the Northeast. In the colder weather, when I look up, because I'm right above like an airplane docking station or whatever, like an airport. Cold weather, those planes look like they're like right there. Looks like they're closer. But when it
Sure.
gets
So like,
warmer, it
so
looks like they're
so
further away. There's
what I'm not
interference with the weather.
suggesting. So like, there could be obstructions like thick clouds, right, directly above us that we couldn't see literally anything beyond, a couple 100 feet or a couple 1,000 feet or whatever it might be, giving out the circumstances of the weather, right? However, when there are no clouds or effectively no clouds, we can see objects like the moon. We can see objects like the sun. We can see objects like Mars. And we can whip out a telescope. We can literally whip out a telescope and look at Mars with a very powerful telescope and see variations in coloration on the surface of Mars. However, if we do the same thing, wait, let me finish. If we do the same thing and we point it like laterally along the surface of the Earth, and I want to see France, I literally can't do that. And Mars is much fucking further. Mars is way further away from my position on Earth than
part of the
France, right?
atmosphere? Hey, dude, where's the thickest part of the atmosphere?
Did I give myself up?
Where's the thickest part of the atmosphere?
It's
I mean,
really
there's
high up.
there's multiple layers. Tesla talks about the
Where is
ionosphere. There's the
where is the
ionosphere,
thickest
the
part of the
atmosphere, the
atmosphere?
stratosphere.
Okay, use
There's like 5
use
different layers.
density then.
He's
Where's the
asking a really
densest?
simple question, and the answer is at the
Coyle
bottom.
answered it. It's literally just there's so many layers. That's the reason why the
Where
sky is blue.
is the thickest
No.
part of the atmosphere?
Sea level.
I don't know. You tell us.
Thank you.
tell us.
Thank you.
It's ground level.
Finally.
That's where a shit ton of nitrogen is.
Okay,
I mean,
so
it is
what
a
are you looking
it is a
through
relative
when you're
question to the point of observation based on the layers of complexity, but that's a completely different point of view.
So, when you're saying, I want to take out a telescope and look at France, are you looking through the thickest layer of the atmosphere?
You are. But there's always
You
going
are?
to be
Okay.
Relative to our
discrepancies.
layer of complexity.
When you watch the news, they give you a
Fake news?
visibility index, yeah? And normally around, you can go 10, 20 miles, 25 miles, that's your visibility. So once you get past that point, the air, what they're telling you is, on that day, the air is thick enough so you cannot see through it up to this point.
Yeah.
Agree?
Yeah.
Cool. Easy done. That's why you can't see Paris.
What about lights on when it's dark?
Also, those objects are a lot smaller.
Yeah.
on the
So you
surface.
got
Why can't we see the lights though? What if we had a really big spotlight in Paris and we shined it at the U.S.?
Shrink with size, and then as the
Well, there's
horizon
no spotlight that could do
and
that.
Why not?
as the ground and the sea seem to meet, then it no longer becomes resolvable once it gets past the smaller angular size. So you cannot discern between the ground and the sky and an object.
We could shoot a high power laser, but the power we would need to send it that far would make it extremely dangerous.
Okay, we have shot high power lasers over 25 miles.
What about the
The
fact
military's
that
done it over.
in controlled environments where it won't.
The military has shot lasers over 100 miles.
Yeah, they have.
In controlled environments, not over
No,
civilians.
not controlled environments. How can you
Timbo.
call? How can you
What
call?
about the fact, like, I don't know if there's a telescope that could actually like focus in on that. That's a very, very long distance.
Focusing on what?
I don't know. For instance, New York to France.
Well, you
That's a
can't. Yeah,
massive
it's too
distance.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a massive
too
distance.
far.
Even if you have the largest telescope in the world, you're not going to be able to see that distance. Even if it was clear
What,
skies,
no
how
just
far
like
New York
smog.
to France? It's probably about, what is it, 2,000-3,000 miles? I don't know.
Fuck off.
I think it's like,
That's far.
yeah, it's like 1,800 to 2,500 miles or some shit. It's fucking
Yeah, there's
far.
no chance.
Okay, so there's no chance of course, like somebody at New York seeing Paris. That's a for sure. Absolutely. Okay, even if the Earth was flat, that's obvious. Okay, but if the Earth was a flat plane, let's say there's this giant ball that glows every night called the moon, right? Try and find a spot on the Earth where somebody can see it and another guy cannot. Like any flat plane. Take a piece of
Is this
paper.
Zachy?
Yes, it is.
Once again, Zachy, with your attempt to thwart the efforts of the proof that you've been debunked a couple of times coming in here, dude. There's nothing you
like
can do.
the dome
You're
theory
ill-equipped. You're
again.
ill-equipped. You're ill-equipped for this discussion, Zachy. There's nothing that you can do to actually do. Okay, so let's go back to the ground zero with you, Zachy. Are we done with the other gentleman?
One thing,
Yeah, we all
Zachy,
agreed that you can't
Yeah, I
see
think so.
Paris
Okay.
I'm
from the US.
I'm a
So
glober, but I can still see the reason why like flat earthers have the reason why they can see the moon still.
right,
There
but
is the reason.
let's get to Zachy. He's trying to put people in different locations logistically on the Earth. What are you gonna see differently than I couldn't see Zachy on the Earth? What are you seeing differently?
I'm saying if the Earth was flat.
It
No,
is.
even simpler. Not even. Let's just take the Earth. Okay, take this is just basic elementary. This is just my logic. Why I believe personally that the Earth cannot be flat. It might not even be round, but it can be. It cannot be flat. This is just my theory. You can prove me wrong with like some dome theory or something like. But anyways, okay, you take a flat plane, your desk, paper, right in front of you. Everyone in the chat can do this as well. Just imagine this: flat plane, your desk, piece of paper, whatever. Microscopic humans on this desk, flat plane, whatever. Okay, now your hand is a celestial object, whether it be the sun, moon, star, whatever you want. Okay, now this is my challenge to you. Try and make this hand invisible or not seeable to some of these people, but visible to others on the planet at the same time.
Okay,
Can you make
you have something called angular resolution, which you just bypassed by using this example. So in this
what do you
example,
mean by angular resolution?
right. So now let's talk about
You're on
that
the
for
wrong
just let's
scale too, mate.
let's just talk about that for just a second, Zachy. If you see like a car, I always use this example because you have to either agree or disagree with this, right? If you see a car driving, if you see a car driving away from you, does it look like it gets smaller in your vision?
Yes.
Okay, so just hold on to that for a second, because when you see something actually get smaller, appear to get smaller in size, it's not really small getting smaller in size, right? It just apparently looks that way.
Of course, yeah.
So everything converges to the eye line of the viewer. So you are a viewer, right? You're an observer. You're seeing things that go away from you converge to your eye line. That means everything with the earth, the sky, the ground, everything converges in your eye line in the far distance. Because of that, you start to see things to get smaller and disappear in your vision because of angular resolution. Your eye cannot
This is a
your
good question
eye
though. So
your
why
eye
does the sun appear to go
why are people
below?
jumping in right now?
Stop. Don't
Why
interrupt
right now
Alpha.
are people jumping in?
Don't interrupt Alpha,
Why?
please. Let him talk. Thank you.
So, okay, so back to my point. I want to get to the point where we're talking about angular resolution and how things get smaller in your eyesight and converge
Yes, I just
also in
heard
the
you
eye line.
talk
So,
about another guy, but yeah.
right, I didn't know what I got interrupted in. So when that happens, right, we're gonna figure out the distance in which we can't resolve a specific thing. Now, it be it a car, be it maybe there was a little fly that landed on your finger and it flew away. Within a couple hundred yards, you're not going to be able to see the fly. It will be
We've
unresolvable
had
to
this
your
exact
eyesight.
conversation. You use these
I know.
exact words.
So
Yeah.
but the thing is though, when you think of, and you have to look this up too because it's supported by demonstrations. That's how optics work. Everything has a resolution limit. Whether your eyes can see far and then you pick up some binoculars and then you can see a lot farther, it doesn't matter. So what you're
Okay.
doing right now is making sure that you're getting understood with optics. Once you learn the optics, then you can understand angular resolution better.
You know, Alpha, absolutely. I agree with
Okay,
those
yeah,
facts
I
100%.
mean,
Can I ask a question quickly? Because
Wait,
I feel like it's
please. No,
important.
okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, benefit.
So why does the sun appear to fall below the horizon instead of just getting incrementally smaller and smaller. No, but I mean, it falls below it rather than just. So you could
No,
imagine if
but
it's a
even
lot
even
further
the
away,
moon,
did
because
it?
the moon is more apparent. Like the moon is just the sun.
Yeah.
It gets pretty small. Like the sun's
Alright.
pretty small, right?
It's angular.
But let's use the moon for example. Like the
But
moon,
it doesn't just shrink and shrink and shrink into
exactly.
the
No,
distance.
it doesn't go away.
The horizon.
Well, it does go away. But then if you drive a little bit, oh, you see it full size again. It's not like you can gradually. No. It comes up from the horizon. It doesn't slowly grow. It's just there, and then it's not. Right? In a matter of a couple seconds, and you don't see it shrink. It just like boop goes below you. Now I don't know about angular again on ground. Perfect. Those all these arguments work perfect. But we're talking about a giant celestial glowing object here, right? That's pretty high in the sky that everyone on this flat plane should be able to see because again, there's no atmosphere, right?
Giant.
Like you just
Alright.
talked about.
All right.
How
So
do you know how big it is?
let me just come through. Let me come through with the understanding here. So we see now. It's going to be hard for you to understand, but just bear with me. All right. Don't interrupt. What the way we see is a dome of perspective. So in accordance with the celestial sphere, everything looks to be arcing above our heads when we see things moving across the sky. Right. So you see, like, let's say for example, you're looking at the sun. Well, it appears to you and me like the sun's doing an arc path over your location. So if let's say for instance you're standing outside the whole day, you see the sun moving east to west, it appears to look like an arc path over you. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Agree.
Okay, so that arc path and everything in the sky, any celestial object, a star, a sun, a moon, it doesn't matter. Whatever we're talking about, it's going to appear to you coming from the east, going to the west, in an arc path to your location. Everything. That is what's known as the celestial sphere. Everything
Sure,
to our
yep.
everything to our perspective is going to look like a dome right above our vision. So
Yep.
from horizon to horizon, it's going to look like like it's curving above our head. Do you agree or disagree?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when we're making our observation on a flat surface, what we're visualizing here is perspective. It has to deal with perspective, angular resolution, and the limitation to our eyesight, right? So if you see the sun or the moon, doesn't matter, coming from the horizon, you're going to see it in a visual perspective due to the fact that you can only see from a specific frame of reference, right? Wherever your horizon is, that's a limitation of your view. And the moon and the sun both converge to your eye line or emerge from the horizon. You're either going to emerge or converge. So when they emerge, like on the east, when like it's morning time for the sun's coming up, it's going to look like it's going to emerge from the east and look like it's rising up over your position and going back down over the west. Our eyesight is visually seeing that. But now I want you to take a look at this. Thank you, Dr. Breathe put something in there. Look at the little example that Dr. Breathe put in at 47 minutes after the hour. I guess I was going to talk about the hallway example, but that's a good image to show you. When you're looking, you don't see those grid lines, by the way, but that's where your vision is converging everything like that right there. Imagine if you had those grid lines. Those grid lines would be exactly what you're seeing. Like as you move your head, you swivel your head anywhere. As you're swiveling your head, everything's converging just like that image is showing into a point, a central point. You don't notice this because your vision doesn't have those grid lines, but that's exactly what's going on with your vision. That is proven.
The logic,
That is proven. That is proven because when you draw something in art, you have to use this. You have to use the same type of
That's too much information for me, man. That's too
well,
much.
just all right, but just look at the but
I
look
don't know,
at
but
that
my
image.
The point though.
natural
I'm not
logic
alone in this
supposes that
planet.
the sun would shrink into a dot before it reaches the
Yeah,
horizon.
I'm not alone in this planet.
That's
There's
not correct.
people living
That's
in
not correct.
China and
That's
the
not
US at
Half of
the
it
same
going
time.
underneath.
That
Well,
is not
I want to
correct.
know why.
That
I
is not
know.
correct.
I'm just pointing out an
All
argument.
right, so
They have legitimate rooms where you can stand in one
Oh
corner
my
and the other
God.
corner. I'm sorry, but to prove your point, they have rooms where you can stand in one corner and the other corner, and the perspective looks like you're small or bigger, right?
Yeah, that's perspective. But the thing is, he's asking why does the
Yeah, I'm
sun look
understanding
smaller or
that,
bigger? So I
I
know I'm answering
understand
your question. All right,
I
fuck's
understand the
sake, man.
inverse.
You're gonna have to wait. I'm gonna answer your question. The gentleman jumped in to answer something else. Now I'm gonna come back and answer you. I need to answer your question before you go to another one, benevolent. All right. So in order to understand, like if you're seeing the sun or the moon, it just depends on the horizon. It's gonna appear differently depending on if the air is dry or humid. That's gonna cause a lensing effect. The lensing effect can happen when the sun or the moon reach the horizon. They're gonna also change colors. And when they're at noontime, you're not going to see the sun the same coloration as you would on the horizon. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think here
Okay.
we've got an issue because I'm not
Yeah, but hang
disputing the
on,
inverse
benevolent.
square law. I'm not disputing the inverse square law. I'm very familiar
I'm
with
gonna
it.
have to mute you, brother, because like honestly, I'm talking to the other guy. So, Zachy, are you hearing me?
Yeah, man.
All right. So, do you understand that the sun and the moon look a different color when they're on the horizon versus when they're on the right above your head?
Yeah.
Okay. So, with this information, we know that we're looking through atmosphere, right? The layer of atmosphere that's the thickest. That's going to cause a lensing effect. And or it might even cause you to see the sun or the moon look like it's going down to a tiny pinprick. It just depends. Usually, it's the most often times that you're going to see it look like it's bigger on the horizon than it is right above your head. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yep.
Okay, so going with that, now we're starting to understand that the atmosphere can actually change the way you visually see the sun or the moon. And so that doesn't change the fact that perspective is turned off. That just means that you're seeing the lensing effect happen due to the air quality, whether it's humid or it's dry, and it's going to change that effect, and it will also
Ar-
change the coloration of the
ar-
sun or the moon.
Perfect. Okay, so how about not the sun and moon? How about the stars? Those are cool too. Those are interesting because they're even farther. They don't
No,
they don't get affected that hard by like atmosphere because they're just dots in the sky, right? So again, same example, flat plane. You take two stars. All right, let's take Polaris and the Southern Cross. Now, why can some of the world people look up and see Polaris, and some people
okay,
cannot see
you
at the
hand
same
wave
time?
this. Yeah, you hand wave dismiss the fact that when a star reaches the horizon, it doesn't change. It does. It looks bigger on the lensing effect does occur. I'll give you an example. Look at one of the planets. So they call planets. Look at when they're reaching the horizon, how different they look from the sky versus when they hit the horizon. I promise you're going to see a more enlarged version of the star, what you think is a planet. And so this effect happens. So it's just it negated the fact that you said you hand wave dismiss it. No, it doesn't happen because stars are cool, and you didn't have a point there because it also happens to stars as well when they hit the horizon. Same thing.
Oh, no, the stars don't move in a night, though.
Yes, they do. They move east to west, Zachy. There's something called an equatorial mount that gets put on telescopes because the saying is that they're trying to compensate for the spin of the earth, but they're not compensating for the spin of the earth. That was your argument, wasn't it? Or somebody's. I don't know who I talked to, but they were saying it compensates for the spin of the earth. No, it does not. It compensates for the spin of the heavens, the celestial bodies. So what it's doing is it's keeping it to where it doesn't show the time lapse, the star rotation. You can see like instead of it looking like it takes movement, the telescope compensates for that. So it keeps it in a still frame, like so you can keep looking at a specific star. So, but what I'm saying is the heavens do move, and we know that because we see the sun moving east to west, we see the moon moving east to west, and the stars doing the same. That it?
Hmm?
Was that it?
Sure, man.
Okay. If anybody else has any questions, it's actually speculation Sunday. We were in some other conversations, but if you want to have a question about whether the Earth is a globe or not, that will take precedence over us speculating. So,
Oh, also, actually, yeah, you didn't answer me this perfect, but why can't we make a map or a model of the flat Earth again? Why is it impossible?
because nobody knows the entire Earth to be like, as in what sizes the continents are in relation to each other, what distances they are. There's a lot of anomalies that, like the coastline paradox, that they can't figure out, like to give the continents the exact formation they would as a model, because a model would have to be an exact representation, and the Earth is always in fluctuation with like the different things of like, the land masses, because land is also due to the fact that the water recedes in some locations, and so there's a lot of obscurities, there's a lot of anomalies that you couldn't have a model to this Earth. You can't do a perfect model and then say, okay, I got a model, let's work with this, because
Even
that
like a close one, like even
no
no, right? It's impossible.
no
Okay,
it's
that's
too
cool.
it's everything is too, it's always in fluctuation. There's too
Of
many
course.
things that are you have to account for. And even I would say it this way, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's not uniform in the sense of saying like, look at the size of Australia, look at the size of America. How many time zones does this? I want you guys to look into this, right? That's why I'm saying it. Look at the time zones of how many time zones Australia has. Look how many time zone America has, and they're supposed to be almost relatively close to the same in size. And look at the different size or the time zones that they have. The sun doesn't equally hit Australia and all the same, to equalize to say like it hits America. America has different time zones, and it should be the same because they're relatively about the same size in landmass size. So
We
there's
created
anomalies.
time zones.
Yeah, I know
Alpha.
that's for commerce. I know, but what I'm saying is the thing is when you're trying to say like certain areas are hit with light, with this light from the sun, it's not all equal as it would be in America. Like the size of the mass of the Australia and America are about the same, similar, but they're not equal in the how much light they get throughout the day because the time zones would not equal the same. So anyway, I want you guys to look at that. It's different for the South and the North, but you guys have to kind of research this. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you all about it. Anyway, does anybody have any other questions, or if you want to speculate, guys? Today's speculation Sunday, so we kind of let our hair down here, and if you can
I
speculate
got
a
one.
little bit. Go ahead.
Like I said, I'm a global guy, but I'm open. What about the whole aspect that there's shit beyond the ice wall? I see that shit way too often.
Yeah,
I don't know if like it's like a subsect of like flat earthers. I know there's like a shit ton of versions of flat
I mean,
earthers.
I don't know if you know this or not, but there has been a documentary from Admiral Byrd who said he went
Yeah,
down
no,
there
Admiral
with his.
Byrd,
Yeah,
Gartha and shit. Yeah.
there was an excursion that he had taken a naval fleet down there, and they established bases and that. Well, there are bases there now, but I'm saying they've established locations there. But because of his travels over there, he took a plane to like further past the place where they were to go explore south. And so as he went south, he went basically on a globe. He would have just done if he was going south from his location would have just ended up like in another location, like either Africa or like if he just went past Antarctica. But it wasn't that he hit some other land that he talked about further past the South Pole. So there was
Yeah, he said he flew over Antarctica and then eventually greener and greener.
Yeah, it was a land and I don't know why or how he even got this logistically. Because if you think about it, flying over America, he would have to have the fuel consumption that it would take for the round trip to do that. Kind of like I don't think that was true, because that to me was like if you imagine fuel just the logistics itself would be almost impossible to say that you can travel and see a land that size and then come back. So some of that statement couldn't be true logistically. Just him saying that.
Yes. Yeah,
Anyway,
like the average plane could not travel across Antarctica, the whole of Antarctica,
but it's
without
not
having to
that.
refuel.
There was other land that he discovered. So it's like, well, okay. So how did this other land? How did you not just manage to travel past Antarctica, but then go to another land and have enough fuel to make a return trip, and then say it was the size of America? Like, come on, dudes. Like, there's something not right with the logistics, man.
There was speculations too that he like his plane got sucked into some hole that was in the ground, and he met some like other dimension beings. And a
That was in
Gartha
the north,
theory.
wasn't it? Wasn't that in the north? He did also
Was that in the north?
he did another trip to
Talking
the
about
north.
Operation High Jump. Yeah,
No,
Operation
is
High
that
Jump.
high
Yeah, high
jump
jump.
coil? That was
Yeah,
it
high
was,
jump.
Yeah.
but then it got their information out. I mean, it was, I don't know if it's declassified or not, but the thing is like, yeah, it gets into like there's so much stuff, bros. Like when you get down to it, it's speculation. But I mean, really, whatever you guys, because I'm not one to hold fast to any of these things. If you've researched this and you found more information out, like they talk to other beings or whatever, like who knows, man. It's just a story, but that's what they're saying. You go to the north and there's a big old hole there, and you go into it and you just like with fucking
That's
Well,
that's the thing.
that's how
It tweaked me
that's
out
how
because it's like the whole flat Earth theory got proved with him like seeing another land, and then all of a sudden it's like the Hollow Earth theory got proved because he went into a Hollow Earth thing. It's like I don't know what the fuck to believe anymore at this point.
well,
There's
the
so much
thing is, yeah,
information coming out of it.
I would say this, man, just hold fast to what is true, right? Because anything else is just you can't
I'm
provide
open-minded.
evidence for that. Yeah, you can be open minded, or don't get me wrong, but just there's a lot of like, okay, from leaving the globe, then there's fringe topics to where you can just go off into the weeds and just sit in the weeds, be like, dude, let's just talk about this all day. Like that doesn't profit anything. Like,
Yeah, I think a lot of the
There's bricks
problems
out of the
with
wall.
that Admiral Byrd stuff is that what he's talking about is was released after he died. His so-called nephew apparently found a journal after he died. So this stuff
Yeah.
It was
is
his
kind
journal
of,
at the time.
you know, yeah,
yeah, it's
really,
just
It's
really
going off of
fringe.
a journal,
Yeah.
and you can't really trust a journal. I mean, the guy may have been just schizophrenic as shit, and he may have just put some writings down in a journal of schizophrenia or something. You can't really prove that it's legit that he saw all this stuff.
I think
yeah,
I
there's
think there's
stories.
some merit. I think there's some merit to the hollow Earth and the flat Earth kind of being tied into each other. If you look at the books of Enoch, they talk about this stuff, you know, since ancient times. But I think where the waters get kind of muddied is because it gets into the globe Earth and the heliocentric whatever model, and but I do believe that I know Admiral Byrd and his son, and like you said, his nephew were trying to sell books. They were trying to make money and shit. But he was an actual admiral. You know, he did many missions. He did Operation High Jump. He did all this stuff in World War II. He was a bomber pilot in World War II over Germany and Europe. And
Well,
he
especially with the
has
high
some.
jump thing. He came back, right? And they gave him like a medal of honor or something, and there was like no explanation of why he got it.
So I think he has some credibility and some merit, but I think also later towards the end of his career when he was doing talk shows and things like that, like those black and white talk shows, he was trying to like sell you. He was trying to sell you a book, you know. Basically, that's where it gets kind of
Mm-hmm.
tricky. But I do think that the Hollow Earth and the Flat Earth
One and the same,
going into
almost. I think
these,
it's weird.
yeah, like and going into like Argatha and like all the stuff that the Nazis were saying in these entrances in Antarctica and the South Pole and
I
going
will.
into these different realms and like this the hollow earth and but I do think they tie into each other and I think that a lot of the globe like rhetoric kind of muddies those waters because it gets us away from so it's like at this point it's like I've not been a hollow earther but I believed in that concept like an inner realm in earth underwater or underground caverns and different universe or something, Argatha, whatever. And then when you get into flat Earth, they kind of make you like they say like, well, you got to choose between one or the other. If you believe in Hollow Earth, you can't believe in Flat Earth. If you believe in Flat Earth, you can't believe in Hollow Earth. I personally believe that they coincide into each other, and there's a lot of evidence of this with what the Nazis were doing and their expeditions. So I don't know for sure, but I just think that I think the Hollow Earth and the Flat Earth can work, and like as
Let's
far as like the
Coexist.
firmament.
Yeah, let's put it this
Yeah,
way,
yeah,
man. For
coexist.
for a lot of people that since it's Sunday, we're diving into different topics. The truth
It's
is
so
stranger
Sunday.
than the truth is stranger than fiction. Would you guys agree? Like when it
Oh,
comes to like
100%.
what our Earth is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah, yeah.
it's just I mean I was looking at like the biblical account. Some people were I wanted to jump on because I was mowing my lawn. I was listening to the conversation about the pyramids. You know, like and how could it be possible that the pyramids were built because those stones were too heavy for people to go on an incline? And it's
Yeah,
like
100%.
there's so many theories about like how that could have been possible. But I was thinking to myself, well, the the art of masonry always exists. Like the ever since people could build with just mud and the sun, that whole concept was like, what if we use a different material? What if this rock that turns in we can bust it up and turn it into a powder? What if it becomes something we can mold in? And I'm like, why couldn't they just pour concrete? It's like they poured concrete like in today, just molded the pyramids of what it is, and then just carved out those lines. Like, what's so hard at thinking of that? That could be the other issue. You don't have to,
So,
and
so there,
logistically, that would be an easier concept with a quarry because you're quarrying the material you need to kind of make the cement. and just pour
No,
it
no,
into
no.
a mold.
It's not a cement. They found like I don't know what it is. It's like some carbon shit or whatever, where they can like prove where these stones came from. It was some off-site quarry that's like miles and miles. So
Yeah,
it's
but
like that it just from miles away they have these massive stones that shouldn't be pulled by. If you have like 100 slaves, it shouldn't be a thing. That would take hundreds of years to build them. You
well,
know what I mean?
yeah, there's that idea, and then of course there were stories. Here's the thing where speculation Sunday is a useful tool. It's because of the stories that we hear from ancient mythologies, and we get it from like even the Native American cultures. They used to talk about humans that were giants. Now, this is going to be kind of upsetting some stomachs
Like
here,
the
but
Nephilim?
yeah, the
I believe.
Nephilim, they go by different names, and there were
Yeah, like
entities.
Elohim.
Yeah, there were entities that were not okay. So you got giants, and then there were entities outside of those giants that were worshipped as gods on earth. And so the gods on earth were viewed as these pillars of knowledge that they would get from, and they would learn. They would learn how to create a civilization or civilize a people, right? So there would be a specific character that would enter like a village, and he would teach them certain things that they didn't know before. I think there was a people in I want to say not the Aztecs, but there was a is it Mesopotamia? But there
I
was
think
many.
yeah.
This figure was known as many different names. I think one name was Quetzalcoatl. I think it was
Yeah,
like there was his.
Quetzalcoatl.
He was this figure was used in many different. He was like a person that appeared out of nowhere. He came from nowhere, and then he would like teach the people of that region how to become civilized. Like he was
Well,
teaching them how to
here,
agriculture. He was teaching them like the art of war. Like he had his other people that were with the other beings that were with them, right? The other people, I don't know if you want to call them that, but they were highly intelligent, and they were teaching the people of wherever they would go, they
okay,
would teach
so
them how to
this
be
is what
civilized. You know what
Alpha.
I
I
mean?
don't mean to interrupt, but this is when it
Yeah.
gets really. You want to get into speculation Sunday, and this is
Yeah.
historical. Okay, we have these sky creatures, and they're usually reptilian or dragons. Like in China, they have the land dragons. Japan, they have the sky dragons. In India, they have the nagas, which are half serpent, half human. And the UK, they have similar things. And the Native Americans, like you're saying, and the Aztecs, they
Mhm.
had Quetzalcoatl, and they had all these like sky creatures, like giants that were supposedly part reptilian, whatever you want to call them. But
Yeah.
that's where that gets really
Well,
interesting because if you go from the obelisk, so from Sumeria to Babylon to Mesopotamia to Egypt to Greek to Rome to I don't know Italy, the Vatican to the
mhm.
UK to America, they all have this obelisk that like the Washington Monument in Washington D.C. like a big pillar. It's like a big, usually rectangular pillar, and it goes back to ancient Sumerian civilization that they believed in these sky dragons. Now, whether they were real or not, we don't know, but every single civilization of a major empire has believed in some sort of giant, like you're saying, like a god or some
serpent.
sort. Whatever.
Like they,
Yeah,
they were
serpent.
worshipped.
Yeah, like
So
a
they were
serpent god.
worshipped. Yeah, they were worshipped as gods on earth, and the serpent was even there in the Garden of Eden. So there was a serpent-like creature. I don't know, because I said I don't want to call it human, but so a long time ago they were worshipped. They were people that gave rise to civilization. So the factions of the earth were created or given instructions to become civilized. So their vanity was a thing, right? Because people were just really didn't have the understanding to think this, like they had to, in other words, people have to be taught to do things. Like it wasn't just like humans became smart at one point and then all of a sudden new ideas came. It's not, they were given information. So the information that we're given, because think about it like this, right? Before the horse and buggy it didn't end. It ended kind of pretty much abruptly, right? When the industrial age came, it was like technology was coming in, new ways to do things, machines, like, and all of that. So it that time frame where that expanded happened rapidly. It wasn't, so there's knowledge that comes into like all of society, all of the world, and then people advance to the next level, the next stage, right? And it's happening even today. Like we're just advancing into the new age, which is going to be like AI technology is going to run things. You know what I mean? Like so, it's transitions.
Transhumanism.
Yeah, yeah people becoming robots and uploading
That's
their
scary.
minds into. Just
Yeah,
wait,
like Neuralink.
just
Yeah,
wait.
all that stuff.
So
Well, I want.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say one last thing about ancient, not technology, but just like civilizations. So Cain and Abel. Cain killed his brother Abel, and he was banished from the Garden of Eden, and he was sent to the land of Nod. And this is a real thing, and it's not Hebrew, but it's you can find it. But anyway, so he was cast out of the Garden of Eden, in the land of Nod, which just means like it's like you're in like your brain is like fuzzy. You're always like in a sleeping type state. You're out of the garden. You're not in paradise anymore. Anyway, so he was cast out to the land of Nod. He was cast out to the land of Nod, Cain, and he met his wife. Okay, so Cain's wife, from what they were saying, is supposedly she was the fallen angel, one of the 33 and a third from Lucifer, from the Lightbringer, and he met his wife and he had his first son Enoch, the first Enoch. There's two Enochs. One from the book of Enoch, which is the books that are removed for the Bible, and then the earlier one, which is Cain's son Enoch. And he had like 12 sons or something, 11 sons, or Enoch had
Damn.
sons, and like yeah, they were a whole clan. And this is in Genesis. This is in the beginning of the Bible. It's like Genesis 6 or something or 11. And basically, because Cain had a hybrid son Enoch with a fallen angel, his wife that he met in the land of Nod, which is where the angels were banished to, outside of the Garden of Eden, his sons and his grandsons were able to build cities. Like they were using like copper and iron, and they were able to do like create like swords and weapons and
Hmm.
shields. But it's because they were so advanced from being a hybrid race
Well,
of
yeah,
like
but
a
I would say this, Coil, the story has to be added is that the knowledge didn't come from them. They were given instructions on how
oh
to
they were
do these things. So the instructions were given from the ones who stole, like, okay, so in mythology, the ones who stole fire from the gods. The one who stole the
yes
fire from the gods, these guys, these entities were not just it was like I say, the truth is stranger than fiction, but like if you look at all the things that we have today, technology, I would say it this way. Think about this. Is it all to glorify a creator God who made this place, or is it meant to keep us from the creator God? Anything, technology, like vanity, like how we look, whatever it is, we're so involved with ourselves that we forget to glorify the one who made this place, right? So anything that civil, and I'm just pointing it out this way, the more you go into nature and become a part of it, the less you are a part of the world. It means you separate yourself. You could do that differently than just like getting rid of all this stuff. What I would say is that it becomes a distraction. The things that you have are taking up more of your mental faculties because you think that they're more important than getting back to like the creator and plugging back into that. So right now, all of this stuff that was given to us by the fallen ones, we're still using. Like women would put them, like they said, it was the fallen ones gave women the makeup, putting stuff on their face, and also like men too. But not only that, they also taught them the reading of the clouds, agriculture, everything a civilization would have, with knowledge that they didn't have prior. So languages were being taught, like different things. They all stem
okay
from
so,
these beings, right? So the beings were the ones that were ruling the earth as gods on earth. So they had like Mount Olympus, Zeus and all that. I mean, think that this might come from like just mythology, but this were like the beings that were worshipped were thought of as these gods, and they had offspring. Their offspring were giants, and these giants were roaming. Like according to the story, this is how it was like all before, right? And
well the
the,
Nephilim.
yeah, you could frame them in the word Nephilim, but they were looked to as these giant beings they were big brute beings, right? And when they grew so big in size that they already their consumption of the land, they would just eat everything, and they didn't care. Their hunger was so insatiable, and it was like you couldn't satisfy it, that they were just eating people. Like they started to, like, so many of the some of the folklore, I guess you call it, or some of the things that you hear from these ancient civilizations, they have stories of these very things that I'm telling you
Yeah.
happening. So it's not
So
you it's not uncommon to hear like what's that guy that says fee fi fo fum, like that, those giants that were in
The
those.
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jack
Jack
and
and
the
the
Beanstalk. Like,
Beanstalk.
so there's
Well,
a lot of.
also, I was gonna say,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt, but to go off your point, because you're making a really good point. We have all this mythology and lore, and like, yeah, Jack and the Beanstalk, like David and Goliath. Goliath was supposedly this 20-foot, 30-foot tall, giant, and Goliath or David was like, I don't know, 5 foot something. Like he was a little dude. He had to use the slingshot and to take him out. Use his brains to take out the giant that was out of control. And then you have like the kaiju, like Godzilla type stuff, but there's biblical stuff about that too. That there's
Yeah.
supposedly there's these yeah
There.
these chambers
Okay, so
underground where they're holding the angels, like
well,
I
no,
don't
yeah,
know,
but
like I don't
I'm
know,
going to talk about the
uh,
animals that you were
Taurus.
mentioning. So before we even thought of like DNA splicing and all that, and creating human hybrid, because it's different things. What do you think those mythologies we're talking about? Where you got Pan and you got the Minotaur and you got all these other.
Yeah,
Do you think that was just something like, even look at ancient Egyptian like hieroglyphics? They show like a bird people,
yeah,
and like these things by the fallen ones, they were doing things with animals and reptiles and stuff, that
yeah.
they were
Okay, so
crossbreeding, and they
this
were.
this this gets into Atlantis a little
Yeah, it
bit
goes
because
and
they say
mer people,
yeah,
and
yeah.
all this. Yeah, listen, like
Well, look, look,
some of this, some
no,
of the
it's
stuff,
yeah.
some of the stuff that gets into, it's so far in there, man. Like it's way too like fantastic to even
So
like mention.
I have this book here. I have this book here. It's called The Books of Enoch. It has the first, second, third book, the Book of Fallen Angels, the Watchers, the Origins of Evil, and this is from a guy who worked for the Department of Defense, and he's been researching. He's written like 20 books,
Hmm.
but he tries to translate all this stuff. But at some point, and this, there's so many pages. There's like 300 fucking pages, but it's a paperback. It's not a hardcover. But yeah, at some point, like you were saying, with the minotaurs and with the abominations and the crossbreeding and whatever the fuck, like, and they were making all these new, like, different types of species, I guess.
Humanoids.
Like it's like that movie, The Island of Dr. Moreau. How do you say it? Moreau.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they were on an island and they were doing hybrid shit. Okay, so at some point, Uriel, one of the archangels, he basically says like, yeah, all these like creatures and abominations that are here on Earth, they're going to be like cleansed and they're going to be, baptized or whatever, hallowed. And that's basically what happened. Whether it was Atlantis or not, I believe it was Atlantis because in Atlantis, they were doing like stuff like minotaurs. They were attaching limbs to
Yep.
the like of a bull to
Eh,
the torso of a man. Yeah, and like so they had
Well,
all these abominations, and then okay, I'll finish. I know, I'm sorry. They had all these abominations, and the archangels came, and they were like, yeah, we gotta kind of eradicate all this shit because this is just, you guys are taking it too far. Like, it's too much,
yeah,
man.
so there was this massive slaughter, but like, okay, so just taking it back to like the time frame and what it was like, it was a very different Earth at that time. So the landscape was different. It wasn't like what people imagine. Because I think what happens when we talk about all these topics, you're imagining what life is like right now versus what it was like before. The age was not even the same. Like the people wouldn't age the same. People would live to be 900 years old. The environment in which they were in was said to be so oxygen rich because of the trees that used to be here. There was like massive trees that would be on this earth, right? That would give enough. The oxygen level that the Earth had was so super rich that it's like being in a hyperbaric chamber. Like if you've ever seen like athletes that they recover faster if they're in a hyperbaric chamber. It's like concentrated oxygen going right into their bloodstream. And so when you think about the Earth being that way, like running would be like easy. Of course you wouldn't age either. So there was a lot of things attributed to that.
There was one thing that I wanted to add, since you're talking about this topic and specifically that the fallen angels were chained to a position in a lower heaven, and they are what you would call the wandering stars, the planets. And it was prophesied that people would worship those gods again. And here we have heliocentrism.
Yeah, that's another aspect. I think it's a multi-layered, right? You got the ones who are held in dark caverns, and then you got those that are above us in the highest heavens, like right now, like we'd say, where the stars are. And in that location where the stars are, there's the wandering planets that disobeyed the ordinances of God. So there's a specific east to west, like all the stars move in unison, right? Except save the wandering stars, the planets that you guys call planets and give them the names. Those are in the end are going to be accursed. Like so, they right now they're deceiving mankind. And not only are they deceiving mankind, you guys think that there are planets that you could land on and such, but they're useful for the enemy's tool to like get people to deceive them. They're used in astrology. They're used in to think like in what you might think science is involved with, and all of these things are deep rooted in like mystic school religions. So you are thinking that you're on like the edge of science and you're doing a lot of good things for humanity, and all this stuff is just an illusion. It's a war between good and evil, and you're caught in the middle of it right now and thinking that like here's the thing that gets me, right, is that people come in here like, dude, I know the Earth's a globe, and I'm like, dude, how do you know? Tell me exactly how you know. And when we lay it out for you, you're like, well, I'm not a scientist, but I think the Earth is a globe. I'm like, you think that this is all by chance and happenstance? No, you believe a story that you've been told religiously without any effort. You've been told this ever since you were a young child. What more can we do to dissuade you from this? There's nothing we can do. You have to come to the realization yourself. It's a what this is a spiritual battle. And if you take a look at it from the standpoint of going back from like understanding that this happened a long ago, that the spiritual battle that we're talking about is taking place here on earth, the war is not about a physical war. It's a war for your mind, for your soul, really. And if you look at it that
Yeah,
way, you could
yeah.
see the deception and why it's needed. Why would they lie? Let me tell you, it's to gain your mind. If they have your mind, they have your soul. Your mind, wherever the mind goes, the soul goes with it. So
You know, can I make a point, and I'll shut up, Alpha. Thank you.
sure.
I really want to help you out on this because this is the ultimate for me. My ultimate reality is I don't know. It could be an oblate spheroid. It could be an infinite realm. It could be a multiverse. It could be an ice ball. It could be whatever the fuck it is. Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm here on the surface. I'm at the bottom level with all the other ants, and we're all working out, and worker ants, and doing her thing. But what I'm saying is, I don't know. What I'm saying is, I don't know for sure, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
always it's speculation
Good.
Sunday. Like I'm gonna speculate, okay? But what I'm saying is,
And when you're done
right?
speculating, you can go acknowledge the nature of water. It'll solve your confusion.
I'm not saying that. I'm not.
I said it. I'm the one who said it. It wasn't you.
You're the one that's missing the point too.
Oh,
I think the
of ice
point I
ball,
was getting at.
ice ball
I
Earth.
think the point. No, no. I think the point I was getting at is I don't know for sure, but it's an interesting journey,
Yeah,
and
that's because you have yet to acknowledge the nature of water.
yeah, that's not
sounds
what's
like
Your
happening right now.
interesting journey will end there. And
I was trying to
so
make a
I guess I
point.
did. I
I was
guess I
trying to make
didn't
a
miss the
point, and you
point then, did I?
distracted me. Yeah,
No,
you
I guess I
distracted
didn't
me
miss the
because I was
point.
trying to
No,
make a
the other
really
guy.
nice point.
The other guy.
No, I was trying to make a really good.
Oh,
I was trying to
Coil,
make a nice
Coil, I've
point.
been listening to your really nice points all day. It's relax. It's 24/7. You can continue now.
I agree with you, Coil.
Would it be too much to ask for you guys to kindly shut the fuck up? Like, yeah, right about that.
Yeah, take your own advice.
Yeah. So, Pac, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Of course not.
I mean, sorry.
What do you? Yeah. What do you think the Earth is then, Pac?
I think we're in the eye of a giant.
Okay. You're just
Hey,
a huge
Alpha,
waste
can
of time, aren't you?
Good story, bro.
Alpha,
Oh,
Alpha,
funny part.
Alpha,
Yeah.
Alpha, can I ask you this before I
Sure.
go? I'll shut up. I want to say one last thing. Like, if I am in a position where I'm just not sure in general, is that okay? Like,
Well,
do I
and
have
this,
to pick a
you
side?
can, you
Like,
can,
we're
you can.
talking about picking sides.
Yeah. You
Like,
want
Yeah,
me to
do I
tell
have
you,
to
right?
it's a
pick a side?
voluntary condition.
You want me to tell you, right? All right. So
Okay.
if you say you don't know, that means I would ask you this: can you know at some point, or are you saying you can never know at some point? Like this knowledge is never
I want
meant.
to. I want to know at some point. Yes, I want
Okay,
to
so
know at
it's
some point.
possible at some point you can come to the realization. Well, at least in that instance, you could possibly understand if you just listen, Coil. Just give it a couple more sessions. Listen to the arguments back and forth. You'll gain some foundational knowledge, right? Some things that are true, and so things can be apparent to you, to me, to everybody. So they don't have. It could be self-evident, right? That the Earth is what we're saying that it is versus what it's not, because if it's not what we're saying it is, then it can be demonstrated to be what it actually is versus what we are saying, right? Did you know what I mean, Coil? Like, let's say we're saying the Earth is not curving anywhere. Could you disprove that, Coil?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
listening.
If I said that the Earth is not curving anywhere, could you disprove that? Like, as in the plane of existence. Not I'm not talking about topography. I'm not talking about a mountain. I mean like the plane of existence that we're on right now. The plane of existence is curving anywhere. Could you disprove that?
That there is or there isn't curvature.
That there is, like, you can go out there and say, okay, you guys are saying that the Earth is not curving anywhere. I'm gonna go out there and find out the truth. You think you can do that? Like at some point, like at least give you a knowledge that it is curving. Yes, it is.
I don't think it does because I was in the military and we used the grid system and
Hmm.
they don't account for curvature and like
Right.
their grid maps and like
Well,
shooting
yeah, that's good.
rifles and
But
shit.
that's good that you did. But what I'm saying is, everything that we talk about, whether it be sailing over the oceans, flying over the oceans, whatever it is, when we're talking about traveling over the surface of the Earth, there is no measurable curvature to be detected. We're not measuring anything. We're assuming that we're flying over a flat and stationary Earth and then superimposing the Earth being a globe over on top of that. So it's not, it's presumed that it's a globe. It's not understood that it is. So
Yeah,
that's a head start. That's a head start. And then from there, you work into the line of sight test and you go and see if any measurable curvature can be detected and measured. And then you go from there. If not, then it's not curving. And if something's not curving, there's not going to be a globe. There's not going to be curvature. It's not going to be concave, convex. It's just what it is, flat and stationary.
I agree with the stationary part. Yeah. I think
Well,
I'm more of like a pawn theory guy. I believe there's multiple continents, like maybe the stuff we
yeah,
were talking about
but
earlier with the
flat
Atlas
doesn't
bird.
flat is not denoting a shape. What it is it's a description of the surface. So if you're saying something is flat, are you giving a way to a shape there? No. You're just saying like my table on the surface is flat. That's fine. You're not telling us the overall shape of the table. You're just telling us the surface is flat. That's all perfectly okay to say that, right?
I just I wanted to add because you got this vernacular where you like to say things like what I'm saying is and what I believe this. This is your vernacular. It's okay to not know things. The problem that we have in this arena is that the globe side, they have all of this supposed knowledge based off of their belief that the earth is a globe because they don't know that it is, they just believe it. So if you can set your foundation on things that you absolutely can know, like you know that it's not a globe, You know that there are laws to the reality, like laws of nature. Things can't defy that. And there's certain tools and methods to finding out if information is true or false. So it's okay if you don't know a lot, but what you do know, you absolutely know. You don't just believe it.
Yeah, that's well said. Yeah.
I think you guys just turn a glober.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I understand that. I was just saying, like, in my speculation and my investigations throughout the years, like, it's not that I don't know that things are stationary. I feel like everything's very localized and stationary. I was talking about this earlier with the eclipses and the sun, the moon, and
Right.
then just
Have
like
you?
Ketu.
But so let's take care of. You said localized, and so if we're taking care of the flat and stationary bit, right? We're gonna say the plane of existence that we are on is level all across the plane. Like there's no deviation or curvature. Then we can know this because when we travel over the surface, right? We're going to be able to get to certain locations. We can go to certain places. And in every location that we can go to, we can measure, we can do a line of sight test. Doesn't matter what continent we're on. Every continent you can do a line of sight test and figure out if the earth is curving at a set rate that they tell us it is, or it's not at all, Coil. It either is or is not. There's a dichotomy there. It is curving or it's not curving. Can you see that, Coil? If it is curving, then you're going to be able to measure curvature. If it's not curving, then no curvature is measured. If it's not curving, then what is it?
No, I always thought those time lapse videos were always trippy to me. Like if you
Yeah,
watch like time lapse
that,
video,
that wasn't the conclusion that Coyle was hoping to get to with his all day long routine.
Well, it's the conclusion, Coil. It's the conclusion that you listen. You have to listen. You have to at some point you have to face reality, and reality is demonstrating itself self-evidently to you and me that it's not a rotating Earth and it's not curving anywhere. If you think that it is, then you have to go and do a line of sight test and figure out if it's curving. And now, if it is curving, then you can come back and tell us your line of sight test proved that the Earth is curving. Coil, you can know. Everyone can in this call right now. So it's not something so obscure and so out there and just like, well, we'll never know. No, you can know. You can know today. You can go out somewhere and measure it, see if it comes out to be exactly like they tell you the curvature where they say it should be, and then figure it out. Of course, you may not know this. We probably haven't talked about this with you, but yes, you can know. So we are sure that the Earth is not curving. 100%. It
Like I
would
said, I
be
think you guys changed
demonstrated to
a
us.
globalist. You guys are fucking so convincing.
No, well, it's not about being. It's not
well,
about being convincing. Well, the thing is, though, it's like
It
this.
isn't.
No, it's not.
There's so many
We don't.
there's
We
too many
don't. We don't need to.
discrepancies and shit.
We don't. We don't. Yeah, I know. That's what a lot of people get in their feelings about. But that's fine. It doesn't matter. You have to go and test and test and test, and then also go tell somebody, go do the test that I've done, and see if you can find any curvature. Now, once you do, come back and report. We'll talk about it. We'll say, okay, what did you do? Let's figure it out. What's the elevation height? All that stuff. You're not going to find that you're going to see somebody that's going to come back and say, oh, dude, it's a globe, just like they said it was. A radius of 3959, a circumference of 24,901 miles. You're not going to have that. All of that is a mathematical construct. No matter how much you want to believe and click your heels 3 times and say the Earth is a globe, it's a globe. No, it's not going to work. It either is or is not a globe that they're telling you. Plain and simple. That's it.
Shit. What's the dude's name? Eddie Alvarez. You know of him?
I don't know who that is.
I think it's Eddie Alvarez. Yeah, he's a UFC fighter. No, it's not. It's not Eddie Alvarez. Some
You
dude
mean
that's on
Eddie
Joe
Bravo?
Rogan.
Eddie Bravo?
Eddie Bravo. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo. Yeah.
Eddie
He's on Joe
Alvarez.
Rogan Experience.
I
Alvarez.
fucking
Yeah,
love
Eddie
that
Bravo's
dude.
the shit, dude. Yeah, I
Alvarez is
love
another.
Eddie
Yeah.
Bravo.
Eddie Bravo
I
is
know
so
Bravo.
fucking convincing. But he's also he's a flat earther too, right? But he also has the standpoint where it's like he questions legit everything, and that's the point where I'm at in my life, where I don't fuck legit shit that comes out of the media or even just fucking in general, like word of mouth. I question legit everything.
I
want
know
to see
that.
proof of everything.
I
I
know
understand where everybody comes from and wanting to see legit proof. Like who the fuck literally knows the Earth is a globe until you legit see it yourself? The funniest
Right.
thing
So
about it is Eddie Bravo and Alex Jones were on a podcast on Joe Rogan, and legit Alex Jones is like, I will fund a legit fucking trip to go in the stratosphere or whatever with Eddie Bravo to disprove his like flat Earth theory or some shit. That shit was so goddamn funny when I listened to that shit. I wish they legit did it because Eddie Bravo would be the one person that you should listen to because that man is 120,000% a flat earther.
all right. Yeah, but what
Alex
we're saying,
Jones is
yeah, what we're
controlled
saying,
opposition.
yeah, I
He's a
know there's
troll.
a lot of stuff.
He didn't
Kenchi's right.
he didn't
Check
fund it.
this out. Check this out. So what we're doing here is putting it in every man's hands to investigate and find out for themselves. Because what we don't want is people becoming believers based on some other individual's information. So let's say Eddie Bravo done that thing and he's like, dude, Earth is flat. I went up there. And then you'd be like, dude, Earth is flat based on Eddie Bravo. We're good. Let's go. Like, no, that's not how this works. And what I'm saying is actually put it into your hands that you can go and test this with a line of sight test. Meaning you don't need Eddie Bravo's permission or testimony. You all you need is to go verify this yourself. And at any place that there's a
Right.
body of water. So it's putting it into every
Don't take
man's
somebody
hands
else's
to go do
shit.
this.
Yeah, don't take somebody else's shit for what it is. You need to figure it out yourself.
Yeah, that's the word of the day. But I mean, if you really want to get close to that, all you got to do is figure out what is being proposed. First of all, like what is it? What are the people saying about the Earth being a globe? Well, first got to learn the metrics, right? And then you got to figure out the line of sight test. And then line of sight includes anything from lasers to visually seeing something to like fucking you name it, man. Mirrors on the other side of lakes, shining light that could only happen
I
in the
built a
line of sight.
rocket.
Like fucking anything, dude. Like,
I would build a
but the
rocket, but the last person that built a rocket to go up there to prove it, he didn't make it back.
yeah, I know that could be something, right? But what we're saying here, though, I think is a little bit easier for every man to do, right? Because if you're putting something logistically would be a little bit more difficult, then it makes it harder, and you have more believers instead of putting. I don't want to make people believers. I want people to go investigate for yourself.
I want them to think for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because I mean, anybody can think, well, all we got to do is build a rocket. Yeah, but what are the resources there? What is the logistics? Like, that's going to take some effort, and not every man's going to be like, oh, fuck, I don't got that kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I don't got that kind of money to do that. But what I can do is go to my beach and then figure out what the line of sight, if there's curve there, because I can know what I see in the distance and how much curvature there should be predicted. And if I don't see it where it's supposed to be predicted, voila, or it's not curving like they tell me. And if I don't see that curvature there, then what is the Earth if it's not curving? You know what I'm saying? Like that's something
Yeah,
you and I can do.
if building a rocket was good enough, we'd all be still wrapped up and lost in the outer space travel delusion.
Yeah, what
Because
we're
they
trying,
made plenty of films of that in the 70s.
what we're trying to do is not turn people into believers by saying, "Dudes, I got on a rocket. I'm telling you, I went up to 200,000. It's not a globe. Fuck, dude, just believe me." And everybody's like, "Oh, dude,
Giants.
yeah, that's fucked up." Because nobody wants that. Even if Eddie Bravo or whoever goes up there, we want people to know by the ground. Let's do some measurements, right? We're gonna do like 20 miles or whatever, and then see if it curves in 20 miles. And if it doesn't do that, oh shit, it's not a globe, right? I mean, that's good enough evidence, I think. But why do we have to? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need to go to other people. We can do it. You and us, and me, and everyone in here. Everyone can do it.
Yeah, and it's not that, God bless him, but it's not that hard to see what Mr. Rogan's up to since he signed his big contract.
Oh, fucking Rogan, yeah. he's
Rogan's free as ever. The problem is he
No,
is signed by
I'm sure he
Spotify.
is.
So
Listen, the only thing, I
Spotify
mean,
does
God
have
bless,
control over what
God
he
bless
says.
Eddie Bravo too, but if he's involved in this show, well, I don't know. I don't watch the show. I see the clips. But yeah, you can take Eddie Bravo's word for jujitsu. I'm sure that's good, but everything else is the Joe Rogan show. And
yeah, well,
when he
fuck,
did
man. I
sign
mean,
to Spotify, they did take down like I think it was like 10 or 20 podcast episodes that were like very controversial. But it's like they wanted him to have freedom of speech. So it's like, why would you take it down?
It's clear the gates that Mr. Rogan is told to keep.
And then especially right after he got signed to Spotify, he had Alex Jones on, and he was just constantly saying, well, we need to fact check this. We need to fact check this. I don't want you getting in trouble. We need to fact check this. It's like he literally got sucked into the system or something.
Yeah, they
that's
just want to
fine.
turn. They want to turn the discussion into a circus.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But let's get the focus back to where it needs to be within the context of what we can do, right? Because yeah, whatever, we can hear people say things and all that, but that's great. But the conversation begins right here, my friends. This is where it starts, and what we choose to do with that information is up to us. So it's not up to the guys we see on TV or on internet. It's up to you and me. What are we gonna do about it? And that's the thing. It puts a plan of action into your hands versus waiting for some guy to take a rocket ride and then come back and say, "Dudes, fucking Earth is flat." And you're like, "Oh hell yeah!" Like that's not, you know,
Honestly,
like.
I'm gonna live my life just ignorant to the fact of it. It wouldn't
But you
affect
don't
me either
have to,
way.
bro. You don't have to. Like that's the thing. That's a choice. You can choose that road,
Yeah,
but you don't
I'm
have
fine
to,
with it.
bro. Oh, that's fine. I mean, that's your path. Yeah, you do what you do.
But like I said, I question everything, so that's why I like coming in here and listening to discussions because it's intriguing to me.
Okay.
I like all the
Well, if you want to take the next step and make it reality, then you know what to do, bro. Like it's simple. But unless you don't, that's up. You could sit there and just like I just want to listen to you guys. That's fine.
Hey, a
my
little
my
early
dream would be to find Agartha.
It's intriguing. It's
I want to
intriguing
find
to
that
us.
hole.
It's intriguing to us too that people can believe that they live on some kind of spheroid, when everything in all of our experiences tend to differ completely. That's very interesting. Now, we all came from the same place. We were all globers here, or most every one of us. Very few grew up as geocentrists, but for the most part, we came from the same place. If you think you're living on a globe, we all came from the same place. We were actually probably the nerds and knew more about it. I can attest to that, man. I was a total space nerd, like all the space shows, all the models, like from way back when, like the whole thing. I watched it during my whole lifetime. And so it's astonishing.
Expanse has got me right now.
Pardon me?
Expanse on Prime. That it's a whole space shit show.
Show.
That shit got me trapped, bro. I love to dream that shit.
You don't have to be trapped on a sphere Earth because it doesn't exist in our reality. So that you can,
if you don't mind me asking, what is like what did you say? It's like a eccentrist or whatever.
Eccentric.
Yeah.
Geocentric. Geocentric. Yeah, that's the people that think that the Earth is the center of the universe, and some conceptions of it would be like a ball planet in the middle of the vacuum of the cosmic vacuum, and they put the other planets and all that. But other than that, you could just say that it's somebody who thinks that the Earth is the center of all of creation.
I think it's heaven centric. Heaven centric.
Yeah,
God centric,
bro.
What'd you say, dude?
Me? Oh,
Dude,
I said I don't
quit
think we're
being a
that
pig,
special.
man.
You don't think we're that special? Okay. Well,
No, honestly.
that's your opinion, but that's fine. You're allowed to have that. What it is though is that puts us in the middle of all of creation. So then that would make us special. But
I think that rhetoric kind of annoys me because they're like, well, you're a pale blue dot and you're not special and you're not this, but in reality we are. Like we have free thought for the most part. We can, use like
well, that's debatable.
reasoning and try to like find the truth and like so it's like I think it's very contradictory that they say that we are special but we're not special. So it's like which one is it? Like am I special or not?
Let me just ask the room before we.
It's not that I don't think that we're not special. I just think we're just here, and we have freedom to do what we want to do.
All right,
and
good
it's
stuff,
not.
man.
Well, that would make you
That's
special
good.
then.
Let
That's my argument.
Yeah, that becomes a debate. Let me just ask the room real quick. Does anybody have any more speculations, or you guys? Is there somebody in here that has a burning question about if the Earth is a globe or not? I'm just doing a check in the room. If you guys are in here listening, if you do, I'm gonna clear the floor so you can ask your question. If you wanted to ask your question, if you come in here, or if you just want to sit there and listen, it's up to you. So it's up to you guys.
Yeah, if we see the luminaries revolving around the sky, does that mean heaven centric, not geocentric? Because the sky is not the ground, is it?
No, it's not.
Well,
I have a
little Earth here, Papa.
I have a general question for the room, if I might, at this point. Now, this is just rhetorical, so we all have to each individually ask yourself. So, do you think the information that made you here came from nowhere?
That's ridiculous,
No,
Sonny.
I don't.
That's ridiculous.
I don't. I believe in the electric universe theory. I believe in the ether that Tesla and those other scientists were tapping into to get historic knowledge. And like, I believe that there is something beyond this physical realm that we can tap into through meditation or whatever it is. And
What about
like, you know what,
well,
you know what the Akashic records are? Little Earth? Akashic
yeah, I've
records?
heard of them. I've heard of that.
Okay, something like
Coil, you
that
and me are literally
concept
one
in
and
a
the same.
tarot.
Same.
What about Mickelson Morley, the Mickelson Morley and Mickelson Gale test?
Let Coil
You're
go
not a
on.
you're not a Glober,
He's
right?
popping off.
No, I'm listening. The Nicholson what? How?
Mickelson Morley and Mickelson Gale test using interferometry at the Mickelson Gale, Mickelson Morley. These are characters. They're people that set up tests using interferometers, right? Back in the early days, at the beginning and before the 20th century. So, are you familiar with those tests? And actually, are you a Glober? I have to ask that. Do you think?
I'm actually looking at these diagrams in on Google right now for this test. I'm familiar with it, but it's probably been a long time since I looked at this.
But I didn't get, do you think Earth is a globe or some kind of spheroid?
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
I don't know
Yeah.
what this
Wait,
is. I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Temps, you let him answer, man. I'm just curious because I didn't get that clear. So do you believe Earth is a flat stationary plane of some sort? Or no, it is? Like, I know it is. Like, I don't have any questions anymore about it. I, for a fact, know that Earth is a flat stationary plane, and water seems to be the key. I'll state that.
I like that.
Floor.
Water is the key. Water is the key.
It's the key.
I believe in the electric universe theory, and I know you can get electromagnetic frequencies from water. So I believe that water is definitely the power source.
You can get fire from.
But what is your perception in whole of what Earth may be, may be? We all have inner perceptions of what we think Earth may be as a whole. But do you have a general conception in your electric universe? Is it out in a vacuum somewhere?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I mean, I
Really?
believe
Okay.
that I can feel these frequencies and I can feel this type of energy, electromagnetic field type stuff, EMF. But
Okay. But do you
I
have any
don't have
reason?
any. Yeah, I don't have any proof. Do you have any proof?
No, hold on. Do you have any reason to believe that Earth is not a flat stationary plane in your experience? Do you have any reason at all to believe that it's not just what I said?
I would lean towards infinite plane, like infinite realm. Like I believe in pawn theory. There's multiple pawns, like multiple.
Yeah, I don't go that far because then you are off into speculation. I don't have to go that far. All I have to do is go right outside my room here, go down to the water, and it's right there in front of me in spades. And so I don't even have to question it anymore myself. It's not in space. There's no vacuum of space. You have to have containerized gases in order for you to have pressure. All these things are fundamental to the way our nature works, the way this place works. And so the question I was trying to get to before, since this is speculation, if you think that the information that brought you here came from nowhere or not, if so, how could that come from nowhere? Because we know information has to be written.
YouTube Shorts 100% brought me here.
In my defense, I never made any claims like that. I can understand why maybe you can think that I might feel that way, but I don't know. I think collective consciousness is just my ultimate like. I think we're all connected on an energy level, electric
No,
universe,
honestly,
all
but honestly, to correct you, I was not. I was just throwing that out there. Like, I'm just throwing out questions. You see, like, so it's not personal necessarily. I know you and I are speaking, but a lot of times I'll throw things out there, questions, just questions that I've had. Questions we all come to some one way or another on our own paths. But yeah, I know for a fact Earth is not in some kind of vacuum because we're pressurized. You couldn't breathe. That's like number one. There'd be no way to breathe if there wasn't pressure here. And there has to be a constant area or volume to have a constant pressure. There's no way around it. And every instance, the pressure goes immediately to the available space in a lower pressure system. So those things are fundamental. So then therefore that leads me to the conclusion that Earth is flat, stationary, never been measured to move. Your vestibular system doesn't notice it moving, but your vestibular system does know when you're sitting completely still. Your vestibular system is calibrated to sea level. That's how you know when you're vertical or not, or horizontal, or any angle in between any of those. Doesn't require motion at all. Only angularity changes any kind of change at all. So I'm confident with that. Water doesn't behave in the ways that the globe Earth says it's supposed to. Water doesn't cling to any kind of outside surface of an object, the outside surface of any object. Water cannot stay there. That's ridiculous. So you just take it from the foundations of it, and the globe Earth just sinks like a lead balloon. Anyway, I'll stop.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening to you, man. I was just saying that, positive ions, negative ions, protons, neutrons, all that stuff.
I know what you mean. I'm a vibrational kind of person. So I feel every single vibration from like any fans that are close by, machinery, anything like that. And I live in the city, so there's a lot of that going on. So it affects me, and I have to be careful of that, like how it affects me, because like there's helicopters flying over above sometimes. That was really weird over the weekend. Anyway, I digress. Go on. I just kind of wanted to yield and probably go outside and ride my bicycle for a while. Most likely, I'll take the conversation with me. I thought Miggy might have more to conclude with. Miggy, are you there? I could not make Discord stay stable on my laptop. Of course, I just had a frequent crash, complete system crash. But back up and running. But it's glitchy. Has anyone found that? Just a little aside. Technical issues.
Sounds like a laptop issue.
Yeah, I'd say that it's your laptop, Sonny. 'Cause
What's that?
I would just say that it's your laptop. Like maybe there's some issues going on with your laptop that's causing that.
Yeah, it's a it's a brand new operating system now, though. I got it up and running the second day. It took me a while as I was out of practice. Haven't had to mess with it in probably 3 years. Do anything with it.
Yeah, we have a custom built PC, and it's pretty cool, but it doesn't have any problems with anything so far.
That's cool. Of course, I've run Linux for about the last 7 or 8 years, so it's it's a lot more stable. But every now and then it needs a tow. Like in the middle of a partial upgrade, it just froze, and I couldn't figure out how to get back. It took me 2 days of reading and messing with it to get my VPN back on and all. Now let's see if I can get it. I just had it on Discord. Anyway, never mind. I'm gonna be mobile and I'll listen to the conversation on my bike.
Yeah, be safe, Sonny.
Yeah, I will. Always am. That's how we made it this far.
Yeah, you've made it pretty far in life, huh? I'm very. I'm not young anymore, but I'm still pretty young. I'm only 31, so.
That's young. I turned 65 in July on Nikola Tesla's birthday. We have the same birthday. But
Oh,
I
really?
digress.
Uh, it said last July. So you just turned 65? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I googled it. Hey, he passed away in 1943.
Right. And I think I forget which year he was born though. Let me see. I can take a look. I'm really surprised how well the mobile device works. Let me see. I better hook up my Bluetooth.
Why are we so quiet? Is the Earth now a sphere or something?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, Scott Mackey brought the proof. We're done.
We're done.
Welcome to Cartoon Earth.
Oh, we are cartoon artists. We live in a cartoon. Wanna see proof? TV set, so.
All right. Now I got the Bluetooth. Awesome. Time to check the tire pressure. I haven't seen anybody riding with no tires, gas pressure with no tires down the road. I've seen people speeding down the freeway going like really fast with flat tires, making sparks the whole way, and like 12 cop cars following. Maybe 14 cop cars could have been.
When I met you in the summer.
What happened? No one feels like talking? We didn't kill the conversation, did we? All silence during the mod meeting. And we'll be back to the great minds that we've always had here. Thanks.
Bit of a change. Silence while there's no mods.
Do tell, we'll have to moderate ourselves.
It's pretty easy for me. I just had a smoke. And it's 5 a.m.
That's right. 5 a.m. It's it's 2:10 p.m. It's 2 in the afternoon here. West Coast, California.
I was going to say Texas, but it's close.
Right on the coast. It's only a quick 8-mile ride to the beach.
Yeah, it's nice that. I live on the west coast here as well.
All right, on.
I just got a camera 4 days ago, middle of summer. Well, not summer, but you know what I mean. We've had clear weather for
That
months now. The day I got a camera, 4 days of clouds. And looks like today's full of clouds again.
gas pressure. It's quite important. My tires go over anything, knock on wood. Brand new charged battery. Thank you very much for preparedness. Speaking of lungs and gas pressure, think of how uncomfortable that would be. Think even if the gas pressure was slightly different than it is, it would affect us greatly. Okay, that's my speculation.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to breathe.
You can tell. Like, even just going to the mountains make you lightheaded, right? Let alone underwater or something like that. All right, I have to mute while I'm going down. There'll be a lot of noise from the elevator and so forth. See you on the outside. We'll be right back to our regularly programmed schedule, whatever that was. We'll go right back to our unplanned, previously put foot in mouth.
Hello.
So what's going on here?
Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
We're doing a moment of silence for the flat Earth.
Nice.
I thought everyone was in a meeting or something.
Yeah, we just finished. How's it going? Any proof of curve while we're gone?
Nah.
Oh, how disappointing.
Cannot find that curved dome no matter how hard I look.
Just look up, eggs. Look up.
Is that someone Googling the curve?
Oh, my bad. I meant to mute my mic.
See if I can find it on Google.
You'll find it plenty on Google.
Has anyone here looked into cosmology? In the voice chat?
Say that again?
Has anyone here looked into cosmology?
As in the study?
Yeah, like I want to look into it more. I've never looked into it.
I mean, that's pretty much what we usually talk about, right?
I guess, but like ancient? Yeah, ancient cosmology.
Oh. Yeah, almost all I think depict a flat motionless plane with some sort of dome over it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen
But
like
I
the pictures, but I've never like actually like done my own research on it. Like I've watched a small part of a documentary, but that's it.
yeah. Yeah, I haven't I haven't looked into the details of each culture and what they thought the earth is, but that would be an interesting research actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Just wondering if anyone has, because I want to look more into it. So I was thinking like someone could recommend me something to look into.
The only one I've looked into is the biblical one. So
Yeah.
if you want to know about that one, I can, but the other ones, no.
If there's any videos you have or anything like I can read or anything, like I'd appreciate it.
I don't have a video, but I posted a image in the text channel of like.
I've seen this.
Okay, I was wondering if you've seen that.
Yeah, this is where it kind of started. I saw this and I was like, what? Thought it was fake at first. I was like, what?
There are so many cultures that you'll have to. It's going to be a long
Yeah.
research. I think you might want to focus on one particular culture at a time.
Definitely gonna look into biblical first, and then maybe Islamic after. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just so interesting that there isn't any that I know of. There was one glober that tried to present some ancient culture that actually had a globe as their cosmology,
Kabbalah,
but
right?
I don't remember which one. But they were like, yeah, no, it's not all ancient cultures, but uh, as far as like as a total how do you say this? I don't know how to say it, but as like a total view of the whole population, I think they almost all ancient cultures did depict it as a flat plate.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to see any that had a globe, spinning globe.
Yeah. The documentary I was just watching, they talk about how the Kabbalists' idea of the Earth and everything, like, you know, it's very related to the Big Bang and the heliocentric model we have today. They believed in just like matter forming out of nowhere, you know. Apparently, I mean, I don't know if that's true. Honestly, that's just what I
Mm.
watched.
I don't. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I am not completely sure.
Oh, I found a website. Hold on. This looks interesting. Looks like it's from like 2006. Alchemy. I've heard of alchemy before. Oh, I recognize this.
Hey, Crispy, were you looking for like biblical cosmology videos?
Yes, I want to look more into that.
I've got a TikTok dude. I'll send you his link.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to me.
So, Dr. Kenthoven was in politics and religion yesterday. I don't know if any of you were able to attend his AMA.
No.
Because you brought up cosmology. I just remembered. I actually got a chance to ask him a question, and maybe he didn't hear me for the first question because I told him, you know, the ancient Hebrew cosmology was a flat plane that was motionless, and he kind of rambled on a bit about how they know the Earth movement, and he had like an analogy to a train, and it's relative to you being on Earth because you're not gonna feel it. I didn't get his whole answer on the first part, but I asked him about if he would ever debate flat earthers, or maybe he if he would ever consider it, because it is an interesting discussion to have, especially in his field. Speaking about how accurate the Bible is and how scientifically accurate it is on top of that. And of course, you know, as always, he says he's too busy to debate flat earthers. And a few minutes later, he made a comment to another person saying, I debate them all, you know, anybody you can find for me to debate, just call me and I will debate them, except flat earthers.
I mean, it's like it's okay to say like you don't know enough about the topic, right? Like I don't really debate anyone in here because I don't really know enough about the topic.
I mean, it's not even. Here's the thing, though. He also said flat earthers are the ideology is stupid, and that he thinks it's an atheist made it up to make Christians look bad and the Bible look bad or whatever. But if you look at it from the Bible's perspective, and it is a flat Earth book, and I had another question another question for him, which he agreed, which was on the third day, or I'm sorry, on the fourth day, the sun was created, and the Earth was what was the Earth orbiting for 3 days if the sun was created 3 days after it? So he agreed on that. That's what the Bible says, and that the only thing he could say is, or what he said is, that he doesn't have a problem with it because God can do whatever he wants. It doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean that it wasn't a ball created first and then the sun was created and then the earth started orbiting around it on the fourth day. Like, it's just all of these things that you have to add to the Bible to make it to be a globe earth is ridiculous. So it would be nice if you would discuss, quote unquote, discuss it with an actual flat earth Christian rather than just dismissing it as, oh, it's just an atheist made up
Yeah, but all flat earthers are in mental
conspiracy.
institutes, so not a good idea.
Welcome back, Alex.
Oh.
Thank you.
All flat earthers are what?
In mental institutes.
In mental institutes. I'm not in a mental institute right now, so I guess that goes your theory.
I'm in a bouncy room right now.
That is what you think.
You know, Alex, actually, it's funny that you say that because most Globers are the ones that say they don't know where they are, that they think they're a brain in a jar. So I don't know who's mental in this aspect, if
The
you ask
one that
me.
thinks the Earth's a pizza, I think.
Oh, it's you know, have you actually looked into it? I mean, I don't think it's a disc in space if that's what you think flat earthers claim, but
They claim that they don't even have a model for it.
so
So how can you call the Earth flat if you don't have a model for it?
It's
why do you
observable.
need a model? There's a lack of curvature. That's the basis for any sort of sphere. So if you don't have curvature,
There's
you
lack of
don't have
curvature, yet you can't see the stars on one side
you
of the planet, and
it
on the
doesn't
other you
matter.
can.
It doesn't matter. There's no curvature. Therefore, if it's not curved, what is it, Alex? If it's not curved?
Where's your proof that it's not curved?
How long have you been here, or have you been engaged in the flat Earth topic? I
He
just
was
want to
doing this
know.
last night. Yeah.
Yeah, last night.
Was that your first time ever talking
No,
or about? Okay.
no.
So how long?
I don't know, a couple of days. I just go in there because it's funny.
Okay, so it's been a couple of days since you've actually looked into the topic.
I don't really look into it. I just think it's funny.
Oh, okay, so then there you go. That's why you think it's dumb
Yeah, but
and
you never answered my question. How have they proved that there's no curvature?
well,
By
there's
not being able to
laser
find any.
tests. There's we can see too far. You could,
Where have
according
we
to
seen
the
too
to the
far? Where
according
have
to
we
the
seen too far?
according to the globe claims that they give us specific numbers to when and at what heights you should see the curve, and according to those numbers we go out and try to find the curve and it's missing.
Yeah, but where have we seen too far? That's what I'm saying.
We see it all the time.
Everywhere.
There's pictures, there's
There's pictures. Can we recreate them then?
observations,
Can I go out and do it right now?
there's observations, there's a lot of places that we see too far. Again, like I said, there's also laser tests that have been done, and you could go out and do it yourself and try to test it and see what you come up with.
So are you saying if I go out right now and look straight, then I'll see too far?
I don't know where you are at, but usually it's best to do it near like a large body of water because we know water is level. So and it will be nice if you can do it at a place where you know there's a known object to look at, like an island or
What, and you're
some
guaranteed
sort of.
see too far if you're in
No,
those
I'm not.
conditions?
So yeah, I was gonna say if you let me finish. If there's an object or an island or something that you can see that has a mile marker that you know the distance to, and you can try to see if the globe claims is accounted for, but also you have to account for certain variables such as atmospheric conditions and the height that you're looking at it.
Is there a credible person that's actually done this and proved this?
So what's your definition of credible?
Like maybe like a scientific write-up of someone doing this, proving it fully, and yeah.
We have a
It's
lot of
not
engineers.
Or
science.
is it
It's
someone
We
in their
have a
back
lot of
garden that's got
it's
made up the claim with like a fake
no.
photo or something?
it's not even science. It's not even science because it's only a drop over distance test. It's just a test to see if it's a geometric test. That's all it is, to see if the drop over the distance is there in reality. And we found hundreds, thousands of times through all different varied methods, which Lulu was telling you. Long distance observations, photography and infrared over 250 miles. And
Yes,
it
but
goes
there's
on
no.
and on and
You've
on.
never actually showed me a credible claim of this actually happening. Of you
Oh,
saying
okay,
using an
okay,
infrared camera
okay,
and seeing too far.
okay, okay. The field engineers down in 24/7. If you go on 24/7, you can find it, and the information from A to Z down below the server at 24/7 Flat Earth, and you'll find it. It's over 100 pages, I think, of field engineers that went out and did these laser tests to test every single thing about the laser itself, how they leveled it, the method they used. The whole white paper is there. That's over 120 pages long. So yes, and the lasers hit their target every single time unless there's interference like humidity or fog or low visibility in the way. That's the only time the lasers did not hit
Well, I'm pretty
the
sure if
target.
these laser tests were credible, then you would have been awarded a Nobel Prize.
Well,
No,
there is
because
and
you're
that's
hilarious.
that they haven't shown it hitting the target on one of them, and on other ones there's serious questions if they were aiming where they said they were.
Why would the people that control all of the media and your entire life from cradle to grave, why would they tell you the truth? Why would they even
So you're
allow it?
saying
That's why you've never heard of it.
why
Let
are
me
they
finish.
lying about the Earth being flat?
Hold on. That's why you've never heard about it. Why would they tell you? Because your government doesn't give a fuck about you.
Why would they?
Clear
What
the
do
air
they
right there.
gain? What do they gain?
Why would they gain everything? They've controlled you and what you believe and think in your mind. They've got you living in a fantasy world of a sphere globe that can't exist in reality. It's impossible. It would violate the second law of thermodynamics, which has never
No,
been
it does
violated. That means
not. No, it does
hot
not
going
violate
cold,
the second law of thermodynamics.
okay.
Run them through this.
So
Run them
where
through
is your
Wait,
container? So
wait. Hold on,
where's your
hold on.
container then?
The
Sunny,
container.
hold on.
There is no container, but gravity keeps.
Okay.
Alex, you said
Hold
you've
on.
only been looking at through this for a couple of days, right?
Not even. Well, I just no.
Yeah, whatever,
Yeah,
but a few
no.
days, right? Nobody cares about the details of it. I'm just saying why not actually look into it? Go do these tests that we say. Go actually look
it's
into the actual.
bullshit.
But you've never even looked into it. How are you gonna say it's BS without even
Be honest with yourself instead of
verifying
trying
it?
to
Yeah.
Why would I
verify it
waste
with
my
us.
time?
Why
See,
are
there
you
you
here
go.
then?
You're not even honest
Why
with
are you
yourself.
here?
There's-
What the heck?
Like, yeah, okay, how does it violate the second law of thermodynamics then?
Sunny, I'll let you get back to this talk.
Okay. So firstly, for you to have gas pressure, that's the one you're breathing because it's a contained system. You
Yeah.
have to have a constant area. You have to have a constant volume to have a constant pressure. At sea level, we have 14.7 psi.
Sure.
So you cannot have this now. If you didn't have a solid barrier, the gas would go off into the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Do you know what gravity is?
It would.
Ever heard of gravity?
Okay, what's gravity? Tell me what's gravity. Which gravity are you talking about?
I'm talking about the one where mass attracts mass.
Do you know that's 115 years out of date?
Well, it does. Mass does attract mass.
No. Well, okay. No, it hasn't. It's been superseded by Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. So
Yes,
you're
but
stuck
do you
with
not
that
agree that
now.
mass attracts mass? That's just a fact, right?
No, it's been debunked. It's been debunked. There are two different types of Euclidean. One's Euclidean, one's not. So you can't even use it. So that's thrown out I think it's 108 years old.
So you're saying mass doesn't
Yeah, it was
attract. It's been proved that mass doesn't attract
that
mass.
that was that was replaced by Einstein in 1915.
It doesn't replace it. I mean, it's mass
Yes,
still
it does.
attracts
What do you
mass.
think?
Does it
What
not?
do you think? That's what superseded means. It means replaced, done away with. You're no longer using it because it's not the correct mindset. Your mindset is now bending and warping of concepts. So you're gonna have to support that monkey first. You really are. So
Mass
if
does
you don't
attract
have
mass.
curvature, if you don't have curvature on the surface, where is your ball in order for your gravity to be true?
What'd you say?
If you do not have any curvature discernible at the surface in any instance, no curvature, how can you assume
We
your
already
gravity?
went
You
over
don't have
this.
curvature. The Earth has to be a ball first. Wait. The Earth has to be a ball first, right?
Yeah, but you're saying if it was
Doesn't
a ball.
Earth
Wait, we're off
hold
this
up?
topic. We're off this topic. We're saying if it was a
No,
ball,
we're not off
that it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. That's what you're saying.
That's the gas. That's only the gas pressure part. Yeah, that's the gas pressure
Yes,
part.
but
But
why
if you don't
can't
have any
gravity?
curvature,
Why can't gravity hold in the gas molecules?
that's what I'm trying to say. For your gravity to be true, you have to have a spherical body, right? Has to be a ball in the space that they quoted, right?
Well, sure.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely, it has to. So, if it doesn't have any sphericity to it,
Yes,
then
but
you
that's
don't have the
a
ball in the
claim. You
first
can't use
place.
a unproved claim to prove something wrong.
Wait,
It's either flat. Listen, it's either curved. You only have two choices. It's either curved or it's flat. There's no two choices. It either has to drop the slope over distance or it doesn't. If it doesn't have the drop over distance elevation change, then it's not a ball. Water doesn't do that.
Just want to point out that
Water
Alex
doesn't
tried
curve.
to get asked to prove the non-existence of something, so then he's turning it back around now, and us,
I know.
So what about proving the existence of the curvature, Alex? How was that done?
Mm-hmm. How was it done?
Wasn't that something the Greeks did a long time ago? I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Aristophanes.
So maybe you should have a little bit more scrutiny over the ball Earth as much as you are about flat Earth, and we'll find out which one seems ridiculous at the end of it. At the end
Yeah,
of the
but you're
day.
making points on points that with unclaimed proofs.
No, they're not. They're irrefutable
I've proved it to
axioms.
myself.
So you
in less than a week.
undeniable proof that there is no curvature, and you could publish this and tell everybody, and they have to believe it because there's no
If I wanted to get
denying it.
knocked off, I'd publish it. Yeah.
The black swan. It would never get out into the public. Are you serious? The people that are trying to like use the fog of war and scrutinize, like make it seem ridiculous with all these little captions for anything flat Earth. Why would they have to change anything if this was stupid? Why would they do that? There'd be no
What's the
reason.
black swan,
If it's so stupid, then why are they funneling all of the counts for anything flat Earth? They reduce them. They even remove the counts
because it's
throughout the last couple
misinformation.
of years. It's the media, the same people that are telling you it's a globe. They're sequestering flat Earth.
So when we've proved flat Earth
The very
wrong,
same people.
and people still continue to try and convince people it's flat, you think that it shouldn't be taken down?
We're not convincing anybody of anything. It's not possible for one.
Very true.
And that's ridiculous to think
But
you
you
can
are,
convince
because
somebody.
you know yourself you're lying on
No, we're
some
not.
points.
No,
You
we're
do.
not.
You know yourself that you're lying on some
Bullshit.
points.
Where? Okay, you tell me on what? You tell me on what specifically? You're calling me a liar? Tell me
Well,
specifically
maybe
what
you're not
I lied.
lying, but you're using unproved proofs, and you're saying they're true to
Unproved
claim
proofs? No,
other.
I'm not. I'm using. You know what? I'm using the empirical method, which is repeatable, observable, testable, and falsifiable.
Okay, let's talk about
you have any
repeatable
of
then.
those
Why
in-
can't we repeat seeing too far then? And
we
only
can
some
repeat it over and
random
over
flat
again.
earther can do it, but no one else
We
can.
never found it repeatedly at 1.225 times the observer's feet in square root of the observer's height. We never found it where it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles and 1 foot above the surface. There's no hill of water. The black swan itself would make your globe have a radius of 264,000 miles. Just that one, and it's only 10 miles. It's only a 10-mile observation.
Why is the
Where
black
the oil
swan?
rigs are.
It's got its comets turned off, dislikes turned off.
You don't even know what the black swan is. You're in kindergarten here, so I would just relax
Well, when you
and
use
maybe listen for a
kindergarten
while.
knowledge.
No, because listen, you asked about a model before. Listen, I want to tell you, we don't need one. You know why? It's right outside the Earth, right outside that you and I both experience is what we're using today as our model. That's it. Go outside. It's that Earth.
So
The one we navigate with right triangles. The one we navigate over
we
in
don't
celestial
navigate with
navigation
right triangles. We use
right
arcs.
triangles.
We use arcs.
And what instrument do you use?
Sextant, isn't it?
What is a sextant? Can you tell the audience what you think a sextant
Well, let
does?
me just
what
get
its
it up
purpose?
first, right?
Yeah, what Why don't you tell us what a sextant is?
There was a
since you think
video.
you
It
know
was
how
an
it
hour
works.
video. It was posted yesterday, and it used arcs. Not a single thing showed using a triangle.
The purpose is for elevation angles. You have to have 0 to set your instrument to. You don't even know the purpose of a sextant. You failed intro to celestial navigation before you got to the preface.
There's no triangles when you search it. It's all arcs.
Have you ever done this yourself? Bro.
Nope.
I have.
But I know it doesn't use triangles. It uses
Oh,
arcs.
really? How would you know that? So where did your information come from then? Can you cite it? What source?
It was a video yesterday.
Just a video yesterday. That doesn't cut it, bro.
That you agreed, that the flat earthers agreed with.
What's the video?
You've never done this.
I'll
You
find
don't even know the purpose of traveling along the x-axis. It cannot be curved to set your sextant to 0. If it's a curved surface, you don't have equal circles of equal elevation. You have to have 3 of those when you do 3 shots of these luminaries. They have a zenith over a GP. People say you don't use triangles, then they don't know where the triangle is if they're talking celestial navigation. I'm sorry you don't know what a triangle is, sir. My apologies to your parents.
Alex, are you talking about that guy who is describing or teaching celestial navigation with like the 1 in 60 rule or something like that?
I think it was something like that, yeah.
The old guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But any of those that are avoiding the whole purpose of it is to find your way along the x-axis. It cannot be curved.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, finding your way along the x-axis. I don't know what you're talking about there.
You don't know. You're on the ocean and you're traveling. The x-axis is looking in front of you, right? Directly straight in front of you. And
Hey, Alex, what? I've never heard it described that way in celestial navigation.
Alex, I'm gonna ask you the same question. Do you have undeniable proof that you live on a globe?
Yes. We do as a whole. There is, and all the facts prove towards.
Can you give me one thing that is undeniable?
I think you underestimate what can be. You underestimate, Alex, what can be denied.
Let's get on a plane and fly around.
Around where?
The Earth.
How do you do that?
You fly.
Yep, from airport to airport.
Running your finger around a dinner plate. You can run your finger around, or you can walk around, or you can walk around the block.
Alex,
Is your
I'm
block
still waiting
is your
for
block a sphere?
still waiting for undeniable
how
proof
does
that because you're putting something on us, yeah? Like you're saying, okay, you guys see too far, but what's your undeniable proof? And then I ask the question back.
International Space Station? Let's go with that one then.
It's not
Orbit.
undeniable proof.
Yes, it is, because we can literally
How so?
observe it. We can.
Okay, what do you observe?
Undeniable.
Tell us what you observe of the International Space Station. What do you see?
Planets.
What? Okay, planets. That's not the International Space Station. Did you already give up on that quick?
Oh, I said you can observe planets from International Space
Okay,
Station.
Oh, really? When did you do that? Tell me about the last time you observed a planet from the International Space
So you're
Station.
saying everyone that goes up to the International Space Station is lying, and
No, not really. I'm just saying when I go outside, I don't see any curved surface of the Earth.
no shit,
So
because it's
I don't.
massive.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's not actually the reason though, because
Mate, you're running away.
yeah, you are running away, and that's not the reason that it's massive, quote unquote. If I'm lying down at the beach with my foot ahead off my head a foot off the ground, I should have a horizon just a mile out. So it's not really that big, the claimed dimensions. So, what? Your story is that someone goes to the ISS and observes planets? Cool story, but
How
what
does it stay in orbit?
verifiable proof of your cosmology do you have?
Yeah, but you came here. But you came here without. But you came here without even knowing what the implications are at the surface, didn't you?
Yeah, you seem to be wanting to avoid that. If the surface actually demonstrated your claim, why would you have to point away from it at things in the sky?
Because your proofs are probably wrong, and it's just misinformation, and I don't know the facts on it. So why would I argue something I don't know about?
That's really compelling stuff. We're probably wrong.
Well, I don't know enough
probably
about
just
it.
don't know
It
the
could be
facts.
misinformation.
Well, that's the reason why you think you're on the
I'll
globe,
ask-
because you don't know enough about this subject. FYI.
I'll ask
And
you
you
again.
definitely don't.
I'm hearing no reliable proofs for flat Earth. That's all I'm saying.
I'll ask you again. What's your undeniable proof that you live on a globe?
Space station.
It's
That went
not
nowhere.
undeniable proof.
You tried
How
that
can it
already.
be in
It's just
orbit?
a story, dude. What do you mean
How can
orbit?
it be orbiting around us? How can we see it going above
Orbit
us?
just means a circular motion. Do you observe the
Yes.
circular motion of this thing called ISS in the sky? And if so, what does
can.
that even do to tell you precisely what the ground is? Why wouldn't you just look at the ground?
The ground, the surface.
No, you don't.
Because
You don't see that, Alex.
Well, you can't see the space station.
That's irrelevant. We can
You
see a
don't-
light in the
you
sky with that title
Right.
attached to it.
Lights in the
You don't see
sky
it
don't make a
orbiting.
curved surface. They don't make a curved surface just because you see lights in the sky.
Well, how is
doesn't
it
matter
going
what they
around a
are.
flat Earth? Tell me how it wouldn't. How it could be in circular
So that's a
motion.
burden reversal because what you're saying
don't-
is I see this light going by which requires the Earth to be a globe, therefore it's a globe. So your claim that it's a globe is actually supposed to be evidenced by this light going by, but you can't tell us how it actually is, and now you're trying to flip the burden on us to explain that light when we're just pointing straight at the surface and saying it doesn't match your claim about it.
If
What are
it's
you
in
going to do?
circular motion, it needs a centripetal force, which is gravity, right? And how
So
would
where's
there be gravity on a
where's the
flat Earth?
surface? Where's
We
the
do
surface
because it comes
curvature
back
then?
to the same place.
That's
We
claim
just
stacking.
then we just listen. Then we just need the surface curvature, the direct measurement when it was done that they're using as a reference, if you say so. So bring us that direct measurement. Where is the curvature measurement?
You're making a claim
Has to be
about
used.
how it's done, right? Which involves a ball in space and all that. So just show us the ball to validate your claim about how these lights in the sky work.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
What?
stop running away. Stop looking up. We're talking about the surface distance. It
So
dropped
let's
over
ignore that
distance.
proof. Let's just go straight to the surface.
No,
it's not a proof.
No, we're not ignoring it, and it's not a proof. So
And
just get on to answering it.
And you're ignoring the surface. So don't project your ignorance onto us.
Yes, because I don't know enough about your surface proofs because it's probably misinformation once again.
It's not.
Well,
listen,
you don't.
it's part of
If you
your-
don't know about it, how do you know it's misinformation? That's a disingenuous statement. Right there.
Exactly. You're just dishonest.
Because there's
Are you
no
always just
credible source
dishonest?
of anyone proving it.
What are you
just gave
talking
you
about?
one, the
Why has
field
anyone
engineers.
written?
What do you?
Well, you would win a Nobel Prize if you prove there was no curvature.
I'm sure. Who are the people giving Nobel prizes? They're not Globers.
No,
You're
they're
really
not.
funny,
Because
man. Hey,
have you ever
are
heard
you
of
a
a flat Earth
comedian? Listen,
scientist?
are you
No
a
chance.
comedian in your? Are you a comedian? Do you write your own material? Because you'd be a
Still
flop.
living in his mum's basement.
Terrible.
Have
Like
I ever heard of
wow.
a?
Like what?
There's no such thing as a flat Earth scientist.
What are you talking about, dude? That's just an ad hom. There's no such thing as globe proof because when
know.
people like you come in and try to present us with any, this is all you do. Point in the wrong direction,
Exactly.
character assassinate
And
people,
Yeah, you
talk
go
about the
on your
people instead of
misinformation,
the
don't you?
argument.
Yeah.
What
and
misinformation?
where's your?
This misinformation is you
You
coming
go
here
on about how
and
you can
shouting
see.
misinformation.
Flat Earth Bob can see very far, but the average person can't. With
What's
his
that
infrared
supposed to mean?
camera. So Flat Earth
You're
Bob,
just
he
talking.
believes he
You're
can
just.
see further with his
You might have seen.
Even
That's why
that
we
poor
kicked him out of
that
your.
you
How is
can't
it not
afford a $1,000
recreational?
camera and check for yourself.
This
Wait a
guy
sec.
came.
It's
This
never
guy came to
recreational.
a machine. This guy came to a gunfight with a pea shooter.
It's
It's
never
kind of sad.
The world
recreational, though,
record.
is it?
The world record long distance photograph was taken by a Glober, man.
Yeah.
What, and you're saying it was too far, that photo?
Yeah.
No, Guinness Book of World Record winner of the longest photography in nature.
It's
The
farther than
farthest,
what
they're just photographers.
it's farther than what the claimed geometry would allow you to see. So what is your beef
Yeah.
with that?
They won the Guinness World Record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, without pointing at a light in the sky, what is the problem with that?
I literally think he left. Did he leave? When I said Guinness Book of World Records?
He's just
I don't
stymied.
know enough about it, so I'm looking into it.
Okay, that's fair to
okay,
not
good.
know enough about it, but to argue at us from a position of ignorance is kind of ignorant.
Exactly. It just
Like,
makes
just
you
say I don't
seem
really know.
silly.
Take an
Okay,
agnostic
so
approach. Say I don't
a
know enough
flat
about
Earth
it to
kind
really
of.
argue one way or the other. But
You're
to come in
saying
and say I don't know enough about it, therefore you're all wrong, is disingenuous. I
so.
don't
You're saying
appreciate it.
something that kind of proves the Earth is flat can be in the Guinness World Record book, but it can't get a Nobel Prize
Who
because
cares about that?
they'll take it down.
What would you get a Nobel Prize? What would you get a Nobel Prize in? What category? Because it's not a scientific question.
Well, you're disproving the
nothing
whole
to do with
fact that the
science.
Earth's a globe. It disproves so many.
It has nothing to do with
areas of
science at all. Period. End of
No,
the
because
whole
flat Earth
story.
isn't built on
Nope.
science, is it?
It's
built
geometry.
on-
It's a
Alex,
geometry
humans can
question.
be inconsistent, Alex.
It's
Humans can
geometry.
be
No,
inconsistent.
It's strictly a geometry question, and there's no science to the globe at all. No, there's
What's the
nothing
moon
about
to
science
you
to the
then? I
globe
just
at
want
all.
to know what's the moon to you?
Well, listen. Your point, right, with the Nobel Prize, right? If someone makes a discovery, right, someone does an operation that ascertains mathematical facts, geometric facts about the Earth, but then doesn't give them the Nobel Prize, even though they put them in the Guinness Book of World Records, right? Humans can be inconsistent, Alex.
It would still be talked about massively though if there was some undeniable proof that the Earth was flat, whether Nobel
No,
Prize or
Alex,
not.
you're saying that from a
It was.
presupposition
Listen,
about human nature. You don't understand human
in
nature.
27.
Humans can be
Let me tell
inconsistent.
him. Let me tell him, Gregory. So listen, in 2017, you could do a Google search, regular just search anywhere, and it showed 16 million hits if you put in the words flat Earth. 16 million. Now go to try to look for a count. You can't even. They took the count out. They won't let you get those numbers anymore. What about that? That's
Let's do it for
astonishing. 16
anti-vax
million.
articles as well.
It was the most fucking. We don't talk about that here, but it was the most fucking talked about subject on the internet, and they had to stop it, so they did.
So everyone was joking about it.
Well, now that
Well,
that's
guess
false.
what? Some things are not jokes, but only a joke on you. You think everyone else is a joke, but you're the one that's been tricked.
Well, you
It's
guys
a
aren't the
terrible
ones
thing to
laughing
admit.
at this point.
So,
We're
Alex, you
laughing at
can't
you.
just ignore human nature and the fact that humans can be inconsistent and the fact that humans can be wicked and depraved and suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
I just don't believe that you. How do you think that everyone is lying.
It's
The government's
not
lying that the Earth's a
about
sphere and
that.
it's flat because
It's
they
not.
Never
It's
said
not
everyone
about
is
that, dude.
lying.
Though it's not about everybody lying to you. Most of them are just in your shoes, where they just actually believe the lore, and you're not in here. At least I give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not in here actually willingly deceiving us or anything like that. You just follow the lore. But when we go out and try to match the lore to reality, we don't find a match. The claim doesn't turn out to be true. So you can draw your conclusions about that as you will, as to whether people are just deceived, lying, whatever, but the fact stands that the claim fails.
Alright.
What will not do you any good is to let your erroneous presuppositions about human nature deter you from accepting what is demonstrable empirical fact.
Okay, but my question is why though? Why do they make it up then? Why would they
Okay,
make
look
up
at this in the
this?
open chat. It's a worthy question,
So
so take a look
listen.
in the open
So
chat.
listen. Here's one reason why. Actually, it's more like this. Why wouldn't they, if they've got millions of people believing this and believing every single other lie that has to follow suit one after the other, including going all the way down to your pocketbook, like, and everything you owned or ever could buy or sell, like all of those things are controlled from the time you've been hit the
So they pay all
came
these
out the
people to
chute.
work for NASA for nothing.
No, listen, they don't know. It's compartmentalized. Do
But
you
they're
know?
still getting paid to do nothing basically.
They don't know. Yeah, but they don't know. Most of them just believe like you do. You have no proof of this globe. You just believe it. It's a cult. You're in the globe cult. And what difference it made in my life or our life is that I was able to change my mind upon receiving new information. And apparently some people are having difficulty with that. That's what's
Yeah, and
different.
ignore all the
I
other
can
information, right?
No. How do you know what I've ignored? Now you're mind reading? You don't know anything about me or what I've discovered
Yeah,
or
but you're
my
relying
journey
on so
through
few points that
information.
aren't necessarily
How do you know what I'm relying on?
what laser measuring curvature.
How do you know what I'm relying on myself personally, me myself?
Okay,
I
I'll
can go
ask
out and
you.
do these observations. Yeah, I can go out and do these observations every single day. I live at the coast. There's water everywhere, and the water is not curving in between point A to point B in any distance that I've ever found, up to about 30 miles out to these offshore islands. So there's that. That would have to be 1,000 feet of vertical drop at that 30 miles, nearly 1,000 miles. I mean, nearly 1,000 feet drop.
Can
Alex, do you see in the open chat where I tagged you?
Oh yeah. One sec. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would still have to have a curved surface. That means you couldn't see reflections of light on a far shore and the light running all the way across that surface to your feet. You could never see that if it was curved at all. That light that hit the water way over there where the light post was in the far shore, like 5 miles away, let's say, would have to be 16 feet below my line of sight. The light didn't come across a curved surface. It can't do that. These are simple truths that we live with every single day that people want to just ignore. Like I said, all you got to do is go outside. You want a model? Go outside. It's Earth outside. We experience it the same way. It's not bring your own Earth here like you think that we think the Earth is floating pizza or something like that. It's nothing. You couldn't be further from the truth. And you really have no idea what we even think or why we're here. And it would probably be more productive if you would learn to ask for somebody's evidence or proof. Why don't you ask us how we know the Earth is flat?
So consider my answer in that paragraph that I tagged you in the open chat, because your question is a worthy question. Make the general public of all nations upon the whole face of the earth believe they live in a rotating pear-shaped spheroid. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson's phrase. Flying through a godless vacuum with no purpose, and no hope, and no justice, all of which began to exist from a chaotic, random, unintentional explosion, which is a destructive phenomenon, by the way, in the midst of nothing, or a quantum vacuum, quote unquote, if you listen to Lawrence Krauss or someone like him. that somehow created the unfathomable, finely tuned, sophisticated structure of the whole cosmos and the law like function of the whole cosmos and everything in it, without a person with adequate power and knowledge and benevolence to deliberately legislate the laws, that is to say, make the laws the creatures function according to, annihilate any hope of salvation from this perilous situation, inculcate and indoctrinate them into an entirely different worldview, contrary to the word of Yahweh, a different view of reality, knowledge, logic, ethics, beauty, humans, the future, value, etc., all the way down.
Would you say
Influence the
us?
public,
Wait, can you repeat that?
just this last sentence, influence the public to behave in courses of action that satisfy the wicked and insatiable lusts of the tyrants. When you want to control an entire people, especially the
Gregory, I have
whole
a
of all
question.
nations, you have to control their mind. You can't just do it by brute force.
Gregory, I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking.
Hey, can eggshells come off
Just
wood?
let Alex respond if he has a response, and
I
I'll
was
get to
say,
you.
so it's just a question. Do you think astronauts are lying then?
Well, there's plenty to consider as it concerns these so-called astronauts. Now, of course, given fact number one, right, they cannot be going to a second law of thermodynamics violation.
How is it
So,
a violation?
well, give me a moment to finish the answers to you.
I'm just
So given
saying
that they're
that
going,
gravity can attract gas molecules. So.
will you give me a chance to reply to you? Okay. So it's a second law of thermodynamics violation because entropy is at play, right? The gas will fill the void, right?
Yep,
And then
not
the
if.
only reason why we are bothered with this doctrine of so-called universal gravitation is because historically it is just a post hoc solution rescuing device for the glaring discrepancy in their paradigm as to how everything doesn't fall off the ball, right? No one has ever seen gravity itself. No one has ever
Yes.
detected gravity itself.
Gregory.
It's just
Gregory.
a metaphysical presupposition
No, it's not.
through which they interpret the event of things falling.
Gregory, so do you think planes exist?
Sure, but why did you have to interrupt my answer?
Well, because I'm not trying to be rude to you, but you kind of enjoy saying a lot of things, and you don't feel like engaging in actual conversation. So I'm just letting you know.
But how do you dictate to me my tactic to discourse and how I feel?
Do you want to tell me more about it?
Like, that's not how you have a dialogue, and I think you know that.
You're
Yeah,
monologuing, Gregory.
and if if you understand where I'm coming from, and if you know that I know something, right, the way that you assume that I know, right, that what I'm doing is disrespectful to you, you probably have to know where you're coming from. You have to know that you're monologuing, right?
No, I'm not monologuing. So stop with the passive aggressive
This is not.
cavils.
I'm trying to be as pleasant as possible, but go ahead if you want to continue.
Yeah, here, I want to give a second here. If eggshells, you around eggshells?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I was hoping maybe you would push back on Gregory's idea that the heliocentric model is based on sort of nihilistic, materialism. Because if I got it right, you got this idea that Earth holds a superposition, right?
Well, I think you can look at it a whole bunch of different ways. One is like it was come up with by people who I think were trying to do the opposite. We're trying to show the majesty of the creation of life in the Catholic Church, and they were the first people that started questioning it. But to me, it's like a sort of rather than the philosophy being applied from the outside by an all-powerful creator. I think that you can choose to look at the world as maintaining a impressive position, and how if you look at all of the different specks in the sky and how uninhabitable they are, then how lucky we are to have a moment to wink through existence and experience joy and sadness and confusion and triumph in what is otherwise a massive uncaring void. And that there is something you can take from it that's beautiful, but it doesn't come inherent to a heliocentric cosmology, right? It's one you've got to choose. I think it's just as easy to look at it and go, well, the universe doesn't give a fuck what I do, so I'm going to be an asshole. And that, yeah, sure, people might do that. I don't know many that do, but sure they could. There is nothing inherent in reality. It tells you you don't derive an ought, how I ought behave, from the is of is the world a sphere.
I'll budge in later.
Just to like advance what Eggshell said, I know that some people make the opposite case where they see that the incredibly unlikeliness that humans could arise, you know, not just cosmologically but also in terms of evolution and other things, how the chances of us as a species emerging is so infinitely small.
Well,
that actually promotes the idea that there must be some sort of
let me push
God,
back.
right?
Let me push back though.
Yes.
So, Britt, our existence is only because we've been able to emerge. So I disagree with you. Hence why we're on Discord having this conversation.
What do you mean, sorry?
So you just began to
What do you mean emerge in terms of?
What species? I can't say it. You know what I'm trying to say. The evolutionary term, the specialization.
Yeah, that's a process. You can't have a process without the beginning to catalyze it. So you have an effect without an efficient cause.
Flat Earth.
We're not talking about science. We're talking about the argument for. Yeah, we're talking about whether or not that the heliocentric model, evolution, all those sorts of things, stand in between you and God, or if it actually is a good argument for a God, right? And I think both could be used either way, right?
You're arguing. Wait,
yes.
My retort was to Epsilon because he said his retort to me.
Gregory, come on, dude, seriously.
What do you
Let's
mean?
go back and forth between like Brit and Epsilon. Two globalists are hashing out what it means if the Earth is a globe. It doesn't need like you adding in some static isn't going to help it. Okay, let them
But
get
I'm
to
not
a
adding
logical.
static. I was replying to Epsilon, replying to me.
All right,
I
go
was
ahead,
remembering
Epsilon.
now what you were saying, Crit. I think you were talking about something we've talked about before, which I do agree with, which is a thing called the overview effect. But they said that people, like when they're standing on the surface of the moon, look back at Earth and get struck, and they're suddenly like, "Oh my goodness, all of existence, everybody I know, everybody who's ever existed, every poem that's ever been written is just on that blue marble," and it gives them this sort of existential feeling that makes them sort of transcend above petty jealousies.
No one's ever
and
had
stuff
that
like
view, buddy. Keep going
and
though.
no. So chill. This is something that Crit says, and I kind of agree with Crit on then the next step where he's like, but then they snap a photo and they show it to you. So shouldn't you get a sense of that overview effect? Wouldn't it be the case? I think this is close to something you would say, Crit. Wouldn't it be the case that if the Earth were a ball, the moment you saw a photo of it, you would suddenly go, well, what the fuck are we fighting wars for? This is ridiculous. Let's like work together now. And so the sort of the chaos and the destruction here on Earth is evidence that we don't really believe in a ball.
That's like saying. That's like saying why do we have politics? That's like saying why do we have politics?
Yeah, that
Doesn't
was
make any fucking sense. You just
that
chat.
was Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan had looked at the blue dot and said, basically asked the politicians, "Show me on this photo of Earth where your nation ends and someone else's begins." He goes,
These are
"It's
arbitrary lines. These are
yeah, that's what
arbitrary
he said."
lines. Do you not
And he
understand
said,
that?
using this heliocentric model, it is impossible to maintain that
Are you
delusion.
okay? I don't mean to interrupt you. Are you equating a heliocentric model to country lines? Is that where we're at right now? In justifying that the Earth is flat? I don't understand where this is going.
Well, I don't think this is anywhere
What
near
the fuck are you guys talking about?
This is just
Just to
narrative.
let someone complete their answer.
I think you need to
Gregory,
chill
you have
because
nothing
the
to say,
point
dude.
that I think you need to chill
Who
because the
is
point
he
you
to
are making
dictate to
right
me
now,
what I do or do not have to say?
Please, Gregory, please.
I think the point that you're missing is that that's what Crit's saying, that it is stupid and arbitrary on a heliocentric model is stupid and arbitrary to make country borders. You're both saying the same thing. It's not proving the flat Earth, but it's looking at what philosophically does a heliocentric model mean.
Okay, let me entertain this then. Let's entertain this. Let's entertain the higher concept, right? Let's entertain the higher concept. Let's say if you want to obscure these lines and these borders, what are you able to, I guess, provide for the future?
Sure. Well, one thing you could do is provide more education so that more people could advance the human cause.
Education in terms of
No. Okay.
education in terms of.
Let
I'm
him
still
finish his
speaking, man.
answer.
You're not going to get much of an answer
Gregory,
if you
please
just
shut up.
jump in and go, please expand on the point that you were currently expanding on.
I
So
apologize. Go ahead. As long as you're not Gregory, please.
if you have parochial views that some dusty manuscript said that this is our chosen people's place, then it justifies drawing borders around it and carpet bombing people in the West Bank, right? In a parochial cosmology where this is all that exists and God writes the rules and the lines on the map are legitimate, then it makes sense to go to war and destroy one another. But if you're sailing past the rings of Saturn and you look back at the Earth, you suddenly go, what the fuck is Gaza? What do you mean chosen people? This makes no sense. So could you then go, rather than spending money on Scud missiles, we're going to spend money building universities?
There is a proximity question here because, look, anyone who looks at a photograph of them, of the past, they're not feeling what they experienced in that moment when they were there at that party, for instance, with your grandma, right, who's since dead or whatever. You don't. There's a proximity distance between you, a photograph, and an event, right? The people who are standing on the moon looking at the Earth will have a completely different experience than what you looking at a picture of them taking it off the Earth, right? So I don't think it's exactly a one-to-one thing where we ought to be experiencing exactly what they are when we look at the Earth.
Yeah, but Britt,
from
I
a
think
distance.
we're going backwards when you mention that, because I think they're trying to illuminate something else, to be honest.
No, that is exactly the point I was making, but that's me attempting to steel man Crit's point on this overview effect. I agree with what you're saying, Britt, which is, yeah, it's different winning the World Cup to watching some athletes win the World Cup on TV. So it's going to have a different emotional effect, and to suddenly overcome petty jealousies and go, oh, who's a Protestant, who's a Catholic, let's punch one another behind the pub, you need to have a significant experience in your life. And yeah, I agree with you. I think looking at a photograph isn't good enough, but I get overall Crit's point about it, which is like, shouldn't these globalists be working together? Shouldn't this idea of sort of drawing lines on the map be a thing of the past? Once we worked out it was a ball, surely we went, oh, that's fucking stupid. What can we do next?
Well, I think that's too idealistic. I mean,
I agree.
Besides the proximity question, I think the idea that we would change our behavior ultimately because we discover a globe, I think, is not realistic.
It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I just wanted to steel man what I think Crit was asking me to expand on, because we've discussed it before.
Okay. Well, anyways, humans are going to be humans, right? And we still have a life to live. Politics exists. We have people that are different in different capacities, so people do different things, and we function within this world, right? We're on Discord right now. We have a satellite that allows us internet. Depending on where you are in the world, it's different, right? All these things. So I don't know how. I understand that we shouldn't have these division of lines, and it is a measly problem, but it doesn't change what is happening. And I don't know, and I think that's what you try to expand on. Maybe because of these worldly issues, do you guys think that it cannot be true that we are on a globe Earth? We're just being controlled, and we're just here at type circumstance.
All right, we got some people that are coming in brand new. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Earth is not a globe. Does anybody have any evidence for that?
But Miggy, can we stay on the topic, but divert like you're saying? Because I'm not sure who it is, but they asked a good question. How should we behave once we accept that the Earth is flat?
Maybe it was Brett.
Who said that?
Well, for Sunday. Sorry. For
Cool,
Sunday.
Is that a bad question? I don't understand.
No, the topic is speculative. If we go speculative into, there's no real way to adjudicate a claim with outside the scientific method. It's generally not accepted in this channel except for Sunday. So I was just wondering. So
is it not Sunday for you still?
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying.
I don't
both
think
sun-
we're really
we-
here to answer a question like that. To be fair.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
we
well,
should put
should-
a frying pan handle on the Earth if it's
Yes.
flat.
So yeah, that's fine, Alex. What we want to get to though is we want to get to the meat of like why people are in this room. So it's fine to speculate when we have amongst flat earthers that are having a discussion and sometimes even questions from Glovers. But what we really got to get to is anybody in the room. That takes priority right now, and it always has on Speculation Sunday or otherwise. If anybody has any questions or either they just want to tell us some evidence and how they know that the Earth is a globe, that always takes precedence over Speculation Sunday, and that's why I want to open up the floor. If anybody's in here, they have any questions or they have evidence that the Earth is a globe, please present your case. Or if you have any questions about flat Earth, please also ask them.
Okay.
So we
Alpha, I understand. I'll ask you the same question tomorrow, though. But I do understand where you're going.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm saying, if there's no other person that chimes in here, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to continue that road or perhaps we can get onto another discussion, but it always takes precedence over any of the other topics is these questions, right? They're the burning questions. So
what I was getting at with that is, let's just say you give them the globe. Okay, the Earth is a globe. Now what? What does that mean? Okay, you've seen the Earth in space. Give me, what does it mean? What should happen next? What's the next big thing? Because I was told, when I was a young man, that we would be going to the moon by 1990. There'd be a joint international space station. That your children would be taking field trips to the moon to show where everything changed. The moment in time where like the Earth literally stopped spinning, like the Earth stood still, and everybody just got it. It just clicked.
Okay. Does anybody else want to answer this, or should I answer you, Crit?
yeah, but just 1 second, because like
Yeah, so how-
I had asked the room.
Crit,
I had
just try to-
1 second, guys. I had asked the room that way. If anybody had any questions about globe, flat Earth, we'll get to those, and if not, we'll go to Crit's question because like we're first gonna check the room. It's a room check. We gotta like I said before, we always gotta check the room, and then we'll go back to talking about the other topic.
All right.
I mean, for Epsilon, so you can start with
No,
why
no,
you
hold
think.
on. Let's let other people ask questions. That's what.
Yeah, Epsilon, listen, dude.
Dude,
Okay,
what are you
so
talking about?
start with like why you think the Earth is a globe, and then go out from there. What is your evidence, and then why should someone be convinced of that? And
I will
then
tell you that Alpha literally told me to shut up. Like, not in a
No,
bad way.
I didn't say that.
No. Hold on. I'm not in a bad way, but I'm saying like if there's any other questions, I would rather that, and if no other things are happening, then we can come back on this. I'm listening to what Alpha said.
That's not bad. Yeah, just and because usually there's some people that are brand new to this topic and they're sitting wanting to ask the question.
Dude,
So-
I'm following exactly what you just said. I'm like,
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just I'm clarifying.
Plus, it gives them time to Google.
It gives them
what? No, dude, I'm ready. I'm right here. I'm right here and ready. But I'm respecting what Alpha said, so don't even say that.
All right. Is anybody brand new to this topic? And if you're in here right now, you can chime in. I just carved out a little bit of room here for you guys.
Also,
I'll call some people, and if you're here, that's fine. There's somebody at the very bottom that has like a little devil icon. DC, I think it is. I haven't seen you in here, so if you wanted to chime in, ask some questions. Flesh Condi was asking some questions earlier. I seen Flesh Condi's in here, just hanging out. Been Violent, I've seen you brand new here. Alex, you're another person who's been in here, but I mean, if you guys want to ask some questions, go ahead. If not, Crit's gonna continue, and Epsilon's gonna respond. Yeah, I wanted to ask just if anybody wanted to ask any questions. If not, like Crit, yeah, just keep going, man. Yeah, Epsilon, I don't know. Did you have something in the hopper you wanted to tell Crit?
Sorry, I was taking a piss, but I literally didn't even wash my hands. Let me wash my hands real quick, and then come back.
Alrighty then. TMI, but whatever. Honest guy.
Hi,
You gotta
Gene.
post that meme of the wash your hands meme now.
Ovalishness.
Hello.
You shouldn't be
All
talking
right, I made
about
it
your
back.
height.
Sorry, dude. I was, I thought other people were going to talk, but yeah, I had to take a piss, and then I had my headphones in so I could hear everything that was going on, and then I literally flushed and ran back to my computer, and then had to go watch.
Okay, that's exactly
But
why
anyways.
you're not to be talking about. So getting back on
No,
topic. now.
everybody pisses, bro. Relax. Anyways,
I don't-
so what I was gonna say was to Crit. I just don't believe that you can justify, I guess, a flat Earth from these arbitrary lines, and then using like the second law of thermodynamics. It just, I mean, I just don't know where you guys go with these things. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious as to, and then you used like the space exploration, and then you said, well, at one point we should have been like taking field trips to the moon. I just don't understand. What are we going to do on the moon?
That's not
It
what he
just
said.
doesn't- No,
That was what
it was many
what
other
he said.
people. It was many other people. I'm just
No,
bringing
that
it
wasn't
back.
what he said. Like you're actually strawmanning him. I
I'm
listened
not
to what
strawmanning anything. I'm
Yes,
willing
you
to
are.
let him say.
This is the most frustrating thing about dealing with Globers, dude. It's like when you don't actually hear what was said.
Dude,
damn
I am
globe
not talking
tards.
rude to anybody. I'm not speaking rude to anybody. I don't even know who you are.
But that's not even the point either, dude. You just can't follow along.
What I'm saying is that I listened to what
I
Chris
wasn't
said.
talking to OY.
Shut up.
Cool. So I listened to what Chris said, and so I can actually repeat what he said because I was listening. He was saying that the propaganda that was given to us was that there would be people taking field trips to the moon in the 90s. And I remember that. So I know he's not lying about that. Right? I remember because I was born in the 80s. So I remember when I was young, they were talking about it like, oh, yeah, in 5 to 10 years, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. None of it happened, of course. Kick the can down the road every 5 to 10 years, as they've been doing since I remember, probably before.
Mm-hmm. Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so what I will say to you is that, OY, are you a business owner, or are
Yeah,
you are a business owner? You have 3 businesses.
Yeah.
So one part of you, right? You, and this is an analogy, so please do not take this the wrong way. I'm not saying anything sly, anything. Just really hear me.
Okay.
You now established 3 different businesses, and are they in different industries? Or similar industries? That's fine.
2 of them are pretty close, and the other one's
Okay, well, you're well established in these businesses. Okay, so at least one time, let's say the 2 that you established, and then one other business that is not as close, right?
Right.
These were already established things. But you as an individual had to, I guess, learn in order, which was already done for you, in order to complete this, I guess, this task of having a business in said industry. And then you went with the first idea, and then you dragged the second idea along with it and made more money. Maybe it's a little bit different, but it's kind of different enough to where you can still make enough money from it. And then you have like some other idea, right? And then you did that. But these were already established things. Setting up a fucking resort on the moon, dude. Come on. This is difficult. It's very difficult.
But then that makes the claim even more ludicrous. Like, why did they say that would happen?
Yeah, it's
That was the hope, but that's what I'm trying to illuminate to you. That is the hope, because as soon as it happens the first time, the same way that we have Amazon, internet, the guy that made the internet is still alive today. He's in his fucking 60s, late 60s, 70s, bro. He's still here. So the first time it happens,
Al Gore. What?
Dude, mute yourself.
No, Tim Burton, please. But the
what-
point
what-
is
go ahead.
the point is that these are being pushed. These would be very difficult to do even if you were correct that the Earth is a globe, right? So the fact that they were talked about so openly for so long is obviously propaganda, even in a globe Earth model, right?
Propaganda is a strong word when it comes to technology.
Propaganda. No, when we're talking about putting fucking people having field trips to the moon, right? When it was
you said they were hopes and
very
dreams.
That's
Yeah,
very
propaganda is a strong word, though.
definitely. Come on, man. No,
No,
that's a
I'm
very
listening
accurate.
to you.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
don't talk over me then.
I apologize. I'm trying to
It's
be
a
fair.
very. I think it's a very fair use of the word propaganda. If you look up the definition,
it's not. It's not.
Actually, the definition of propaganda is when an Englishman takes a really good look at something.
Hey, you're riding on eggshells. Shut up.
no, he's
But anyway,
right. To be fair,
no, that was a good one.
he's right about that.
But what I'm saying is that you have to, like, dude, everybody, all I'm trying to illuminate to you is that with you having those three businesses is you had your own dream, but these dreams were created by others. You're just following a script and you just happen to do it in a right way.
Yeah, but promoting hopes and dreams with no intention to fulfill them is propaganda.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh,
There are
just
hopes to fulfill them.
keep chanting. You said
not
that the
chanting
colony. You said the colonies on the moon were hopes. Now you're telling us it's technology.
Well, he's not far off. It's not.
It would have to be technology in order for it to be hopeful.
Yes, and you're hoping for it. It's been advertised.
Dude, so
never
are you
occurred.
saying we should be cavemen?
It's not. You can't do. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Well done.
Well, let's look up the.
I'm just confused as to what you're saying.
Yes, you are confused.
Let's look up the definition for propaganda. Okay, so have a look. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a political cause or point of view. Absolutely, it fits that definition.
Going to space is not political. In some ways, it is.
Hold
Sure.
on. Who said that it had to necessarily be political? It said political or point of view.
We're talking about propaganda. Sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about propaganda. It said political or point of view. The globe
Point
Earth is
of
absolutely a point of view.
The globe Earth is a point of view. Is that what
This guy now he's repeating himself.
No, sorry. I'm trying to make sure that I
You're
heard that
fine.
correctly.
You're fine.
Well, you can even define it political. That would probably be a harder argument.
The globe Earth is a point of view.
Of course it is.
Well, in some sense, I guess it is, but I don't know.
What do you mean in some sense? In every sense.
And
well,
so
it's actually an ellipse, but sure, yes.
And so
it
are
is
the
a
hopes.
point of view.
And,
Yes.
and so are the hopes for moon colonies.
So
That's a wishfully thought point of view.
Yeah, so therefore the definition fits perfectly, as I said it did.
Look in the open chat. I tagged you.
What's the? That would be a dumb question to ask, because if I ask you if the Earth is flat, and that is also perspective in the way that you believe it to be so, isn't that the same thing? So I don't understand where we're progressing.
No, with the exception that
No,
it's
I just don't
actually the way
understand
it
what you're
is.
saying. What?
It actually is the way it is outside.
It is the way it
It's
is.
the way it
What does that
actually
mean?
is. Yeah. It measures flat when we measure Earth.
It
Every
measures
time
flat.
It measures flat every time. Yep. It's measured. Yeah.
Okay.
Measures flat every time we measure it. It measures flat.
Yeah, when I
So what do you
I
have?
agree. I'm gonna
Wait, hold on. Do you have
let me-
like wait, hold on. Do you have like how when you're some of you guys are probably how do you say like white blue collar where you know those measurers?
Come
You guys
on,
put
man.
that
Stop
on the
broad
ground.
stroking. Stop
Yeah,
broad
that
stroking.
furthers our point though that the Earth is flat because when we put the angle
like,
measure,
the
it says
balancing
0
thing?
degrees. Yeah, it says 0 degrees, so it must be flat.
Epsilon take time off the repeating cap and put on the listening.
Yeah, go
cap.
look at the information on 24/7. Go to
Yeah,
24/7.
put on the
Go down.
silent
There's
reading
Oh, I got
cap.
banned from there actually.
A through Z. Go
I
look
got banned
at
from there.
information A through Z. Go look up any information you want. We
Lulu
have it
is
all
here too.
on
She knows that.
24/7. So you can go on there as well, 24/7 Flat Earth.
I got banned
Go
from
on and
there.
look at all of our information. And we have the long distance observations. We have the field engineers, core, FEC, that did all the laser things. They are not flat earthers. They have the long distance observations with infrared, including the Guinness Book of World Records, over 255 miles in the Alps.
You say FE
And
Core
so
aren't
therefore,
flat earthers?
no, they're
Okay,
not. They're field engineers.
I'm just trying to understand. If you said the globe Earth is a perspective or a world view, flat Earth is also under that guise as well.
No, it isn't. Not if
Unless
it's
it measures
not if
that
it's
way.
observable.
Oh, it
Not
is.
if it's
It's
observable.
What
Not if it's
measurements?
observable, testable, observable. falsifiable,
If it's observable and testable, Sonny, then it's a
repeatable?
worldview that we
Gregory,
have
please,
seen.
bro. Your voice is like fucking concert to my
Oh,
ears.
sorry.
Just shut up.
What is this, bro?
I
Like,
don't
is this
like
gonna
you,
be
dude. I
allowed
don't
to
like
just
you.
Hear
derogate
it's
and
not.
bash
It's not
me?
wishful. It's not wishful thinking, though.
Which
Wait,
Epsilon.
hold on.
one? Which
Epsilon.
one?
Here, this is what I can offer you, okay? Don't respond to Gregory, and you can turn him down just low enough where if you see his mic open, you can't talk over him, okay? I mean, other than that, if you just have that much of a problem with someone, it's not good to vocalize it because then it's going to turn into a shit show, okay? So turn him down so you can only hear if his mic is out. That way you know you're not over talking him, and also don't respond. All right, sound good?
And back.
Good
And we're
grief,
back.
bro. That is pathetic.
So,
But if it is
so
observable and testable, then of course it is a worldview. It's something that we have seen, we have viewed. It's perfectly valid to call it a
yeah,
worldview.
Yeah, of
because
course.
it becomes empirical, right? After a while, it's just empirical. It is what it
No.
is, exactly what you see it to be and measures to be so, and in many different ways. So not just with any of the tests I spoke of, but in actual engineering, how we actually like lay concrete, things like that to level. You know how we level
This is
buildings,
some schizo
foundations.
stuff.
Like really, because it's real world outside that like you have to have something imagined in your mind.
Yeah, but
It's
haven't laser
spherical. It's
tests
spinning.
proved that it's a sphere, not
Where's
the other way
where's
around?
your spinning water ball? Okay, where's the spinning water ball? I need a scientific experiment that shows
I
that
think the Earth's flat
in
because
any way
the
that
water
We're
is flat, you know?
spinning a
Earth
water
is a globe.
ball. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly
that's what
right.
it's supposed to be.
The water is
Where's
always
the proof of the
horizontal,
spinning water
so
ball?
I think that's why
Wait,
the
how
Earth's
Yeah,
how is it a worldview?
So
because
do we
it's
have
not
a
true.
subject to
It's not
discuss
true.
or
It's
what?
only a
Have you read the
Hey,
definition
Gregory,
of worldview?
what difference between worldview, one that's a unproven worldview and one that is an empirical worldview? Aren't those two different
You
things?
should call yours an Earth view then.
Empirical Earth.
You should call your one a load of shit.
Because
I
the
think looking
worldview
at
has
the
to do
water is
with
enough proof.
philosophy.
All right, we got some people that are
Yeah.
chiming in now, so I think we're getting some traction.
Uh-huh.
Alex was muted. I don't know if you want me to just unmute him and see if all these guys who are chiming in right now. Let's see if they have any information to support their claim. We can go start up with Alex. Alex, go ahead and support the Earth being a globe with some evidence, please. What would be your demonstrated evidence of the first thing you can think of right now, Alex?
Let's go with stars. Why and
Okay. Go ahead.
why can you only see some stars in the northern hemisphere and not in
No,
the southern?
yeah, but you don't ask the question why can you only see them. You have to demonstrate evidence that you know the Earth is a globe by giving us the evidence to us. What evidence do you have? Not why can you see or if the Earth was flat, don't start with that. Start with I have evidence. This is it, and present it.
Space station.
Space station.
Wow.
How can it orbit
Not
a
evidence
flat
is
Earth?
complete.
It has to be a globe. It wouldn't be able to be in circular motion without
let-
Earth being a sphere.
Okay, I'll let somebody from the flat Earth side address you. If anybody wants to chime in. If not, I will.
Yeah, go ahead, Miggy.
I don't even know what the claim is.
Yeah, Ove, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just don't know what the claim is. So there's a space station. It views what? What does it view?
It's in circular motion. How can it be
Oh, is it?
orbiting around the Earth if it's not? Earth's not a sphere. If it's a
Well, I
if
mean
it's
that's what's called a begging the question fallacy, right? So what you've done is you've assumed the truth of the conclusion that it is orbiting to then prove that it's orbiting.
Well, we can
understand that?
observe it to see that it is orbiting.
Well, no, you don't know that it's orbiting. You might see it pass overhead, so you don't know that it's orbiting.
All right, let's get some information out of Alex. He's using the ISS as a demonstration. Is that right, Alex? ISS.
Yeah.
Let me just ask Ove real
Right,
quick,
so-
just for my convenience. Ove, can I call you Joseph?
Yeah, just call me Crypto.
Oh yeah, crypto. Okay, yeah, crypto. Go ahead.
Okay. So Alex.
Yeah, Gregory, go ahead.
All right. So Alex, how fast is the ISS going around the Earth?
Let me check.
Let me check. So you don't know. You're checking right now. That means you don't know, right?
It's going.
You don't know, right?
Around 20,000 kilometers per hour. Well, why would I know? I'm not just going to remember that.
Oh well, it sounds like you're using this as your primary evidence for the Earth being a globe, and you don't know what it's about.
I don't
So
know
I'm
the speed.
Okay,
Because I don't
so
know the exact speed,
what
and
is
it varies anyway. So
what? Sure. Okay, so do you know anything about the ISS, or just that it's your evidence that you have no knowledge on to support the claim?
I know it's in circular motion. And if
Okay, so
it's in circular motion, it needs
I'm gonna
centripetal
I'm gonna
force.
ask. Yeah, but that's what you think. Do you know this?
So I think.
Yes, you do
No,
know
for
this.
anything to be in circular motion, it needs a
Do you
centripetal
know
force.
Alex? Alex, do you know this?
Do I know what? That's in
What the
circular
information
motion.
you just told me?
Do I know what?
The information you just told me.
What the ISS
Yes.
is?
Do you remember what you just said right now?
The ISS is in circular motion.
Yes. Are you sure of that?
We can observe the fact that it is.
Okay, so what do you observe when you see it going above you?
It moving around very fast.
Okay. Right. Do you see it going in a circular motion above you?
We can do. Yes.
No, I'm asking you. Do you see it do that?
Do I see it personally?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it before, but I know people that have seen it.
Okay, so you're trusting others, right?
Yes, but not even
Yes,
like.
but this is your strongest evidence for the Earth being a globe, and you're trusting others again.
Oh my god!
Well, see,
Why
this
would
is the
Why
thing.
would so many people
Alex,
that have seen it be lying?
Alex, relax. The reason why I'm doing this is because you think you have the information to support the claim, and I'm just demonstrating to you that you don't have it. But you chose to snicker at the fact that other people were talking about the Earth being flat and stationary, and I'm proving to you right now in front of everybody that's listening on YouTube and in this call that you don't know what you're talking about, sir. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is the ISS located?
Low Earth orbit.
Specifically, in what part of the atmosphere?
The thermosphere.
Okay. And if you say that it's going in an ellipse, how fast is it going around the Earth?
I already said it was going around 20,000 kilometers
No,
per hour.
I meant like in the time that it takes to make one orbit. What's one orbit time frame?
Check.
You don't know, do you? Once again, Alex, it doesn't matter if you keep saying I'll check. That means you don't know right now. And looking it up is only
90
just going to show.
minutes.
I know. You just found out, didn't you? You didn't
Why
have
does
this
that
information.
matter? Why does it
Because
matter that I didn't have the exact times?
somebody, I'm going to tell you, Alex, somebody that's going to support a claim with evidence already knows the evidence. They don't have to look it up. So you were doing all of this on the basis of just thinking that you had the information.
Support doesn't actually change anything in my claim.
It does. It does because you had to look it up. You didn't know
No,
this
because you
information.
asked me the question, which is
I
completely
know
unrelated.
that. So if somebody knew that they had evidence, they would come to support their claim about how they know. Right? How long has it been up in orbit?
I think it's around 20 years, isn't it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm going to go around 20 years. I don't know the exact time. About 2 million minutes, 22 nanoseconds.
2 million minutes.
What is the material that the ISS is made of?
Well, it's made of different materials, but I think it's mainly aluminium.
Well, I actually think you're wrong. I think it's made out of dreams and fairy tales. Prove me wrong.
All right.
Prove me
So,
wrong. Prove me wrong that it's not.
Right. So all this information supporting the claim.
So the thousands of people that built it are lying.
Thousands of people that built it
are lying, and
I don't know. You know that thousands of people built it, Alex.
Or it is made by NASA, isn't it?
You just made a claim right now. It's not good to think of things that you don't have any knowledge of and then say them like you know what you're talking about, Alex. In this arena, you're going to get called out. It's not good to do that. And you're doing that over and over again. And then you're snickering at other people, thinking that you have the answer. And the only thing that I'm doing right now is demonstrating that you didn't have prior knowledge until this moment.
Because it is obvious.
It's not obvious, Alex. You're imagining that it is obvious because you hear secondhand testimony as somebody else telling you. It's anecdotal. Do you see what I'm doing here, Alex? It's demonstrating to you
You're
that if
proving
you're going to
nothing.
engage,
You're just
I
asking
am.
stupid questions.
I am. I'm engaging with you because you say that you had knowledge of something that you didn't have prior knowledge to.
I have enough
That's
knowledge
not
to
good.
prove why the Earth would not be flat, though. With it, I don't need to know
That's
the
not
exact
evidence.
speed.
How? Okay, so with the ISS, how do we know? How can you extrapolate the Earth's geometry from that?
Because we can see it's in circular motion. It doesn't come down, right?
How big? How
It
big?
hasn't come-
Using geometry, how can we extrapolate the geometry of the Earth from the ISS?
We know that it hasn't
Mhm.
come down, right?
Well, I'm
So
asking you.
has it got
I'm
infinite
asking you.
fuel or whatever to stay up there with thrusters on it
Infinite.
because it's not in space?
Infinite fuel. Is there anywhere that it says it has infinite fuel, Alex?
Well, you're saying that.
What am I saying?
Well, how can it possibly be up there for that long if it's not in an orbit?
Well, I didn't ask that, but what I'm saying is, like, as far as
So
the
if it
orbit
is in
goes,
an orbit, then that means
right.
it's in circular motion, which means it's orbiting a sphere.
But you said you've never seen it in circular motion, remember? Or did you
Yeah,
forget?
but okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I haven't got my telescope out yet.
Okay. And so another thing too is, how did they extrapolate the
Completely
geometry of the
disproves
Earth?
the whole point.
Well,
Isn't it?
I'm saying, how did they extrapolate the geometry of the Earth from the ISS? Do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, so that means you don't know, right? I'll take a concession, Alex.
Or from any flying device.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll take a concession now, Alex, that you don't know. Alex?
Yeah.
I'll take a concession that you don't know.
Yeah, but how can it be in
I'll take a
circular motion?
concession, Alex, that you don't know.
Sure, okay.
Thank you. We'll go to the next question. Who else was on deck? We had somebody else chiming in.
Sure, I'd love to ask you basically exactly the same questions.
Except for you're not asking the questions I am. That's the only problem. All right, who else is in here right now? That was chiming in. Was it Epsilon? I think Epsilon was the one that was asking.
I just wanted to share that I think the Earth is flat because the water is horizontal. Like when you shake a water bottle or something inside, it's always flat, like horizontal. So if it's a little bit and you go to the beach and all the water is flat, then that must mean the whole planet, because I mean the ocean is the whole planet, you know. So the whole place should be flat.
Yeah, we'll
People
talk a
don't
little
understand
bit more.
that the scale
We'll
of
talk a little
water
bit more
doesn't
about that
change
soul
how it
sound.
works. So
We'll talk a little bit more about it. Do you want me to? You guys had Epsilon muted for a reason, or do you want me to get to him?
Sounds like Wish has something to say.
I was just agreeing with them.
Thank you, Wish. Let me just unmute Epsilon. Epsilon, did you at the moment that Alex was chiming in, did you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Sorry, I wasn't listening for a little bit, so
Okay.
I'm behind.
Were you out of
I'll
loop?
keep myself muted.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And perhaps
But
I'll go on. I'll ask the
Oh,
room.
God.
I'll ask
Yeah.
the room. If anybody in the room right now has evidence for the Earth being a globe, please chime in. We were having speculation Sunday, but of course, people started chiming in and asking questions about the globe. So it's time to ask you guys a question: how you know what you know. Every now and again, I'll do this and kind of see if anybody has any evidence. Somebody's backfeeding.
It's Doctor.
Yeah, we got you, Doctor. Okay. If no further questions, then I guess we'll continue back to the discussion.
All right. So first of all, why was I muted? I don't know. I've been very respectful.
I don't know, Epsilon.
So okay.
Perhaps I was talking to the other guy and you just overtalked it. Maybe it was lag. I don't know.
Okay. And subdued. It's not the you use blind faith by also typing, right? So you type words into your computer and you trust that these things are going to calculate in order for it to, like, say Alex kinda shows how blind his faith is. So I mean, it's the same type of blind faith that you use using your computer and also speaking on Discord. So it doesn't make sense that you people do this.
Well, you could go check it on your abacus.
What? I can't hear you because your mic is so bad.
Okay, you can go check it on your abacus when you're finished with your doubting your calculator.
I mean, that truism is no refutation of what Subdued said, so.
I mean, dude. So okay, is this like selective trust? Is it like selective trust?
No, you're responding, so we know that you're listening, right? And we go outside and measure the surface of the Earth, so we know it's not a ball. It's that easy, clown.
I'm a clown. Okay, I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
you're a
Thank you.
clown.
Okay.
I'm a clown? I'm still repeating myself?
Okay, what measurement? Gregory, please, bro. What measurement have you done? Like what measurement are you doing to prove that the Earth is flat?
Just like bro said a minute ago,
I didn't hear
you go out
bro.
to the
I'm
ocean
talking
and
to
you
you.
see that the water is completely flat. No matter the size, if it's one water bottle to the ocean, scale doesn't change the natural properties of how water works. The shape of its container remains level on the surface every time. So if 75% of the Earth is water, it's not curving.
Okay, so okay, let me rewind. The shape of its container. So let's start there, so that I
I
am
never
in.
said that. It
That's
takes the
literally what
shape
you
of its
said.
container. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay, so water takes the shape of its container. That's what you said. And because when you go to the end of the beach, you see a flat plane of water. Hence, Earth is flat.
I'm saying
Also, no matter what
scale
height
doesn't
you're observing the
change
water
how
at.
water works. Scale doesn't change how water works. There's no container on a ball.
Because yeah, you guys don't believe in gravity. Okay. Okay. So
A fake force is a container for you because
okay.
you're fucking insane.
Interesting. Okay.
No, why would we need belief anyways when we're talking about science?
So okay. Okay. So you're saying, let me just resum, and then you tell me if I have this correct or not. You're saying that gravity is a fake force, so I cannot use that. But if we go to the end of the beach, water is flat, and based on every container that we've been able to see, water always keeps its level, meaning that there cannot be a way that the globe exists. Correct? It has to be a flat plane, right?
Meaning there's no obstruction over distance. That's what it's meaning. That exactly that. No obstruction over distance has ever been found. Your ball requires an obstruction over distance. There's no way around it.
Well,
You
in
can't
that
steer
case, then you have me beat. Then, yeah. So in that case, then yes, you would be correct. I would agree with you if that's your worldview. If that's the view that you, and I understand now why you guys say that my view would be probably some sort of religion, because I'm
No,
believing something. So
but
under
the difference is,
that pretense, you are correct.
but the difference is it may be my worldview, but it's something I can go out and test and find out that it's true
How are
as
you
a
testing
fact.
it? What are you testing?
Kind of a double speaking
Your own
concession in that.
observations, your own experiences. You know if you're moving or not. You know if there's curvature or not. Your eye is very acute. Our eyes can see very well, unless we have some kind of damage. But you can tell if something's straight, square, flat, horizontal, level. There's ways of testing that. Right here in the earth that we all live on, and that's what we all experience and build on, and on and on and on. Square footage, square acres.
So okay, so I agree with you. I agree. I appreciate the skepticism, but let me ask you a question. Let me ask you just one question. Why is it that you trust your eyes to this extent?
Well, once you learn a little bit about how light works, then it's not that hard. But you
I
have to do a
know,
little
I know a
investigation on
lot.
how light works,
I know how
how
light
our
works.
optics. Wait a minute, why are you interrupting? I was just about to say, it takes a little while to learn about how your own optics work. It's not just something you're going to get overnight. Oh, you have to start with like perspective in art. Why did they use that? Because it matches reality. It would look funny if it was not in perspective. You know that. You can tell with your eyes.
Okay,
That's
let
what they're
me.
trying to tell you this day. This day and age. Listen, Sonny. they're they're trying to tell you this day and age that own experiences don't matter, in that your senses, that you can't rely
That's not
on
what I'm
your own
saying.
Explain
senses.
our own
That's not what I'm saying.
So
That's
you're
not what I'm
gonna
saying at all.
so you're gonna fall for anything then,
Sonny, please
if
let me
that's the
speak.
case.
Let me speak. So, Sonny, first
Go
of
ahead.
all, you saying that I'm not listening to you is disingenuous because I've been very respectful. I don't purposely. What did you say, old Hoss?
No, the
I didn't
the
say you weren't
preface
Does
listening.
thing
that
is
count? Does that count as
you
me? Does that
preface
count as me
everything
being
showing.
interrupted? Does that so
I
old
was
Hoss
saying,
interrupted
Is
me?
it
So
really
like,
this difficult? Is it
so
really?
no, I'm just like I don't understand where the like lines are because I've been very respectful, but
Spit
then
it
I get
out.
a
You haven't, and
oh
you know you haven't.
I have not been respectful.
It's
Okay.
number
Okay.
250 of you repeating
Anyways,
yourself.
okay, so
A
I'm
stupid
not repeating
question.
myself at all, and it's not a stupid question. Just don't tell me that I'm over speaking you because this is a normal conversation. So don't tell me how the optic nerve works. Actually, you didn't even use those words. Optics is what you said. So you got to realize that your eyes, right? People can be blind. And I'm not saying that you cannot see flat surface. Do not get me wrong. I'm just saying that think about the discrepancies of these senses that you're relying so much upon. It doesn't make sense. You
Do you
can't.
close your eyes before you leave your house, Epsilon?
Do I close my eyes?
I
You
do.
already know
I
the
know I
answer
do.
to that.
Well, what do you trust your eyes or
Okay,
something?
I'm okay. So are you trying to illuminate that if I have my eyes closed, I'm walking? Does that mean that I'm walking on a straight road?
No, dude. I'm saying
What are you trying to say?
well, there's a reason why you leave your house with your eyes open.
Yes,
Well, I
because I
mean,
can
let's
see
let
Well,
things.
Epsilon
join the
finish
activity,
his.
or you're not a Chad.
All right, Gregory, please. I really don't want to hear you talk. What was the other
Well,
people
too
saying?
bad, but for the sake of moving forward in the dialogue, let's let Epsilon
Somebody
finish
wants
his
to.
Kantian skepticism about noumenon and phenomenon,
No, you
and
guys
then
are more
finally we can move
skeptical than I
forward.
am.
So please go ahead. Tell us why we're unjustified in appealing to our empirical
Oh,
sensations to
I'm
ascertain
just
empirical
trying
knowledge.
to. Someone said optics, right? And then when you think about optics, right, you have to realize that these are nerve endings that communicate with your brain to create some image, which is subjective in every way, shape, and form. We are never going to see the same thing. All of us on Discord right now looking at our screens have different screens that we're looking at. We have different resolutions that we're looking at. Even like I don't understand what you guys are there. But
Yeah, we're all looking at a different Earth when we go
why is
outside.
that
Everybody has
funny?
their own
Why is
Earth
that
that they
funny
see
to
when they
you?
go outside. You're fucking
My one's
retarded.
red.
There is a different Earth, yes, but how Earth
Idiot.
functions.
My
Holy
one's made
shit!
out
I
of
am the idiot.
balloons.
Okay, so he's
Wow.
made his point like 3 times now. So let's go with his line of reasoning, right? If it is the case that empirical sensation, right, is unreliable, okay, then we don't know any empirical facts whatsoever.
Not true. We come to conclusions using mathematics, but I know you guys don't understand these conclusions because you guys don't, unless it's being
Because they
visual.
don't add up with reality.
Let,
Well,
let me say
I'm
this
just going
reply.
based on what you're saying.
Weird.
Let me say this
No,
reply.
what we could say is you don't understand triangles.
I don't
Yeah,
understand a triangle.
listen. He just replied, well, no, Gregor, you're wrong. We have math. Okay. But the math on the board, right, or on your phone screen, whatever, what have you, has to correlate to the empirical data. And if you can't
You are
empirically
so boring.
detect,
You're more boring than Mike Pence.
that's funny. But the math must correlate to the empirical data,
I didn't say
right?
that, by the
And
way.
if you can't
Even
ascertain
though I don't
empirical
like you.
knowledge, if you can't detect the
Why
noumenon
did you
with
meet
your
Donald
empirical
Trump?
sensation, then you can't know that the math correlates to the empirical data.
No, so you got this wrong. So I'm going to track you, Gregory. I'm going to track you. Let's start from the beginning, right? So the only way that we're able to track any of this, I guess, empirical information, let's put this in quotations, right? Let's put this in quotes. This is the only way that we're able to understand things that move beyond us. For example, when you look at this idea of one, right? One can exist in many different forms, but we don't necessarily. What you're doing is you're trying to say that one is only the one that you say that it is, meaning, but you guys have come to some agreement that it is, I guess, this flat Earth. Let's just keep it
That's
simple.
not what I said.
It is. You said you okay. So tell. Okay,
No, I'm
repeat
correcting
yourself
you.
then.
You're
Correct
wrong
me.
about
Go
what
ahead.
I said.
Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
willing to. I'm willing to be corrected. Go ahead.
I didn't make any statement about the ontology of numerals. I didn't make any statement about the ontology of integers. I'm going with your premises, with your line of reasoning,
That's
what
part of my
reduces
line of
empirical
premises.
knowledge to impossibility, including geodesic fact. Right? If you
Geodesic fact.
undermine our empirical sensations as we try to ascertain empirical knowledge about the surface of the earth, then you can't know anything either, and neither can anyone know anything about
Yes,
the empirical
exactly,
noumenon.
exactly. So you would be agreeing with me. So exactly.
Exactly. So that's your line of reasoning. Those are the implications, and that reduces your position to absurdity.
No.
Neither do you have any
No.
justification to deny.
So okay, no. See how you
This
see
is
how
impossible with
no,
him. I
no.
don't get
It's
it.
not impossible with me. You need to listen to
So
what you
just
are
stop
saying.
talking to
You said
everyone. We need information,
Gregory. I don't
please.
even know why I'm talking to you because I
So
like let
annoying.
you. Okay, I'm done.
It's not that difficult. My God. So given your premises, that reduces empirical knowledge to impossibility. That proves too much. So you undermine your own position with that line of reasoning, and you haven't given any justification to negate or deny the reliability of empirical sensation to ascertain empirical knowledge. Mic check, mic check.
Who's Mike?
Oh, okay.
Can we unmute
I
Donald Trump?
was literally muted, so it's okay. I don't want to. I'm just gonna get muted, so I would rather just not have this conversation anymore.
Can
I'm
we
just gonna keep
unmute
getting
Donald
muted.
Trump? I think he's the only one that's worth listening to.
Okay, so there's that. There's the refutation of that objection against the reliability of empirical sensation to ascertain empirical knowledge.
Saying a lot of big words there.
All right, can I ask a question? Because I know
You kind of just did.
Okay, so so if my understanding is correct, you guys aren't contending the Earth is flat. You're just contending that the Earth is not round.
Well, they're synonymous. They're semantically equivalent. I mean, if the surface is not curving, then it's flat.
Okay. And why would you say that it's flat? Simply because it's not curving?
Right. You realize in geometry you only have two options, right? The line is curving or it's not.
Okay. So
So
do you
if the
believe
line
that
is not
do you
curving,
do you believe that lines
flat
can
line.
curve? Do you believe that lines can curve in general?
Not straight
In
lines.
geometry, sure.
In physical reality, do you think curved lines can exist?
There are curved surfaces, of course. The
Such
lines are
a
two-dimensional geometric concepts, if we're going to be technical.
So what do you consider a curved surface or a curved object?
Whatever has a curved surface,
Just give me
sloping from horizontal.
I'm slow, dude. So give me a physical example.
A basketball.
A basketball, perfect. Do you
Okay.
believe the moon is the same shape as a basketball, more or less? Accounting for aberrations and abnormalities in the surface, but it's generally considered a sphere.
I do not. We don't have a close enough a perspective to verify that it's a sphere.
Do you believe that any celestial body is a sphere?
Not necessarily, no.
So you don't believe that spheres actually exist outside of physical man-made objects?
Is there a non-man-made sphere in the world? Perhaps there is, but here on the
A
Earth, of course.
lemon, a fucking watermelon, a pumpkin.
Oh, there you go. There's some good examples. There you go.
Yeah.
Is that a
So
Yeah, we
sphere?
don't make those.
Cantaloupe.
Is that a?
Hey,
It's not
everything
ovular, isn't it?
we must be a sphere because everything is a sphere, right?
not what I said. That is not what I said. Note
And
for
that
the
is not,
record,
and
that
that's
is
what
not
is
what I
not.
said.
That's what
That's a
Gregory didn't
bad
say,
faith.
and you're asking him stuff that he didn't say.
You're
So
begging
you're
the question. I didn't say
Just
anything, dude.
because the things in the skies aren't basketballs means you're fucking like, come on, dude.
That's not what I said. We're simply asking ourselves, where do spheres pop up as natural phenomena, right? Because I'm getting a lot of pushback, right? Okay, fine. You want to say the Earth is flat? That's fine. Okay, we can talk about that.
You know pearls? You know, from the clams, you can get a pearl.
Okay, so
yes, I knew there was something. Yes.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of spheres, right? So I'm saying spheres exist in nature, right? That's what I'm just trying to establish, right? Maybe I'm going about it the wrong way. Sorry if I'm upsetting anybody, right? But if we can establish, for example, that spheres exist from what we would call a natural phenomenon.
I should have
right?
known that. That's my mum's name.
Which ones?
Well, we just named a few, right? We named a few fruits. We named pearls, right? Obviously, there are other objects
Wow.
that exhibit spherical properties.
Yeah, you're well on your way to some glow proof here, aren't you? You named some fruits.
No, that's not okay. Listen, why? Okay, I don't know why this has to be hostile, right? I'm just talking, right? If you don't
Stop
want me
whining.
to talk,
Yeah, I don't because you whine.
okay.
Why are you whining, bro? And nobody's being hostile. You're the only one complaining like a baby that people are being hostile. Nobody's being hostile.
Yeah, you're right. You're in clearly a very good mood.
You sound like you're whining for something.
Is this how you engage in scientific debate? Like I'm just
There's no
establishing
science. I mean,
spheres.
at this rate, can we get back to the subject if we will?
Yeah, please. Forget about the whining guy.
Wow. Okay.
No one's
to
ever
upset-
been out to the moon or to these fucking planets to actually see if they're spheres.
But you see that they're circles,
measure
though,
them or
right?
do anything
Yeah, but
with
we
them
can see
besides their-
shadows, can we not?
But you
Of
see
the moon?
you see circles, and we know what circles project to when a dimension is added, right? It's just a sphere, right?
A circle is not a sphere, bro.
A circle is a two-dimensional projection of a sphere. Okay, that's basic geometry. Everybody knows that.
No, you can have a.
Gentlemen
you can
speaking,
have a
I can't
concave,
tag you.
You can have a concave thing that looks like a circle. It's not a sphere. It's
You can
concave.
also have that. That is something you can also have in addition to a sphere, right?
You can have a flat surface that makes a circle as well.
What?
Like a round, you know, like a round table. Or quarter.
Oh my god. Okay.
So you're saying that circles are spheres?
No. I'm saying that a
But
sphere.
just let him finish the point. Just let him finish the point.
A sphere, right, when projected into two dimensions, right, is reduced to a planar surface, right, and is therefore a circle, right, that has 360 degrees, right, can be represented using polar coordinates, can be represented using Cartesian coordinates, right, but we understand that a sphere is a two-dimensional projection. Sorry, a circle is a two-dimensional projection of a sphere. No one's debating that, right? Are we all on the same page with that?
How about a two-sphere is a circle? How about you just say it geometrically correct?
I'm pretty sure I said that geometrically correct, right? I didn't make any, there's a very plain definition.
It's a two-sphere. There's more than one kind of sphere. Yeah, you're correct. A circle is called a two-sphere in geometry.
Yeah, let's double step to the major premise. Go ahead.
Okay, the major premise is given the two models of the Earth presented, right? One Earth being not round, not spherical, and one being, flat, right? The evidence
So how's
seems
everyone doing tonight?
the evidence seems to be much stronger for the round Earth, right?
Does it?
It does.
One
Like, there's
coordinate
this chick
system.
named
Hold
Fern.
on.
No, round is
Singles event
inspecific.
last night. Hold on. One coordinate system is better than the other for explaining the phenomena when we have a conversion rate from Cartesian to polar, and you already covered that yourself. When I can convert and correct for whatever system I'm using, then no thing becomes exclusive between the two different systems or coordinate systems. When they can be corrected for, or you can convert polar to Cartesian, then neither one of them are exclusive anymore.
But what does that have to do with anything? They're
It
representing the same thing.
It means they work in the same, both in the same system. They both work on both models. Cartesian is a flat model, polar is a spherical model. So if it works in both models, it's not exclusive to one, so no evidence can lean one way. Period.
Okay, but I don't. Okay, so I don't understand why. First of all, Cartesian coordinates can extend to 3 dimensions, right? You can have X, Y, and
Well,
Z.
they can.
So I don't
They
know.
can.
So I don't understand what exclusivity you're talking about. They're just 2 different
There is none.
mathematical.
Yeah, they're 2 different mathematical coordinate systems. It's a framework for area and space, time over distance. And they convert. They interchange with each other. Yeah.
Okay,
So no observation of scale or distance can differ on either model, making them not exclusive to either model. They can be represented in either model. So you keep saying everything's leaning towards this one model, but it's not. They both work together. They coincide. We can correct. We can map everything in Cartesian that we can map in polar. Period. Observations, stars, heavenly movement, distance, ground location.
But why is that bad?
I didn't say it was bad. I said nothing's leaning the way towards the globe when nothing's mutually exclusive to a spherical model. So how is there outweighing evidence for a spherical coordinate system when everything works in both systems? Nothing's mutually exclusive.
But why would mutual exclusivity be necessary?
I think he just means exclusivity, not mutual exclusivity.
Yeah, it's not mutually exclusive to either one, and you've already said it yourself. You said everything seems to match more with this system, but the truth is we can model them in both systems.
So do you have an issue with one of the systems?
No, I'm saying it's a false dichotomy that you say things are more exclusive to a globe because they can be mapped in either coordinate system. So it's just wrong.
But hold on.
It's a false dichotomy, and I'm pointing it out.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not making any point about whether or not they should be exclusive. I'm saying they are not.
But why would they be?
Well, if one was reality, this is the thing. If one was reality and one wasn't, then yes, observations would only work on one and not on the other. But since it's just an abstract construction of man, we've created even ways to correct or convert from one to the other, and we can express it mathematically any way we want, and it works in both models.
Right, but only because they came about separately, right? Like both of those representations.
So what about the globe? Okay, let's get to your point where you said the evidence is leaning towards globe. How so?
Well, okay, so do you want to get off this topic? Are you conceding that point then?
No, I'm not conceding anything. Nothing leans towards the globe, and I'm wanting you to actually verify what you're saying is true. Show me how everything leans towards the globe and not a flat Earth.
Hold on, but I just want to clear up because we disagree on this exclusivity.
No concession. We can move on. There will be no concession. Nothing is exclusive to a globe model, and if it was a globe, and that was where we were observing stuff in Euclidean space, 3-dimensional globe, then our observations.
I get that. But
our observations would be exclusive to that model because it's reality.
But where does that model fail to represent the observations accurately, right? You're saying it's a failed model somehow.
Is this guy playing dumb or what? I said I didn't say. Listen, I didn't say
don't get
either
upset
model.
And don't insult me, please. I have not insulted you.
Can you not interrupt me? You asked me a question. Let me say it. I didn't say either model failed. I said all observations work on both models.
But both
he's
models,
made that point several times by now. No country.
I understand, but those models existed. Somebody came up with the polar coordinates after, right? It's a different model. All right, somebody came up with that. It was a completely different model of the globe, right? It's a different
It doesn't matter if
How's
we
that a
representation.
take the
refutation of what
original
Battlemod said to you?
geo-oiled model, the North American datum. It doesn't matter what we take. We convert them between either two. And that's the entirety of the history of the two models. Nothing will be exclusive in either model.
I mean, no country. How is your retort supposed to refute what Battlemod said?
I'm sorry, how is my retort supposed to refute what that person
What
just said?
Battlemod said. Yeah.
That person that was just talking?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it doesn't make sense for him to say just because the model was created based on some.
I didn't talk about the creation of the models.
But I'm just saying what, because
I
you're
talked about observations and their ability to be mapped in either model. You said most of the evidence leans towards the globe. I said, how so? When we can map in Cartesian and in spherical coordinates of your choice, you can choose polar or North American, GSW84, it doesn't matter. You can choose the old Hebrew Cartesians or the newest Cartesians for azimuth and zenith. I don't care, but we will be able to accurately represent all observable phenomena within either coordinate system. So I'm wanting you to clarify what evidence leans towards your model.
All right, if I could direct you to the screen, I'm streaming Microsoft Paint.
Are you serious? You're going to go to Paint with me?
Yeah, I like Paint. Hold on.
Imagery bull crap. How about you just screenshot it and post it in the message when you're done playing with your brain?
Yeah, I'm listening. If you don't want to do this, we don't have to. But you asked me
I
for
don't really
evidence,
want
so I'm asking you. I'm showing you a piece of evidence. Ready? Hold on. Just let me make my point.
Just point to something in reality that comports with your claim. How about?
Yeah, your claim was that more evidence leans towards the spherical datum, and that's what I'm asking you to clarify.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. Ready? Okay, here you go. I believe so. Okay, I'm going to draw the equator. This is the equator.
Did he start with I believe? Oh.
Yep.
You guys, this isn't a fight. We're not fighting. We're just discussing science. I don't understand.
It's not science, dude. You can't figure out what we're discussing.
Listen, dude.
So hold on. So here's the North Star. Here's the North Star.
With I believe.
Here's why the Earth is flat. It's not. Yeah. End of story. Not flat. Y'all are wrong.
Okay, so explain to me. You guys are into observable phenomena, right? Let's say, for example, I am standing.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. The North Star, and it couldn't be possible. Are you going to go to an AE map for your North Star on flat Earth?
Let's say that I'm standing on the equator right here, right? And I look at the North Star, which is right up here. Why is it that if I were standing in the hypothetical North Pole,
10 degrees off the horizon? Yeah, we know the fuck.
Why is it that if I took a long exposure picture from the North Pole, for example, looking up at the North Star, why would that star seem to not move? Why would it seem to remain in place while me taking a picture of that same star from, let's say, somewhere on the equator, right? I'll notice the star, it'll form a circle in a long exposure photograph.
You got these long exposures.
What are you talking about, dude?
This dude is so quiet. Maybe I made him quiet.
Did you miss my question about the long exposure photographs?
You're gonna see it rotating from the equator, but not from the North Pole. Let's see it. What's even the point? Why'd you need paint for this? For fuck's sake, dude, this is dumb.
Well, hold on. Are you contesting my observation?
Yeah, there's no observation. There's just you saying shit.
So
posted the
There's
observation.
plenty of pictures of this shit, dude.
Yeah, that using paint is like really low level. I mean, that's just really getting silly with it. You can't do it. You're not making an observation out in the real world with paint. You got to go out into the real world in the field and do a test. Using paint is like not
So,
even.
so hold on. So
in
you're
this,
are you?
That's not even admissible. It's not admissible
What
in here.
even
You can't do anything with paint except for
What-
reify a model. That's it. You're just reifying your position in the model that you're disclaiming.
Okay. So are you
What even
debating?
is his concluding premise he's trying to defend?
Okay. Do
It's
you
not
got?
useful, man. It just really isn't.
I think we should just let Gregory slack around bucket. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm explaining to him that he's using paint for what?
I feel
It's the
sorry
paint. Paint is not even you. What are you doing, man? Like seriously.
And for the point
This
that
is
he
silly.
made, he didn't need it. This is just all around 10 out of 10 dumb.
I mean, short and sweet is the way to go, bro, with citation. Short and sweet and citation, people can consider.
Does he sound very quiet for anyone else?
He sounds extremely quiet.
Who, me?
Yeah, Mike,
yeah.
you're coming in really
quiet. I
low.
have you up
It's
there
not like you're 1,000 miles away.
Oh, here, let me see. When I switch from mic to mic, man, my settings.
Wait, how do we even talk to each other on a flat Earth if satellites?
Sit down, Alex, or else you're gonna be showing how you don't know anything again. If you want me to.
Fiber optic cables. I was around when the internet started. It was called the World Wide Web because it's built of a web of wires. Fiber optic cables.
And those wires are still around?
It's 2023,
Yes,
and we
in
got people
98
think 2023, and we got people thinking that their phone talks to the sky, and the
So
next guy's phone talks to the sky.
Here's a fact that you can Google. 98% of all information and data transfer on Earth is done via fiber optic cable. 98%.
What about your
Google
phone?
Google that.
What about your mobile phone? Surely that
We
needs
all
a
know what a
satellite.
cellular network is. That's kind of stupid question.
Yeah, you need a satellite, don't you?
No, you need a cellular network, which consists of transmitters and receivers. Next question.
Well, how are you going to talk to someone in Australia without a satellite?
With a cellular listen, with a cellular network, you can look this up and read the wiki. I don't give a fuck, but they'll tell you.
All right, is Alex going to be shooting from the hip here, or are we going to get No Country to get a concession as he didn't bring any demonstration of anything?
I'm looking something. Why are you
I just
guys
want to
so
hear his
upset
concluding
at me?
premise right now.
No, it's
That's
not.
what I
It's
want to
not
hear.
that. It's not that. It's your presentation of what you're saying is a observation is not even close to being an observation. It's you drawing something on paint.
No,
dude.
okay, so hold on. So let me, okay, so before you just jump down my throat, very aggressively, are you saying that people do not take long exposure pictures of the sky? Because I'm looking
Is
for.
that what you were presenting? Because it looked like paint to me, dude. Yeah.
All right, here, I'm posting it in the side chat now. I don't know why you guys are so hostile. This is crazy, but.
Hostile. Dude,
Okay,
you're
so a
drawing
star
on
trail. So hold
paint,
on,
bro.
a star trail. Do you know what a star trail is?
No, dude. We've only been in this argument for 9 years. That's news to me. Well, go
Okay.
ahead, present it then. What do you got with that?
Okay, so depending on your position on a flat Earth, for example, right, that it would make it impossible. Okay, so like for example, like when you have the progression of the constellations, right? There's like some formal term.
No, it's because the disc moves, bro.
Oh my god, dude. You guys really don't know what you're talking about. Every time you open your mouth, you think you know what you're talking about.
No, okay, so no, hold on.
Not you. Whoever was talking right now before you. You're taking wild jabs at this, and if you really want to have a conversation, you can do so after this guy makes his point.
I think that was me.
No, it was not you. It was somebody else. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Maverick, go ahead. You want to say something, Maverick? Because you're throwing the jabs. Go ahead, Maverick.
I don't have anything to say. You guys just don't have an explanation for it.
Okay,
Explanation
next,
for what?
next user.
For what?
For long exposure photographs of the night sky.
Long exposure. What information are you getting from that we can't get ourselves?
So like for example,
we're seeing the same thing, Maverick. We're seeing the same thing.
Dating for the past nobody presented any long exposure photographs. All they did was draw
I
in paint.
I
He
posted
drew in
the link.
paint.
I
Yeah.
posted the link to Wikipedia. I was just trying to establish the phenomena from like a
All right. So
At least
what are
minutes
we
after the
from a theoretical level, right? I mean, we're just
theoretical? It's
starting from the
not.
basics.
Listen, no country. First of all, if you're doing some long exposures, it's not theoretical. You're presenting information of observations due to
Right.
long exposure.
But I'm explaining the phenomena of the
What
star
phenomena?
trail
Yeah, one second.
through a geometric diagram.
No,
right?
you're not. You're basically just
I'm
making an
using a
observation.
picture of my model to
What model, dude? What
of
model?
the globe Earth, right? I'm
Which
giving you
one? Like,
I'm
what are
giving you a model of a
No.
sphere
Okay, hold
and
on a
trying to
second.
relate the
No, you're
context
not.
of that
No, you're
to
not.
long.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're presenting long exposure of star trails from Wikipedia and then relating it to your reaffirmed position of a model due to paint, dude. You're not doing anything with any model. There has no model been presented. You're only showing the star trails and then affirming the consequent. We have star trails, therefore the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore star trails. We're not going back to that. If you have any evidence that links us to the Earth being in a geometric shape because of star trails, then present your evidence. If not, then you don't have a case. We're not going to look at your paint once more. Understand? Yes.
This is
This
okay.
is
So
what?
so how am I supposed to debate for a model, right? How am I supposed to give evidence for a model if you're
Figure it out.
saying that I can't give evidence for a model?
Because you don't have one, no country. My
He was-
God.
He
Did the
was
penny
gonna
did the
draw
penny finally
Mars
drop?
next.
Did the penny finally drop? You don't got one, bro. So you can't
No,
draw
no.
something on paint.
Hold on. This guy's mic
Yes?
is crazy. Hold on 1 second.
What guy's mic?
So hold on. So you're saying that the Earth is flat, correct?
Okay,
my
you're
God.
wait, time out.
Yes.
Aren't you presenting something right now?
Well, the original question was
Answer the
simply
question, no country. Are you presenting something?
I am presenting. I'm presenting
Okay,
an
what
argument.
are you presenting?
Okay, so the original argument was that we cannot prove the Earth is round, right? Does that necessarily mean the Earth is flat?
Why do you frame it that way? You're presenting information with star trails and paint. What are you trying to say? I don't want to talk about anything else but what you're presenting because we're only asking if you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe. So this presentation of yours is really not working out for you right now.
Okay, so okay, maybe I'm saying it wrong, okay?
Well, then are you going to reframe it or
there,
what?
okay, so if there is two models for the Earth, right?
There isn't two models. There's only what you're presenting, no country.
Okay, so is there any model of the Earth? Is there a model of the Earth that you have in your head?
I want you to present the case for the model being a globe. I haven't seen one yet.
But that's not my question. My question is
Well,
simply
it's not about a question. This is about evidence, no country.
I
If
understand.
you have evidence do you have
I
let me ask
understand.
you this. Do you have evidence to support your case with the star trails or anything that you can throw at us right now? Please support it.
But what do you think my case is?
Drawing on paint and reifying a model that you have in your head that's not in existence. That's what your case
I'm
is.
simply asking, right? What is an alternative model? Give me a model that we can work with.
No. There's no alternative to Narnia. We're not going to give you an alternative to make-believe land. Yeah,
Narnia?
make-believe. Yeah, make-believe. In your head,
Is
you
this
have
a
this
scientific conversation?
No,
or are we
no.
talking
What
about
this
children's fairy tales?
no country. What this is a reality check for you.
How is it a
You
reality
think-
check?
Because you think there's some kind of model for the Earth being a globe, yet you
No.
draw on paint, and then
No.
you no. Then
No,
okay, then
that's not
then
what I'm
present.
saying.
Then present something that shows evidence that you know that the Earth is a globe, no country. What
No,
can you
okay.
present?
That you can't you see that's not
What
fair.
I
You're
see? What you
misrepresenting my
see? You
position.
see?
You're
No, I'm asking
misrepresenting
you.
my position, and
I'm
you're
asking.
not
Well, then
letting me
present
defend my
evidence.
position.
Present evidence. Present it right now.
Does a model of the Earth
Present
exist that
evidence
you
or
can
have a seat. Present evidence or have a seat.
do you
How
have
about
a
that?
model for how the world
Have a
exists?
seat or
So
present
you have
evidence.
no idea how the world
No
exists?
evidence. No evidence. No country.
Okay, so
no
you
evidence?
you don't actually believe the Earth is
Okay.
flat then, do you?
Okay,
Why
so
is this happening, man?
No, that's enough for him. No evidence for you, no country. You'll have a seat. We'll let somebody else answer the question. Let somebody else step up to the podium and present their case for the Earth being a globe. You did not have any. Thank you very much, no country. Perhaps try again or go away, collect your information, come back and try again. Because this attempt didn't work. Simple.
Present a seat
It's
or
like
have
being at a
evidence.
carnival in here. They come up, they throw the balls, they don't knock anything down. They reset, they come back, throw the balls, they don't knock anything down,
Huh,
and then
try
you got
again.
nothing here.
I'm glad that we had, how many people do we got in here? I'm glad we had like about 45, 50 people in here to listen to that. Because next time you return, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to be waiting for you again. Try again. Who was that guy? And the George said, was he another person?
Is that Frank Sinatra? What song is that?
I don't know. And the George said, are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna engage. I was more here listening. I did ask a question earlier, which you
Sure.
may have like seen as me being on that guy's side. I don't know why you would have done it. I do think it's cute how you like block everybody who's on the
All
other
right. Thank
person's
you very
side
much.
and
Do you
then
have anything,
dogpile
sir?
them.
Love the
Do you
color
have anything?
commentary. Thank you.
I mean, the color commentary I do think is worth something.
Well, we don't.
That was wonderful.
You wasted airtime to give us that and then nothing of the sort. Just hemming and hawing. Huh. For sure. All right. Anybody else have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Now's the time to step up, guys. You seem very squawky and chirpy earlier when someone else is talking, but when you have when you have center stage, you lack the confidence to come through, right? Nothing presented. Wow. Really says something about the globe, doesn't it? Think about it, fellas. You have the floor if you have any evidence. Ah, well.
They think that they have a gotcha when they ask for a model, not even knowing what a scientific model is. It's kind of sad.
I mean, he was drawing on paint. I mean, we're gonna just watch the man draw on paint and then just be like, ah,
Well, they think that
geez.
they get the win because we are not going to present something that is not, it's not useful to prove if the earth is curving or not. So
And
stupid.
what's weird is you ask them for the evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe, and they're like, "So if the Earth was flat, like, nah, 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 don't start the sentence that way. You're gonna start with like, here's my evidence for the globe, and then that's the way you do it, right? Present." What they're lacking is like, because when once they open, they're like, "Okay, so if the Earth is flat, how is it?" But no, it's not gonna work. You don't have any evidence for the globe.
Well, everything
Miggy, I
that
love.
that statement,
Oh, sorry.
if the earth is flat, insert logical fallacy here.
Somebody say something.
I
I
was
mean, it
just
does
going to
stand
say.
to reason. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was, I was just going to say that yesterday I was very much amused by the talking shrimp.
Oh, did you hear? That was
Yeah,
Khan
I
that came in
heard
there.
the whole talk. That was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
I
Just
never
wanted to
thought,
tell.
honestly never thought somebody would actually say something as
Oh,
crazy as that guy.
he
But
came up to me and
well, no,
started talking.
he argued with the other guy about it too. The other Glober that was in
Mm.
here. It was Scott Mackey. Him and Scott Mackey were. He even started calling Scott like a liar. And I was like,
Talking
strange.
shrimp? Did I miss
Oh
I
something?
yeah.
was
Yes.
hysterical. Yeah.
Yes. He
What
said
happened?
hypothetically, if there was a talking shrimp, because he was saying that only shrimp have X-ray vision, and so he was saying that the premise was that we can't trust our eyes. So it started there, and then it evolved into like him talking about like how there's certain animals that could see in different spectrum and range and all that, and so he went
Are you
into
talking about
like a
Epsilon?
no, it was Khan.
Oh, Khan.
Was it? Yeah. And so he was talking about like how we can't trust our eyes, right? So he went forward into saying, well, we have like the animals that can see in different spectrums, not like humans. And then he was like, well, if a shrimp could talk and it would tell you that, like, he just started going. I'm telling you,
It was
they're
great.
yeah, they were
Wow.
grasping at straws, but it's like in order for their worldview to become manifest, they reach for like the most ridiculous things in imagination. Just it's crazy.
I mean, that's a new one to me. Talking shrimp. Appealing to talking shrimp. All right. Okay. Alrighty.
That's
I
the
learned something new. I learned something new, guys. It's like it's another word for the rate of drop of slope. Curvature.
I'll be damned. How about it? Curvature.
So if anybody's in here, guys, if you have evidence that the Earth is a globe, go ahead and present your case. The floor is open, so
Curvaceous.
there's many people in here right now, and if you have evidence, yeah, use your airtime to talk about that evidence, not about feelings of what you feel like when you come in here and how red mutes are and all that. We don't. That's just taking up time. It's better for you to present your case.
In fact, on that note, what I was going to say earlier was it does stand to reason that if this cosmological doctrine is such an established, instituted fact, you know, if it's just such a rock solid fact, you would think that persons who believe themselves, at least believe themselves to be so competent and so knowledgeable about the subject, would just make haste to XYZ premises in their defense of the ACP. That rhymed.
That did rhyme.
I don't do it deliberately, I swear, Meggie.
What's his name? Ovalishness is gonna put you in his next album. We're gonna have to make sound clips of you doing it. You already have the buttery voice, dude. You just need to get the. We have to tie in these clips together, man. To we can either that or clone your voice on one of these AI machines, man. And just like someone's got to freestyle you.
Evidently, according to Epsilon, my voice is annoying, unless my voice is so pleasant that it's annoying.
He had you turned
Did I
down,
say it
man.
right?
He can't. Yeah.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
You sound great.
I had the fan on. No, hey, actually, I was thinking of a rap where I could put Greg in there.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get featured in people's singles.
Make it the hook, like where you talk real fast and break it down in logical, what's that? Logical syllogism.
That's right. A logical syllogism.
Yeah, when Gregory breaks down a formal argument, he breaks it down to a logical syllogism, and he does it with specificity. Him and Witsit, they both crack me up with the way that their words connect that shouldn't be poetic but end up to be.
Hey,
are you with me?
Yeah. Hey, check this.
Systematically.
Check this out, man. What we're gonna do is we'll attempt number 2, and the George said once more, and see if he doesn't filibuster this whole airtime. There you go,
Please
and
let
George.
me. Yo, can I have a conversation with him? I really want this to be a one-on-one. So
Ovalishness, you're up, sir.
I'm really not going to appreciate anyone else joining in. It's just me and this guy.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
I
with that.
said, I was just
Rock
listening
on.
the
I
whole
vote for
time.
crypto.
The fact that you've singled me out just shows more that
Yeah.
you don't really want to have a conversation. But go on.
Well, I would like to. That's why I asked to. So.
Why are you having a conversation with someone who's explicitly said the only interesting part of this conversation that I've found is how you censor anybody who speaks up in the Globe speaker's favor? That's the only interesting part of this conversation I've seen. You guys don't seem to want to talk about that, and that's fine. I can just listen. I don't know why you keep singling me out.
Well, then why do you care about being muted if you don't want to talk, you muppet?
Well, I spoke up in the man's favor to provide some insight on his behalf and was immediately muted. It kind of felt like
let
a
me
slight
help.
against me.
Let me help you out with this, okay? It's
Oh, come
called
on, man.
concern.
I asked for
Oh, I'm
one-on-one.
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I apologize.
Dude,
Put him on mute.
I'm just going to say this right now. If you don't want to talk about the flat Earth, globe Earth, put yourself on mute and we'll move on. That's all.
I unmuted when I had something I felt I needed to add to the conversation and was immediately muted. So,
Don't care about that. I wasn't there. Didn't do it. Don't care.
so is there any reason for any Glober to be in this call? I guess is my
Bro,
full
maybe you
point.
should get therapy.
Oh, stop crying. Just put yourself on mute.
No, it's a serious.
Yeah, this is a waste of time.
Somebody beat me to the hot button.
You tried it, brother.
Listen, crypto, we know you're not a therapist. It's cool, bro.
Yeah, it's like there's a rule for. I was going to help him with concerned trolling. There's no need for him to chime in. If he can't find a reason to be here, then inside his worldview, he should leave on his own accord.
But
if he's not here to talk,
you guys are just so mean. And that crit, he's the meanest. And oy vey, that's like anti-Semitic. You guys are just mean.
It's weird. Like you follow them and accept their worldview for what it is, and they still get mad at you.
It should then the
Wow.
rest of it. The rest of his name should be. And the George said, "Wah."
His name should be meh.
Just saying, bro. Like, my word.
I had to go earlier, but are you guys still doing Speculation Sunday at some point?
Well, well, we're trying to get around to these guys who have the hard questions, the burning questions of the shape of the Earth. But we can always go back to that later. But it seems like we're getting a lot of traction right now with the questions about the shape of the Earth. So,
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
like I said, yeah, I mean, we don't forget to join our server if you want to continue, maybe in a different room. We have different rooms over there. You can go in any day of the week. You can talk about whatever you want.
You guys have a personal server? I want to
Yeah,
join.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
What's the
Baby.
invite?
Oh, I never knew that. Thank you.
Yeah, let's somebody drop it in the chat for these
Oh yes,
gents.
please.
24/7 hellhole. I want to join that.
Yeah, please join it.
Tell your friends, someone come on. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Shout out to Helio and everyone in YouTube land and all of you DJs and MCs.
Yeah, appreciate you, Alishness. Yeah, Alishness dropped the link. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Al.
So curvature is defined as rate of drop of slope. Is there any, like when you look at the horizon, the slope is 0. Can we measure a rate of drop?
Sir, can you get closer to the microphone? It's a little hard to hear you.
Bill, you're a little far away. Yeah, you can just get closer. That's all.
Thank
I'm
you.
right up. Can you hear me?
Maybe it's just a quality. I don't know. It's
Yeah, it was something about your drop over distance on a straight line or something like that. I couldn't
One
quite hear you either.
Let me disconnect. 1 second. Just hear me. Rate of drop
Outstanding, crystal clear.
That's better.
slope. Rate of drop of slope is 0, right? And the horizon is it's at 0 degrees.
The rate of drop of slope.
Yeah, that's curvature. So the horizon has a slope of 0 degrees.
The
We're
Can we
looking
break
for
that?
rate of drop of horizon. Does anybody have that?
Yeah, I think you're kind of confusing people.
The
It's
rate
generally
of
called
drop of slope.
yeah, it's
That's
called drop
that's
over.
curvature.
Yeah,
Like the
Bill, it's generally called
acceleration. The
it's
second
generally called
derivative.
drop over distance. Is what
Yeah, the slope. That's just called the slope.
I'll
Not
post
rate of
up in here.
drop, just the slope.
I'll post it in the chat.
Rate of change of slope. So like the second derivative here.
Rate of change of slope. The second derivative. I love good questions.
That wasn't a question, that was a statement.
Hello.
That was a
What's
question.
up, Punking?
One's a line, you take a derivative of that, you get a slope. You take a derivative of that, you get the slope of the slope, which is the rate of change of a slope.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
So
so-
it's still
so what
his
is that?
question. Just Bill is asking a question to the people who think the Earth is a
What
globe.
was the question?
Go ahead, Just Bill.
Yeah, when we look at the horizon, it has a slope of 0. Can anyone provide a rate of change of slope?
What? The horizon?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, that's curvature, right? Rate of change of slope is curvature.
well,
So that's what we want to know. You got it?
I think he did. He's just mulling it over. I think. I'm not gonna speak
God
for him.
willing.
Well, which
God willing.
part's the slope? Like from you to the horizon, or
All right. So basically, if
the
you're looking at
curvature of the horizon?
if you're looking at the horizon, it should
Yeah.
be sloping as a rate of change would happen on a curve, right? So
As in from your
as
position
in
to the
you're looking
horizon.
as in you're looking at a sphere, the curve of the sphere. So you're looking at the curvature if you're looking at the horizon. Because it's a ball, right? It's a sphere.
Yes.
Okay. So if it is, that's what he's asking.
What is it?
Yeah. What is it?
Excuse me.
Take your time. Just
Oh, no,
Bill
I
will be here
burped.
all day long.
Oh, I wasn't going to
Okay.
answer that. I
Well,
just burped.
oh. Does anybody have the answer to that?
I
He's
believe
really
if you're
asking the
standing
room.
on something,
He's really asking the room. So if anybody's in here that got
when
the
you
answer to
look
that.
at
Excuse me.
when you look at the horizon directly, I believe it should have zero slope at the very center of the horizon. However, if you look ever so slight to the left or right, it should have a slope, whatever the circle slope is, I guess.
All right. So what would be that? What would be the slope
I
rate
have
of
no idea.
change?
I mean,
You
I
don't. You
haven't
don't have any
measured it.
idea.
I
You
haven't
have.
measured it.
You're like, I know that there is one. I just don't know what it is. Like
I haven't measured it. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, that's what we're asking for. Actually, not me. Just Bill. Just asked the question.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. So to the room, I guess, if you're in here and you think the Earth is a globe, what be that rate of change?
I'd like to make a note that I love when globers say if you look out way out on the horizon, you should slightly see it
That's
down
not
to
an
the left
answer.
and the right.
So it's an unneeded comment.
Anyway, I like when they say that because then we can just connect all those arcs every time they turn a new direction and make like the McDonald's golden arches.
Doctor, can you please stop talking? Otherwise, I'll throw you off the edge of the map.
Jesus, dude, that's so rude.
If you're gonna troll, can you try and be funny with your trolling? Because not funny trolls. I don't know.
I
There's no
thought it was a
point.
good joke.
No. The problem is that we don't believe in an edge. So it might have been funny if it was even so. Good jokes have got an element of truth to them, whereas that has no truth at all. I think that wise one wasn't funny.
Wait, what? There's tons of jokes that have no truth at all to them that are very funny.
No, virtually every joke has an element of truth. That's what makes it funny. Otherwise, you're just.
What about an anti-joke? What about an anti-joke?
What's that? Is that like anti-matter?
It's a joke that's so mundane it's funny simply because it makes no sense.
No, that's not funny.
Such as?
Well, one time I was in class, somebody said to me, "Do you want to hear a joke?"
I've got one.
And I said yes.
Your
And
mum's skinny.
they're like polar bear telephone, and I didn't understand what they were trying to tell me, and that was the joke.
That's good.
It made
but
no sense. It made
Yeah,
no sense.
we're still on the rate of change of slope, and nobody's answering
Stop
that.
saying rate of change of slope. It's just slope.
It's just yeah. Where is it?
If it was the rate of change, that means it's getting more and more slopey as you go.
Yeah, where is it?
But it's not. It's just a uniform slope. I mean, for the
A
most part.
uniform slope.
Yeah, it's a uniform curve. The rate
okay.
of change.
No, it's
Well,
not.
for the most part. For the most part, I mean, there's obviously
That's
the Earth's
incorrect.
The Earth's not a perfect sphere. It's a what the hell is that thing called?
You want to hear a good joke?
An elliptoid. My bad, an elliptoid.
Yeah, say the joke. I'm listening.
Well, I mean, I can go for.
You want a joke?
Yeah. I mean,
I'll throw you off the edge. Keep it up.
it wasn't funny the second time either. I mean, the globe is a joke, but do you want an actual joke?
Go on.
I think I told this one the other day, but it's good anyway. A piece of bacon, a rasher of bacon, an egg, and a sausage walk into a bar, and they order 3 drinks. Then the barman says, "Sorry, we don't serve breakfast."
I preferred the edge of the map one.
That was funny, way funnier than the lame edge of a map. I mean,
Yeah, I disagree.
Map. Who lives on a map?
I mean, the joke is
I thought it was funny.
right? It's the wordplay. That's why it's funny versus making up some shit and lying about someone else, and then I don't know. I don't even know what that joke was.
Oh no.
Being thrown off the edge of the map refers to in Smash when you kill someone by throwing them off the edge of the map.
Yeah, but if no one believes in an edge, so.
No, I'm talking about in a video game?
We don't. Yeah, nobody cares about video games in here.
Yeah,
Well,
but isn't
apparently,
that
I know.
if
apparently,
Minecraft wasn't invented, then flat Earth theory wouldn't be a thing. Let's be
yeah,
real here.
apparently video games are the only proof of the globe. Who knew?
Hey, Just Bill, you should keep asking that question to these people, man, because I don't think they get what you said. They're not answering it, so that's got to mean something, right?
Why can the flat Earth model be magical,
Right, Just Bill?
but the globe
Yeah,
model can't be magical?
Socrates, right? Yeah, if we're gonna agree on terms, we have to define curvature, and curvature is defined as the rate of drop of slope. So the horizon, the conundrum is the horizon is 0 degrees of slope, and no one can show any other horizon. There's only one horizon, and it's at 0 degrees of slope.
Yeah, Alpha, do you remember when I can't remember who it was now. We had them in I think it was Friday Night Fights. They said that there were 4 horizons. And
Yeah,
then
that was Frost Night. Frost Night.
Was it Frost Night?
Yeah.
There's like pointing out the 4 horizons. It's like, oh, well, you'd like draw 4 lines on the fucking Black Swan image.
And they were all
Yeah.
underneath the original horizon too.
Yeah, they were not nowhere near the actual.
They were nowhere. Yep. I do remember. Oh, Brenda says there's 3 to 4.
Oh, are there? Well, yeah, but Brenda. I mean, yeah, Brenda's at war with Brenda's own reality, so I don't think they're in a position to tell anyone else what their reality is.
Yeah, Brenda was just on with.
No, that's true.
Brenda was just on with Jeranism and said that there's more than 3 horizons.
She got on to Jeranism? How the hell
Yeah,
did
she
do
was
that?
on like on the 19th, maybe like 3 or 4 days ago, or something like that. Earlier last week, they did an hour and a half.
I'll go as far as they. I won't do. I can't do she. I can't. Yeah, I can't do it. I'll do they. I think that's fair. Meet in the middle.
Yeah, I just call them like I see them and hear them.
I call it like biology things. Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
What's the definition of pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience. That's deep.
We're waiting for the. I don't know. The Token Explorers has just joined our chat. Welcome, Token Explorers.
One love, bro. What's happening?
Nothing much. We're asking new people what their position is on the topic of this room. They're joining us. What is your
Are you exploring
position?
the curvature?
Well, I'm just talking, bro, and I'm exploring, seeing what you guys are fucking doing. You know.
But are you exploring the curvature?
I'm not exploring no curvature. I'm just going straight through everything, man.
We were.
Sounds
Yeah, my man.
I think you're moving in the right direction.
Mhm. We were just talking about the definition of curvature. Does anybody know another word for rate of drop of slope?
Why would it? If I'm being honest, I don't understand why the word slope is in that definition.
The slopage. The slopage.
He says slopage.
Yeah, right.
You don't understand why slope is in the definition? The definition that I just gave?
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
a
understand.
slope,
Well, it's a
you can
dippage,
measure
isn't
a
it?
slope.
It's a
You can
dippage.
measure. That's a concept. Yeah, it's a riddle wrapped in an enigma.
Right.
Someone got soundboard access. Snuck it in.
Construct.
Here, let me.
I want to see more. I want to see more Globe Earth memes.
More Globe Earth memes?
Yeah, from Alex.
No, he's still crying about being muted, even though the only reason he apparently unmuted is to cry about not even.
No, that's someone else. Alex is the Troid that says, "What about what was it? What about the ISS?" That's the one.
Oh,
Sweet.
Alex? Oh. Yeah, he didn't even know what the ISS is. He didn't even know anything. He was like, "Oh, let me look it up." Right on the spot. Caught him red-handed with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, Yeah, you had that conversation earlier, and it's like, bro, if you don't even know the subject matter, why are you even asserting that it's true? Like,
Oh,
he
you
doesn't even know
know,
the basics.
bless their hearts. They try.
He is a kid though, like
we got to give him that, Britt.
Yeah, he's still doing GCSE science. It's fun.
I posted
Yeah, no,
Glober.
that's fine.
I posted a globe meme for the Globers so they can feel good.
Let's see.
Right there at 9:15. That's how the globe works.
Globe works. That's where I live. I live there.
So I don't know if you knew this, but earlier QE was talking about what slope is, and like in mathematics, it's like a gradient or a line that is a number that describes both direction and the steepness of a line. So that's why it was brought into the kind of like the explanation. So when we're formulating an argument, you know, zero slope means that it's not sloping at all. So there's no slope on a. Here, let me just put the. So that's I put it in the text chat.
Can someone explain to me the logic of 3 horizons? Because I'm not. So Owlish has
Yeah.
posted it, and I don't understand what they're. So
No,
as far as I'm aware,
no,
horizon
no,
just means when the sky
no, we're not
hits the
yeah,
earth, right?
yeah, we're not going to have 3 horizons. So she
No,
already
no,
knows.
I want
She already
them to
knows.
explain.
She
I
already
want
knows liars get banned.
Yeah, but I want to know
No, but
what their logic
it
is, right? What?
yeah, he wants to know the logic of it. So the idea, I mean, maybe I don't want to straw man the position, I want to steel man it, but the idea is that you've got like a geometric horizon, you've got an optical horizon, you've got a probably a celestial horizon, you've got all these different horizons, and they're kind of, I guess, practical for different purposes in terms of forming a model. So, like the geometric horizon, they will say you can't see the geometric horizon, but it is there, right?
Okay, yeah.
So, and the geometric horizon would be, I guess, the natural position in which the curvature of Earth would be if there was no atmosphere. So, I mean, I reject that definition. I think it's completely stupid because the horizon is, it's like, it is what you see. That is a horizon. It is what you see.
Apparent,
So,
not actual.
right. So therefore it's apparent, and therefore it can't exist physically as they are claiming with the geometric horizon. But that's the logic. With the celestial horizon, I don't know. Maybe I mean, some of us, I suppose, as well, they're individuals. They would conceptualize it differently. Maybe some of them would say, well, there's a different horizon every time you remove an effect. So one, you might be removing, say, I don't know, just purely refraction. And then another one, you might be removing other types of effects, like I don't know what they would be, but yeah.
So
So that's
to
what I think.
clarify, oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I was gonna say, just to clarify, this image is from a while ago. This isn't something I just made. And the point I was making when I made the image, and I don't believe this anymore. This is just something I was trying to illustrate for someone else. Was that the dark line was like where I felt as though was the first visual horizon. The second was at the bottom of the first oil rig, and then the third, due to refraction, was the one that is said is behind the second one.
Yeah.
That was just my explanation. That's
No, it makes sense in the sense, but I think the word horizon's the word that's throwing people off because obviously you could still claim that somewhere between you and the apparent horizon there's a curve, right? You could argue that it's just hidden, right? But to call it a horizon, I think would be word games, right? Because obviously,
It's silly because
You're saying calling that is word games?
well, don't you think it's silly
yeah.
though, Bridget?
Calling the horizon is a word
No,
game?
wait, sorry, are you a curved earther? Are you globe earther?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'll explain why it's a word games then. Because if like okay, I've done this before. Usually I have to argue against flat earthers with this argument, but today I'm going to do it with the globe earther. So if the curve and what you see isn't congruent with each other, that is to say, it could be that what you're observing might be behind.
This is what we're
the
calling the
apparent
horizon. I understand.
behind the geometric curve or in front of the geometric curve or wherever, right? Then a horizon is just described as where the sky meets the Earth, then the geometric quote, or I'm not going to say the word horizon, curve, would have nothing to do with what you're observing to be a horizon, right? So
yeah, that's why when you that's why a pilot, for example, has what's called they call it a faux. Well, in English, they call it a false horizon, right? They call it a false. It's a false the same concept of what you're saying.
well,
Yes,
yeah,
it's falsy.
yeah, but
Yes, I
so when I
agree.
say the curve isn't necessarily the horizon, I'm just saying that the horizon is whatever you see. The curve can be congruent with the horizon, but
Sorry, you broke
it doesn't
up.
have to be.
I
Right?
apologize. You broke up.
I just said that the Earth can be congruent with. Sorry, the curve can be congruent with the horizon, but it doesn't have to be. That's why I said it's word games, because what's something you're observing, seeing out there, it's apparent, and it doesn't have to
I'm
always be
sorry.
in line.
You have like little breakages in.
Okay. Did
I'm
anyone else
sorry.
hear what I said, or is it just him?
Yeah, I heard everything.
Okay.
No. There was. I mean, I'm not. I'm listening to you.
I
I'm
don't want to say
not.
a third time, so I'll just you got
Right?
the point.
No.
You got the point.
Yeah. So conceptually, I'm gonna guess what you said. Conceptually, everybody, this concept that we call horizon. I don't know why this is like
Well,
what's
when you
wrong with
start saying there's 3 or 4 or 5 horizons, right? I mean,
no. There's
the
many
word games
horizons.
here,
Yes.
yeah, the word game here is just the word horizon. Like, so a lot of the people in this room are going to take it to be just where the sky meets the earth. So when you say there's 5 instances of that you can observe at one go, they're going to be a bit like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
No, wrong,
So
because
instead of
they
saying,
no, no, no,
so
hold on,
instead of
hold on.
saying,
I would
okay,
disagree with you because what they would say, what I think they would say is that why should we believe that there is this, I guess, false pretense of one horizon? We all can test and measure our own um, self, what this is, and they come to some, I guess, consensus, right?
I think it's
Isn't that
far simpler to just say there's one horizon and it's not necessarily congruent with a curve.
this is
Well, yeah, but
complex?
that's why the Globers have an issue with this argument, is because the horizon is virtually never congruent with the curve. And so then they have to start invoking all these atmospheric effects.
No,
Some
no,
of
no,
which
no, 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 no.
I didn't finish. So they have to start invoking a lot of these atmospheric effects, some of which aren't even possible, by the way. But let's ignore that for the second. Let's just say that they're all possible. They're not proving that they are current in these observations, right? And that's a much bigger issue than even whether they're possible or not. Regardless, virtually every single time you make an observation, the curvature isn't congruent with where the horizon should be.
So, let me. So, do you know what scope, like what scope means? I'm just, yeah, like scope. Let's say, I guess perspective, right? Like perspective from, I don't want to make it too complex, but the human scope is a scope, right? So we have a limited lifespan depending on technology, and we know flies live for X amount of time. We know, right? So this would be a scope. This would be an understanding of one one grouped perspective, right? So under when you talk about this horizon, what happens is that because of our scope as human beings, it is different. But we are able to go outside of ourselves to understand what it is with the knowledge that we have, which
Yeah, look,
doesn't.
you wouldn't be in disagreement with any Globo, because all I'd say, obviously,
I
in
am a
agreement with you.
Glober. I am
Yeah,
a Glober.
but like because you were initially having a dispute with me, right? Like the issue here is just that when I say there's one horizon, and then a curve that could be in front of it, behind it, whatever, on top of it. The idea is that when you take that avenue, for if you're a globe earther, you present to the flat earther that they can't really say that just because they can't see the curve that therefore there's no curve, right? They can be incredulous towards the idea that there's a curve because they can't see it, but they can't really say that they know it's not. And then as far as you go, then you just say, well, let's look at the list of evidences, right? And we'll see which way the evidences point. if they swing one way towards globe, or if they swing the other way towards flatness, or don't curve, or whatever, then we'll make up our minds based on that. That's it's why you can't know what the shape of the
I
Earth
see.
is. You can only
And
use induction.
so Britt, so would you say?
No,
Oh,
because I want to address what you said. He
sorry.
hasn't actually addressed what you said.
No, I'm literally about
Made
to.
a different point. Yeah, but you can't then compile onto a point I haven't addressed yet, and that he hasn't addressed. Right? Okay. So you were saying, well, you've got this concept of a horizon, and then you can come outside of the human scope, and then you can almost like float above that scope, and then see it from a third perspective with, almost like an in-depth knowledge, or like
which is what Britt was sort of explaining. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I haven't even addressed it. I'm just restating what I'm addressing. Now, the problem with that is that when you say, for instance, oh yeah, okay, cool. So I don't see the horizon exactly where it should be based on the curve, blah, blah, blah. But here's all these explanations. This is why I said earlier, you haven't actually proved that those atmospheric effects are taking place at that time. You've just asserted them. And now you're saying, well, because we understand all of this stuff, you're basically doing what I call a complexity fallacy. You're saying that if an explanation is more complex, then therefore it's a better explanation, which isn't necessarily the case. It may just be that there actually isn't a curve. The reason you're not seeing the curve is because it ain't there. And adding on like ad hoc explanations for no curve isn't actually useful for any reason.
Okay, so Britt, actually, everything he just said, I understand what you said prior. Actually, very difficult. But yes, you are. I guess under what Britt said, you are correct. You are correct, right? You are wrong, but you are correct.
Well, I'm not. You can't say objectively that I'm wrong.
False dichotomy.
No, what do you mean I can't say objectively? Sorry.
You can't say that I'm wrong. Because you would have to be making the base assertions I've criticised in order to make that claim.
You are incorrect, yes. I don't know what else to say. I don't know, like what? I don't know.
You don't have to. You don't have to say that. You don't have to like take the angle of just you are incorrect. I mean, you can just appeal to things to say like, okay,
yes.
there's. Well, no, you don't even have to do that because in a way, you're both on a right sort of like a right angle, right? Pardon the pun, right? But the idea is that on the one side, you have the case where you say, look, right, there's one horizon. You're not necessarily seeing the curve all the time, but you do see things go over a curve sometimes, right? And then on the other side, you say, well, look, I sometimes see further away than what I'm supposed to see, and it sounds like everything else is ad hoc, right? So where are we now? We're in a predicament where both sides have a very valid critique of each other, right? And so what's next to do? This is why I sort of think talking about the horizon isn't going to lead you towards an answer as to the shape of the Earth. It's just going to leave you in a deadlock between both sides.
True.
Yeah,
yes, you are right. Yeah, I understand.
If you were to take a standard scientific approach, you'd start with empiricism, right? You wouldn't start with what you don't see, what you don't experience, and then how can we backwards engineer that with excess ad hoc explanations, quote unquote knowledge, as we've been said. You would start with what you actually observe. So you would say, okay, cool, what do we observe? Well, we observe one horizon, that's where the sky meets the ground. You say, okay, cool, then that's what the horizon is, it's optical. That's Occam's razor and it's empiricism. Now, I'm not seeing the justification for starting at a curve and then working backwards with a bunch of ad hoc theories.
But that's not how it started in the first place. That's
literally is.
No, it's not. It started from your worldview, and then we came to the conclusion that it was what I would believe in my worldview, right?
When did that happen?
I mean, what, like centuries ago? I'm not sure. Like thousands of years. Thousands of years.
But I thought you were talking about this conversation. Yeah. Okay.
No. Yes, I am speaking on this conversation, but I'm addressing kind of what you were saying as well, if that makes sense. I am addressing what you're saying.
People haven't thought the globe for thousands of years. I don't know why you guys believe this.
People haven't thought the globe for thousands of years. Well, you clearly are, right?
No.
So what do you mean by that?
You didn't hear what I said. So I said that people haven't thought that the Earth was a globe for thousands of years, and I don't know what
thought.
Yeah, I said thought.
People haven't thought that the Earth is a globe for thousands of years.
Yeah.
But we do think the Earth is a globe.
Recently, not for thousands of years.
quite a long time.
I don't think it matters how long we thought something, to be honest.
Yeah,
By the way.
I mean, quite a long time. I don't know.
120 years.
Just a quick clarification on that. The reason that is brought up is because they say, "Oh, well, you know, all of
I'm
these."
not.
I didn't finish, man.
I apologize.
Yeah, the reason that this is brought up right now is that they say all of these old Greeks and all these Romans and whoever else, they all knew it. You know, get with the times, you dusty old flat earthers. You clearly don't know even ancient science. Blah, blah. It's rhetoric, right? So then when we actually point out, okay, well, actually, that's not the case. Virtually every single ancient civilization that we know of had a flat earth cosmology, which is actually true. Then suddenly we start to realize that the globe is actually a modern cosmology for modern people.
I mean,
It's not a new idea, though. The
I
ideas
mean,
come.
and then someone said thousands of years here. Let me actually.
Oh, it comes from the ancient, like, Kabbalistic teachings in the Zohar.
Fundamentally, I mean, like, I don't think it gives you any more legitimacy on either side if who thought what for longer, right? I'm sure we had lots of stupid beliefs that we thought for a very long time. But yeah, I understand the flat Earth qualm with it, with the curve, but they have to also acknowledge, right, that what is immediately apparent to your eyes isn't always going to be like the real, right? For instance, and I'm not saying that in like a skeptic sort of way. You can't see atoms, you can't see a bunch of stuff, right?
Are you saying the doublespeak is real and
All we know,
colloquialism is danger?
I guess there's only two things that we know. Sometimes we see boats go over a curve, or sorry, not a curve. We see boats go over an obstruction, and sometimes we don't, right? So that's what we know, and so we don't really have a stake on what shape the Earth is based on that, right? Alone. That's where you need to bring in a lot more stuff to point in a certain direction, one way or another, right?
Math.
Jesus.
Math. Math, 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 math.
Why do you say what's wrong with math?
Math.
Can you stop
You want-
saying horror phrases in this?
Are
You're
you saying
scaring.
meth? Are you saying meth or math?
What's the difference?
That word
That's math.
scares me.
That's math.
Getting terrified.
It's a pith. I was taking a pith. A pith is a good word, right? Pith is the little substance, like the little substance in a navel or a tangerine or an orange, right? That little white vangelus pith.
He's having an epiphany.
I'm trying not to get pithed off.
That's mathed up, man.
Yeah. Of course it is. I yield the floor. I yield the
I
floor.
just love that guy. I didn't bite his ear off. Mathed up.
Who's watching cartoons, man?
Oh, I realized that. That's why I muted. Grandkids are going to sleep on the floor in here. They like chilling with Grandpa when they don't feel good. They've been sick for a couple days.
All is right with the world.
Anyone got any globe proof in the room?
Take a breath and know we're in here.
Any new globers want to try and prove the globe today?
I noticed something. We were told, I think on day 4 when we were here, you guys aren't going to last 2 more weeks. And we basically took over this place.
The weird thing is, I get like a lot of cathartic release from listening to the conversations here, even though it's the same conversation every day. It's just funny every time. Never gets old.
Globers have nothing but to say, look, you can look in the sky. So you hear the same shit over and over because all they can do is look up instead of looking at the ground that we're talking about.
I mean, it has something to say about, like, think about the analogy that you're using, right? When you what do you when you say someone's looking up into the stars or they're looking to the sky versus when someone's looking down, does that make you feel like?
Man, if I knew
Genuine question. Genuine question.
Doesn't make me feel like anything. I already know the Earth is flat. I wonder what the hell they're going to find out when they look at a star.
Make you feel? It sounds like a therapy session. So
Man,
when
if
you look at the ground, how do you feel? How does that make you feel internally? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Is gravity in the room with you right now?
It makes me feel grounded.
Jeez.
Like, seriously though, if I knew this was Epsilon, I wouldn't have been bothered. Like, I should have known.
Oh, vey.
I was
Lis-
gonna say that.
listeners.
I'm gonna say that how I feel is when the Earth rotates once a day, it really makes my day.
I mean,
Flat
you guys
level
can
water.
joke
Is
about
Bendy
it.
Water
That's
in the
fine.
room with us now? That's funny as hell.
Fucking love bendy
Right,
water.
your accent just absolutely murders me.
Yeah, I mean, I actually refuse to drink bottled water unless it's curving water. So every now and then I'll be at a restaurant and I'll offer some bendy water and they'll just give me this flat water and I have to send it back.
Anything less would be uncivilized.
Yeah, sparkling bendy water is even better.
Have you guys
Excuse me,
have you guys seen water vibrate under, like, have you guys seen vibrating water at all?
Yes.
He went
Take
straight
a
sage to
take a magnet.
a glass of crevasse.
Gassy water. Gassy water is better. Water with gas.
How can you have gaseous water without a container?
That sounded
Wait,
very.
so is a drop
That's Dallas
of
Dave.
liquid? Wait, is a drop of liquid flat?
Hey, Miggy, Dallas Dave. I got some water
Right.
gas.
Hey, how long
Serious
is a
question.
drop?
Is
Listen,
a drop of liquid flat?
how long is a droplet a droplet?
So
We're
if I
gonna
put
speak in. Go ahead.
if I put 1,000 droplets together, what do you think I'll get?
You're gonna
A
say that
puddle.
this is gonna be a river, a puddle, or some sort of thing like this.
Yeah.
But let's say just a drop of liquid. Does it have curvature?
What do you mean by drop? An atom, a
Yeah,
group
just
of
like
atoms,
you
a
guys
group
know
of
exactly
particles?
what I'm saying.
Because water is made up of multiple particles.
Yeah, let
Are you
me.
talking about like H2? Like, are you talking about like individually? Like, of course, but we're talking about the molecule of water.
I know when the molecules, when they stick together, become water.
Yeah, so you're talking about
What?
you want to demonstrate
One
adhesion.
water molecule isn't specifically wet or a droplet. Just one
Here,
water
let me.
molecule.
I'm gonna give you a little. I don't want to say a diagram, but something to look at. And this is the answer to it. I'll drop it in the text channel.
Adhesion.
How'd you know, Mike? You read my mind. See, look.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Adhesion and cohesion and
yeah. Adhesion is when it's sticking. Yeah, it's sticking. Adhesion is when it sticks to the leaf, but cohesion is when it bonds with itself. That's why you get a water droplet. Pretty cool stuff.
Dude, that has nothing.
It's
Yeah,
science,
look,
bro.
Here, yeah, it is literally science. Here, let me give you another
So
example.
I understand it's science, but the way that we're okay,
it's sticky.
Yeah, but you know, here's another
Basically,
example.
it's sticky. You know, it sticks.
Yeah, it's in the word adhesion. Here, check it out.
Exactly.
There you go. Pretty simple stuff, guys.
This doesn't. Okay.
This
Hey
doesn't
man,
what?
I
This
might.
doesn't-
I must be the right model because I predicted what you were gonna meme up there.
Yeah, here, let me just drop a few more. You know, this is just for those who want to brush up on this. It's pretty easy.
Yeah,
Not
that's
that
one.
hard.
That's a notch for our model.
Yeah, here's
I'm a
here you go.
model.
Here, check it out. cohesion versus
We're all
adhesion, and it
models.
goes through.
Let's do this. Let's walk
Yeah,
through
but
it.
did you?
Let's
Yeah,
walk
we can.
through. No. Let's do it together.
Yeah,
Let's do it
look,
together.
cohesion. You see
Okay, go
cohesion?
ahead.
It's versus adhesion, and then it has like straight down the line. Cohesion is the attraction force between the molecules of the same substance.
Yes.
And intermolecular attraction includes van der Waal forces and
Yes.
hydrogen bonding.
Yes.
The formation of water droplets
that's
on the
static
surface tension
Yes,
of a liquid
I have no
is due
problem
to
here.
cohesion.
Yes.
Static
And
Yeah,
that's
static.
why you use the analogy where you said it's not cope. by the way. I can hear you.
It's what?
You said someone said Coke. So this is when you're saying it was a puddle, right? Like a puddle, right? Cohesion. Is that fair?
Well, yeah. When you get many
Yes.
droplets.
Okay.
When you get many droplets
And then when I
together.
use okay.
Yeah,
So when you
did
use,
it, dude. You're with us.
I am with you. I've been with you.
You are. I got it.
Okay. So
I believe you.
So when I said a droplet,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to kind of portray to you is that it still takes a form. There's a form that happens here, and when you look at that form, when it doesn't have cohesion, you learn something from this form.
So show us an example of this form in the image.
A droplet. I did.
What do you mean? That's cohesion.
You did? Yeah, it's sticky.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Cohesion's when it's forming itself. It's with bonds that it has intermolecular
Yeah,
bonds.
and it's kind of flat.
In
It
some
flattens out.
sense. Look.
What?
Okay.
And it flattens out too. Look.
What you talking
Look
about,
at-
Willis? That's cohesion.
Yeah, look at the cohesion. It flattens out as it begins to puddle and spread, taking
Here,
the
look.
path of least
I mean,
resistance.
Here's another illustration. And because I think illustrations are great for people like you that are questioning this, and you sometimes it might need a little help. But here's another one. Put it in the text chat. See, and I mean, the little diagram shows you the cohesion. They're holding hands. You can just tell that's
Isn't
the
that
bonding.
cute?
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
They're bonding. They're holding hands.
They're holding hands. They are bonding.
Amore.
Let's see. We can do a little more than that.
No, he's saying
When
the
the
droplet
passion
is.
of the
He's
conversation
trying to
was
say that the droplet became a
boiling
perfect
point,
sphere
I
because
think
of.
we're bonding.
I'm
of
trying to
gravity.
figure out a way. The thing is that I'm trying to figure out a way to like communicate. I guess,
Are you trying to say that gravity shaped the droplet into a sphere?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
No, check this out, man.
It's
Cohesion is the
cohesion.
attraction.
It's
Yeah,
it's
between
attraction.
it's
Vanderbilt. Hold on. Let's be specific. Vanderbilt forces are static attraction, so it has nothing to do with gravity or shapes of spheres or anything.
Yeah, let me just go over the
Actually,
little
you'd be
meme.
a little bit wrong, but
Yeah, but
I
let me
know where
go
you're
over
going
the
with that,
meme.
by the way.
Ellipson. Let me go over the meme that I just put in there. Cohesion is an
Epsilon,
attraction.
not ellipson.
Oh,
Epsilon.
dielectric.
My bad, dude.
No, it's okay. I got you.
Cohesion is the attraction between molecules of the same substance because a single water molecule may be involved in as many as 4 hydrogen bonds at the same time. Water is extremely cohesive, right?
Oh, so the hydrogen just jumps it. They
Well,
just
I
gang.
mean, right, and it's talking about one droplet, right? So it says there, single water molecule may be involved as many as 4 hydrogen bonds at the same time. I mean, if you didn't know, now you know.
When you read this, and you're saying that these bonds, okay, so when you're talking about the molecule in the way that you are, right, and you're saying that these bonds are happening, what does that does that mean? So how are you using this?
It's
same
powered by
sign?
Vanderbilt forces, so we've covered static attraction. It's Vanderbilt.
Here.
Vanderbilt? Sorry, I'm not versed
Van der
in
Waal.
what's Vanderbilt.
Van der Waal forces.
Oh yeah, Van der Waal.
Van der Waal forces.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Here, let me okay. I got more stuff. I got more coming. Yeah, this is people should already been looking at this.
It's Van
I shall drop
Deer.
more.
So I don't understand how but we cannot. Okay, so I understand this on the molecular level. Don't get me wrong, but
okay,
how does this translate to, I guess, meaning?
Yes.
Are you saying that this correlates to a flat Earth because of these?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
But gravity cannot exist in this circumstance in order for water molecules to be using these forces in order to use, I guess, Van der Waals.
Yeah.
Forces,
So you're saying,
et cetera.
you're using gravity in
which
the
is
sense of
atomic forces, which is interesting.
Yeah, and
they're electrical in nature, though.
They are. Here, let me just.
So it's static
more.
attraction. It's not gravitation, but it's inversely proportionate.
Well, sure. That's why Einstein said, okay, so but you got to realize that electrical forces are coincide with, I
Yeah,
guess, some sort
E
of
equals
matter.
MC. Listen,
Yeah,
E
but
equals MC squared is a measure of joules. Yes.
okay,
I'm
okay.
posting some stuff there that
And
hopefully
what?
you could. Epsilon, check it out. A water molecule is polar molecular with opposite ends of the molecule with the opposite charges. Oxygen is more. Electromagnetic, the region around the oxygen has a
Yes,
partial
hence
negative
yes,
charge. The region near the two hydrogen atoms has a partial positive
yes.
charge.
Hence why fish get oxygen through their gills, right?
Yeah,
So I
okay.
understand this. So what are we
Okay.
saying? What are we like? How does this correlate to
A
a
water
flat?
droplet's not powered by
So
gravity.
no, but what I don't know what you mean by how does this? What do you mean? Like what do
How
you?
does
I
this
cannot
correlate
help
to a
him,
flat
Dog.
Earth?
No, well, we were talking about your example of the droplet. You're asking like, how does that? I mean,
Oh,
you
well,
have a
because we're using, okay, so now we're talking atomic level, but then the thing is, if we're talking atomic, you guys are using atoms against me, but then at the same time, you don't trust, we
no,
see
these
a
are just
drop, it doesn't make
no,
any sense. It doesn't make any
relax,
sense. How do
Epsilon.
you trust, how do you,
How do
Take a
you
okay,
deep
know
breath.
I don't
let me take a
trust?
deep breath. Let me take a
How do
deep
you
breath.
know
Take a
I
deep
don't
breath.
trust quantum physics?
Yeah, look, I'm
They
not
don't
posting more
unify
information.
with gravity. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, it's not.
Well, he
Just because
brings up a good point.
just because relativity's tainted doesn't relativity doesn't comport with.
These are these are specific models, right? And look at like what I just put in there.
How do you trust atomic you trust physics, and then
Yes, of
but
course.
in the
What do you
same
mean?
breath you don't trust that the Earth.
Nah, that's a bit.
I don't
No, hang on,
understand.
Epsilon. You're what you're doing is an all or nothing fallacy. This is
No,
what you're
I'm not
attributing.
trying to. I'm not.
Well, I
Yeah,
know
trying
you're not
all or
trying to.
nothing.
You're not trying to, but this is what you're sounding like when you're telling us. How can you trust physics? Like, dude, we're not throwing out everything that we know, right?
No,
All of
our
this,
problem is one doesn't comport with the other, basically.
there's no correlation, I think is what
Yeah,
Mike is saying.
It doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
they
It doesn't
don't.
make
They're
sense.
not uniform.
What do you mean? It doesn't make
You
sense.
can't
Yeah,
It
it
doesn't
unify
make
does.
sense
the
because
atomic.
you can't on one hand this is not all or nothing. You cannot trust how hydrogen atoms are bonding with each other, and then
Why not?
you're using bonds, which is
Yeah,
it just doesn't make sense. And then you
yeah, it
also are
does.
using, so how
Well,
then
you had a
how
point with the water droplet talking about look at its shape. We can learn a
I'm
lot from that. Do you want to
Yeah, for
just
sure.
skip over what we were on and go back to your point with the shape of a water droplet? That'd be more productive.
if
Well,
you think that that's more productive, then sure.
no. Check this out, man. Because like I think there's a misconception happening here, is what I think.
I think
Right?
there is, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the misconception happens on the part of the person that thinks that we're tossing out science. And I think that's the wrong way to look at this, right? Because that's not what we're doing. There is science and then there is pseudoscience. And then, people that make up stories about what science is saying. And, there's a lot of things attributed to it. But what you
So
have to remember is that when we're looking at the overall study of the physical and natural world, there's a lot that we can understand, that we can know about things. Now, the thing that you're trying to say, because you started with the droplet of water, correct, Epsilon?
yes.
Okay, so with that droplet of water, where were you going with that? I don't know where you're going. Like, can
So
you tell
this
me?
is where we did go into that, and I think I can take it somewhere else now to be more productive. I think I can ask a
Well, it
different
was already
question.
productive because we understand
Oh,
the.
fair enough. But I
Okay,
think maybe that's exhaustive. I
okay.
would like to ask a different question that's still tied in. What do you feel then is the reality? Are we on a flat plane that does not have gravity, and if so, how is this thing being held up, and also why
How
in
did the
one
physics work
some
on a
sense?
flat Earth? Is what you want to ask to reformulate your question, right? Is that
How
better?
do physics work on a flat Earth?
Yeah,
Is
isn't
that
that
what
what
you
you want to
said?
ask? Well, isn't that what you want to ask? And I probably reiterated in a different way, but that's what you mean, right, Epsilon?
No, but yes, I will. You tell me how the physics work on a flat Earth.
Well, the same as it does in your concept of the Earth being a globe, except for the fact that when you attribute gravity, when you say gravity, it's not the effect that we can divorce gravity from the effect and the cause. We don't attribute the cause to it. You have it married to the cause. Your effect is married to the cause. So when you say gravity, you actually mean the effect and the cause rolled into one because one can't explain the other. Like one explains the other. For us, it's just the effect. And we talk about relative density when it comes in concern to what gravity is and the explanation of it by the object and medium relationship. So for us, it's simple. We don't have to put this convoluted understanding of what the cosmic vacuum is doing with gravitational forces on the theory macro scale. You do. So therefore, you're trying to see how we're making sense out of reality in like how you know it to be. So you know what I'm saying? You're trying to
I
see it
think
through
I
the lens.
understand. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're trying to see it through the lens of like flat Earth, but it doesn't make any sense because you're like, yeah, but how do you get the theory and the effect, or excuse me, the cause and the effect divorced? Like it's not, you're not able to do that because one is like married to the other. So
So
what
I
we're
mean, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I'm kind of going because I know where the roadblock is because I could see it from your point of view. I know why you're saying the things you are because it doesn't make any sense. Like how could we be talking about science in the same way that you are if on the physics on a flat Earth would differ from the physics of a globe Earth because everything's
No,
going
your physics only
right.
is compatible with a globe Earth. But what I'm saying is, well, in some sense. So hold on, and this is all relative. This is the issue, and that's why I talked about scope earlier. But Britt said earlier, and it's exactly what you're illuminating right now again, which does make sense. I get it, but we will always be in disagreement.
Well, overall, right? Because I think the macro scale, this is the place where we disagree. And I've already said this probably many times already. If you haven't been in here when I've been saying it, Epsilon, we disagree on the macro scale that you and I can't determine whether or not that's the case or not. It's because we go into the realm of negating our senses. Once you say it's beyond your sight or beyond your sense of motion, feel, right? You can't feel it, then we're operating on a different level where there's other factors involved, like trusting organizations or people that have quote unquote special equipment or whatever it is, right? So you go into this like macro scale and you're like, yeah, we can do what we can as like regular layman, but then you got the experts which can explain our world even better. Like they're telling us more than we can possibly even comprehend because they're 20 years studying in a field or whatever.
Or whatever,
So
yeah.
we start to differ because we can go hand in hand no matter where you go. We're going to make the same observation, the same conclusion. We're going to come up with the same result. But you, like I said, on the macro scale and the cosmic scale, that's where we like separate because there's
I
no way
see.
that yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's how okay, so everything else it's the same. Like we can watch star trails just like you can. We can everything, and it doesn't matter where we go. Our observations are the same. Our tests and results of the effects of things are the same. But then when we start getting to what is the moon? Well, you would say it's 235,000 miles from the Earth's surface to where it is, and you would say it's also composed of a special kind of rock. Astronauts land on it. It smells like gunpowder, like different things, right?
Yeah.
We don't say that at always. Well, that's not a part of what we're
It wouldn't
going to
make
be
any
attributed.
sense. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't. Not in a closed system.
Yeah.
But because you have an open system in the globe Earth, there's many more possibilities that you can talk about cosmic vacuums and protoplanetary systems and just on, right? You can just go on with that. But we can't. It stops at the firmament. Like literally, there's a ceiling to us. We can't go beyond that. Otherwise, we're going to be speculating.
Does make complete sense. So then I
So
guess
hopefully
in
that
that
brought
case,
more light
yeah, in that case, then I'm a flat earther too, I guess. Right.
Well, like if we're talking about like
Welcome
everything
to
that
Flat Earth.
yeah,
There we go.
listen, man, like what I was saying before was that we don't actually differ. If you actually sat down like you just done, Epsilon, you're gonna find out we're more alike than we are different. That's why I was saying to the people, it's okay. There's a big difference, right? The reason why we're always asking new people that come in here, bring the evidence of the globe Earth because we're not telling them things we already know, like the hydrogen bonds, like water, like that stuff. It's me and you agree. Like there's nothing different. You can be like, yeah, I know. But whenever somebody comes in and they're like, oh, the I don't know, black hole that scientists came out with that we're talking about that giving evidence to the cosmic vacuum, it's like, sorry, you lost me. There's no way. Anyway, but yeah.
No, I
I
I heard everything that you said. Wait, sorry,
Okay.
someone else talking. Sorry, someone else say
something? Yeah, go on. I didn't realize you started, Karen.
No, all I was going to say then, I agree under that premise. I disagree because I don't believe the Earth is flat, but I agree under what you are saying. I do agree that in some sense you are correct. In some
the natural sciences are what they are. There's no disagreement, man. Like, I mean, we're not going to be like, that's a lie. Like, why? Things are discovered, things are understood. Like, we have to come to an agreement that people that are doing the work, the scientists, the ones we would agree that they're doing the work out there, that are coming up when testing things, there is science that we can all agree upon. Like, there isn't, like, it's not like so obscure that we're gonna be like, oh shit, man, you guys are phony balonies, like out there. No, we agree with a lot of the things that are out there. So the cosmic scale is probably where we're gonna be having most of our disagreements.
Yeah, but that's where I understand. I understand.
Okay.
So that's fair then. I guess I'll leave it. I'll wave the white flag. I understand.
I would like to start a petition to rename Britnat to Britflat.
AKA Brit Flat, AKA Clown Cox, AKA
Brit Flat
the grass
with
clown.
Flat Rat.
Yeah, he can put on the flatter T-shirt every now and
Running
again. I
with
don't
the
mind.
flat pack.
How are we feeling about that, Britnat?
Oh yeah, I'll be Brit Flat. Yeah.
Try to take the Earth back.
Or Flatnat. I could be Flatnat as well.
Big rapping Brit Flat.
Sweet.
Hey man, you gotta give me a copy of that damn rap, man. I'll listen to it every now and then. I won't share it with people. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I forgot I was gonna ask you for that. You know who you are.
Yo, Alex. So the ISS proves globe. Can you explain that for me?
Fucking Britnat, dude.
In pretty much circular motion.
Well, it's like a circular argument.
No,
He said a rotating reference frame.
No, we shut that down pretty quick. But Alex, if he wants to throw them bows, he can do it.
Wait, hey, shut it down.
Yeah, we didn't get anywhere. We got a concession out of Alex, but I mean, bless his heart, he can try.
Because I don't know the exact speed it's going.
No, dreamer's got a dream, bro.
Oh, Alex, actually, I'm glad you're back in. I think the issue was more the fact that you were claiming to have knowledge, and then when Alpha asked you even the basics, you didn't have the basics. So it just proves that you don't actually have any foundation of knowledge on which to be making the claims you're making.
Exactly.
Wrong.
Oh, okay. Do you want to check that? Do you want to check that again?
Why is that wrong?
There's a whole bunch of stuff I know that you don't know. So if you want to go back that route, we can go again, Alex.
Yeah, Alpha's at the end of all of your arguments with the baseball bat and the flamethrower.
You better believe it.
He's waiting for you.
I am. I just want you to feel confident. Please feel confident.
I think that's probably what Britnat's like so surprised by, in my opinion at least. Maybe not, but I think Britnat's probably surprised by the fact that so many globe arguments are so poor.
Well, I mean, he's thrown a few, uppercuts, but
Yeah, but he stopped. He stopped it. Like Britnat's like way more reasonable than he was when he first come in, and I think that's because he realizes now that actually this globe Earth argument is really not as solid as he thought.
True.
I'll give him that.
Is the ISS in orbit?
Is it?
Well,
Are you asking us? Are you asking a flat earther?
Yes.
In that case,
We can
it's
see
not.
that it's in
Alex,
orbit. We
in
can
that
observe
case,
that it's in orbit.
Say again.
So, dude, I told you earlier, it's begging the question. Like, you have to already assume that it's in orbit, so then go like carrying on with that line of logic, right? What do you observe, like with your own eyes?
Rotating around the Earth.
No, you don't observe that with your own eyes. You just even if you. No, you can't.
Why?
You can see the light.
What do you mean? Why?
You can see the light go over in a straight line.
Yeah.
Theory's got it.
What do you mean? Why?
I said like the guy said, you can see a light going over you.
Yeah, but that's not the same, right? So you're taking observation A and then conceptualizing it in a way that might be wildly inappropriate because of the lack of knowledge you have.
Oh, he was just saying, what are we seeing?
You actually
What are we
observe
seeing?
that? Like,
Well, there's like three guys talking all at once when Crypto was asking Alex a question. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Alex, go ahead.
What about weather matching footage from the ISS proving
Oh,
that
I
it's...
thought- well, because I mean, look, dude, I can take NOAA data and I can make it. I can fit it to a toilet-shaped Earth.
You
if I
can
want
do
to.
that too.
Well, and we keep on creating fake footage over and over again.
Who said anything about fake footage, dude? What did I actually say? Please repeat what I just said to you.
I thought you said something on the footage from the ISS.
Are you playing
was-
video games,
was
Alex,
fake.
while you're talking to Crypto? Be honest.
The thing is,
Ah.
Alex, listen, man, Alex. The problem I have with Globers, and I've brought this up a couple of times already, is the inability to actually hear what's being said and then address it. And that's why I asked you to repeat what I said, because I know you didn't hear it. Or you weren't listening, or something. I don't know. But please address what I actually said. I can repeat it if you want.
Yeah, repeat it.
Okay. I can take a set of weather data, ocean data, any kind of data that's been gathered from any kind of source and map it to a toilet-shaped Earth. Does that prove that the Earth is toilet-shaped?
I'd like to see you try that.
Bro,
Can you do it?
It's like you
for me?
don't.
Yeah, I would actually like to see you do that as
I
well.
had the software, yes, easily.
Go on.
Because all they're doing is they're taking data and applying it to a shape. And you think it proves that shape. It's silly.
No.
I'll do it on a fucking flat Earth if you want. Let's take weather data and apply it to a flat Earth.
Okay. But also, how does that show an orbit? If it was on a flat Earth, how can it orbit?
So that's a different question. Right, so let's take ocean data and let's do it on a... oh yeah, a half pizza. Let's do a half pizza. There we are. So if we take this here... So this is live ocean data.
Orbit.
And I'm just going to take a screenshot, but I'm also going to provide a link. Of a half Earth. Right, this is live ocean data, and the link is here. Does that prove that that is the shape of Earth?
I never said that.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Does that prove that that is the shape of Earth?
No.
So then what does what you said originally mean?
I'm saying that the ISS weather matching shows that it's orbiting the Earth.
But I can match weather to that shape.
Yeah, but how are you going to show an orbit or anything?
But
when
now
ISS
that's a
going
different
around it?
argument. Yeah, it's now a different argument. You were talking about weather patterns matching on the Earth. Well, that is weather patterns matching on the Earth in the shape of a half fucking donut.
Nothing to do with the ISS, though.
But it's conceptually the same argument.
No, because if
I can say, oh, there's a storm off the coast of Africa. Oh, well, on this half donut, there's a storm off the coast of Africa. Therefore, the Earth's a half donut.
That has nothing to do with the ISS.
But then, why are you even mentioning the ISS? You were talking about weather patterns matching the Earth.
Showing that it's going around the Earth because it's showing the data of it.
I can take that if I really wanted to, and then pretend that I'm on the ISS, and then make that a bit more realistic with some sort of programming, and suddenly you have a live stream of the ISS looking at a half donut Earth with real weather data.
Okay, why don't we get a group of people going all different points of the Earth then, of viewing the ISS, and we'll see that it will go around.
You're just not addressing the argument at this point.
I know, because your point is just doesn't really mean anything.
Well, I
You
didn't
mean
hear
you mean
wasn't
it'll
gonna
go
talk
over?
about weather earlier because I thought the question was just how does the satellite work?
Yeah, how do we show that it's in orbit?
If you track the satellite the way we see it, at one point it goes to the edge of the Earth and comes around the other edge of the flat Earth. So it just makes more sense that it'd be round in that case, because that's how that works. I mean,
You got any evidence of that?
I don't even know what you said,
Well,
Theory.
what
What
would
the
it?
hell?
if you draw the path of what is the ISS? It's moving really fast. It's in the sky, and if you draw the path along the sky, what's the shape of that path? And why
You
is
know
it
what the ISS is, A Theory?
Just wondering if he's going to prove what he said.
Station, I thought.
Huh?
Sounds like he just made an assertion that he
Yeah,
hasn't
he's made an
got any
assertion.
evidence
Station,
for.
but it's
Yeah, but now you're just
I
backing
can
away.
only
Hold on, Alex. Let A Theory say something. Go ahead, A Theory.
Well, we started off. I mean, I'm just trying to catch up where I thought we were. It's like you can see a light go across the sky, right? If you go out there and there's apps that'll tell you, oh look, and you can see the ISS going across the sky. A little light. Ding, they say it's the ISS. What is it? And how's it moving so fast? And how high is it? And what happens when it gets to the edge of the flat Earth? Its path can't be necessarily drawn. Its path would be different if it's going around Earth versus over a flat Earth, and its path would be different. What
How
is
do you
it?
know? How do you know what it would be doing over a flat Earth if we've never given you a model about the flat Earth?
We're asking. I thought the
Because
guy
it
was
could
asking
not
what the
possibly
model was.
work on a flat
Yeah,
Earth.
the
The model
question
is
was how
what is it on the flat Earth? Yeah.
Yeah, but hang on, guys. You and Alex are both. When I say flat Earth, what do you guys think in your mind? What are you looking at in your head when
An
I
Earth
say
that
flat
isn't
Earth?
round.
Well, an Earth that's based on a plane. Yeah, I thought.
I know a plane. Yeah, it's based on a plane, but what is the shape that you're looking at that you say you can't work on? What do you have in your head?
Well, something
Yes.
that's flat that like.
Okay.
If it
What-
goes to one side, then it can't just magically appears on the other because
Oh,
it's
he
flat.
magically
thinks it's a,
appear.
he thinks it's a
What do you-
fucking rectangle now.
What? No, I don't even know what you. Okay, when we say flat Earth, just tell us what shape comes to your mind. Shape.
A plane.
What are you?
Yeah.
A plane. That's not a shape. A plane is not a shape. That's like saying
Okay, let's.
flat. Go ahead, Alex. What shape do you have in your mind?
But it cannot possibly really be a shape, can it?
Okay, so no shape. So theory,
Well,
you,
a plane
what
is
shape comes?
No, I think a plane is a shape.
What shape do you have?
I don't
then?
know
What-
if it's a bounded plane or goes on for infinity. I don't know. I haven't
Okay,
heard
so you have no idea. Alex doesn't have any idea.
No
Then
idea.
how can
I
you
know
guys?
You haven't.
how-
You don't even have an idea.
Okay, wait a minute.
So,
Just
asking you
relax.
your idea.
So what we're saying is, you guys are saying this can't work on the flat Earth, but you don't even know what
No,
shape.
we didn't say that. We said, how does it work?
Right. Well, if you're saying that something like a satellite is going above our head,
Not saying
so
it
what?
can't. I'm like, sure.
What do you mean
can.
it can't? Why
You
do you
said you
say
can map
that?
anything. No, I didn't say it can't. You said it can map to anything. So I'm just asking, what's it map to on a flat Earth? How's that map?
Can I
And
get
like-
in on this one quickly, just because
Yeah.
he's actually made a claim that he hasn't substantiated, and I think that's where the
I haven't made a claim.
yeah, okay, but the question included a claim. That's the problem, right? So you've made the claim. Can I talk, or are you just going to talk over me again?
Don't tell me what claims I'm making, though.
Well, I will, because you made one.
Okay.
So when he's asking, you've got this flat map, and the satellite has gone off the edge of one. Gone off one edge, and then it reappears on the other side. That's a claim, and he's then compounded a question on top of, right? So what I would like is for him to actually evidence that claim with some sort of data or something that we can actually look at to see if what he's saying is even true, because it might just be that he's misunderstood, misrepresented, or any of a host of other things that has actually happened here.
Well, you've misunderstood, because what I'm saying is there's various possibilities. I mean, maybe it gets to some point on the map, it does a U-turn. Maybe it makes an S shape across. I mean,
It's ironic because you've actually misunderstood what I've said again, while claiming that I've misunderstood. What I'm saying is that you need to evidence that in the first place, not just reassert it.
some possibility among many.
No, evidence the fact that it's going off the edge of a map and then
I don't
coming
think it goes off the edge.
on. But that's what you just said happens.
No, I said that's one of the possibilities mathematically
shit.
of a path going through the sky. What is the path in the
Mathematically?
sky on a flat surface?
Well,
Because
we're
it
not
won't be
seeing math.
compatible
We're
with a
not
round surface.
theory. We're not even seeing. We're not seeing. Listen, we're not seeing math. We're not seeing any type of map, any evidence. We're not. All we're hearing is you and Alex just saying, "Well, this can't work, and this
But I
can't
didn't
work,"
say
and we're
it
like, "What can't work?
I said
Math? What
I've said
math?"
several times, I'm not saying anything can't
All
work.
right.
I'm saying, how
So-
does it work? It works some way in your model, right? Because your model things work. How does it work?
What do you mean? How does it work?
What is the ISS is shooting over the sky? What is it really?
Okay,
it's not a
but what
satellite.
is
It
your
has to be
okay? So
something.
right. So now you said the ISS is shooting across the sky. What
A
do you
light that I
think?
can see.
Right now, what do you think the ISS is? A theory.
Well, I think it's a satellite.
Okay, but do you think it's more than that?
Well, we're talking about that
Hello.
space station and whatnot. I mean, I think
Yeah.
you know what I think it is because I think a
No, I
pretty
don't think I'm
conventional
not
con-
going to divine your thoughts. You have to
Okay, well,
tell
I
me
think it's a
what you.
satellite going around the Earth. A
And do you
spherical
think
Earth,
there's
more or less.
human inside people inside the tin can that's doing that?
Yes, I seem so.
Okay,
Yeah.
then. So you think just like what they're showing you, right? Now, I'm going to ask you like I asked Alex. Do you know
What do you
anything about the ISS?
What do you think it
I'm
is?
asking you a question,
No,
a
but I was
theory.
asking. We're asking. You haven't gotten any answer.
No, no, no,
Saying,
no,
what
because
is
we're
it?
first of all, we can't even get a
Your
math
answer
or some
is
kind of
it's
math.
not
We
what
don't
I
we theory. We can't get math or a model or
See what
anything
they
from
do
you.
every
So let's
time.
go here. We're gonna actually test to see what you know about the ISS. According to you,
No, we're
do you
not.
think it's no?
Nope.
So you're not gonna say anything because you don't want to, or you don't know.
Said some things already.
You don't know, or you don't want to say.
Well, I just curious if you had a theory of
I'm
what the
asking
light
you a
was
question,
that goes
theory.
over.
Why can't you respond to what I'm saying? Why do you have to roadblock me?
Well, why can't
Answer
you
the question.
respond? I
Do
have
you
responded. I
know
told you what I thought
theory,
it was, and
theory,
you
theory?
think it's
Relax,
weather
relax,
balloon
dude.
or what? I'm just
Everything's
saying.
gonna be okay.
Is
Everything's all
it?
right. It's gonna be okay.
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
So I
Yeah, 'cause
need you to
that's what
tell
I
me.
need you
I
to
need
tell
you
me.
to theory.
But is it
Do
going to be
you
okay?
know, dude? Do you know what the ISS is? Yes or no?
I know certain things
What?
about it.
Okay. What do you know about it? Start googling it right now.
Information that I've seen of people supposedly on it. Right now we're using the fact that I know that if you look up an app,
Yes.
it calculates where it's supposed to be, and you can go out at night at the time the app says, and you can see the light go across, and you can do this for all kinds of satellites and watch them go across
Okay.
the
So you
sky.
have a little.
That's
You
all
have
I
a
know,
little.
really, is that there's a light going
Is that all you know?
straight across the sky.
Is that all you know?
That's the most concrete thing I know. Other than that,
Okay,
I
you
have
don't
a
know
lot of
any. You don't know
photos.
any other. You don't know any other factoids that deal with the ISS, do you?
Why is this?
Alex, have a seat.
Any fact
Theory, do you know any other factoids about the ISS?
Yeah, it's an international collaboration between space engineering organizations,
Okay.
traditionally public sector, but now private sector. There's private companies and governments that send vehicles and supplies and astronauts to it. It's
Okay.
in, I think, a low Earth orbit, they call it. I'd have to look that up. I know it's moving pretty fast, too
How
fast
fast?
Incorrect. That's
for Earth
incomplete.
How
telescope
fast?
to track it.
How fast is it going?
Very fast.
That's not a speed. Give me a
No,
numerical value.
no, I don't know exactly.
Okay,
Like
Ah,
10,000,
okay. So we don't know how fast it's going. How
Well, I
many?
could look that up
Yakubinai,
fairly
you're gonna
easily. What
be on
that
the
have
fast
to do
track
with
to getting
anything?
muted if you don't let this guy answer the question. Let him talk. It's his turn. All right.
Oh, so
How
what is
long
it?
does it?
There's a million facts I don't know. Let's just say you could
A
get
million facts you
little
don't know.
facts.
So
Yeah, I don't know the
so you're
color,
telling
the
me, okay,
paint,
so that's
the
cool. By
exact
your
number of
admission.
layers,
Okay.
billions of things, right?
All right. So a theory.
How much
Here's the problem.
money we spent versus
Oh
the
my God, dude. I have to sit you down because you don't know how to be quiet. All right, that's fine. But my question to you was if you know anything about it, because you started saying, well, the only thing I know is that it's up in the sky and it's moving and it's got people in it. Okay, that's good for anybody to think. But now you're making a claim that this thing is actually going around a globe, but you don't know anything about that thing up there or if it's going around a globe. So there's a lot of things wrong with your idea about what it is. First of all, you and Alex both have some kind of religious belief in it. When I quizzed Alex, he did the same thing you're doing. Didn't give me an answer for any of the factoids that have to deal with the ISS. Why is that? Because you only have a belief in it. You don't know anything about it, and you want to talk on this forum like you
You're
know
not
what you're saying.
No, because actually
Yes.
quite the opposite. I'm making a very minimal question so as to avoid all of these every single fact about I have seen a light go across the sky. Have
Don't
you
you
ever
think that's
seen a
important?
so-called alleged light go Yes, it is.
Okay,
And so
then if I'm
all you
asking
have
you
to
questions,
explain is not whether there's people on it, because this could be just any of the lights they say are satellites going over the
I'm not
sky.
concerned about the
They
other
say
lights.
they're
I'm
gonna
only
go over the
concerned about the
sky,
ISS.
and they go over the sky at that time, And like
you're
I
really
said,
just
I've
going
seen a
off. You're
light.
going off on a tangent. We're not concerned about
Not
the
a
other
tangent.
things.
This is the
You were not
only
concerned
evidence
about the
I'm
other satellites.
offering is that a light went across the sky. What is it really?
Okay, that's
What
fine.
is it really?
But outside of that, and you're asking me what is it really?
Yeah,
Outside of that, you have no knowledge on what it is or what
that's
it's
right.
doing,
I'm just assuming.
other than you've heard stories or you've seen a video about
The
live footage
plan
and
is
all that.
from the light,
So
yeah.
right, so
I
just a
can't
regular
correlate those other than
theory,
by
just
saying.
a regular person who doesn't know much about the claim of what it is or what it's doing. So I'm just demonstrating to the audience that with you and with Alex, you come in here thinking that you know what you're saying and you fall short of giving me the answer to demonstrate that you have knowledge about what you're saying. It's apparent.
But wait,
You
all
don't
I'm
have
When
to.
saying is
did
that I've seen a light go across the sky. Are you
That's
denying that I've
fine.
seen that?
You could believe whatever you
So I
want, but
didn't
you're
make
not.
any crazy claims because that's the only claim I'm
It's
making.
not
Everything else you
crazy.
asked me to
It's
make
not.
a claim, and
Listen,
I don't
theory.
want to.
It's not crazy to be forthcoming and say you don't know. But
No, I
whenever
know. I'm
you
not
go off,
making a claim about any of those things, even that I think
okay, so you
I
don't.
might
That's
be true.
fine, theory. But then
But I'm claiming I've seen the light go across the
I
sky.
know that. But what we're saying is you don't have information to support the claim that you know that the ISS is what it is and it's in the place where it is. So because of that, hey doctor, you're feedbacking, brother. But you're making this claim that you have no evidence. Doctor, you there?
Yes.
Yeah, you were feedbacking, brother.
That's
Hey,
all right.
theory. This is my point right here. Is that every time that you start on this road that you think you know something, you have to at least have enough evidence to support the claim. And if you don't, then we'll all know that because you don't have any information. And then we're all just gonna be sitting here waiting, like, oh, we thought you were gonna support the claim, but now you say, only thing I can say is that it's a light in the sky. Well, no, duh. That's what everybody else in this room can do. So what we have,
So
if
that's
you're
the
gonna,
thing we agree on then, that there is a light going across the sky
yeah,
when that
nobody's doubting that. But
happens. Okay,
here's the
so
thing.
I'm just saying, what is that really then? Because obviously you
Thank
think
you for
we're
asking a
lying.
flat earther. But what I'm
Well,
asking the
yeah,
room,
you should be thanking it. Yes, I
what
want to
I'm
hear
asking the room though is if anybody has any evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. I'm now going to open it up to everybody because, like, obviously, Alex in theory didn't come through with the information to support the claim. So we're asking you guys if you're
Well,
brand new to the
I'm
channel.
here to, am interested in what your
Sure.
theory of the
I
universe
have a
is,
question, Alpha.
right? That's why I'm
Yeah,
interested.
we'll get to you. Yeah.
I'm not
Yep.
only
Theory.
interested in my own idea of what the universe is.
Okay.
A lot of the things that I do believe, I've learned from other people. So
Okay.
I'm interested in other people's ideas, even if they just turn out to be permanently different from my own. I find it interesting what other people can conceive of a theory just about anything. So this is
Okay.
definitely like, for example, if gravity is in question, I'm curious, how does the thing that we call gravity really work in the flat earth model? I'm interested in what are the satellites really? I'm interested in how far the sun is. And that's some things I found. People might be changing those theories or adjusting them, but how far and for example, what is the path of the moon or the sun? I've seen a lot of answers to that, for example. So there's an answer to that. And I'm curious, what's the answer about the satellites? Because there's the predictive apps but all I see is a light. I mean, I can't say there's people on that light for sure. I
Okay.
mean, right. So
All right.
that's why I'm saying my base claim is very limited to, like, I see the sun go around. What's the path it's really taking on a flat earth? And then I've seen answers to that. And what is the path that a satellite is taking? I think
All
is
right.
also
So
interesting. Plus, it's
we'll get
something you can call people around the earth and try to track it across the sky and see
yeah,
what.
theory. We'll get into all that stuff, but we'll gotta let other
Thank you
people
for
come
letting
through
me
if they want to
explain.
come through.
So you could not even, if you want to talk about something else. Thanks for letting me explain what I was really asking.
Yeah. You sometimes got to get it out. All right. So who else wanted to ask a question?
Twiggy has a question.
Twinkie. All right.
Twiggy. Yeah.
Twiggy. Go ahead, Twiggy.
Are you familiar with that video where the flat earther team gets like on a really flat place and they like shine a light through a hole in a board that's like really far apart? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's a Netflix documentary. Oh, we dub it mockumentary in this group.
Okay. What are your
Called
opinions
Over
on
the.
that?
Say again.
So the video, the preface of the video, I think, is a flat earther team trying to prove it's flat, and either they do
Yeah,
it wrong.
yeah,
Or
we know what the video is.
Yeah,
right?
we know what it is.
Yeah.
But
So what's
Yeah,
your
so
opinion on that?
you want an opinion on the flashlight. It wasn't an experiment, so it didn't prove shit. They just said, let's do this real quick, and that dude blew it out of proportion. The dude that edited his documentary.
Yeah, he didn't take down the test that Jaren was going to do. The gentleman, his name was Jaren, and he was going to shine a light through these 3 boards that were on the water. And supposedly, when he was doing that test, the thing that was he was trying to line up with those boards or something. I'm not really sure, like the whole spiel about like why because he was saying something about, hey Mike, he said he was going to set up like a laser test or something. That wasn't the test that he was originally going to do. I think it was going to be a laser test.
No, yeah, they were gonna do a laser test, but the day was all fucked up for it, so they just did some shit with a flashlight, and dude called it an experiment and acted like it was the height of their knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, oh, these guys do experiments like this, and the guy just blew it out of proportion.
So your opinion is that it wasn't a valid experiment, and
it wasn't anything. Yeah,
that's not my opinion. Listen, that's what Jaron and Bob Nodell told me.
Yeah, they came into our.
They're the guys that the documentary was about. So.
Well, Bob Nodell, when he was alive, he came into the server 24/7, and he talked to us about.
We still got it. We got it on live stream.
We have it on the live stream where he was talking to us about, because we asked him questions, because it was kind of one of those shocking things that, like, dude, what happened? Like, I mean, is that what really happened? What went down? And he kind of told us all about it. He said that those guys, they edited a lot of the conversations that they had prior to before because they told him it was going to be an honest documentary, is how they approached them. And towards the end, when everything was like getting all the video and all the clips of them and what they were saying, they said they didn't include a lot of the important information that they were talking about, so they cut it out to make it sound like they had misinformation, or they were affirming things. Like it was so edited from what he came and told us. He's like, and they didn't even talk about how when they were doing, like, on Bob, not Jaren, which is the guy with the flashlight, but Bob Nodell had the laser ring gyroscope, and he said even there they had to calibrate it as they were spinning it up, so it wasn't reading 15 degree per hour. And so it was like, he's like, the first reading was, I think, 7 degrees per hour. So they were trying to calibrate that thing. And so there's a lot of things that weren't included in this whole mockumentary kind of thing. So
okay,
yeah.
So the overall, I think, summary of you guys' proposition is that it just wasn't made well, or it was made in a deceptive way, and it's not a valid.
Pretty much. I would say like, if you're gonna do something that gives at least the information put out correctly, then you're gonna have to at least get people to verify. Because otherwise, Bob Nodell would have been like, "No, we did it right," but they were just they didn't believe us or something. But he didn't. He was like, "There's stuff that I said wasn't even in there."
So if a new team were to do the same experiment, or the idea with the boards and the flashlight, far apart, that experiment, if a new team were to do that,
I don't think that. Listen, the board and the flashlight, that wasn't an experiment. We already covered this. They were just checking around because they couldn't do their laser thing. What do you hope to prove with the light propagation of a flashlight at that distance?
It's not. Come on. It's not even. It's not, the light from a flashlight wouldn't be the same as if you're shooting a beam through it with a laser. So
okay, sure. So if you do the same experiment with a laser, with a new team that's done correctly, no editing, no bias, no mocking, what do you think?
The problem with that is that you have undulation. So there's a lot of things you have to account for in the fact that doing this test. So I think a more proper test that can be done is a laser targeting over a distance. So we're gonna have to see if from point of origin to the target, the laser would hit its target. So what we're looking for is over a distance, if we're gonna be able to measure any of that drop rate over the distance. So for us, it needs to be done in a way where the test is of a line of sight, and not just in a short distance, but a long distance. We have to figure out, because you got to think about it like this, right? And I just want to put this in your mind, Twiggy. The distance that they were using, where Jaren was actually doing these boards, it wasn't a very good sample set, even at that. The sample set we're looking for have to be at least from the 10 to the 20-mile range. This is a better sample set because it's going to give us a better information as to the drop over the distance, or the drop over the distance would be significant in that small sample set. So we're looking for at least some numbers to correspond with the amount of curvature that would obstruct. And as far as we know, the curvature predicted value of the geometric horizon needs to be in a location where it's going to be, due to the fact that you're doing this line of sight test, right? So for example, 10 to 20 miles, you're going to do a 1 foot observer height, and then you're going to shoot across the line of sight as far as the eye can see, or the the visual perspective, up to a target distance. And then we're going to see if it's possible that we can see the thing in the far distance without any obstruction. That means without the Earth getting in the way. So if we don't see the target distance and we do see obstruction, then we're going to have to go back to see how come we cannot see our target distance, right? So this is the proper way to do it. You're going to have to test the radius claim, which is the 3959 radius of the Earth being a globe, to the predicted value of where it should be as far as the geometric horizon goes. So
So
yeah,
you,
go ahead,
you
Twiggy.
yeah, so you just listed out like what the experiment needs to actually be. So like,
Right. There's some good
has anyone
values you
actually
need.
done that? And can we
Yes,
just look at the evidence?
absolutely. There is something called the Black Swan, which is what I'm outlining right now. This has been done over, I think it's Santa Barbara, California. And what it is a line of sight test that's done over, I would say the distance we're looking for is past 9.41 miles with the Black Swan image. And what it's got 2 oil rigs to demarcate the distance between point of observation. Target distance is the horizon, but we got something in the middle of our view, right? So the target is going to be the horizon, and something in between will demarcate the distance between the point of observation and the target. So we're going to know for sure. Thank you, old dude. We're going to know for sure that the target that we're looking at in this, well, the images right now in the text chat, if you don't mind looking there, Tweet. But
Yeah, I'm looking.
right, so we're gonna see like the platforms that are shown right now is Habitat and Hill House, and the observation was done at 1 foot off the water. There's a video to this, by the way. It's not just an image, but it's done at 1 foot off the water, and the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles, which in this image, it's not even. It's because well, what happened here is that from that 1 foot observer height, there was a zoom camera that was used. So the zoom camera zoomed in all the way to the oil rigs. So what you see here is a very zoomed in view, right? And you see,
Bucks 1 year since the gunman opened fire at Methodist Dallas Medical Center, killing 2 healthcare workers. 30-year-old Nestor Hernandez was allowed at the hospital to
Sorry,
mute.
Yeah, we have to mute that guy. Sorry.
Refraction?
No, so no. So sorry, we have to mute. No, he just started putting stuff in there. All right, so 1 foot off the water, and the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. And that's what we have. We have a predicted horizon where the Earth curvature should put the horizon at 1.22 miles away, at a 1 foot off the water optical view with a line of sight. So what we have is right now what we have is a predicted Earth curvature where it should be, right, from a 1 foot observer height, and we also are looking down horizontally across the plane. So horizontally across the plane, we're seeing all the way to platform habitat at 9.41 miles, and then farther past that, if you can see the image, you see a horizon that's probably safely around 10 miles, but we'll just give it conservatively 10 miles, but it could be like 20 miles, let's say. But with that, we have the horizon back there in the distance, but we don't have what people say, like when they say ships disappear from the bottom up, right? We got ships that are going off into the distance, and I'll show you what I mean. Let me post something, because I got to bring a lot of context, okay, to what I'm actually
Wait,
presenting.
can I just ask a question? Did when they took this picture or video or whatever, did they like show the temperature or the or any of the like weather information?
I think they do have that. I don't have it on me, but you can look up it's a specific day, the timestamp, what day it is. You can find out the weather of that day. Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me put some information. There's one image or a GIF, I should say, I want you to see.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the picture with the 2 oil rigs. What is the significant thing here that's supposed to be like?
Right. Let me just show you. Yeah, let me just show you. Okay, I just put an image, a GIF
Can
in
I
the
say?
chat.
Can
Do
I
you see
answer?
the? Yeah,
It's a
1 second,
horizon.
guy. 1 second, please. 1 second. So do you see the GIF that I have in there? 30 minutes after the hour.
Sure.
It's a boat. Do you see that the cruise ship?
Yeah, I've never seen a boat do that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but can you see how it's blurred? That's
One
what
second.
refraction
One
does.
second. Yeah, I know, Alex. Let me talk to the guy, okay? Like, I'll let you come in afterwards. So, it looks like the boat is disappearing from the bottom up, right? As you can see.
Yeah, I see that in
It's
the GIF. I'm not sure if that's really
it's
how it
poor
looks.
image, dude. Just trust me on this. No flat earther did that. That's strictly somebody who was trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I'm just using that as a reference, so you can see what I mean by boats disappearing from the bottom up. That's kind of illustrating that point, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if that was the case, then we're going to know from the point of observation to that target where that boat's disappearing from the bottom up, what distance we're looking at for Earth curvature drop over the distance. Right? Does that make sense so far?
Sure. Yeah.
This is
So
what
if
we're
the
looking
Earth is
for.
round, then it would fall. Yeah, it would do that.
Yeah, and then we would know exactly where that curvature begins because we have evidence, right? That's the ship. It's going over the curve. I mean, look at it. So we would know this information like for sure, 100%. So with the black swan, what we're doing or demonstrating here is that you have a line of sight that should be at a 1 foot observer height. The geometric horizon predicted value is supposed to be at 1.22 miles. Well, we don't see 1.22 miles at the geometric horizon. Geometric horizon is actually far past 9.41 miles in the distance beyond that second oil rig, as you can see in the image. So we have something very conflicting here, right? We got boats going over the horizon, and we got where the geometric horizon should be according to a radius of 3959. And we factor in the observer height, a lot of things that would happen during the day. But what we don't get is the predicted value of where the geometric horizon should be with the 8 inch per mile squared parabola formula. So we don't have the geometric horizon where it should be because we see a lot farther than that. And also, if the ship is going over the horizon, well, it would need to be disappearing over the horizon far beyond the second oil rig. Hopefully this is making sense. But if you have any questions, because if we don't see this happening, like something else, I would submit to you that when you look at that boat that's disappearing over something, right, that we're gonna have to figure out what is happening there, because if it's not Earth curvature, then it's something else, right?
So
Yes.
What
sorry,
was that?
someone was
Go ahead.
laughing.
It's fine. We get that a lot. People get upset with this information. They snicker, they laugh, but all they can do is that.
So I'm looking at the picture with the two oil rigs, and I
Hmm.
still don't. What is the? So I see the 1.22 thing, but
Yes.
w- so you're saying what should be happening is that the oil rig should be like half underwater or something? Like if it
Well,
was
you're getting
curved?
there. You're getting there. We should
What?
probably be seeing a lot less of those oil rigs, both of them, because let's say, yeah, you're getting it. That's
But
exactly what.
how
Because
tall are they?
these oil rigs, well, I mean, at the distance that they are, because you got to look at the distance, right? I'm not sure the actual height of them, but
Yeah.
to see that much of them at the distance they are, it shouldn't be possible. So what we should be seeing is something very obstructed with the horizon,
I
because
think that depends on how tall they are, right? So like
well,
if what's supposed to happen is the water creeps up above them, they sink behind the water or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah, but you're
Yep.
also you're also forgetting something even more drastic than that. Is that the horizon at a 1 foot observer height should already start obstructing the viewer from seeing a line of sight. You can't have line of sight because at 1.22 miles, that Earth curvature is starting to get in the way, obstructing the viewer from seeing beyond that part. In other words, it's like the top of the hill for the viewer. You can't see beyond the top of the hill what's behind it. So
Unless
the
something's taller than the hill.
exactly. That's correct. But with that, we don't even see the beginning of the top of the hill. Far, it's like the horizon where that top of the hill is beyond the second oil rig. That's the problem. That horizon way beyond that oil rig should be all the way close to 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height, according to the radius value 3959 of the Earth.
Okay.
All right.
I guess I don't have any more questions about that. I guess so.
Sure.
My next extension question is, from this same picture, if the Earth was flat, why do I not see like everything behind the second oil rig?
Interesting. You're asking some interesting questions.
Yeah, because if it's flat, shouldn't I,
Yeah,
be
yeah.
able to see what's over there?
So you got to remember when I started talking about this image is that it's zoomed in with the camera. So this isn't an eye view, right? So obviously, right? Duh.
Oh, sure.
But
So the
like,
camera's not strong enough to take the picture. Is kind of what
so
your point
no,
is.
what we were zoomed in. We're zoomed in right now. This is like the max zoom level of the camera. Well, at least from my knowledge, it is. It's a max zoom from the camera, so the camera is looking at as much zoom power as it can probably get, and it's seen all. It was able to see. Well, actually, I really want you to look at the video because what it done is you can zoom in all the way. As a matter of fact, you know what? Give me a second. I have a GIF. I saved a GIF actually about this. I submitted it earlier. Just, if you give me a moment, I'll show you.
I mean, someone just pointed a picture, a GIF of zooming in. But even if it is zooming in, like, what's the significance? What's your point here?
So yeah, you're looking at like angular. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This GIF right here. Oh yeah, they did put it. So I'm doing the same. Yeah, what it is like the camera has a maximum resolution limit, right? Your eyes have a maximum resolution limit, how far you can see, right? Angular resolution. So the angle of view that you have from the ground to your eyes is a specific narrow angle. And the lower to the ground you get, the lower the angle gets and the less you can see in the far distance. Does that make any sense to you so far?
So what about a
So
telescope then?
yeah,
If
yeah, yeah,
if if your
but
proposition
you
is that
yeah, let me
eyes and
just
cameras are not strong enough,
yeah,
what about a
let me
telescope?
just get you to agree or disagree with what I said, right? So depending on your elevation, you're going to see farther or a lot closer because you can't see far if you're lowering your angle of view. Does that make sense to you?
Uh, I think it makes sense if it's round. I don't think it makes sense if
No,
it's
no, no,
flat.
no, no,
If
no,
I'm
no,
on a
no, no.
flat plane,
No, no,
I
no.
don't see why I can't see all the way far. I mean, my
No, no, no.
eyes, have a limitation because they're
Right.
not perfect.
But do you know what angular resolution is?
I guess
Or
not.
are you okay? I would say you're gonna have to probably look that up if you want to. You don't have to, but I would say that if you really want to know what we're talking about in this particular subject, I would say look that up. There's a lot of resources you can look up in the angular resolution information. You can look up a lot of things about it, but
Sure.
that's what they use for telescopes to actually have enough magnification power because you have to understand angular resolution so you can magnify objects in the far distance. And what's happening here, even with the camera as it's zooming in, it's the view of the camera. What it can see is actually narrowing, right? So imagine the zoomed out perspective of looking at those oil rigs. You can see all around those oil rigs, right, in the far and wide. As you zoom in, it shrinks that angle, so it makes it really short to where you can only see two in the frame. You can only see both oil rigs. It
Sure.
takes up the whole frame. So when you zoom out, you see a lot more on the sides, right?
Sure.
So wow, what happens is you're actually zooming in. That means that the thing that you see in the far distance is being like really zoomed in on. So everything gets narrow and it gets close. It brings that thing in the far distance up close to your vision with the
Yeah.
zoom.
I can agree
Right.
with the narrowing, but how does
Yeah.
that affect the far away part? Like
It's
the part that's still in view but
yeah.
really far back.
So think about it like this, right? I can put it really practically to you. So if you see a car driving away from you, it looks like it's getting smaller as it drives away, right? Not now I'm not talking about flat or round earth right now. I'm just talking straight to your mind about how things look to appear when something's moving away from you, right? A
Yeah,
car
that's
looks
because it's less percentage of the whole picture that I can see, and my
correct,
eyes
but
aren't
that's
perfect.
you're starting to understand a little bit, and it moves into the territory of explaining a bit about what angular resolution is doing at this point. So as that thing moves away, it'll start getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets to a tiny pinprick, and then finally your eyes can't resolve it no more, and then it disappears in your vision. You can't see it with your eyes anymore. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
But if you were to pick up at that moment a pair of binoculars or a telescope, do you think you could see that again for at least a short moment?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And that means that you've brought that thing back into view, not because it went over a curve, because even if your eyesight couldn't detect it anymore and you couldn't see it anymore, it didn't mean it vanished over the curve. It just meant it got too small for your eyes to see or to resolve. So
Sure.
when you picked up optics, you magnified your vision so that you could see it. And now you can see it. But here's the other thing. those optics have a limitation to their view. So at some point, they're going to go out of the optical range of those optics you're using, and then it'll disappear out of the optics view as well.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, right. But there's a lot of factors involved in this, okay? So not just that, but then you have the ambient air temperature, which is the quality of the air that you're seeing, causes types of phenomena to occur, like you'd have inferior, superior mirages. You'd have heat haze that's going to cause air turbulence in your view. Other
So
factor. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
so I agree that if there's like one object, no matter how big, as farther away it gets, if we're flat, or I don't think it really matters, but as
Yeah, it
far as
don't
it gets
matter.
away, it gets smaller and smaller, augment with binoculars, and then it still gets smaller and it gets past that point. I get that. I'm good with that.
Yes, yes.
But what if it's not just one object, but let's say like a whole forest, like a 10-mile perpendicular from my view, like a solid wall over
Of
there.
trees.
So as I zoom out, the one tree is getting smaller, but the wall as a whole is still pretty big.
It's still visible, yeah. Yeah, that can be noticed, right?
So like
But what
even if we zoom out really far, maybe the trees are too short then. Maybe the narrow gets too short. Let's say
Yeah.
they're really tall, like a city, like a bit like New York City or something, and I'm
Mhm,
like
mhm.
20 miles away from it. There's a bunch
Right.
of really tall buildings. So any one of them is probably too small, but it collectively should be big enough to still see.
Correct, right. So here's the thing about this, and hopefully you understand. Remember the angle of view that I just told you about? The lower you get to the ground, the less you can see. Now think about this. Things in the far distance also work in that same manner. On the bottom of those things that you see in the far distance will start to seem like they disappear. Your eyes can't resolve the bottom of all of that you're seeing in the distance. So what you can see is what's above that in your angular perspective. So you will be able to see like the tops of the trees, like in the, or at least half of the tree line or whatever. But you won't be able to notice the bottom because that will be obstructed. And now I'm only saying this because I'm dealing with land topography, which of course could be curving in some way, right? Because it's got elevation. So
Yeah,
that's
we just
different.
assume it's flat.
Yeah, it's different. But if you're assuming it's flat, then we're going to say that the bottoms of those trees, because of your angle of view, is going to cause a bottom up obstruction due to the fact that you can't see the narrowest of angle. So the lower you go in your vision, the less you're going to see in the bottom of the thing you're seeing in the far distance. It's just known. Like it's not. There's no flat Earth or globe Earth involved here. It's only what your eyes can see and what you resolve. But you're always going to resolve things that are easier to see from the top versus the bottom. Does that make any? Because like you said, you'll see things at the top, right? You can't see the
I'm not
lower something.
sure. Like,
Yeah, that's how it is.
so if the Earth is round, then I stop seeing the bottom. I'm good with that. But if the Earth is flat, I don't see why I stop seeing the
Yeah,
bottom.
but here's the thing. I need you to look up angular resolution. It's going to answer a lot of your questions here in this part right here that I'm talking to you about. So far be it from you listening to me. I want you to do the just a quick search, right? Look it over, angular resolution, see what it's about, and you'll start to see that it has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. It's to do with optics, and the angle that you have that you're seeing an object. The more you raise in elevation, the more you can see, and so forth. So it's like, of course, you're not going to see forever. Even if you raise in elevation, things will get small for your vision to see, like even
Yeah,
that
so
way. But
so I don't want to make the conversation go towards human eyes. Human eyes are, obviously terrible. Let's imagine we have like
well,
a perfect telescope, right? Like super good.
mhm,
Do you, if I had a perfect telescope and I aimed it, towards New York City and I'm in California,
mhm.
I mean, there'd be a bunch of shit in the way, but like, would I be able to see it? I mean, I would see the stuff in the way, right? But is that your proposal?
It
Is that
would
if I
be,
just,
it would be
Now
continually obscured.
you're
The
gonna
further
have
you went, it would get incrementally obscured by the
yeah,
gases.
so I
you're
wouldn't be
just
able to see the city, but I should
no.
theoretically be able to see everything in between.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing, though. Remember, we talked about angular resolution. It's in the name, resolution, resolving power. So you're not going to have what you would consider a magnification of that magnitude. Duh. It's in the name. Like magnification has a specific limit. It's a resolution limit. So everything has a limit. You know what I mean? Even if you have a really good telescope, it doesn't mean you can see forever. It just means you can see to the limit of that telescope. And of course, you're looking through the densest layer of air. Now, air density is going to change how you see things optically in the far distance, right? So, do you get it? air density changes how you. So, for example, like the black swan image, did you see the way the cranes look really wavy? That's heat haze. Heat haze causes obstruction, or air turbulence causes obstruction in the viewing distance. I think,
Refraction.
yeah, think about it this way: if you look at somebody walking in a really hot day and you see them coming towards you, it looks really wavy, like you can't make the person out. You know what I mean now?
Doesn't it also explain why you can see it?
I'm asking the gentleman. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying about the heat
Okay.
haze.
Yeah.
Um,
So yeah, and
and
it
you're
has to
saying so
do.
because the air is not 100% clear, when you stack a bunch of air, it eventually is enough unclear that it is obscured.
Right. So you get it. So it has nothing to do with Earth curvature. It has more to deal with the natural phenomena that's occurring between you and the thing you're trying to see in the distance. There's a lot of things that we're trying to attribute to what's going on versus what it actually is. Like in the case of the Earth being a globe, everybody says immediately Earth curve. Yeah, that's fine, but there's no measurement of drop over the distance, and we understand that there's things happening in the air for sure. Absolutely 100%. There's stuff happening in the air when it's a
Right.
hot day.
So if we have, I think LIGO is the term. We have like a really long tunnel that is a vacuum. So it's there's no air in there. Do you know about LIGO?
Yeah, I've
How
heard
do you
about it,
think
but
that
go ahead.
factors in here? If we could have like a long tunnel that is clean with no air, so you don't get the air obscurity.
But what are we looking at? Like what is it that we're trying to observe?
Maybe we like paint a red, paint the wall that's like really far away red or something, and like
Yeah,
that's
but these are hypotheticals though. These things haven't been done. So I'd rather more relate to
I think
what the
LIGO does exist.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about it existing. What I'm saying is this hypothetical scenario that you just put involved, they've never done that. LIGO's never done that. Have they?
I do believe we have a very long tunnel
No,
that
no,
has a
no, no, no,
laser
no, no,
that
no, no,
shoots.
no, 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 no. Have they done exactly the example you said?
I mean, probably not with a red
Okay, so
wall, but
let's be real, right? Let's be
okay,
real. Like
let's.
so let's put it into the really is level, which means what can be done, what has been done. Because let's not lean on LIGO for now. Let's lean on what people that think the earth is a globe have been leaning on this whole time. That's what I'm saying. Let's
Yeah,
look to
I'm
provide
not.
evidence that way.
I'm not arguing like humanity, whatever. I'm arguing like my argument, right? And so your most recent proposition is that air obscurity,
Hmm.
obscures the thing. So if we have an environment where the air is not obscuring the thing, then how does
That's
that
an ideal situation which doesn't exist in nature.
Yeah, but so what? We can make it.
No, we can't. There's no way you
We have
can't you
vacuum
can't
tunnel.
turn you can't turn the air that we're breathing from here to 10 miles away into a vacuum. That's not possible.
No, yeah, that's
Make it
absolutely
not
possible.
Right.
make it
So it's not
make
ideal. So I mean,
if you
excuse
need
me.
me
It is
too.
an ideal scenario that's a hypothetical that's not related to reality. So therefore, let's go back to reality like
No,
that
we
song
we
says.
literally have that though. That is
No, we don't.
literally reality.
No, that scenario that you're trying to draw in here to make this comparison no one's ever done it. That's a very obscure kind of thing to think about because it's not even possible because and I asked you the question, when has this been done? You said, well, nobody's ever done it. So let's get away
Well,
from that. Let's go to things that have been done. Right? I've
hold
said it
on.
again. It's the second time I'm saying it. Let's go to things that can be done so that we can prove to everybody that it can be already measured, it can be understood as a globe. Let's not get these hypothetical things going on. Like if I rode a unicorn 10,000 miles per hour, could I see the Earth as a globe? Like,
Yeah,
let's
but
not
you're
do
you're
that.
changing my point. I'm not saying
But
anything about a unicorn.
it's obscure though. Let's not go there. Let's go to something that's been done. That's more constructive and helpful in this arena. That's all I'm saying. Let's provide evidence for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. All right, one sec. I'm reading the wiki, and then
Okay.
if it does what I think it does, then I'll let you know. Give me
Can,
like 1 minute.
Yeah.
maybe
Take five. Take five.
can I add him one information only because he's confused with telescopes and optics. If we take telescope, people taking and the guy, or I don't know the name of the guy, but there are many
Hmm.
people making from one mountain to another mountain, I think in France. And the most distance in this moment is Guinness record, something like 270 miles. That means no human made long distance photography than that what it is. That means 275 miles. That mean, and he was using also infrared to kill all that, let's say, uh, uh, uh,
Yeah.
atmospheric
Yeah, I
things.
get you, Sasha. I get you,
Yeah.
bro. But like what we're doing right now is having him bring the evidence. Let's not put
Ah.
something that we're saying involved in there because he hasn't presented it yet. We have
But
to allow him. We have to allow him to search his mind. See, here's the thing, right? Like I did just say this to the whole group. We have to allow these guys to search their mind for the best evidence they got against the argument that the Earth is flat. So if they're saying that it's a globe 100%, you have to bring your A game. You got to bring all the evidence. You got to get your ducks in a row. You can't, and we as Flat Earth, we can't give them another example. They have to give us all the information. If they can't provide it, that's gonna show. I know. 1 second, sir. That's gonna show everybody that they're not equipped for this. They don't have the information. So let's not give them anything just yet. Let's see what he has to offer.
Yeah.
Or you
So
can,
Alpha, I have evidence.
or if you want to make a long distance, let's say 500 miles. Man, do you understand that in between that distance could be fog, could be rain, could be everything? Do you know how much is that distance? In 10 miles you can see something, but in 200 miles it could be seven different. In 50 miles can rain. In 100 miles it can snow. In 200 miles could be fog.
What were we gonna present?
Yeah, so if you Google LIGO, it is LIGO. It is an experiment that has a ultra high vacuum system that is 2.5 miles. So it's back to back. So it's like and it uses mirrors. So they shoot a laser. It goes 2.5 miles, hits a mirror, bends at a 90-degree angle, goes, hits another one, and comes back. So it does like a 10-mile round trip in a vacuum tunnel, and they use this to measure gravitational waves. This is a real thing that exists. There's more than one of them that exists that is built right now.
All right, good for them. Good for them. How does this help us in the reality and the really is level, being at the place where we're seeing ships disappear from the bottom up?
So we want to decide if the ships are disappearing for air haze or not. So
Okay.
if we looked at a tunnel that was a vacuum, there would be no air haze. So then we
We're
could
not
experiment.
looking at the ship anymore. We're looking at a tunnel inside of a tunnel.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what? Like,
So that's not the okay. So what you're trying to do, and bless your heart, you're trying to find the best way to see how you can make the globe Earth become a reality. Now, what we have to do is get away from things that are not talking about looking at ships disappearing from the bottom up or anything in the physical and natural world where we can make in our observations with natural air. We have to go right there to that place. Once we understand to be able to identify that the Earth is a globe by any evidence that you can bring in reality, not going to tunnels and looking at LIGO, because that's not going to help us. We need to figure out how people know that the Earth is a globe right now by just going to the physical and natural world. Let's not go back to LIGO. That's not going to help us right now. We need to know why people are saying when they go and see a ship disappear from the bottom up that is the Earth's curvature. I'm asking you to search your mind for this. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. I trust the scientists. That'll be fine for me. At least I know you believe that somebody's figured it out, but don't just try not to attempt to do something that it's half-hearted, you're not really sure, and it doesn't have anything to do with what we're saying here. Because it's not going to help us. And it's fine. If you don't know, that's okay. You don't have to know everything, right? Just defer to the scientists. Be easier. Yes? Would you like to defer?
yeah, I'll defer. I mean,
Okay.
I'm out of ideas here.
Okay, that's fine. And if anybody else wants to jump in, if you have any more questions, guys, about if the Earth is a globe or not, please come forward and let us know. Anybody can ask questions.
Well, I sure would like to know why my drop from the horizontal shows drop over distance and why it forms a curve.
I don't know what you're
Is
talking
that
about,
all
Jesse.
you ever say, Jesse?
I don't know what you're. What are you talking about, Jesse? Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead and present your evidence, Jesse. We'll hear you.
Okay, well, I measured the drop from the horizontal at distances from 1.5 to 105 miles. and I found that the drop was surprisingly close to the globe model prediction at all those different distances and the ones in between as well.
And he's not even licensed or taught how to use his equipment.
You're not. But he thinks he's a cowboy, I guess, trailblazing. But go ahead and are you putting something in the text chat, Jesse?
Oh, I can put it again.
Well, do it this way. Can you present like some data points and images and such?
Let me tag you. I did it. I tagged you with it earlier, and I am putting it again and tagging
No,
you.
I see it, but you tagged the wrong guy.
Oh God, this shit again.
I tagged you earlier with.
Yup, I'm with you, bro.
Okay.
So walk us through what this is, man. Has he talked about this before?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Run us through it again, Jesse. Come on. You know you fucking enjoy this, you motherfucker. You
I mean, why are you insulting someone? Like,
shut up.
cool.
Put him on mute.
Put him on mute.
You done brought the QE out of me, motherfucker.
If you have to insult someone, you lose the debate.
Shut up.
You don't know.
I'm not insulting you, and I'm not ad homing him. I'm pointing out the fact that he already fucking did this 30 times. That's not an ad hom, you dumbass. It's a rerun.
Well, I still haven't got an answer though.
All right. Well, what's your? I don't present it because I guess.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying after every time you guys actually give answers for 2 fucking hours.
So just can you just I don't want to summarize it, but you probably have to go through it. But what are we looking at here, Jesse? What is this?
Okay, this is the data from a bunch of different measurements done mostly by myself, but by a few other people in other parts of the world, as well as 2 flat earthers. And it's measurements of drop from eye level or drop from the horizontal at distances from 1.5 miles to 105 miles, and the distances and the observer and target locations and heights are all shown in the spreadsheet in the bottom half, and then the top is just a plot of drop over distance from these raw measurements.
What are these just you're eyeballing something? What equipment are you using? Like what's all this, man? Because you have to talk about that. Like I just see a red line with a bunch of little dots on it, and that's all I see. Like what is that showing me?
200-mile line of sight with a antique theodolite, right, Jesse?
They're not exactly antiques, but they're functional.
Yours are.
So
Yours are. It's not a total station. It's antique.
Hey, some of them are total stations. Okay. But anyway, the oldest one is actually a total station. But
the first one that ever came out. But the point is, you use it at 200 fucking miles. And you say it doesn't matter if actual surveyors don't use them that far due to accuracy. I'm still accurate. That's always been my problem with your.
Well, yeah, I've talked to Jesse before, but this is nothing new with Jesse and what he thinks right now. It seems like you have
200
a diagram.
miles, dude. How many arc seconds? How's that arc second break down over 200 miles?
Jeez Louise, man. And what's the tolerance rate anyways, Mike, for the kind of theodolite he's using? What would you say? Like that would be way out of its range,
well,
right?
Tolerance here. This is where he gets me. The tolerance from a county standard or a state standard would be tighter than the tolerance he uses, and the distance would be a lot shorter because of accuracy. Because the further you go, the higher the amount of error there's going to be. It's an inverse relationship.
But the important point is to ask whether my margin of error.
I just covered the important parts.
No, the important point. Tell me this, Battle Mod. Do all measurements of a non-integer value have an error of some
There's going to be. So here's the point. So if distance and error have an inverse relationship and you want the least amount of error, then you would do the shortest distance you could do and still do it productively, right? For accuracy. Can you concede that point? Because it is a logical point on which we set our quality of standard.
Well, that's irrelevant when you need to.
So you won't concede it. The standard is about accuracy.
You've lost the debate if you're going to cut off me every single sentence at the third word.
I just want you to actually answer what I said and not ramble past it.
Well, you answer mine, and I'll answer yours.
See,
Yes or no? Do all non-integer measurements have some margin of error?
I already did answer that. I said,
We
yeah,
answered
they
you already.
do. I said, yes, all do. And those increase over distance. So a smart man would do it at shorter distances for the least amount of error. I said that.
Okay, when you're doing a differential level run, you can reduce your errors by shortening your hops. I was not doing a differential level run, and it was impractical to do a multi-hop run for these shots. It would have defeated the purpose. So now, the important point here is that my margin of error was still drastically smaller than the discrepancy that I'm asking you guys about. But we all agree that I did not have a plus or minus 1 millimeter margin of error.
How
But
did
I
you
can
calculate your margin of error?
But
Are you
I
presuming
Oh, hold
straight
on.
straight
I'd like to
rays
know
of
how you
light?
came up with the percentage of the margin of error that you predict.
So here's some real world numbers. At 75 miles, 36 shots from 181 feet observer location to about a 2-mile high mountain. The same shot, different times of year, different times of day. My absolute peak to peak deviation, my absolute peak to peak variation in reading was fit within plus to minus 100 vertical feet at 75 miles. The average of my 36 readings was missing 3,200 feet. So yeah, I have error, but it's much smaller than the discrepancy. And going on about my error when it's smaller than my discrepancy is just not good faith.
Well, let me look at your projection sheet. Give me a minute.
And then there is also the statistical.
And these are at what distance?
At the closest one.
Oh, all right. I see some of them got numbers on them. All right.
Yeah, look under the yellow distance column.
Okay, it's even in mine. Oh, so you did take some shorter distance.
Oh yeah, I got
some.
I tried to fill it in. I tried to get it all the way from short to long.
I don't know. I'm still kind of
Hold
thrown
on.
by.
How are you averaging these all in a group shot when they're separate measurements?
This is not the averaged one I told you about. I'll get you that one too.
Okay, because I'm going to say without multiple angles, there can be no average or approximation. But yeah, you have a small amount of angles here for various places.
Yeah, I'm just saying I did a controlled test at 75 miles with 36 shots to get an idea of what my variation in reading was.
That was the first one, huh? I mean, did you range it in before you just jumped to the mile?
Did I what?
How'd you make it sure it was accurate before you just jumped to a fucking mile?
Oh, well, the manual says to do this little thing where you sight it at a target near eye level, read the angle, and then flip it around, and then.
So 30 foot or so, you did a 30-foot reading. 40 foot. That's
No, it was a couple hundred feet, but it passed the manufacturer's recommended test to make sure it was operating correctly. But I also compared it to 10 other theodolites. So, and I just tagged you with a spreadsheet that shows the test where I did the 36 measurements of the same shot at different times of year, different times of day, using a total of 11 different instruments. So that gives you an idea of what kind of variation to expect at 75 miles with an observer element.
You own all 11 instruments?
Unfortunately. That's just the ones that work.
Well, Jesse, if I can verify, are you basically
finding a target and then basically calculating the missing height? I
Yeah.
mean, is that all you're doing?
Well, yeah, I measure the angle to the target, and then
So it's not a measurement of the Earth.
well, it's a measurement of the drop from the horizontal.
Yeah, this is where I'm
Yeah,
still looking.
due to perspective and how far it is, you'll notice that did you see how like it curves down, right? So the farther that away it is from you, the shorter it appears to your zero.
Well, yeah, it just happens to match Earth curve, but
No, it doesn't match Earth curve at all.
well, so are you
Just
saying
because you can change the graph. So like I could squish this graph, right? I could make them equal to each other, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it produces a curve because, it's kind of an
Compression.
exponential thing, things shrink, and of course things get really big once they're really close to the camera. It's not exactly a linear relationship, right? In your case, it's like when you see those graphs where it's like, look, it's so bad, when it's actually just, you can skew the chart, if you will. You can make the ratio on one side look different from the ratio. Like for instance, your distances on your graph are much longer than say, your height differences. But you're completing Earth curve with a correlation of missing height due to length, right? You're saying drop over curve, but that's not drop over curve at all, right?
No,
Drop over distance.
right? So tell me, if I'm not calculating delta height correctly, then what is the correct calculation? Let's say I know the distance and I know the angle to a target. First of all, if you're a 6-foot guy and you're looking straight out at another 6-foot guy on a basketball court, you're looking straight out, right? 0 degrees from perfectly horizontal, straight out at him, right?
Okay.
Okay, let's say he's a 7-foot guy and you're a 6-foot guy, and the distance is 100 yards, or what's a basketball court? 20 yards?
I'm not actually sure.
Okay, let's say he's 1 foot higher than you and 100 feet away. What will the angle be for that 1 foot height difference over a 100-foot horizontal distance?
Depends how far away he is, right? Because it'll shrink and shrink.
He's 100 feet.
Yeah, I mean, he's 100 feet away. I mean, I'd have to, do this experiment or this observation, I suppose.
You mean there's no known math to mankind that could tell us the answer without having to go measure it on a...
No, I mean, you can use trig. You can assume a flat level baseline, but that's exactly what you would do.
But
Okay.
there's a factor here that you're not putting in there, Jesse. You're not also saying that angular view, like something in the far distance, is something you could probably figure out with math, but then you're gonna have to check to see what it looks like through the medium of air, because that's another factor. It's a variable that's gonna have to put in there. So let's say you're doing your observations, you can see something that kind of undulates, whether it's gonna be a time lapse footage of something that you're trying to use your theodolite for in the far distance. This is the reason why it becomes unreliable. When something is obscured by the air temperature, right? Like there's heat haze, there's inferior superior mirages that happen. There's things that obstruct. There's things that happen. So when you're looking through your rangefinder and you're looking down horizontally down range, what's going to happen is that when you're trying to get something in the far distance, a target, it's not going to seem to be looking it'll be in a different location due to the fact that the air is going to be kind of obscuring. It's going to cause turbulence. You're not going to be able to see it like where you think you're supposed to see it. This is what I've been saying. That's why the obstruction from bottom up happens, because of angular perspective. Then you start to have like the object itself looks wavy, distorted. It could be in a different location. There's a demonstration of this with Skunk Bay. The Skunk Bay image, it's a time lapse footage where it looks like the peninsula in the far background looks like it's undulating throughout the day. And if you were to take a still of any time of that day, it would look like it would be in a different location. Not that it really is in a different location, but because the air between you and your thing you're making an observation from changes the perspective of the thing you're seeing. But that's what you haven't factored in. You're using that and then saying that that's curvature. It's not. Hey, I mean, Look at what a flat level water just put in the text channel, Jesse. This
Yeah,
is
I
what
see.
yeah.
The air
So
turbulence.
if you were to, like, at any time you're making your observation, you're gonna see it in like a still frame, like a one shot throughout the day. You're doing your test, you're running some numbers, but you're doing it at a level where the air is making what you're trying to see, the target, look something a little bit obscure than it would on a clear day where there wouldn't be that distortion. But you don't know that because you have to go at different times, and the thing in the far distance is going to change. It'll vary in the way it looks in your rangefinder. So this is why I'm saying you could probably crunch the numbers, and you, like, what you're expected to see is probably not going to be what you see every time. It's going to always be different because of this. This is something that's real. That's a phenomenon that's taking place there. So if you don't, there's no way to factor that in. You don't know what's like 1 hour to the next, what you're going to be seeing exactly, if it's going to hold its linear relationship to your observation. It's just, it won't. You can't have an ideal scenario where you can crunch the numbers that way. It's too fluid. There's no way that you can come up with like these, fine points of like exact numbers. It's just that you can't do that, man. There's not with this. This is reality we're dealing with, and it's moving all over the place. So that's why I'm saying, in short distances, yes, I could see it working out. Like, you can, that's got its tolerance level, and people that do surveying use this equipment. It makes sense. But when you take it out of its uh working parameters, and you're going to have to be looking at over large distances, it's just not feasible, man. That's why these types of equipments have tolerance levels. It's just, you can't take it out of its working parameters. Otherwise, you're really just looking through a telescope. That's all you're doing. I mean, that's not really useful. Not in this way. Not in what you're trying to do, to get like exact numbers. I mean, you tried. I mean, yeah, that's, you're trying to do something, but I can say I give you credit that much, but it just, there's too much going on in the air, bro. Like, to actually say that it is, actually, that you're seeing a dip or something, because we already know that's happening right now. What's happening at Skunk Bay, hour to hour, you're gonna have a different optical view. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Other than, there's no way that you're gonna be able to accomplish your goal of what you're trying to do. As much as you try, you're gonna have different, heights of things. So
So I mean, and I
that's the
understand.
only thing. Yeah, go on.
I understand that when the line of sight is close to when the majority of the line of sight is close to the surface of the water, you see huge variations in vertical displacement. And in fact, I have gone to the beach and filmed a ship's waterline at an angle which would equate to like 20 feet above eye level.
Yeah,
A few
yeah.
days later, I go in different weather and it's below eye level. And so, so I know that when the line of sight is close to the surface of the water, which was the case for Skunk Bay, you can go cherry pick flat Earth results, concave Earth results, or globe results, whatever.
Yep.
You just pick your. I can tell by the weather pretty much what I'm going to get before I go to the beach. But what's different about my 36 shots at the 75-mile mountain is that I didn't get that variation. I didn't get the mountain appearing above eye level one day and below eye level the next day. I did 36 measurements under all the different kind of conditions I possibly could, and all of them fell within plus or minus 100 feet of showing 3,200 feet missing. And I want to know why what is causing that. I don't want to just know that, yeah, that's the way it is and it works.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're trying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not taking that away from you, man. But like, the problem we're having here is that in the case of the Earth being a globe, there's already numbers, like figures, that are already put up. So regardless of what you do, you're doing something else. What we have is already known geometry. We have fixed values in that there's already a given set radius, a given set circumference, a given set diameter. These values are not to be, you can't just say, well, here comes Jesse Gordon, it's going to reconstruct the drop rate over distance. You have to conform to that in a way that it's going to make sense with your, with your test, to say that it is curvature. Because if we're out of the range of where the Earth's curvature should be, then you're already off. Like, because you're not. It's not comparable. It's not. you can't say that those numbers are going to equate to the Earth, because it's, so far as we know, everything should be where that's the purpose of the black swan. The predicted value of the geometry of the Earth should put the geometric horizon at a specific distance. So if your observations aren't lining up with that, then you're doing something else. And I don't know what you're doing. You're just trying to prove that there is curvature, but that's not the case. We're trying to provide evidence of the geometry predicted value. And it needs to line up with that specifically, not with something you came up with. But I did this test and now I know there's Earth's curvature. Because that's what people say when they see pictures from NASA. They showed us pictures from NASA. We're good. We got Earth's curvature. That's not good enough. It needs to conform to the values that they've already set before us.
Well, the problem is you say that no one's ever measured drop over distance. But I got the best tool I could manage that was literally designed for measuring drop over distance or rise over distance. It's the best I could get my hands on. If you got a better idea, we can talk about that later. But I got the best I could that was literally designed for measuring drop over distance. I assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth, and I measured for drop over distance. And what I measured matches the globe model surprisingly closely. So I don't know what
incorrect.
Which is incorrect.
That you say that it matched it closely. You're using terminology that's not equating to that you've actually gotten the numbers that were desired for the geometry or the size of the Earth. So what we're going to see are variances in that, saying that perhaps it came close within, like, what's your tolerance? You're not even giving that. So there's a lot of words that you use that leave us more they're a bit vague. You're just like leaving some so that people don't hold you down to, like, okay, exactly, tell me what it is. You're like, well, we didn't hit the mark right on, but we're like about, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 orders of magnitude. You're not giving us the specifics.
Let me.
How close are you?
Well, that and sorry, Jesse. You know, you're not accounting for, if you see something in your data, it says 100 miles away, that supposedly this curve should be even obstructing, and you wouldn't even be able to measure this missing piece.
No, none of my objects should be hidden on the globe. But
no, that's not what the globe's saying, bro. Like like I said, you got one thing in your mind about what you should be seeing, and then presenting that as evidence of Earth curve, and then we have the rhetoric, the mainstream, already agreed upon geometry of the Earth and what should be obstructed at what distance. It's already said and done. Whether or not you come close to that is like you basically you have to line up perfect, like with the geometry. It has to be what they're saying. If you're somewhere outside of that, then you're not providing evidence of the Earth curvature. You got some numbers that looks to be what we see in Skunk Bay. Stuff that's over a time lapse is going to be undulating at different days. You're not going to ever give us conclusive evidence that the Earth is curving exactly like the way they're telling us. And that's what we're looking for. We're not looking for you providing evidence of Earth curve. We're looking for you to provide the evidence of the predicted value of Earth curve, like they're telling us in mainstream. It's got to comport to that, or else it's not. We're just gonna toss it out. But like, doesn't matter what you've done. It's gotta be exactly what they say, so that when we test it, we're gonna be like, okay, Jesse's done the test. We're gonna go and do exactly what Jesse's done, and we'll come up with the same information, exactly what mainstream is saying, not what Jesse said, because Jesse's just verifying what mainstream said. So we're going to make sure that Jesse's following what mainstream numbers are coming up, so that we can know what he did, so we can do it and find out that we're going to be in line with mainstream. That's the important part of this whole. The takeaway here is that if we're not getting the numbers mainstream is saying, then we're not doing justice to this. You got theodolites and you're just playing around with stuff. That's all you're doing. But there's no evidence coming to the table right now. Not for mainstream geometry, anyway.
Well, there's the statistical significance aspect, because of these. If you take an average of these 36 measurements and calculate the predicted globe model claimed angle, the difference is like 6 feet. So that's pretty unlikely that just by some random errors, I got a erroneous average missing height reading of 3,200 feet that was within 6 feet of the globe model prediction.
And
How did that
another
happen?
thing, yeah, another thing too. You're actually doing it over areas that we only see graphs. What we need to see is real field testing, um, Earth curvature, drop over the distance tests, right? So something like the Black Swan would thwart the efforts of what you're trying to do, right? Because at a 1 foot observer height, bring your theodolite all the way down to 1 foot. See if you can replicate the Black Swan. See if you can actually see the 1.22 geometric horizon where it should be. There's things that you should be proactively doing to actually test the thing that has been done by Flat Earth as well. If you want to actually get this locked down tight, then you got to do everything you can to follow everything that we're doing to see if we're not doing something incorrectly as well. Because you're just doing what you're doing. You're not doing what we're doing. So just like you're trying to do something creative, right? We're just testing the radius and the circumference claim to where if it lines up with that in any way, we're gonna know. We cannot see line of sight if there is a geometric horizon that will obstruct our view in any line of sight. And what you're saying is there is obstruction due to Earth curvature where it's predicted supposed to be, and then we're not seeing that. We're just not, Jesse. It's not where they're telling us that it is. It's not because you're not finding it, it's because it's not there. And that's why it's hard. I know you're trying your best to actually bring some evidence to the table, but it's not as what they were claiming. Because that's what we're testing. We're testing the claim that the geometry of the Earth is specifically like the radius value is told to us. And it's not 8 inches per mile squared. It just really isn't that because it doesn't conform to that. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
But here's the thing,
Yeah.
though, is you say that no one's ever measured drop over distance. I do the best way I can using the
know.
best equipment I can. Just hear me out to check for drop over distance, and I get exactly within 6 feet at 75 miles is surprisingly close to the globe model. How do I know I'm not actually measuring drop over distance? I mean, what's the chances that out of numerous different measurements, it's not, if this was just random data, if my instruments were just reading high and low and all over the map, it wouldn't match Earth curve at distances from 1.5 to 105 miles. Something is curving similar to Earth. Something
Well,
causing.
yeah, I know what you're saying, but like if here's the thing that I'm saying, man, and I don't know if you can see it this way. You're not getting what they're saying we have. I don't care how much you're off. And that's the only thing that matters. If it's not conforming to the specifics that they gave us, then you're off. And it doesn't matter if you're saying by chance where I came close to it. That does not matter. In this case, what matters is like specifics. And if you're not getting, because we're testing that claim, right? We're not just going and saying, I want to come in with a tolerance level. That's not how this works. We're testing the claim that they're saying. And if it doesn't conform to that, or if it does, we'll know it. Because everybody has access to the equipment that you have, right? So it's not like nobody can't do what you're doing. The problem what we're having is we're testing the claim, not your idea. You're trying to do something else. We're testing the claim of the Earth being a globe, which is the radius, the circumference, and we're testing to see if the curvature matches that.
Doesn't the
It's not.
science just say that with your measurements, they will only be to a tolerance? Like
But
science says you can't get an
yeah.
exact measurement. So
No, because we have specific values. So
Can I ask a question?
3959, 24,901. We don't have like maybe could be's. We got specific numbers. These numbers
no,
are not like
no,
tolerance.
because
Well,
measuring devices don't work that way. Measuring
here's the
devices
thing,
only
Theory. You
get to a
might,
tolerance. Plus, you said it's going to vary because of things like atmosphere. So
yeah,
it has to be like, how much is it going to vary? You can't
all right.
expect an exact
So
answer.
are we?
I assume you're not really saying exact answer, right?
Yeah,
It
go
just has
ahead.
to be.
Are you saying that because my measurement was different than the globe predicted measurement by 6 feet at 75 miles, that therefore I was not measuring Earth curve?
That's correct.
Well, what if my difference had been 1,000th of an inch difference? Would that have invalidated my measurement?
I would say that we have to look at the numbers like more closely. If you got within a range, Because what I'm looking at right now is that specifically you have some numbers on a graph, right? What you don't have right now is line of sight. So what you have to remember, I don't know if you're going to do this in the future or not, but if you do have something in sight like a target distance, because I'm always saying this, demarcate your distance between you and the horizon. If you want to do, I don't know if you're gonna use a theodolite or not. Maybe you don't have to, but shit, just use a little telescope on it or whatever, the rangefinder. And then what you want to do is you want to get the target distance as the horizon. And from your observer height to the target distance, you're going to have to come within the specific range of the Earth being a globe and conform to the 8-inch per mile squared parameter. Because if you're going for something else, like maybe close, that's not going to work. We need to get specifics, like right down to the measurement, because they gave it to us, right? They didn't tell us, well, look at the radius between this range and that. They didn't say that to us. That would be the ideal dream for you, but it's not that way. It's 3959, 24,901. Like, it's to the T. It matches a model.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, saying that 6 feet of error invalidates my measurement at 75 miles, which is showing 3,200 missing feet, that doesn't make sense. When you step on the bathroom scale, you've got more error per reading than that. When you're going down a car,
Jesse, I know I didn't make this up, man. Like, so you're not actually disputing with me, you're disputing with the numbers that are already set there. So you had to take it up with whoever made that. Probably give them a holler on the phone, say, "Look, guys, you're making me look bad," or whatever, because those numbers are the numbers. We're not looking at your close to maybe, or you know what I'm saying? Like, it needs to be those numbers that we're looking at, because they're the ones that set the boundaries, not you. Because you're not the one who made the claim that the Earth is a globe. You're advocating for it. You're like, I agree with it because I see things through my theodolite. So anyway,
yeah, but you use the fallacy that if there's any margin of error, then it's not a valid measurement, which is completely fallacious because you rely all the time on measurements that have a margin of error, much larger than 6 feet out of 75
but once
miles.
again, you're disagreeing, or you're arguing with me. Your argument is not with me; it's with the math of the globe. You have to take it up with whoever came up with that math.
Use the difference in topography argument.
We're not arguing the point that your numbers are incorrect because I'm saying so. Your numbers are incorrect because you're not adding up to the same numbers that they're giving us. So your Earth is different size already. It's a different size. That's the thing.
No, that's the margin of error fallacy you're arguing.
Well, you can hold on tightly to what you're saying as an argument, but like I said, your argument's not with us; it's with the actual numbers. So you got to deal with that. I don't have to. I'm not the one that's claiming the Earth is a globe. There is no curvature, as a matter of fact. Although you're claiming that there is, boy, you're gonna have to hit the mark, and you're gonna have to tell everybody how you hit it. That's it. It's a bullseye or nothing, Jesse.
Why do you have such a double standard, though? You don't have bullseye or nothing in anywhere else in your life. When
What's that got to do with all the tea in China, Jesse? We're not talking about what I'm looking at in life. Listen, I'm not the one advocating for the claim. The claim is already written in stone. It is 3959.
No, it's
it is
no, because they don't say it's a perfect sphere. So the Earth is both lumpy and it's also different.
Give
It's
them a holler.
ellipsoid.
Talk to them about it. Let them
There's
know.
no need. No one in science says you need 100%.
Maybe they can change the numbers for you. All you got to do is maybe give your local congressman a phone call and say, "Hey guys, let's change the education system."
I don't believe it's a constant value. I think it depends where you are on the Earth.
Well, it's not up to you. You're not the arbiter here. They are the ones who set wherever we got these numbers from.
Well, the 8 inches per whatever is just an approximation to begin with.
3969 is an approximation. It's more like.
All right, you guys can argue with that amongst yourselves. I don't really care. But if it's not those numbers, you're incorrect.
It doesn't change the shape, right? They could have the radius wrong, and it
if
could
you
still
do not
be round.
have those numbers, you're incorrect because that's the standard by which
you
we're
don't
measuring.
have the numbers, so you're incorrect then, right?
They're not my numbers, so
okay,
shoot.
So they are. They're yours to deny.
No, they're not.
They have. Hang on.
You don't have any
they have
non-curved
those
numbers, right?
If they have those numbers, right, then how did they get them? If we can never be correct, then how did they get them?
That's a
Well, you
question
can
for
never
you
be
guys.
exact.
Nah, don't
There's
give us that
always a plus or
runaround.
minus in science. There's always a plus
No,
or
that's
minus.
your
Yep, and all statistics.
excuse.
So what's your
No, it's not an
margin?
excuse. I mean, that's one of the
What's your
positions.
margin of plus and minus? What's your margin of plus and minus? How much can it be out?
I think I would say that at 100 or at 75 miles, my likely error is plus or minus 100 feet of elevation error.
You
At
want it to
75
fall.
miles.
That's
You want it to
error.
fall. You want it to fall within the range that suits you. That's not how this works, dude. Sorry. You don't.
Jesse, are you assuming parallel? Are you assuming that the light rays are going straight? Or
Yes.
what?
Would you like to argue that they
Why
don't?
are you doing that?
Well, why should I assume anything else? Unless you've got some evidence, would you like to present evidence that they're doing something else?
You guys claim all the time that they don't go straight.
Well, would you like to
Light
argue?
always bends, doesn't it?
So would you like to claim that they're curving one way or the other?
No, you didn't bring us the numbers that were
You're double
allegedly.
speaking at the moment.
You didn't bring us the numbers, Jesse. I don't know what
You're doing double speak.
Your little theodolite avatar that you have and all that just falls by the wayside because you don't have the information to present that you've got the numbers correctly like the way they've gotten them. So you're really coming up short with all this information with your theodolites. It's nice try, right?
No, I'm
But
not
try
coming
again.
up short. I'm not
You
coming
are.
up short.
You literally are coming up short. You're not coming up with the exact numbers, bro. Sorry. There's no way.
Look, when you fill your gas tank with fuel, and the pump says 5.83 gallons, do you throw a fit because you know it's not exactly 5.83 gallons? It's a little more. It's a few tablespoons more or less. Do you throw a fit, or do you take that as a measurement?
Well, I'm not measuring the Earth as a globe, so I take it as a measurement.
Right. So all the measurements that you rely on in your day-to-day life, you know there's a margin of error, and you just accept that that's a margin of uncertainty. But when my measurement has a surprisingly small margin of error, you disregard it simply because you don't like the meaning of it.
I don't like the meaning, or it's not up to the exact standard that they gave us. Which one is it, Jesse? Because you made an example that I didn't say. I said you didn't present the information as they presented it to us. They're giving us these values. Timbo just told you if you're not lining up with the same exact numbers, then you don't have what it takes to get it. That's fine. Your little theodolite test didn't work. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, how did they arrive to it? Do you know?
Well, I got another question.
Jesse, answer the question. Yeah, but we gotta wait at least because Jesse needs to answer the question. How did they arrive to it, Jesse?
Beats me. I wasn't there.
Beats me is the answer. Okay, Elise, you're next. Go ahead.
So, Jesse, is this like your experiment that you did yourself? You say it's yours?
The one that's just the 36 shots from the same location, I did all myself. The one that's the 20 whatever odd shots from different locations, I did most of them, but I had a couple of other globers and a couple of flat earthers also provide data for me for measuring in their countries.
Okay. So you think that if you did this again, you did your experiment again, it would come up with like you say you did it in different locations. Do you think it would come up with the exact same numbers?
No measurement ever comes up with the exact same numbers, statistically speaking. There's always some margin of error.
Like a margin of error in your own work, right?
What's that? I can hardly hear you. I'm not sure why. I heard everyone else.
There's a margin of error throughout your work, right? It will never be the exact same.
Actually, if you look through the data, there actually might be two measurements that actually were exactly the same when we're rounded to the nearest arc second, but I don't remember.
Okay, so what you're saying is if you repeated this experiment again in different locations, they wouldn't be the same, but you think it would have the same kind of curve.
even if it wasn't exactly the same.
Well, the one that I did at from 1.5 to 105 miles, yes, I believe that if I were to repeat the same measurement at different distances and elevations, I would get data points that would fall very close to along that same curve.
Right, but it wouldn't be the exact same curve.
Well, they would fall along that exact same curve.
Okay.
I'm not sure what your question is.
I'm getting this. So you are saying that your empirical data is allowing for a margin of error, yes?
It's just raw data.
Does
It's
it
just
take into account any ecological factors like atmospheric pressure, etc.?
no, it's just raw data.
And if you had that data, would you incorporate it into your experiment?
If what?
If you had the weather variables of the days that you took the data, could you incorporate it into the experiment?
I would need to know the temperature gradient along the entire line of sight distance. So I would need to fly an airplane with a dual temperature sensor, a differential temperature sensor along the path of the line of sight to really get a good correction for atmospheric variations.
You could, or you could use the data that's already available free on the web.
But the thing is, the line of sight, for example, to the 2-mile high mountaintop was way high up in the air, not near any ground station, and was 75 miles long, and it was certainly somewhat different conditions along that path. So actually getting that specific information for that point in time on that line of sight up to the top of a 2-mile high mountain, I don't think you could get that from available
Hey,
sources.
Jesse.
I think you could actually.
Jesse,
Cool.
how are you
But I'm
gonna
not
are you
sure
gonna
that's the
add
question
in?
yet.
Can you ask it? Yeah.
So yeah, you can incorporate all of these variables if you want to. You can add them to your data set. And what would that do? That would literally, all that would do is increase the margin of error. And you would account for that in your data. And then you can test for statistical significance within that data set, whether you've repeated it or not. But that's why it doesn't have to be exact. Whatever this globe thing is, whatever the numbers say about that, it never has to be exact.
Cool.
This is your empirical data. And like anyone doing experiments
Oh,
like you're doing,
you know what the
there's going to be margin of error because like Alpha Vertices said, there are problems in the atmosphere, whatever, creating these variables. But for some reason, you're not allowed to account for your own margin of error. I don't know why, but
yeah,
it makes
no,
sense
that's
to
not
me.
the issue. So what he hasn't done is he hasn't taken into account the atmospheric conditions. So he would claim that light curves. So then you would have to add in the refraction rate, would you not, Jesse?
Well, yeah, I can add in refraction rate, but I'm giving you raw data
Cool.
because
So
I
how
know
much are you gonna? How much? Wait, stop. How much are you gonna add in?
when I test it against the globe claims, I add in 1 degree per 932 miles.
1 degree per 932 miles of refraction.
Right. So if something were
So
9
why are you not giving us the same amount of refraction on the black swan then?
because that's way more than 1 degree and 932 miles.
Oh, is it?
It is.
So if you're gonna give, so it's all different. Just when you do it, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
But
Yeah.
and then you claim that the black swan is it's just refracted flat, and then you add in this extreme refraction, and then all of a sudden you've got 1 degree of refraction over 900 miles
That you
on
call that
your
confirmation
claim.
bias, Jesse. That's
That's
confirmation
fucked
bias.
up, man.
ALC doesn't know you like we do, but you always do this, and that's fine. She may be new to this, and she only sees that you're trying to provide some evidence. But what she doesn't see is the attempts that you would make to actually have your confirmation bias. That's what you do.
Where's my
all the time.
confirmation bias here? I assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth. I got the best instrument I could get for measuring drop from the horizontal, drop over distance. I measured the same shot 36 times to make sure it wasn't just some erroneous individual, bad reading. I used 11 different instruments. I did it during the summer, the winter, snow on the ground, different years, different times of day, different times of year. I did everything I could to get every possible different source of error in my readings. And the average was
So what
3,200
was the
missing feet.
what was the height difference? What was the height difference that you should have seen? So
Looks
from
like
what you should have seen to what you actually saw, what was the height difference? Over what distance?
the distance was 75 miles. The delta height
75 miles, and
the delta
the
height was
height drop was
the delta height was 10,600 feet.
what was missing? How much was missing?
3,200 feet.
Was missing.
Yes. The mountain was
So you're
3,200.
using what kind of you're using a theodolite over 72 miles?
75 miles. I was using a Nikon DTM 420 total station.
75 miles.
75 miles. A Sokia set 5.
Total stations already have built-in algorithms, yeah.
Not when they're in angle mode. Look it up, man. You want to bet money on that one? I will. You put
So
them in
you're
angle.
so you're claiming you're looking through 75 miles of atmosphere.
Yes, sir.
And how much if you add in your who's talking in the background? If you add in your refraction rate of 1 degree per 900 miles, how much is that going to add?
Hold on, I'll get that for you.
$75 miles is almost impossible to get the visual on that. So
556.
I don't know how he's doing that. I'm up in a high-rise building at the moment, and I'm looking over towards the mountains, which are only maybe 60 kilometers away. So only half the distance of what he's claiming, and I can hardly even see the tops of them.
You want to see the video? I videoed one of the times when I did it.
Keep going with the information. What do you got? What's the refractive rate going to change it by?
Oh, so at 75 miles, standard terrestrial atmospheric refraction would be about 556.2 feet of lift.
Okay, so yep. So what does that take you to of your estimate of where it should be?
Hold on.
So you had 3,000. What were the numbers again?
Yeah, 3,200 feet missing approximately.
Yep. So now and then you go on minus 500. Yeah. 2,700. What should be the dip?
3,200 feet.
Plus your
500.
Yeah. Have you added in your margin of error too?
Yeah, 3,200 feet.
Yeah.
over 75 miles, right?
Yeah.
Well, he got to see something, so there you
So,
go.
3,203 plus 556 is about 3,759, roughly.
Right, plus. Yep. And what's it supposed to be over 73 miles? What's the drop angle? What's the drop distance? 75 miles.
1 second.
Like almost what's that? 100 k's? It's over 100 k's, 120 k's. About should be over a kilometre worth of drop. Yeah.
3750.1 or 3750.8, roughly.
So
Hey,
nowhere near it.
Join Air Force. Can you stop streaming because it limits the people that come in here?
What do you mean nowhere near it?
It's why did you go? Why did you add on the refractive rate? Didn't
What's
you
that?
minus it?
Yeah, refraction raises
Or am
things.
I wrong there?
Refraction raises things, according to the globe claim.
So you got to add that on. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
And what did you use to see 75 miles?
Exactly.
Hey,
A
get
theodolite.
A building.
A theodolite.
A building tool. To build
A
buildings with.
A
theodolite.
theodolite, yeah, and not very good one either.
It's got some pretty good magnification, though. I could see a mountain at 75 miles.
Is the
Okay,
moon
then.
flat?
How thick's you know your crosshairs in the total station?
What's that? How thick are they?
Yeah, how thick are they on that 72 mile distance?
Hold on, I actually measured that, but let me look it up.
Jesse, where did you get your standard refraction number?
Off of I almost said off of eBay, off of Wikipedia.
Yeah, the terrestrial refraction is where he's getting it from.
Wikipedia.
7 over 6R. Standard.
The thickness of my crosshairs are approximately 2.5 arc seconds, which would be a quarter of a millimeter at
0.5
67.
arc seconds over. Sorry, repeat that.
What distance would you like it at?
At 72 miles. What's the height? 75 miles, sorry.
Yeah. Almost 5 feet.
Okay.
4.7996554, since I know Miggy likes exact numbers here.
Yeah. I mean, you got to keep it to what they've done, man, because otherwise, you're just making stuff up the way you want to make it sound like you found Earth curvature, but you have not. It's fine. I don't care what you present.
Jesse, you know, in water, when light or lasers refract, they curve downwards, and when they refract in the air, they curve upwards towards the sky.
I disagree.
Which way did you took? Yeah, but you have to determine when refraction takes place into the air. You have to determine which type of refraction you have for that day, in which direction, upwards or downwards.
All of my experiments have shown that light curves towards the more dense region in a gradient, right? Is that funny?
Towards more dense?
Yes. Do you know why the light bends in the sugar water in the fish tank?
Because it's
Listen,
sugar water in a fish tank.
can you add
Are we
sugar
breathing?
to the air?
Are we breathing sugar water, Jesse? Jesse, are we breathing sugar water?
Patience, dude. I was just let me get finished laughing. I try to not cut people off. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
appreciated that, but I try to not cut people off. So if someone cuts me off and I'm waiting for them to finish, don't call me out for not responding. Let them finish, then let me respond. I'm not running. I'm just waiting. Okay. So no, you don't breathe sugar water. I don't breathe sugar water. I've repeated the test
How
also
did you
in
measure
and in air.
the air density?
Hey, was this just in? Was these results just in one of your tests or in all of them?
Why are we debating his experiments anyway?
Because he did some.
No, yeah,
he's
no.
just-
I'm
He's
just
filling some time
asking.
in.
I
No-
heard
no-
that, but I didn't see any data on it.
Yeah.
No, he's just
Yeah,
time filling.
Were they
for now?
did they all come up? Did they all come up with the same readings, Jesse, or not?
The 36 shots to
Or
the same.
did you just pick the one that was closest?
Well, I did 36 shots to the same from the same.
I think he was talking about your refraction experiment.
Which one? What's your
You
question?
mentioned them. You mentioned them, not us.
What are you asking about, Timbo?
Well, how many of these shots did you do?
Are you talking about with the fish tank, like Battlemon says, or are you talking about to the 75?
No, not the fish tank.
Okay, the 75-mile mountain.
Yeah.
36.
And what was the results of the 36?
The results was an average of about 3,200 missing feet, and the peak-to-peak deviation.
Average? Yeah, no, I don't want to know the average. What was the minimum and the maximum?
Well, it was within a plus to minus 100-foot range. Let me get you the exact numbers. Okay, the minimum was, let's see. Let me find it on my spreadsheet here.
What was that?
Sounded like a belch.
It's theodolite.
Yeah, like. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have anybody else, so we're just letting Jesse kind of go through his.
I will say though, the Nikon that you have, that's perfectly worthy of using within reasonable experiences. But I wouldn't use any total station or theodolite at miles, but that's just me.
Yeah, God Rockin' was talking to him long ago. He told him the same thing.
Well,
I don't know, but
I'm
I
not
think
going to
it's
say the guy
also
can't learn it and all that either. I'm just saying, I'll just state it plainly. He's not doing it to a professional standard. Just that simple. But
He's also
he openly
I got,
admits that he's not
surveyors
trying to. He's not trying.
Yeah, I got surveyors at work that will only use them up to 3.5 kilometers.
Which is the reason why I was always bringing it up to him. I was like, dude, you're not. The manual doesn't instruct that you could use it for this. He's like, it don't matter. The rangefinder on it could sight for whatever distance, unlimited. I'm like, yeah, right.
Okay, so
no.
the minimum missing height that I measured was 3,090.52 feet, and the maximum missing height that I measured out of the 36 shots was 3,286.41 feet.
It's a nice try, Jesse, but you have no clue what you did. Actually.
Yeah.
It's too bad I can't.
I
strongly disagree.
Of course, you strongly disagree because you want the Earth to be a globe. So anything Jesse's
No, I disagree
presenting
because he's giving you raw data, and you're
it's
like,
music
when,
to your
when,
ears.
when you say
You're
something like it doesn't match closely enough the globe model that has very specific numbers, therefore I'm throwing it all away. That says more about your honesty than my confirmation
Yeah,
bias.
the honesty here is that it does.
He
Listen,
didn't
listen
give
to this.
raw
Listen
data.
to this.
There's
Naps.
no raw data. He's just
Did he know?
drawn. on an Excel spreadsheet.
Look, man, did he do what they've done to actually extrapolate those numbers? I ask you, Naps. Did he do that?
Why is the moon upside down from
I'm
the opposing hemisphere?
asking you. Now, wait,
hold on, Miggy.
Let
Hey,
me ask Naps. Let me ask Naps. I got him on the ropes.
I want
Did
to
No,
he
you
ask
don't
do?
have me on the ropes. You don't have
Did
me on
he
the ropes.
do?
You won't
Yes,
answer
I
that
do.
question.
Hang on,
I asked you
Mike.
that question last
No,
time and you had no answer.
no,
Give me
no, no.
give me a link
no,
to
wait.
the live
I
stream
need you
you
to answer
live
my
stream
question,
on.
Naps.
I need you to answer my question first, and
Did
I'll
he
engage your
do?
question.
Did he do what they were supposed to do when they measured the Earth's curvature? Did he do that?
How do I know that? All I'm saying is that
Ah!
he's shown that his graph shows a clear curve.
No, it doesn't
I
show
don't
a
need to
clear
know
curve.
that to see it to interpret his
Because
results.
you
there.
have a confirmation bias. You want it.
So
you want
do
the Earth
you.
to be a. No, I
You're
don't.
disregarding. You say,
No.
okay, it shows a curve, but it doesn't show the curve that I want, so therefore it doesn't count.
So
That's what you
you
said.
don't know. You don't know how
That's
they've
the
got
dumbest thing
no,
I've ever heard.
Naps, you don't know how they extrapolated the Earth's curvature in the first instance, and you don't know if he's done it correctly like they've done it.
And then the argument
what
against
gives
it was
what gives you the right to say that he's
what
done
was
it
that
correctly?
guy put in the
What
chat
gives
there?
you the right to say he's done it correctly? You don't
What
know
gives
how
you the
he's
right to
done
say
it?
he hasn't?
Because I'm asking you, how did he do it?
Because
you didn't
I'm
give me a
answering the
response.
arguments that you gave against him.
No, you didn't
You
give
said
me the response. You
there
didn't
is
give me the
flat
response,
level
dude.
water. Yeah,
No.
he showed the
He doesn't even know
horizon
how they've
from
done
the
it.
water
Do you
view
know
going
that,
up and
Naps?
down. Yeah, but his is a very consistent result.
All right, so
It's a
I'm
very
not gonna shout
consistent.
over you. He has not told anybody how they have done it, Naps. He's not told not a single person how they have done it. So he doesn't know, and you're advocating for his position like he knows what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just trailblazing his own way. He doesn't know what he's doing. Yet because of your confirmation bias, you want him to be right. So you want him to say everything he wants because he's not doing something like he's supposed to. He's using that device way out of its context, out of its working parameters. He's not using it like a professional would. Therefore, he doesn't even know what they've done to measure the curvature of the Earth. So you guys are just wanting him to be right. That's what everybody in here who thinks the Earth is a globe wants. Of course you want to side with him.
Stop. Okay, so stop bloviating and don't say that just because you want to talk, I'm talking over you. Okay, you
Hey,
speak
can
more than
I get a
anyone in
link
here.
to the live
You just
stream
monologue. Okay,
for
so let me
this?
now answer you. I don't have to, neither does he, have to tell you how other people say that they've measured a curve in the Earth. He's given you his methodology, and you have to discredit his methodology. So when I was making the points, I was saying that your criticism of his methodology was incorrect. Okay, you don't need to ask me about how other people have supposed to measure a curve in the Earth. It's irrelevant. It's not
No,
what I'm here
it's
to do.
not. You guys think you know what you're talking about, but he
Oh, you
doesn't
got
even
me.
know how they
You got
measure
me.
the curvature of the Earth.
Why does
And
he have to
you're
know that? He's
siding
done
with
his
him.
own. He's done his own test.
He doesn't know how to measure it.
Do you?
Okay, so just okay.
It's not-
Instead of
it's
just
not the
saying
burden of
no,
proof. Hang on,
why
I'm
does
gonna
his
pause
method
you.
not prove anything?
Okay, now I'm gonna answer the other person that said, "Do you?" It's not the burden of proof is not on me. I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe. It's
Don't do that. You
those
go
who claim that
first.
those
Raise
who
it
claim
anyway.
that the Earth is a globe. The burden of proof rests on their shoulders, not mine.
Yeah, it does rest on yours.
No, it
as well.
doesn't. I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe.
Well, then
You
can't
guys
disprove
are.
anything.
So the proof is on you. You have to bring the evidence, not me. I don't have to present anything.
You do actually.
Yep.
Like
You
what?
sit
What
here
am I? What
advocating
am I
that the
having?
Earth
What do
is
I have
not
to
a
provide?
globe.
What do I have to provide?
You have to provide evidence against it.
No, I don't. Because the burden of
Against you
proof
don't?
rests.
Or you just sit here and say
Do
that
you,
the Earth is flat?
Elise, listen to this. Do you go around instructing people all over the world what the Earth is? No, academia does. So academia is telling everyone that the Earth is a globe, Elise. You have to at least
Not just
understand
telling
that
them, it's
point
showing them
first.
how to do it.
So
It's
people
good to just tell
everywhere
them.
as a child growing up believe the Earth is a globe because they're being told in school. Therefore, those people rest on their shoulders to provide the evidence how it is a globe, not me. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe. Academia is, and everybody who advocates for the position that the Earth is a globe, you got to provide the evidence that it is because we don't see a globe. Do you see a globe when you go out to the real world, Elise? Do you?
Wait, I'm so confused. So you're saying that you don't have to prove it, right? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. But you've also just said that you don't have any evidence against it. I'm so confused.
What do you mean I don't have any evidence against it? Whoever said that?
You did. I asked
No, I
you.
didn't.
I said you have to be able to disprove it, and you said
No,
I
I
don't.
said that if you have evidence for the Earth
because you
being a
did.
globe, then you have to present the evidence. He's not presenting evidence. I asked him, Who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? He said, I don't know. Therefore, how does he know how to measure it, Elise?
No, what I'm saying is clip it.
Answer my
because in
question,
the last
please.
5
Answer
minutes,
my question,
you didn't
Elise.
answer mine.
Yes, I did. I
Yeah,
said I
you
didn't. I
said
never said I was not going to prove evidence. So I answered your question right there.
you
Now
did
answer mine.
actually. You did
Answer
actually
mine.
say that.
Answer
Well,
my
answer
question,
mine.
Elise.
Let's prove it then. Let's prove it.
No, I already told you. I'm not at that point yet. He wants to demonstrate how the Earth is curving, and so I'm letting you guys. But you haven't demonstrated that he knows how to. Okay, Elise, let me ask you. How have they demonstrated that the Earth is curving anytime in history, as in the drop over the distance, Elise?
Have I ever said throughout any of this which side I'm on?
I don't care. I'm just
Yeah.
asking you. I'm just
Right.
asking you a question. Do you know the answer to that question? Because
Well, it
everybody's
sounded
been
like one-sided.
because everybody's been told that the Earth is a globe. Do you know?
Maybe I'm just sitting here listening to you guys debate, and I'm hearing one guy who's actually done his own research, and you just
He
say
has
no,
not
no,
done his own
no.
research, Elise. He just finished saying he doesn't know. What research has he done?
Yes,
You
he
tell
has
me.
done his own
What have
research.
you been listening to? What research has he done, Elise? What research?
The research of the spreadsheet that I'm looking at, the
The
little thing, the
spreadsheet. No, no,
curve.
no, no. Not something he's thinking he's doing. I'm talking about how has he identified that he's doing the exact thing that the globe Earth has done to measure the curvature of the Earth? How do you know he's doing that?
How do you know he's not?
Because I asked him, Elise. I told him, are you doing the exact same thing that they measured the curvature of the Earth? The people that gave us these numbers. He said, I don't know. He doesn't know. Were you listening to that, or were you just hearing him prove your globe Earth?
So he's not an expert in physics.
Oh
and
my
math
God,
and
that's the
geometry.
point.
Yes, but
That
neither
is
are
the
you.
point.
Yes, but neither are you. I can
Oh
tell by
my God.
talking to
Okay,
you
so
that
that
you're
was
not.
your retort to all of that. Neither are
No,
you.
No. My next point would be, well, he knows. I think this
we don't
Jeff
know.
guy knows a bit more
He
about
does not
And all is
know.
technology.
He
false.
just.
He
Let
knows
me
more
go
than
back over it
you.
again. He does not
So
know
I think
because I
this guy's
asked
a
him,
show.
dude.
He's
Why
just
are
a
you?
That
Why are you
reasonable.
American
talking?
thing.
Why are you
He
talking?
won't listen to anything reasonable.
All right.
Because he has to support this.
Hey, do you mind
Okay,
not
so
misquoting me, Miggy? I didn't say that I didn't know anything. I said I didn't know how.
So, Elise, when I asked him the question, he said he didn't know how they've done it. And that's a specific thing that I asked him. It's important in this context because if he doesn't know how they've done it, then how is he going to replicate what they've done? This is the important part of this whole scenario, of this whole test. If he doesn't know what they've done, then how is he going to replicate it? He's not replicating what they've done. He's
Did he
just
claim to
trailblazing his
replicate
own
it?
ideas.
You can come to the same conclusion in multiple different scenarios. Like
Oh
you
my
don't have to.
goodness. First of all,
Did he
okay,
say he was replicating it? Did
no, no. Listen. So
Okay, then what's the relevance of your
first of
question?
all, he's using a theodolite, right?
Why are you
He's
using
using
him?
that instrument.
He's completely relevant in this because he can
No,
speak for
he's
himself.
not. Can you use a theodolite
He's
to
not
measure the
relevant in his
curvature of
own
the Earth?
research. Oh my god.
At least, can he measure the
Listen,
curvature of
hold
the Earth
up.
with a theodolite? Can he do
What
that with
she's
a
not
theodolite?
getting is they did their measurements with a standard of process, and Miggy is wanting to know if he has been true to that standard of process for use and observation distances, and if he's just working by their professional standard or no.
Right. That's the question that I was asking him, and he said no, he doesn't know how they've done it. So you can't
Well,
tell
ask
me,
him again.
no, I'm
'cause I think
sorry, but you can't
you've
tell
got
me
him
that he's
muted,
doing something correctly because he's not. He doesn't even know what they've done.
and you won't even let him speak for himself.
Listen,
while you're
I
he's
talking.
asked him
admitted.
already.
Listen,
He admittedly
You've
said
got
that.
him
Do you want me to play
muted.
back the audio clip where he said he didn't know how they've done it?
when
Do you
I
want me to play
said
back when you
you're
said you
not
couldn't
doing it
pretend
to a
that the Earth isn't
professional
fucking
standard, he
everywhere?
replied, I wasn't trying to do a professional survey.
Yep.
Right. And he still
Right.
came to the conclusion that there was a curve, and he
What?
assumed that it was a flat Earth. Do you not
That
understand?
he thinks the
There's
Earth
a
is a
difference
globe.
with that.
He's gonna say that because he wants it to
He
be a
did his
globe,
experiment
dude.
under the
This is
assumption that the
ironic, bro.
Earth
This is
was
you're
flat.
arguing
And he
you're
disproved
arguing
it.
for
He
from a
already
position.
disproved it
I
with
don't
a
know why
curve.
you say
Their
you didn't
faith
you
is
never.
equal.
Yeah, hang
No,
on,
you
guys. Let
disprove
me
it.
finish saying this
Don't
to
do
Elise.
your own
She's
experiment.
arguing from a
You
position
disprove
where
it.
she's saying, Elise, you're saying you don't know if I'm a globe earther or a flat earther. I was like, well, it's very apparent right now what you are,
I'm a
obviously.
scientist, actually.
Well, then, oh, you're a scientist. Okay, well, that's interesting. Since you are a scientist, can I give you a little bit of quiz, little exercise? Because I'm thinking you probably don't have the answers to this, but you could surprise me. How about that?
Wait, what?
Well,
What
depends on
science?
Hang
the
on.
science you're gonna ask me because my
I
science
don't.
is
I
probably
really, if you
nothing to do with
well,
this.
here's the thing. If you know, you know. If you don't, you won't know. So it doesn't matter either way. If you do know, then you would be able to supply the information with enough evidence, right? At least. I mean, you could say what field you're in. It doesn't really matter. So the only thing
I
that
mean, it
matters is
does,
that you're
but
honest.
yeah. Yep. Okay, that's what I'm here for. Just to be honest.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you the same questions that I start with everybody. It doesn't matter. But who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, at least any time in history, as in the drop over the distance or the elevation change or, slope, rate of change? Who's ever measured that?
I've got no idea. It's nothing to do with
Okay.
what I do.
Okay. So the second question I would ask then
This is a
is they're
literal
telling.
script. It's hilarious.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying this is a script. Okay, but it gets to your point.
The script is these questions that are asked over and over again to every intellectual type. It doesn't matter. But if they can support the information with evidence, that's fine. If not, that's okay. It's just your base knowledge of what you understand from the globe perspective. All right. So the second question is: has anybody ever measured the rotation of the Earth directly? Because they're telling us that at the equator we're spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. If you have any information to substantiate that claim or what
Okay.
they're saying,
Are all of your questions related to the Earth and the curvature of the
yes,
Earth? Okay, because that's
yes,
fair enough because the server is about flat Earth as far as I can see.
correct, correct.
That's the thing. I don't know anything about it. What I
Oh,
do
is this
know about
not in your field of expertise?
oh, absolutely not. But what I
Okay.
do know about is how to do statistical testing. Okay, and I don't
Say
think you're
again.
ever happy about it.
You're
Statistical
you're
testing and analysis. Good science.
statistical testing.
You haven't provided anything. Like
I have a
nothing,
question.
nothing, no numbers whatsoever. I would like you to, because I want
I
to
Yeah,
have a
we
question.
haven't.
understand.
At least we
Because
haven't
all
gone
you're
over
trying
that
to
yet.
do, well, I am all ears because
Okay.
I
Well,
want
if
to
you
do use
if you sit
your
if
method
you
to
if you sit
disprove.
tight, if you sit tight, we're gonna go over that. But like the reason why I couldn't get to that because we were talking to him about his information and it not being conclusive. So, on top of that, something very specific. When you claim something in this arena, right, and when you're having a conversation, you have to at least have a method by which you can hold like scrutiny to. If I'm saying I'm doing something based on something that has no relation to testing or measurement or anything, then I say, well, hypothetically, I could be doing something. You're like, wait a minute, you're not doing anything. You're just giving me a hypothetical. Like, that's not a test. That's just me thinking I can get away with like what my position would be if I'm just giving you a hypothetical. That's not, this is what they do, right? Anybody who comes in here because they have a strong confirmation bias, they're going to want to advocate for their position and they're going to want to give me information that has no relation to a topic that they don't have any knowledge on. So it's interesting to me that nobody's presenting any facts like, okay, the questions that I asked you, I ask everybody. And Jesse, I probably asked him 100,000 times already. They don't give me the information to support the claim. Whether they could have just went to go find this information out, maybe it's an easy Google search, but nobody gives me the information to substantiate the claim. So the burden of proof right now is on those who advocate or make the claim. So maybe that's not you, but you still think in your head that there must be some evidence out there, pictures or whatever. So right now I'm asking the room if they have that information to support their claim. And that's what everybody is either coming up with or because, Jesse's doing what he's doing, but it's still not what they've done professionally. If they have done that, because they've already given us these values, right? The radius, diameter, and circumference. So we're going by those metrics, not by well, what somebody wants to make up and say, oh, well, I got this thing. It's pretty close. No, we're not doing that. If you don't know what they've done and you're not replicating that very test that they've done, then you're doing something else and it has nothing to do with them. So, no, Flatsy, she's a statistical analysis. I don't know, it's something to do with that. What field is this, Elise? What do you do with like what do you interact with like with your day-to-day statistics? What is it for like pharmaceuticals or like what do you is it now you don't have to say it if you don't want to, but is it
I will say
something
I do have I do have some experience in geography, and when it comes to what we were talking about earlier with the atmosphere and data sets and things. So I know you can actually do what you were saying that can't be done by Jesse.
Okay. Like, name one thing that you said.
So you can, so I guess Jesse's line of sight thing, that's what you were saying that couldn't be done, because you couldn't take into account the atmosphere and variables of the weather that would distort the vision and blah blah blah. But you actually can. You can do that. For any
Okay,
point
so
in time.
what refractive model that you guys, because as far as I'm concerned, there can never be something that's concrete because of all the variables that we have. There, you can get within a range, like your
All right.
maybe
Well, you know,
statistics will
Just
yeah,
show.
wait.
you're not gonna like this, but
Go ahead.
Just one second. Stop. So, would you use if you were in the kitchen, would you use a spoon to cut up your meat?
I'm gonna ignore that because it sounded sexist.
Because no,
But
don't be stupid. It's the
right, well
thing
there you
is
go
that the
again
tool he's
insulting me. Can you mute him, please? Because as far as I'm concerned, if
no, you
Jesse can't
can't.
speak, neither can that guy. I'm
So
not talking to him. I'm
the
talking to
the
you.
thing is, right? Jesse's
Put
using a
on
tool.
mute.
Jesse's
I think
using a tool that doesn't work on these distances. So
All right, who am
that's
I
my
speaking to? Am I
reference to
speaking
the
to Alpha
spoon cutting
or the
up the
OG?
meat.
Yeah, the
Don't talk
problem.
over the top of me.
Right.
So the spoon and the meat was not a sexist remark. You turned it into something that wasn't. That's why I said don't be stupid.
And you're
I've
still
never been
speaking and
sexist
attacking
in
my
my life.
brain.
All right?
No, I got you though, bro. And calculating refraction at that distance while using equipment outside of its capabilities, it's just
Exactly.
increased
So,
error over distance.
yeah, that's what
Exponential.
I'll be 10 seconds. The thing is, yes, you can add in all these variables, but the equipment that you're using to do it in the first place is not designed for this purpose. So you've got that throws it all out anyway.
I said you used 11 different tools. How do you know?
Yeah.
All the same.
Okay,
All the same
listen.
tools.
They're designed for that purpose, but not at that distance.
Yeah, there's
Because
different.
error is exponential over distance.
They're
So
different
some of us,
theodolites.
hold on, and the reason we critique him about a professional standard is because some of us actually do this for a living. It's our profession.
So, anyways, there were 11 theodolites, at least. That's what he was using. They're different models, but they're still within the. They're not the high quality professional total stations that like Mike would use on some of his bigger
No,
projects.
one's decent though. I'm not gonna knock Jesse's equipment. It's not that antique. When
And
I
you're
said
not going
antique,
to.
I'm probably 30 years. I would say it's more like 10 years old, 10 to 15.
Are you going to let Jesse refute that
We,
claim?
hon, we've heard this 100 times. You act like, are we going to let him do it for the 101?
Well, what
You
about for the
should have been here the first
clarification
time he
available
did it,
in the
or the
channel?
10th with your feelings, and then
Well, I'm not.
we'd be
I'm just
done
for
by
now.
now.
Yeah, we
I'm just for
listen.
now.
Like
So.
You
I don't
weren't here
like for
the
your.
first 100 times.
No,
Right,
but I
so
mean
it's
for
about
like.
you. It's not about new people that come into the server. It's all
At
about you.
least check this out.
He's
I mean,
not
if you want.
new.
Listen,
No, I'm saying it's
if you
about
want
you.
to hear his rebuttals, and that's fine. You can have. What I would say is, I would say it like this: if you want to have your confirmation bias for whatever he's saying, that's fine. I don't mind if you believe him, but still, we're holding people to a standard, and that
It's not
standard needs
about
to be met with.
confirmation bias. It's
Listen,
about you not
listen.
allowing, for
Jesse's a
example,
nice
me.
guy. If you
Okay,
want to
sorry, I
know
will
all
listen
about
because
it,
you always
DM him.
talk over
I'm
everybody
sure
who's
he'll
there anyway.
one-on-one with you. He's a nice
Yeah, I
guy.
don't mind.
Jesse's a good guy.
But when you started talking because you have a really low microphone, I had to mute everybody that was talking in order to hear you. Otherwise, I can't hear you. You're really low.
Jesse can hear me just fine.
Oh. No, I meant the other people talking.
Jesse's not crying about it, for crying out loud. Jesse's a better person than you.
Yeah.
And he's a good guy. Understand this. None of us here hate Jesse. He hangs out with us. He's done it for years. Come on. This ain't the first time. We're trying to get new people, not the everyday same old thing for us.
Well, then don't mute the people that I want to speak to because I'm new here.
Well, that
You're
sounds
not
real
moving
selfish and narcissistic.
No,
Yeah, you don't be
saying that you
self-centered and say the
said.
people I want to speak to.
just really
Well,
quick, I'd
no,
like to
no.
mention.
don't be.
I,
You're
Don't
not
be
at home,
sexist.
honey.
You
You're
want
not
new
at home. You're
people,
just sitting
then
in your
don't
front
try and
room. You're in
silence
somebody
them
else's
when
server.
they join the server and to speak over them. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I know. You're not at home. You're just sitting in your front room on a computer. You're in somebody else's server. That's just the way it is.
and just to
You
be
sound a
clear,
sound a bit.
you're hard
You sound a
to
bit
hear. I have
sexist.
you at 200%
Karen.
volume. I have you at 200% volume, and you're still more quiet than everyone else. So you might want to look at your mic situation.
Well, that's what I was
Anyway,
saying, but she's.
But be careful.
was messaging me saying that it's nonsense what you're saying about his tools. That's why I said please unmute him so that we can talk about it. Okay? Okay?
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, you guys talk about truth and honesty and sincerity, and all you do is just monologue, just try and show off, and just mute everyone that disagrees. It's hilarious.
Amazing.
And it's
Put 'em
obvious.
on mute.
Yeah, mute me quick. I'm speaking facts.
Mute
Quick,
them
mute me.
all.
Fuck my horn, you bulldog.
Okay, well let's be.
Does anybody else want to concern troll the live stream with their feelings and the concerns? Hold up.
The Earth is flat, you pussy.
We'll call it Glover Sympathy Al-Anon. We'll give you therapy for 2 minutes, and then you got to be done for the day.
Jesse, what was out of curiosity? Why do you think what they were saying about your equipment was garbage?
What's that?
Why did you say that what they said about your equipment was garbage? Out of curiosity.
I said it.
Try rewording that.
Was the
I'm not
question for you? Shut up. Battle
I said it was newer than I thought it was. I looked at the models you got. It's newer than I thought it was. It's not antique. Just maybe late model.
Yeah, but it's not made for 75 miles.
That was the whole point.
Well, there you go. But yeah, it's still a decent addition.
Yeah, but it wasn't made for 75 miles.
Let Jesse.
No.
Yeah.
Not
Let
at all.
Jesse refute that though. Jesse, is it made for 75 miles?
Well, the manufacturer.
It's made for measuring angles.
He didn't answer the question. Is it
Yes,
made for
correct.
75 miles, Jesse?
It's made for measuring angles with no limit.
Answer the question. Is it made for 75 miles, Jesse?
It's made for
Answer the question
directly.
You know he wants
Answer it
to
directly.
say infinity.
Yeah, you know what? If he doesn't answer this question, you'll see how he's disingenuous. But if you guys want to feel sympathetic to his cause, go ahead. But this is how he's ingenuous. He's not answering the question. I'm gonna ask him once again, Jesse, is the device that you're using to measure 75 miles?
They're made for surveyors who frequently take angle measurements to the sun and stars. So,
yep,
he's muted.
No, he just
He's
destroyed
muted.
you with that answer, and you muted him.
No,
That's
no.
amazing.
The theodolite, is it measured to? Is it for measuring 75 miles?
Yeah, he said the stars and
How
the
about
sun,
you?
but the
Answer
thing
the
with
question, Naps.
the
Is it
thing
meant
with
for to measure 75 miles, Naps?
It's an irrelevant question. If it,
No,
how
it's
how
not.
do you know
Answer
that
the
it doesn't
question.
work?
Answer the
How do
question.
you know that it's invalid at that distance?
Because they're
in the
not
manual.
meant to be
standards.
measuring those
Well, they
distances.
use-
Just because something wasn't designed with a specific use in mind doesn't mean it's not
could
accurate.
be- I was just about to say, like,
muted.
it's obviously the case, right, that there's two issues here. One, something might not be made for something, but could fulfill its purpose in this situation. But then, Jesse, you need to
what
clarify.
standard?
Jesse, you're being asked to clarify if there is an objection. It doesn't work at 75 miles, right? That's not what it's going to be. The data you're going to get from that's going to be inaccurate at best, right? You have to clarify now why it would work just as fine at 75 miles as its original purpose distance, right?
Well, the question was it designed to be
Well,
working in
even if
those
that's-
in those the parameters of what the tool is designed to be meant to be used for was not for the range that he's asking to be used that it's used for in his case.
Yeah, but you would say that the reason why it can't be used is not just the purpose, but because the data would be inaccurate at the
No.
end, right?
No.
Yes, it's called a cumulative error. So if you let's look at the setup of a theodolite or a total station. He might have an auto
before you
setup.
go.
Shut up.
I need to
God,
clarify one
God.
thing. I need to clarify one thing. Because
Listen, he knew the technical name of it. You don't. So just shut up
no,
and
it's
listen
not
to
that.
the man.
I'm just asking why Alpha
He's a contractor. He knows.
I'm not debating him on whether he's correct or incorrect. I'm just clarifying that is it the purpose or is it the data? Because Alpha's saying it's the purpose and you're saying it's the data, right?
So when
No,
you
it-
use it,
different. We
listen,
can also it's different things, isn't it? So
Yeah, when-
capabilities, not purpose.
so
Quit
when
saying
you
purpose.
when you go put
Yeah.
set this when you go set this device up, is it meant to go shoot for 75 miles of distance? Is that what
No,
it's
that's
meant to use
outside
for?
of its capabilities, but it is used to measure angles.
Right, but like to shoot
Yeah,
that
you
distance,
got to
75 miles.
yeah, you got to think of the calibration as well. If you're out by
Accumulative error, bro. You were going to explain
Yeah.
it. Get back to that. I'm going to mute.
Yeah. So I was just saying on the setup as well. So if you're out by a tiny little bit of leveling, yeah. So imagine if you're out by the tiniest bit of level, then if you're shooting over 75 miles, how much is that going to be out by? You've also got vision through the atmosphere. Now, Jesse's whole claim is that light bends, but he's not putting light bending in his results. He's putting that light runs straight, goes straight to the eye. Now we know that this is not true. There's stuff that happens in the atmosphere that throws the light off. Always, we saw that before in the Skunk Bay footage. So why is he claiming that on his theodolite shots that the light is coming into the lens straight when always globers have always said that light has a natural curve? So why is he not taking into account the natural curves of light, and how do you measure those natural curves of light? Because he's given you a standard refraction, which is 7/6R, which is the Earth's radius. Now, where the whole thing comes back to, where does the Earth's radius come from? Now, if he's saying that he's doing it to the Earth's radius, then he needs to justify where he got the Earth's radius from.
Okay, you're
There
gonna
you
let
go.
him do that? Are you gonna let him respond?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it, man. Why are you using straight light instead of bent light?
Oh,
Jack.
did someone ask me a question?
Yeah, it was for you.
Oh, what was the question?
Why are you using straight
Why
light
you-
instead of bent light?
Well, I assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth was straight light, but if you have some evidence that I should use some other assumption for, well, first of all,
do
are
you
you
claim that light is
Are you
straight, or does
serious?
light
Yeah.
bend? Does light bend,
Wait,
or is
wait,
light
wait.
straight?
No, seriously, Jesse. Are you serious? Is that your serious? That's your final answer? Really? Seriously?
That's what my math assumed in that spreadsheet.
See?
But if you have some evidence that I assumed correctly, then make your claim and present your evidence.
No, it just speaks to your standard of process.
I just measured and presented raw data. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to
It's
do?
not raw. It's orthographic, linear, straight line data.
But there's no corrections
You
for
didn't
anything.
correct for anything at a greater distance than people would actually correct for. Huh.
So are you saying I used the wrong math?
Does light bend, or is light
Listen,
straight?
we all know the atmosphere has effects on observation. So yes, you should have corrected for refraction.
I said that a long
but you
time
know
ago.
this, motherfucker. You know this.
No,
and I'm not...
we thought he knew this, but he wasn't doing it.
Let
Look,
me
man.
respond.
If we do it at 1,200 feet, why the hell wouldn't you do it over 75 fucking miles? What?
Yeah, I told him that
You
a long
want people
time
to
ago.
take you serious?
The problem is, right? So we've got the Black Swan at 10 miles, yeah. But if you use standard refraction on the Black Swan, it takes the horizon, the geometrical horizon, to 1.6. That's being generous. I think it's even 1.4 miles. Now, that's nothing, but we see 10 miles. You know, so you are you claiming, Jesse, that the light comes in straight on the Black Swan as well?
No, in that case, I measured it to be above eye level. It comes from above.
Okay, so the light bends on the Black Swan 10 times the amount it should, but you're only giving 7/6R, which is 15 feet over 70. What was it? 15 feet over 75 miles?
So you accept it and deny it at will whenever it appeases your model.
Confirmation bias, bro.
That's what I'm hearing.
Confirmation bias. Yep.
Can I respond to that?
I've been saying that.
I I simply provided raw measurement, and I added no correction for atmospheric refraction because you and I don't agree on what atmospheric refraction is. But if you tell me to use standard atmospheric refraction, then I'll update my missing feet from 3,200 to 3,750.
You
Okay.
add in whatever you want, mate. Like you're the one that your observations were saying that I'll accept straight light, because if we're accepting straight light, then the horizon on the Black Swan takes the Earth's size out to 250,000 miles.
Okay, how much curve do you want me to use for the curvature of light then?
I don't really care, man. It's your curvature. I think it's flat.
Well, are you saying that my measurement is invalid because I did not use the correct assumption of light curve?
I'm saying you're contradicting yourself because you say light is curved. So if you say light is curved, your curved light should be in your equation. Should it not? And where are you getting the rate of refraction from? Do you have the atmospheric refraction rates over 75 miles?
Okay, so the standard atmospheric refraction would be like 550 some odd feet. Are you good with that?
No, dude. Here's the
I don't
issue,
know.
guys.
I don't know.
Here's the issue, though. The ambient air temperature over 75 miles will be the atmosphere itself is fluctuating from point of observation to a target distance over 75 miles in such a great distance that you couldn't possibly know the temperature between where you're making your observation to the target, man. It fluctuates too much.
Yeah, you're talking about.
It's not a
Yeah.
static environment. You have to understand this,
You're
right?
talking
Anybody
about
with half a
mountain
brain,
tops as well. Yeah.
anybody
You've
with
got
half a brain would know
mountaintops. You're
this.
going from a mountain, like mountain peak to mountain peak. So what happens in valleys? Yeah, you've got updrafts and you've got heat coming up, and then when the heat goes up, it gets replaced with cold air, and then you've got all this turbulence
There's
in the
no
air
way.
because of the valleys.
There's no
Like
way.
there's no way, mate.
Mm-mm.
Not
There's
do it.
no
It's
way.
not
Miggy,
consistent.
Miggy, do you remember when I asked him about refraction? He said he invoked the sugar water like the air density. And the problem is he cannot measure the air density. All he can measure is the air pressure, and it's not one and the same thing.
Yeah, I know. But
Because yeah,
these are the mental contortions that he has to take in order for something that he thinks exists. He has to kind of manifest that in his mind and project it outward so that other people who
yeah,
are listening to him think that he's making a point because they think the earth is a globe. They don't have evidence, so he's their only hope, and he doesn't even know himself. That's the issue we're
yeah.
having right now. They're championing him as their savior. He's not going to be the guy. He's not the guy.
It's not.
No, I think that's fair.
Far be it from
I think the
me.
point was just that we didn't know what his argument was, right? Because no one knew what he was trying to say because we
Well,
don't know the guy, right?
Britt, yeah, you guys don't know him. We've been around and round and round with this guy. I mean, many, many times. So I have already understood where he's coming from, but you guys have to hear it. I already know the holes in his argument, like already. But the thing is, because you guys are first now hearing him, and you think maybe he's got a shot, he does not because it's completely there's no he can't account for something in a way to use like mathematical variables because even though at least it's probably for the side of statistics, what we have here is a temperature variance from the point of observation to the target distance in such a great distance. On a small distance you could probably say it's within a tolerance variable, but within the larger distance you go, the more temperature variance you're going to get. And you get, like Timbo was saying, you got updrafts, you got hot weather causing turbulence. There's a lot of factors in between that range that you're not going to be able to account for in something that's a standard refraction. It just will not even be the case. You can't make a case for the standard because the atmosphere itself is not standard. It's in fluctuation. Anybody with half, like I said, anybody with half a brain would know this,
Yeah,
and you couldn't
yeah.
put something standard to that.
Okay, what
Hey,
actually
Ben.
you can get if you're
Interesting.
interested in knowing what point by point in a data set on at any point on the Earth, you can get this from satellite data. You can get the temperature, the wind speed, the dust convection, precipitation, satellites don't exist, cloud cover and height, visibility, barometric pressure, and no pressure is not the same as density, but it's proportional and directly proportional to density. So you can still use it within your statistical analysis. of your
So
draft.
does that tell you about updrafts and everything? Yeah.
What tells you about gusts and direction of wind speed? I'm sorry if you're if you're trying to say that there's going to be an updraft at every single point in the data collected, then you're really pushing. You are really pushing because
Over what
that's
area
why
does that satellite so what's the does it show you every type of, because he's talking about mountain to mountain, so in those valleys in between, I would say that you've got rivers in there as well, and you know, you got these little spots where you're going to have hot air climbing up the sides of the mountain. You got cold air drafting down in the middle.
You get surface temperature.
What?
Convection currents.
Atmospheric temperature.
Surface temperature, but we're shooting from a mountaintop to a mountaintop. You're not getting surface pressure.
No, it would be the surface temperature of the mountain. This is
No, but if we're shooting across valleys.
Yeah, well, the valleys as well. Surface temperature of the valley. It's 3D.
You're not shooting across the surface, though.
What are you saying? You're shooting across
What
the
height are
air
these
between
mountains,
the valley
Jesse?
and the mountain.
He's gonna tell you the height.
So why is temperature important? Apparently, if pressure's not important and density is.
Well, pressure is governed by temperature, is it not?
Right. Okay. So you've got the pressure though. You haven't got the density, but you have the pressure. And if they're all
But you
related,
just asked me a
then
question, and
yeah, and you answered.
you didn't even know that they were related.
No, they are related. As pressure
Lady.
increases, with temperature constant, density increases. That's a basic Google search right now.
Right. Yeah.
So they are
I'll see.
related. You
Do
can
you
use
know
it.
the
You could
difference?
hypothetically use it within your research. Within this analysis that he has conducted, you could use these elements and these variables. You say
Well,
you can't.
I guarantee
you
you
put
wouldn't
them
come
down.
up with standard refraction.
Yeah, you wouldn't have standard refraction, at least. That's not what you can use in the factoring this in.
I'm not talking about that, but I am saying
We are, and this is what was being used, at least. And so
No,
people that
yes, but what I
people
was
that hear
saying, can I speak for a
Yeah,
second?
it's not just
All I was saying was that
ambient
Jesse gets point about pressure and making fun of Jesse for saying that pressure, blah blah blah, is incorrect, because if you know some
Oh
amount
my
of
God,
realism
man!
and
Mute
throw
her.
What?
Well, you like guys, like just
Can you tell me the difference between density
let her
and
speak.
pressure?
There's like 5 of you interrupting. Quite
yeah,
make sure she can
she's
say.
really
No.
low. She's really
She's
low, man. I think
attacking
people can't
me.
hear her.
them
She's
both.
really low.
Sorry, I can't tell you the difference because I'm not a physician. I don't know about physics.
Then shut the fuck up.
No,
Hey,
but I can
hey,
tell you
let's
they're directly proportional.
yeah, one
Be a
second.
bit tactful, okay?
Elise, I did no listen because maybe
What I can tell you is they're proportional, and if they're proportional, then you can incorporate one into your analysis.
what?
If you can incorporate one into your analysis and assume, because it's correct, that they are proportional elements, there are two variables that are proportional, directly related to one another, then you can use one in place of the other and make inferences. That's all I'm saying. There was no greater point to that. I was just saying.
That's fine. That's fine. You
Cool.
can make inferences, but we're not doing that. We're getting specifics, and it's not about inferring. It's about understanding the nature of our reality. In so much that when we're doing these observations, a lot of factors that are left out are not included, and so that gives us inconclusive information. We can't
I
go
agree.
based. Well, I mean,
You can't have perfect science. You will
that's
never
not
be able to get
that's
the
not the
exact
case, though.
point
It's not
of the
science.
density
That's
of
not the
every given
case.
particle.
Science is factual,
Oh.
not
Not
perfect.
science.
Nope, that's
You
wrong.
can't have perfect science. Thank you.
Science is factual, not
science.
perfect. Science is not an art.
It's never going to be perfect.
Well, that's not the thing,
It doesn't
though.
need
With
to. It's
with what's
factual.
Exactly.
yeah
It
with
doesn't
what's
need
being
to.
with what's
You're right.
being
It's
used
factual.
yeah with what's being used, it's like standard refraction, right? There's no model that tells you refraction is like some type of understood phenomena that can be accounted for from point of observation to the target. There's no model that can actually simulate this. Everything's in fluctuation, and you're just like the minute difference of change in air temperature can cause turbulence from the observer. So we see the things in reality because of the fact that there's a greater like variable understood. Like there's levels where the weather guy is going to tell you you could see X amount of distance due to the air temperature outside, but it's not going to tell you that's what's going to be viewable in every location, in every place. This is just like what is like tolerance. Like you could see 10 miles today, but what if you say, hey man, I've seen something at 15 miles today? Like you're never gonna get something that they're gonna give you that's like the gold standard. That doesn't
I
exist.
agree. No, I agree. And you know what I would say to that, because I have some knowledge about this and how to overcome these problems in science. You can
Science?
overcome them when you do an experiment like you're talking about. It's not simple, it's not too
Experiment?
simplistic, but within your analysis of your data, yeah, you're never going to have all of the data. You're just not. You don't get a perfect data set anyway,
Okay.
and you never will. And things are fluctuating all the time. They're changing all the time. You're right. Okay, and they're not deterministic. They're completely stochastic.
Mhm.
So when you can do this in a model, you can simulate. You can run.
Model?
I'm sorry, I can't hear because
Model? Words?
someone is speaking over you.
Go by.
Guys, come on.
Yeah,
She's
I
making
know
a
what you're talking.
like no. She's making a point which I think is useful, and I can just hear you guys talk over.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
In the
What you
model-
got to understand though, Elise, is that
sorry,
these measurements
apparently
where
I'm
these
finished.
measure. Yeah. Well, you're kind of rambling a bit, but
I'm not rambling, and it's definitely not as long as one of your monologues. So anyway, the point that I was getting to was that if you run, say, 1,000 simulations with your data, right, and you can have all these data points, and you can have them changing all the time. You can have them being completely random, completely stochastic, because in reality, that's the closest you will get to reality of running a simulation like this with a model like this with all of these variables constantly changing according to yourself. All right, so you can create these parameters in your model within programming and run them. And that's what, if Jesse really wants to do with his data and his experiment, maybe there are some other things that he needs to go over to, I don't know, with his tools or whatever that you guys are talking about. But that is what would give him the closest answer.
cool.
And whether that would
So
be
in his maths, he has a number which is the radius of the Earth. So if he's going to use that number, we need to know where that number comes from.
I don't use that
we need
number.
Yeah, you do. You just claimed it in your standard refraction.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you
You
did.
didn't claim it at all.
Show me. I said 1 degree per 932 miles. There's no reference.
No. Yeah, no, Jesse, it's in terrestrial refraction, 7/6R.
I
The R
didn't use
value.
that. No, I did not
What did
use
she
it.
use?
No, you said that to me. You said that number to me,
I
Jesse.
thought you said that
When I
earlier.
asked you the refraction.
And I was talking about what Elise said as well, because Elise was saying you got to add in all these factors.
Yeah, but she
yeah?
said something different
So
than
you've got to add in. Yeah.
You go on, Timbo. She was saying something different than
I was just
Jesse
saying,
was
yeah,
earlier.
go ahead.
So Jesse was talking to, and I've heard him
Yeah,
say this
yeah.
before. So I don't know why you're reneging on this. You did say you use terrestrial refraction, Jesse.
I use 1 degree per 932 miles. That's the same on a flat Earth as it would be a globe Earth. It doesn't have anything to do
Yeah,
with
derived from 7/6R.
How do you know? Who's measured this?
1
Who measured
degree.
this?
I got it
now
off.
you got me confused, man, because you said
You
I
got it
thought
off
you said
Wiki.
Well, just
fuck
just start again. If one person saying they didn't say it, one person saying they did, to start again. What is the claim? Are you saying that you didn't use that formula?
I'm gonna let him say it. But what I heard earlier was that he was using 7/6R standard refraction, terrestrial refraction, to factor in the amount of refraction that's going to be for this whole distance, right? This is what I heard him say.
Because he gave us a number of 500 feet.
Yeah, this is what I heard him say. Now, if he reneges on it, he's actually changing what he says now to fit what he wants to state now. Like, go ahead, Jesse. If you have something different, say it.
I'll bet you $100 that I did not say that I
Fuck,
used.
dude, you're gonna lose that 100.
Someone pull up the stream. Someone pull up the stream and just continue while someone looks for it.
Jesse, there are more than 2 people here that claim they heard you say that.
Yeah,
So
just pull up the
you
stream.
already
It's
lost.
recorded. It's
Play the clip.
recorded.
Play the clip.
Yeah.
It's recorded. Someone pull up the stream. Whilst that happens,
he
though,
had-
do you want to
he
clarify
added
what you
in-
meant?
He added in 7/6R standard refraction because he came up with a figure and he gave us the figure of over 500 feet. So how can you not claim for terrestrial refraction and then give us a figure for it?
Because I use 1 degree per 932 miles.
And we added it up. You came up with a figure of over 500 feet, correct?
Yep,
All right, there you go. So why'd you lie?
I didn't.
Oh, fucking hell.
Look, you can have multiple different ways to express a number.
You just admitted that you used it, and you gave us a number for it.
But the number I
You
used.
said Yeah, go ahead.
The number I use does not depend on Earth curve. It depends strictly on the density gradient of the air. It would be the exact
No,
same thing on a flat Earth. It
no,
would still be 1 degree
no.
per 932 miles.
But you can't. Oh man. Anyway, whatever.
7/6R is referencing Earth or light curve with reference to compared to Earth curve. I'm just referencing light curve with reference to a flat plane. That's what 1 degree per 932 miles is.
Really? So a flat plane has a radius, you're saying?
No, the light has a radius. If there's standard refraction, if light is
And
bent,
the light, yeah, you attributed the radius of the Earth to the light. Yeah?
Is it?
That
Can
R
I go?
value,
Yeah.
3,959 miles,
Yeah.
you attributed to the radius of the light curve.
Yeah. To get the
Yeah.
arc of the path of light, you also have to assume the arc or the curve of the Earth,
Right.
obviously.
I think he's tripping over himself just right now. Is what's happening right now. He's tripping over himself. He doesn't.
It's always
doesn't
going to be
remember.
begging the question. The only thing you can hope to get out of this is an affirming the consequent fallacy. All you can hope to get out of this is an affirming the consequent anyway. So it's pretty useless, dude.
Yeah, so you guys are just gonna do this gang up bullshit.
Fuck
All
you.
right, we got Crashman Jones just jump in here. We're gonna go ahead and talk to you next. How about that? We don't need to gang.
Can
up.
I
We
go
just-
or somebody's next?
I don't care. We're gonna go with this guy first. Crashman decided to chime in, so Jesse, you can just have a seat real quick. We'll talk to Crashman. All right, Crashman.
No, I didn't open the floor to do it with you guys. I was just
Yeah, but
commenting
here's the
on
thing,
how the.
dude.
Hang on,
you
no,
wanna chime in?
don't speak over me if you give me the
Yeah.
floor.
You just want to talk
Actually-
shit, that's all. Just want to talk shit in the middle of a conversation already gone, but you don't want to have your own.
Yeah. Now the hot seat's on you, buddy. And yeah, you answer the question. That's all you got to do. Just be cool. Answer the question, okay? That's all you got to do.
I just had the floor. I was actually going
so-
to give you an answer.
Well, the
so you're gonna
floor
do
was
it again.
the
You
floor
guys are
was.
fucking losers.
Are you?
Suck
What are
my
you gonna
dick,
do?
boys.
You're gonna listen or yeah? That's what I thought. There you go. You left on your own. Booney, you're next. You're up, Booney.
I'm my free speech has been taken away from me by no jokes allowed.
I don't know what that means.
You know, Alpha's got his baseball bat and he's ready for you all.
No, listen. If they do have some information, I want to hear them out. Like, at least give them the floor. But they don't have to be cheese dicks when they're in there. But at the same time, don't interrupt. If we're having a conversation, let it go through. And if you want to chime in, we're gonna get to you. Let's see. So we got Booney that's in here. Booney, once again, if you want to try again.
I'm nervous now because no jokes allowed is harassing me.
Yeah,
And,
where does it say that no jokes are allowed?
What is that?
He's like harassing me in the text chat, and I'm nervous. I'm kind of like clamming up.
Who's no
I'm sorry.
jokes
I'm really
allowed?
nervous right now.
Oh, somebody.
It's
Lulu changed her
Lulu.
name.
She's in the.
I was like, who's no jokes allowed? I don't even know who that is. Lulu changed her name. Okay. No, but listen, just focus on what we're doing here with the conversation. How about that? Don't pay attention to the text chat for now. How about that?
All right. So I have some papers here. So what part of the argument for the globe Earth are we talking about today?
Well, for the beginning of this topic, we just want to first get to know what position you take. Are you with Globe Earth right now, or do you side with Flat Earth? Where are you at?
Yeah, I side with the globe Earth.
Globe. Okay. So, is there any information that you have to support the claim that the Earth is a globe? Like, and if you do, bring it forward, whatever it is.
So, and like I would go with like my best evidence is like in the empirical evidence, like the high altitude perspective, where it's like you get the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, what demonstration do you have to present this?
Like as you get like a certain altitude, like you'll notice that like the horizon it just goes away.
Goes away.
It's a good one. Pops away.
Okay.
Like there's no horizon.
Okay. What do you mean by goes away? Does it curve? Does it? What do you mean goes away?
Like the horizon as you're lifting up, like the horizon, like the horizon line, where it's like
Yeah.
you'll notice at a certain, especially if it's like the horizon's at a certain like land, like geographical like shape, like as you're going up, that line will move.
Stop it.
So
Well,
the higher you
okay.
go in altitude, the further you see.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just like, yeah,
Good.
Crashman, just hold tight if you're gonna come back in here and have a conversation. Booney's
If
up
you
right
do you
now.
want me to go to another one? Like maybe too
No, I
complex.
mean,
Like
I was gonna ask you some questions pertinent to what you just said, but if you want to go to another one, that's fine. I didn't really get much out of that one, but it's up to you.
What about the time zones? Like
Okay,
like as the Earth spins.
sure. Provide some evidence of time zones due to the Earth being a globe.
All right,
Go
so
ahead.
look, I've been like waiting to come in here. I did some modeling. I'm gonna give you a
Okay.
link to my thing here. Here, just go to here, right
Well,
here.
I mean, you have any like images, things that you can
Yeah,
put
just
up?
put it in the text chat.
Oh, you're that guy. Very funny, Booney.
All right, thank you guys. You guys have a good night. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, keep it flat, dude.
Ultimate Warrior.
That's the best evidence I've seen. Every time he presents it, I'm like, this is the best evidence I've seen of the globe. Yeah, it's fine. It's a little break away from.
I'm
the
not
rest
like a
of the...
dickhead troll, dude. I'll just do one, make the people laugh a little bit, and then I'll shut the fuck
Hey,
up.
dude, I'm not knocking you. Whatever, you know. It's, you're not out of here yet. You're not muted, so it's cool.
Thank you. I love you all.
Just freaking...
Oh.
So do you have like some kind of PowerPoint or model yourself? Anything really?
No,
That
it's not a
like
model. What it is we can actually go, like, say there's a testable claim that the Earth is of a specific set size of dimensions, right? So, like I was saying in the previous conversation with Jesse Gordon, they give us the radius, diameter, circumference. So everything is really public information. Anyone can look this up. What the curvature drop rate is, 8 inch per
hold on.
mile squared over. Say, what'd you
So
say?
you don't want to present your argument.
Yes, I'm
I'm just
doing that now. I'm doing that now.
No, you're saying to me to go and look elsewhere. You're not presenting it yourself.
Elise, I think you might be a little bit stung by the last conversation, but I don't think there needs to be that.
It's really not about that, and I don't know why
I
you would say that.
I do sense a little bit of a chip on a shoulder kind of thing going on.
No, I'm asking you. Do
Yeah.
you have anything to present yourself? Because
I'm doing that now.
okay, what are you doing other than telling me to go and look on the internet?
Are you really stung by the last conversation? I think perhaps
Why
if
did
you
you
take
stung?
Are you really
5.
not going to answer
I
the
didn't
question?
answer
Yeah,
my question.
perhaps if you take 5, because I think there's a little hostility I sense,
No,
and
no,
due
no,
to the
no.
fact that you were in like a kind
Genuinely
of a
no.
debacle with this last
Maybe my voice
conversation.
sounds tired or something, but
No, you just sound a little bit frustrated, but that's fine.
according to you, I mean now you're just on the wind up. But no,
No,
but
I'm not.
seriously.
I'm
okay,
having a good time. Trust me.
okay. So
This
if
sounds
you're
like a
having a good time,
disqualifying statement. Critter, what's going on? Why don't you mute this guy?
Mez, have a seat, dude.
no, it's true. I mean,
Or
you
I'll
can't
sit you
present
down. Either way,
anything.
if your microphone doesn't go into a little white microphone, it'll be a red one. Which one do you prefer, Mez?
Can I ask you a
I'm gaming at the
Yeah,
question?
1
moment.
second, Elise.
Can't about.
It's up to you, Mez. You're
Okay.
a big boy. You can choose.
Bro, like
Oh, you
everyone
can just mute
I'm
me.
looking. Still
Yeah,
waiting.
can,
Okay,
Mez, can you
Mez.
just be
Sorry.
quiet while Elise talks? Because she's really hard to hear.
I know. I sat him down. Go ahead, Elise.
Okay, so without like trying to sound derogatory or I'm not trying to back you into a corner when I say this.
Okay.
Genuinely interested. This is just a simple question. You are saying that your argument is to go and look on the internet, like publicly accessible, right?
No,
Okay, so
I'm
what
not
were you
saying that.
gonna say?
That's what I'm saying. Like I just want you to just woosah. You know, like we're gonna center ourselves right now because when we go into this information and what it is I'm gonna show you what it's not, and then I'm gonna show you what it is. It's a 2-step process, but by doing that, I'm gonna have to actually gonna ask you some questions, like I did before, right? Like I was asking you, you said you gave me the answer basically. I don't know because that's not my specific field of expertise, and I was like, that's fine. You don't have to be. As far as like you being whatever you are, study analytics and all these kinds of things, that's fine. And you don't know the information to support the claim that Crispy, you got a hot mic, brother.
Oh, sorry.
And what it is like for you to identify first of all that you don't have the information to support the claim that the earth is curving or that the earth is in motion
or that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe, right? That's the script that you said earlier. Oh, it's a script. Yeah, it's kind of like that because nobody answers the questions. So therefore, those questions weren't answered. So right now, currently, you just have a blind belief in the Earth being a globe. That's fine. That's your belief. But what we're going to get into is the reason why it's not what they're saying it is, right? So when we go into a line of sight test, now I'm going to talk about the black swan. The image that we're going to talk about is basically a method that anybody can do. You can test and verify this for yourself. So it's not just me telling you this. This is something that you can do as well. It's called a line of sight test. And what it is comparing the globe geometry, which is said to be a radius value of 3959, circumference of 24,901, and what you're doing is you're getting this information that's made public to everyone, right? Anyone can do this. But what we're doing is we're testing the Earth's geometry. So when we go out into the field, anywhere, right? Go to somewhere where you're not dealing with land topography. Land topography is going to make it more difficult for you as far as like testing the elevation change or the slope, basically the curvature of the Earth. So you need to go over water. That's probably the best way you can do this. And when you're testing, you want to get a good size of a sample set, somewhere in between 15 to 20 miles. That's pretty good. You want to get the drop rate to actually be a bit more defined in that, so that when you're doing the long distance observation, you're going to be able to specify where the said horizon, the geometric horizon, should be on a globe with the circumference and diameter that they're telling us, right? Excuse me. And then what we're going to be doing is looking for the predicted value of that geometry where the horizon should be. The black swan image that hopefully, can somebody post the black swan image in the text channel, please? So the
I've
black,
never heard of it before.
yeah, what it is just like, it's basically like the saying of people tell you that all swans are white, with the earth being all things equal, that it's a globe. That if we show one instance that can debunk that all swans are white, showing you the black swan, that there's one black swan, that's all we need for evidence that the Earth isn't the geometric predicted value that they've been telling you.
Yeah,
So
I've heard of this, but I thought like in terms of the flat Earth, what is this image that you're talking about? Is there a specific image?
yeah, it's supposed to be in the text chat right now. Hold on, let me see. I think it scrolled up because it's going really fast. It's 51 minutes after the hour at least. I'm saying at least, but your name is Elsie, right? Elsie?
Yeah, is it the picture
My
of the
bad.
boat, the ships, or whatever
Yeah,
you have?
it's actually two oil rigs. Platform habitat. It's off the coast of Santa Barbara. There's a video connected to this, so there's a little bit more information that you can probably look into. But what this is it's something that was done to test the claim of the Earth being the size that they're telling us it is, right? So there's a modus tollens logical argument that's going through this, right? The modus tollens would be a statement: if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's the logical statement. There would be, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric curve horizon, or well, you could use a Earth curve calculator that's online. I think Walter Bislin has an Earth curve calculator to put this into perspective, right? The Earth curve calculator, you're going to be able to put the values of the Earth's geometry. Then you'll be able to put your elevation, height, distance to target. Like there's a bunch of stuff that you can play with around there. I think it even has a refraction value in there. I'm not sure. I think that's what it has. But what you're doing here is you're trying to get all this information input in here from what observation you're going to be doing when you go to a beach and doing this test. And so the logical statement then says at the next thing at the bottom of that says not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, Earth is not a sphere. And that means P stood for the value of 3959. So if the Earth, like going back to that, if the Earth was with a radius of 3959, which is stands for P, then every horizon distance measurement must be, okay. So this is the part that's really important. It must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In this image, the observer was doing off the water at 1 foot. So doing off the water at 1 foot, the horizon predicted value should have put the the horizon at 1.22 miles away from the observer. But in fact, we see with this observation, the camera zoomed into these platforms and we saw a distance greater than 1.22 miles. The horizon is in fact behind platform habitat at 9.41 miles, which makes the horizon a good conservative 10 miles. So with the geometric horizon being at 10 miles away, right, conservatively, we're going to say now the statement that the maximum distance to the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles is invalid. What we have is an exponential distance to the horizon at least conservatively 10 miles away, which according to globe predicted geometry where the earth curvature should be at 1.22 miles is not there anymore. We see a distance to the horizon where earth curvature should be at 10 miles away instead of 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height off the water. And not only that, we can confirm because the platform habitat and hill house are within the camera's zoomed in distance. So as the camera zooms in, you're going to see hill house and platform, habitat and hill house. They're at specific distances. Hill house is 6.21 miles, habitat's at 9.41 miles. So we have something to demarcate the distance away from the observer. So we know a known distance from the observer to those platforms. They're only there in the distance to demarcate the
What
distance.
platforms?
And then we're going to have the horizon at the far end of that. So what we have is the geometry of the Earth as the predicted value should put the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, not there, and we have a distance greater than 9.41 miles, which puts the geometry not what they've been telling us. Therefore, the Earth is not the size that they told us it is. This is called a line of sight test. Anybody can do this anywhere, and you can confirm, do the method over again, and verify for yourself that the Earth isn't what the radius value that they've told us or the geometric size of the Earth being what it is. So if the Earth isn't curving like they tell us, or if it's not curving anywhere, then it can only be flat. No curve.
Alpha,
No
have
curve.
you been using the Earth curve calculator, perhaps?
Yes, this is how you actually achieve the metrics that are being used here. So otherwise, the 8 inches per mile squared that is set to a parabola of the Earth being the size that it is wouldn't conform to the geometric horizon being at 1.22 miles. This formula came from the defined radius. The radius value is what's important here. If the radius value is not used here, then the math doesn't work. It has to be exactly what they said the claim is. The claim is 3959.
Well, all those numbers, they are correct. It's probably
Sure.
you that's just misunderstanding it for some reason.
Yes, but this claim is invalid because right here, this test has not been done by just anyone. This can be done by everyone. So you can validate this. So it isn't just in one person's hands. This is in everyone's hands. So the confirmation comes here
So
by the people that can peer review this and redo the test. And so it's what this is doing, and your little kind of slight at putting it all on my shoulders is saying that because I misunderstand something, I'm sorry, but that doesn't work because other people can confirm that the math also fits wherever they're at and whatever place they're doing it at. So they can confirm. So what you're saying is you're speaking to the group when you're saying that says everybody that does this is getting it wrong. That's
how
correctly
many
the way you
people
should
have
say it.
tried this test of yours?
Anyone,
Talking about?
everyone.
Not
It doesn't
everybody
matter who it
tried
is.
it.
So
But
it doesn't
like,
matter. See, the thing
I
is,
just
it
want to
does
know how many people have tried it.
irrespective of your feelings, it doesn't matter what you feel. This has nothing to do with feelings. This has everything to do with a confirmation of geometry.
Just
So
curious. I'd like to know how many people participated in this tests of yours.
anyone can participate in this test. That's my answer to you. So if that doesn't satisfy your notion, then you need to go and test this claim and see if you can't come up with something similar.
It's not who can. It's more like how many did already.
Well, I don't know everybody who's done this, dude. I'm not going to go and ask everybody, but I know that the method can be replicated. That's the reason why it's a method. So you can go and test for yourself. I'm not going to ask everybody, have you done it? Have you done it? Have you done it? Everyone can do it. And if they are coming up with this different results, then we're going to have to compare. We're going to talk about it. But what I'd say for the most part, anyone can do this. And if
you
it can, and
compared your results so far,
if it was
like,
done,
if
one time, listen, dude, if it was done one time to disprove the method that the expected geometric horizon where it should be is not there, that's all you really need. This is all the evidence you need. Anything farther than that would be, just gravy. Like if you do it and you don't come up with the same results as the geometric horizon is predicted to be, that's fine. Then you'll find out for yourself. But you can do it too, Helicopter. I don't know. You sound like somebody that probably needs to do this, which is fine. Just go and do it. Like you'll find out for yourself. There's nothing to worry about. Like all you got to do is just go test the claim, and if it's not what they're telling you the predicted horizon should be at, then you'll know that geometry is not exactly what they're telling you. It's
Yeah,
you
but
false.
the
You
thing is,
basically
you're bringing something forward, and
Yeah.
like I'm just trying to figure out, like, is there
You're not
like
trying to
other
figure out.
people?
You're being obtuse. You're being obtuse right now, and that's
Just
fine.
asking questions, because
No,
that's
you're not
usually what a
asking
person does.
questions. You're
That's
not
trying to figure
You're
out
not an
something.
honest
You know?
actor, Helicopter. I've
Ask
known you. You're not an honest actor. You're trying to thwart the
You
efforts of
don't
anybody
even know
looking into
me.
this. That's
If
fine.
if you knew me, you knew I was a flat earther.
It doesn't matter. Then you would
Well,
understand
it
that
kind
this
of does
method.
matter.
Then this method can be replicated by you, and you can go and test it, and you can verify, and you can come back and tell everybody, "Hey, I've done that too." Right?
I'd just like to know, is there somebody that you compared with, like test results? Anyone? Like, or
Test results. What do you mean? You're seeing them right there in that image.
oh, that's your holy grail. One
It's not a
fucking
holy
image.
dude. Are you gonna relax with your kind of like comments? I mean, if you got
What do you
something
mean,
constructive,
man?
if you got something
This is obviously
constructive, then
going
bring it
nowhere.
forward. Okay, let me ask you, what did you do to validate that the Earth is not a globe?
I called your mom.
You're gonna get a mute now. See how easy that was?
No, but it's your fault. You don't let people speak and then you talk
It's
over them.
my fault.
You did it right
It's
now.
my fault for him being that way. Did you like the
No,
way he
this
responded
guy
to me,
is like
Alcy?
You both are
Hold on a
there,
second. Do you like the way he responded to me, Alcy?
I didn't think he was being disrespectful, but I
You
don't know
guys
him.
cheerlead the worst people. What does that say about you?
Wow. You are. Are you a dishonest actor then? Because people can't confirm your globe?
Well, her idols are dishonest, so she must be too.
I had hope. I had hope for you because you said you were somebody that sounded reputable, but now I'm starting to have my doubts. Perhaps you're not.
That's a strange thing to say.
It is not strange. You advocated for somebody who said my mother.
No. The mother thing
Yes,
was
yes,
immature.
yes. You did advocate for that. You deserved it.
No, before he said that, but that was
No,
immature of
you
him.
advocated for his position. Why did you do that?
Well, I'll tell you if you let me speak.
No, I don't
No,
think
I
I
don't think
will.
I will.
You can go away now, Miss Scientist, if you like.
there's no science.
You guys back the worst people.
I swear, man. Like, you deserve this. Nobody deserves that.
Have you ever been in a relationship where you accidentally do something and then the other person, your partner, will like hit you or throw something at you, and then they say it's your fault that I threw that at you?
Yep.
That's what
That's that lady.
gaslighting is.
Yep. You said it best.
That's terrible. It's starting to make me think that everybody who sides with the people of these Globers are just degenerates, man. There's nothing else to say. It
No,
makes
it's
me
not.
sad.
Yeah.
It makes me sad, man. Like I have hope, man. I don't think the worst of people. I just don't like that they actually side with degeneracy like that. So there's no need for that. It's crazy.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel to find a globe hero, huh, guys?
That's what it seems
And they'll
like.
just
Sad.
they'll tag whatever they want to these days with the word science, right?
No one agreed.
No, you're not gonna get an unmute, Helicopter.
Why is it quiet? Did we prove the Earth was flat or what?
We proved that people don't got what it takes to be in this arena, Britt.
No.
They don't have the fortitude of the Constitution. Seems like.
She never knew the scientific. No jokes allowed.
Who else is in here right now that has evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, we got Clown, what's his name, Zeno, posting black swans in the chat like those are good for him.
He's posting the.
These guys are so dumb. Just posts another proof against the geometry that he's claiming and acts like it's proof of the geometry.
What's weird is that he's saying, just to be an idiot and waste my own time, can you give me a formula to account for refraction here? Why is he asking people for refraction?
Yeah, that's what you need, you dunce. And you're going to need like 100/6r for that one that you think is the actual geometric horizon, 400/6r for the other, so you're pretty screwed. Neither of them are geometric horizons. I think you know that. It's so desperate, just scraping the bottom of the barrel to find anything. And then they say that like that's what it looks like on a normal day, but notice how years go by and that's the only picture like that they've ever shown you. Like, why don't they have dozens of those pictures from that location now?
Good point.
Their evidence of a normal day is this one picture for years and years. We got tons of black swans from that same location, where the horizon's way further than that. And also, if you look at the original video for that one that he's got on the left, it's a super wavy day with a bunch of swells and stuff. It's not that calm. It's so desperate.
Yeah. He said he was gonna leave, but I guess he didn't.
Who?
Zeno.
Zeno? Nah, he loves to hate us, man. He's gonna be here forever. He's a long-term person. That he's one of those that I would say I put him up there with the Patricia Steer, Scott Mackey. He's one of those types.
They've been here for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's funny.
Well, Scott got the boot, I think, today, but he might if he comes back.
I think Mez might have proof of the globe. I think maybe
Mez?
he's the one.
You think he's the one?
I think he might be the one.
Mez, you got evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of evidence. Star Trails are a good one.
What do you got, man? Give us one piece of evidence.
I like Star Trails.
All right, what can you do by looking at the star trails that tells us the Earth's geometry?
Well, you can see that they spin one way in the northern hemisphere. They spin the other way in the southern hemisphere. You can see some of the stars in the northern hemisphere. You can't see those same stars in the southern hemisphere. And you think, how could this happen?
Mez, let me ask you a question.
And it's
When you say northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, what part of the globe is that?
The northern and southern parts.
Mez, you can see
wrong?
this.
Oh, is that wrong?
Mez, you can see the southern cross in the northern hemisphere, by the way.
Oh,
maybe if you're like right on the equator.
Britt, I'm gonna get you because you're in here with Mez. What part of the globe is the northern hemisphere?
Okay, I actually don't know what the correct answer to that question is.
Well, ask Mez, but Mez, what did you say?
Well, it's the northern and southern parts.
You mean like north of the equator?
The half that's nearest the North Pole is the northern hemisphere. The half that's nearest the South Pole is the southern hemisphere.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, is that wrong? Oh.
Yeah. Because northern and southern hemisphere remember this, so the next time I quiz you, northern and southern hemisphere come from the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. So you didn't correctly state where they came from. You said it came from terrestrial sphere, the globe, and that's not what it equates to. When you look up at the sky, you're talking about celestial sphere. That's where northern and southern hemisphere come from. Didn't know that,
okay.
Mez.
Write that down for next time, Mez.
Yeah, write it down. Keep it in your pocket.
You're right. I didn't know that one.
All right.
But they're pretty close. So.
No,
either way.
One's in the sky, the other's the ground, bro. What do you mean they're not close?
Yeah, but still, the Earth is roughly divided into two halves.
I remember bringing up the idea that you can't
I don't
see
think
the
it really
southern.
matters.
I wouldn't have brought up the idea that you can't see the Southern Cross from the northern hemisphere, or the equator, I guess. We'll use that phrase. But apparently you can see it from Texas. So I guess the correct answer is that you probably can't see the Southern Cross from a very northerly latitude. Sorry,
I'll go with that.
I mean, yeah. Well, why do you think that is?
If you leave Brit Nat in here long enough, man, he's gonna learn all the arguments. He's, making a list and checking it twice. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man. You guys are lacking. See, what he's doing is not what everybody else is doing. So, sorry.
I mean, the point is, right, like a certain a certain what you got, latitude north, you won't be able to see the Southern Cross. A certain latitude south, you won't be able to see wherever the North Star is, Polaris, whatever. Why do you think that is? Can you create a model or have an explanation for why that happens on a flat plane?
Model? Why do we
don't need one. The explanation is your your argument. This is supposed to be your evidence of your worldview. We don't need.
Well, yeah, this is a phenomena. I think a globe explains it pretty well. Do you have any better arguments?
Yeah, it's not a globe.
Because you changed your position.
It's not a globe. That's not a real argument.
Yeah, my argument would be check the ground to verify your globe interpretation of the sky. Let's see if you can pull that one off.
Check the ground.
Yeah, go there and see
Hello,
if the
ground.
globe
Hello,
actually
check you.
is a globe. Don't just look in the opposite direction and surmise, well, that's going on up there. It's got to be because the ground beneath me is a globe. Go to the ground and see.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I'm not saying that, but I don't see any other explanation for it.
Well,
so I'm going to continue believing that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, show me a flat planet.
Mez, have you asked them why the moon's upside down on the opposite hemisphere yet?
Oh, that's a good one. Why is it like upside down, but like...
Just you wait for this
can't see the
answer.
other
This
half.
is fucking brilliant. This is brilliant. Let them
Oh,
answer
man, you
this.
guys have been cooking in the kitchen all
Wait,
day for
it's
that one,
6
huh?
a.m. What you doing?
Oh,
the moon's upside down.
Yeah, dude. Apparently, I mean, we got upside
Well,
down.
I've verified
moons,
that. I'm
Earth
sure there are people in here that can verify that as well.
verified. Well, we saying Earth is glob because the moon's upside down. We got
I mean, again, it's
confirmation?
another
All right.
very rational explanation for why the
All right,
moon
let
is
me
the other way up.
let me just talk to Flat Earth for
In
a second,
Australia.
guys. We gotta shut it down. The moon's upside down. Let's go home, guys. Pack it up.
Why do you think that is? I feel like you're avoiding the question.
Avoiding the question, dude. What do you mean?
I don't know. You haven't really given me a good explanation. I
Okay,
think it's
so-
because it's like a ball in the sky that's like really far away.
Yeah,
on
you
a
still
globe.
haven't got to the
Oh,
point
that's
where
a
you
big
prove that
mistake,
the Earth
Mez.
is
It's
flat.
not that at all.
You know, not
It's
us
not
looking.
that.
But how do you explain that on a flat Earth?
How do you
What do you mean
explain
by-
what? What are you
What do you
talking
mean
about?
by
Well,
it's,
you think the Earth is like local, right? Like it's a lot closer.
What do you mean?
Who
What do you
said
mean
that?
by it's
No.
upside down? What,
No, that
what are you
wouldn't
saying?
answer the
It's
question,
upside
Mez,
down?
because then you'd see the other side of it from the other side of the hemisphere.
Are
Wait,
you guys
what's-
trying to get your 150
Yeah,
words in? What the
exactly.
fuck?
150
do you
words as opposed to
mean
your
words?
1500 words. Every time
What
I
do you
indefinite, it's just
mean
you
it's
speaking.
upside down? What do
Just
you
to
mean
clarify,
it's upside down?
Is it the idea that because
Well, it's the other way up.
if you're an inverted,
What do you
I don't
mean?
know. I can't really like explain it
he's-
any
Hold on,
simpler than
hold on,
that.
Brett.
he's saying
Hold
that
on,
it's
Brett.
inverted.
Other way up from what?
From your
From
starting
in the
point.
northern and southern hemisphere. If you look at the moon in like Australia, it's the other way up than if you look at it in somewhere in the north.
You're
So
saying
you-
your perspectives
So
inverted.
which
is what you're
way
saying.
is the light on your moon on the top?
No, you're
Great question.
misunderstanding. We're not
Try
saying it's
again.
literally upside down. It's a perspective point.
Is it? I'm
Yeah.
asking.
There is no
the
like
light
absolute
on
up.
your moon on the top?
Is the light on my moon
The
on
light's
the top?
on the whole
What?
thing during a full moon. The
What are you
whole
talking
thing.
about?
Okay.
Could you
Well, you're not
please
going to see.
rephrase the
You're not.
question?
Well, it's not going to be upside down. You fucking idiot, is it? So
Well,
when
it is
you're,
upside down.
The
you're just
irony
saying
that
it
you genuinely
seeing
don't realize
it from a
that you're
different-
the one making the mistake by saying it's not upside down is amazing.
you're seeing it from a different perspective. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You're seeing
and
it
it's
from the
the other
opposite
way up.
perspective.
So can
Okay.
that happen on a flat plane?
Nope.
Oh,
Unless
why
it's
not?
a
Not
projected
really,
image.
no.
Why not?
Unless it's a projected image that's so close that walking to
If
the other
I'm
side of the
looking,
planet.
if I'm
you're
looking,
walking the
shut
other
up,
side of it.
everyone. All right. If I'm looking at the moon north and you guys are looking at the moon south, then you're looking at
Mhm.
it on a different. You're looking at it from a different side, aren't you?
So
Can we
you
see
think
like
it's
a
like looking at a
demonstration of
No,
what
not
you're
a
trying
different
to,
side.
what
So-
you're trying to say
yeah,
right
that's
now?
We see
brilliant.
the same side.
That's your answer.
People
Like,
in
I
the
wanna
UK
see-
see it
the
one
same
way up.
side.
People
Yeah,
in
that's
Australia
odd.
see
How
it
come
the
there's
other way
no
up.
parallax if it's a big
If the
ball
Earth
in the
was
sky?
flat and the moon was a lot
Scottish
closer,
cunt.
you will be able to see completely different sides of the moon.
Yeah, now you're straw manning us. We don't say that it's a sphere. That's your claim, which you're now trying to put onto us. And the problem too is that we don't actually see any.
Okay, if the moon was a flat sphere in the
So
sky.
you're arguing that the moon is not a sphere now?
No, you're trying to argue that.
I've heard people say that it's a sphere.
Okay, you guys need to shut up. You all have ADD. Like,
I'm really trying to get what your argument
Everybody's
is.
talking. Ed, shut the fuck up, dude. We can't hear the other guys. God damn, dude. Ed, can you hold your trap for just a moment?
If we see the moon, right, we all only see one side of the moon. If I'm looking north at the moon, yeah, which I do from here, then you're looking south at the moon. Are you going to see a different side of the moon and you think it's upside down and me think it's the right way up? Is that correct?
Well, I think we all see the same side of the moon.
Yeah, no shit. I just said that.
Right.
Not a whiteboard, Chapman.
So how are you explaining this phenomena?
So
on a
if
flat
I'm
Earth?
looking north, I just said it. If I'm looking north and you're looking south, are we going to see different sides of? You're going to see it upside down, and I'm going to see it the right way up. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know about right way up, but yeah, we'll see it other way. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
It'll be inverted.
Inverted. Yeah, that's a better way of putting it.
so
It'll
that's
be
sort of
inverted.
like if I draw a 9 on my ceiling, walk to the other side of the room, turn around and look at it. Now it's going to look like a 6, right?
Right. But
Yeah.
the
Very
problem
good.
that you've got there is that the side, if you like draw a square, the side that's closer to you will be like bigger because of perspective.
So maybe it's not a
But
physical
fortunately
object.
for us globers, this moon is like quite far away, so that
I
difference
have
in
a
perspective
question
is
for
quite
you guys,
negligible.
for gentlemen that are talking about this right now. So you brought this argument in here. I need to ask you, what is the right side up?
There is no right side up. That's.
Well, then why was that the fucking thing you said when you came in here? Well, what
I never said there was a right side up. I said it was
what's
upside down.
then? Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh,
What's
look, if you're
upside
going to
down
rely
to
on a
you?
semantic argument,
Is
you
it
know
upside
it's
down? Wait, hold on a second, man.
It's upside down with the pins.
Let's figure this shit out, right?
This isn't
If
an
you're
argument.
saying,
I'm sorry.
I don't know, they brought it up. Fucking, I'm just entertaining it, right? What's upside down to you, Mez?
the moon.
Why the fuck is it upside down to you?
Because
And
if
how
you
do
look
you
at
know
it
it's upside down?
in Australia and in the UK,
Yeah, but what's
it's the other way up.
you're saying? It's what? Dude, what's
I
upside
mean,
down?
is this a contentious statement? Can you not wrap your head around this? If you look at the moon in the UK, it's one way up. If you look at the moon in Australia, it's the other way up.
And
so what? One person's
So
south of it.
how do you
One person's
explain that
north.
on a flat
One
Earth?
person is north of it. One person is south of it. Do you know that the moon has tropics and ground positions and shit?
Yes, but I'm saying, right, for
Well,
us
then that's
globals,
the answer,
because
you
the moon is
idiot.
really far
Shut
away,
up.
right, and it's a ball. That's why this happens.
Dude,
you're flat earthers. You think
Okay,
the
it's
Earth
a
is
ball.
flat,
Prove that.
right?
Prove that claim. Prove that claim that it's a ball.
And you think that the
Prove that claim that
Earth
it's
and
a
the moon
ball.
are quite close. They're quite.
Prove that claim that it's a ball. Don't tell me what I think. Just prove what you think, which is that the moon's a ball. How'd you prove that?
I mean, I think the moon landing is a pretty good explanation of that. I
Oh,
think you can
really?
observe
My goodness.
other celestial bodies and the way they orbit. I think you can make rational deductions that the moon
Other
is
celestial bodies.
a
Have you
ball.
proven that any of them are balls? Start with the one that you're on. How about?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty sensible, logical deduction.
Oh, it's just sensible.
Of, understanding of how
Shit,
gravity
sensible as
works
can be,
Okay.
huh?
and
So it's just a bare
how these things
assertion.
orbit each other.
Yeah, that's pretty sad that all you have is a bare
I think it's
assertion.
quite sensible.
Yeah, you think it's sensible, so it's a ball. All right, thanks.
I'm blaming you, Britt.
Oh, I am actually curious because let's say it's nighttime in the same sort of place, right? Like, so I think nighttime in Japan would be roughly nighttime in some of Australia, right? And they're in different parts of they're on either side of the equator. So, I believe, just to be clear, that if I move from one side, if I have my phone, vertically, so like I'm holding it like a normal person, and I prop it up, and I move from one side of the room to the other side of the room, I still see it in the same sort of position, like vertical, like top to bottom. Doesn't really change in that respect. But obviously, what we're talking about is that it's flipped, inverted, on one side over the other side. So I think I get what he's saying in the sense that it implies globe. Obviously, it doesn't mean globe, right? It implies heavily. So, and obviously, you can't say you just moved positions like north, south, whatever. So I guess what would the flat earther say?
Well, okay, here's the thing, guys. Check this out. It's so simple, right? Doesn't matter where you're at on Earth. Whatever you visually see in the sky, a flat earther and a globe. I said this before. Flat earther and a globe earther go in whatever locations you're talking about right now. What do you see in the sky? Well, I see the moon. It looks this way. Okay, you go to another place. What do you see in the sky? I see the moon looks this way. Okay, that's great. What difference does it make? We're both making the same observations. We're both seeing the same thing. What do you mean? How does it work on a flat Earth? It's working like it's working.
But we're not seeing
like,
the same thing. We're seeing different
no,
things.
no, don't ask that, Mez. You shouldn't ask the question. Like, it's a silly question to say, how would it work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Right. But what I am curious because that phenomenon doesn't happen when you go east to west. It only goes north to south, right? Like when I go east to west, I don't see a different angle.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. Yeah, why didn't it happen if you go east to west?
Yeah, so I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, but what I would say is like this. If you see the moon's face when it comes up from the east, like just don't go anywhere. Just stay in one location wherever you're at. Go outside, go look at a full moon going from east to west, right? When it starts on the east, very easterly side of the horizon, you're going to see the moon's face in a particular way, right? As it crosses over ahead above your head and down to the western horizon, it'll be flipped upside down in your own horizon. By the time it hits to the western horizon, it'll be upside down to your right side up from seeing it on east. Trust me, you can, if you don't believe me, go outside when the moon's in full and go follow it from your eastern horizon. When it goes to your western horizon, it'll be flipped upside down. So if you put your hand up to the face of the moon, follow the moon all the way up with your hand going all the way up to the ceiling, and then make it go back around your head, and you'll see your hands upside down. That's what the moon's doing. It's just traveling straight across the sky with the same face facing you the whole time. When it hits your western horizon, it'll be upside down. Trust me, I've seen it before. I've checked this when I was first early on with flat Earth, so it does do that. Exactly what I just told you is what it does. So of course,
I guess that might be true. That might be true. I mean, when I was in I was in America like last month, and obviously the moon to me looked like how it looked, similar sort of latitude as it does in the UK.
Yeah.
So I think it's the case that the moving sideways isn't inverting anything, right? I think that's the case. Maybe it does something when it gets really close to the horizon. I don't know. I've not seen that. I don't know, a very hilarious. So I can possibly tell you what happens there.
Yeah.
But there must be some sort of inference that you could draw from the idea that I can't go east to west and that wouldn't happen. Like, at least generally, like, maybe something's happening on the horizon I can't see. I don't know. But generally, like, when it goes across the sky, I see the same sort of face, same sort of angle, no perspective inversion. When I go north to south, I mean, that you'd expect to see it, right?
Well, it just goes upside down from your eastern western like horizon. What I'm saying, like what I said, put your palm up to the face of the moon on the eastern horizon and move your hand up to the ceiling, and as you move your hand back around your head, it's gonna be upside down. It's
Okay,
exactly what I'm saying.
I'll try it the next full moon. I'll try it because I'll test that. I'll test it.
I would say it this way: you could take what I'm saying to the bank. It's gonna be doing that on the full moon. You can trust me. If you don't trust me, just try it out. I don't know who's gonna wind up doing this because you actually have. What's the moon gonna be out for like 8-9 hours or whatever time? Because now it's winter time for us in the north. So you're not. Well, no, it'll probably be. It just depends how long it lasts in the sky. But anyways, full moon. It is gonna just. It'll do what I said it's gonna do. Trust me.
What do you think about that, Mez? You've been debunked again. Again, Mez. You've
Once
got
again,
no
Mez.
argument.
I don't know. I haven't had a
You're gonna
real
stay-
explanation of how this flat Earth moon works.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, you have.
I haven't heard any
Just
convincing.
brick,
I've been
just
told that it's
brick,
not
and you
round.
can't take any information on board.
There's no need. You get tangled up with the whole idea of looking at the celestial sky, like the objects, and I just
I
feel
don't know.
like
I think we can learn a lot from that. So
it's a non sequitur, bro. It has nothing to do with the ground you're standing on. It has everything to
I feel
do
like
with
it
the
has.
sky. Like what? Draw the like find correlate it to me, man. Make it make sense to
well,
me.
again, like the way we see things in the sky, it would like look differently. Different things would
Why?
happen if the Earth was flat and if it was round.
Mez,
I don't know.
if you're on a flat Earth, right, Mez, imagine you're on a
Right.
flat Earth and the moon's arcing above your head,
Mm-hmm.
and you're on one side, right? Like it goes east to west, so you're on one side and you're on the other side.
Yeah,
You'd
I'm
still
imagining
have
the
that sort
flat,
of-
the pizza
you would
world
still-
with the.
assuming it arcs over, right, as you observe, right? I assume you would still have that effect, right? Probably at least. I don't know. I don't know how
It arcs over.
but yeah. So I think like let's say it's let's say it's assuming it's flat, like just for the sake of argument. and then it goes over your head. You know, you're standing in England and you're standing in, I don't know, South Africa. I think in my head, in my head's picture, I'm picturing that you would still have the same sort of visual image, right? So you would still see you'd still see it upside down from each other or inverted from each other, or am I wrong about that?
No, you're okay.
So if I'm stood somewhere, I'm seeing the moon rise from one side.
Just imagine it's arcing over your head, and you're like,
that's
on
it.
opposite sides of the the plane, right? So one person's in England, one person's in South Africa. They see it arc over. Obviously, it's arcing over because it's not at the same time. So you would see opposite sides, right? Like be from a different perspective, right?
Yeah, I made sense to Epsilon earlier today, but he understood
you're cutting
that
out a lot.
You are cutting out a lot, but I made sense to Epsilon today because I told him it's visually we're seeing the same things. There's nothing different. So what you see is what I see. There's no like, well, how does it work on a flat Earth? Like it's working just fine. It just operates the same.
Yeah, but you can't really explain it. You can't create
What
a
do you
model
mean I
to
can't
actually
explain
these things.
There's no model needed. We have the
Well, yes, there
celestials.
is, because
we have
the Globers have a model and it explains all this stuff and it makes
the
sense.
Globers have
The flat earthers have nothing.
the Globers have a reification fallacy. That's all they have.
It's not a fallacy.
Well, it is, because
it's figuring out a way that all these things can make sense in the same
celestial
universe.
sphere. I've been telling you, the celestial sphere. That's how it makes sense, because people have been looking at the sky like things are arcing over their head from their position. They've always been noticing that. That's perspective. That's how they see things moving across the sky. It looks like it's coming up from the east and setting in the west. Like we all see this. It looks like a celestial sphere in our like a dome. From where you're standing outside, imagine a flat plane with a dome over you. That's what you're seeing. Essentially, that's what you're seeing. That's exactly what you're seeing. Flat plane and a dome above your head. That's all you got to think about, and voila, it's there. Everything is accounted for.
Yeah, but this doesn't explain a lot of things.
No, that's what
if
you
we're
just
living in
want to
like
say
a,
because you want the
snow
Earth
globe.
to be a globe, dude. Like
I
you're
don't,
just
I
saying
don't
it 'cause you
care.
want the Earth
I
to
don't
be.
really care what like the shape of the Earth is. I don't have no
dude.
stakes in the Earth being a globe or it being flat. Right? It's
That's
just
cap.
I'm looking at all the evidence and the explanation for these things, and the globe one seemed to make a lot of sense, and the flat Earth one seemed to make very little sense,
Did you hear
especially
what I
when
said
compared
about
to other explanations.
Did you hear what I said?
In a bunch of stories, you haven't provided any evidence.
Did you hear what I said about being on a flat plane and having a dome above you, like a perspective? Now I'm not talking about a real like physical, but obviously, the what we're seeing is visually represented like a dome above our heads, because we're seeing things arc over our head, like the sun, the moon, the stars, all that. It's
Yeah.
arcing over us. But that's the
But
visual
again,
perspective.
if that was the case, whether it really is like a dome, or if it's just I don't know.
Well,
you think it's just an
that's-
infinite plane of
no,
stars
no,
or whatever?
no, no,
This
that's-
doesn't
that's- No,
explain why you can move
there is an
6,000
issue. There
miles
is an-
and like see some stars and move
Yeah, I know,
6,000 miles
but
in the other direction and
that's
see
some
like different
speculation
stars.
that I don't want to
There
get
is an
into,
issue.
man.
There
It's
is an
not
issue with-
speculation. This
there
is
is an
something that
issue
actually
with-
happens.
No,
there is an issue with arc perspective, and I'm thinking in my head because I'm trying to like picture it. But if it would have to be flat, obviously it can't be a sphere, otherwise you'd be seeing entirely different faces of the moon, right? But so it'd have to be flat, moving across your head. And so if you were where the moon rises, where it sets, you would also be standing on a different perspective, east to west. So you'd be looking at a different version of the moon or perspective of the moon that direction, which I don't think you do. I mean, obviously you didn't. So I guess the way I'm trying to picture it, working with the arc perspective either. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like struggling to picture it in my head, but I can't imagine it.
Yeah, everybody has a perspective. Like wherever you are, you see a dome of perspective wherever you are. Your vision is the way it works. It's not like how can I put this? It's not like you might imagine it being like, okay, where you are, it looks like a dome of perspective, but as you move, that dome stays right where it was. No, it follows you everywhere you go. Like, so wherever you go and you look up at the night sky, that it's like, I'm going to say this really stupidly. Imagine you looking up and your eyeballs shoot up an umbrella, right? Every single time you look up, there's an umbrella like right above your eyes. So that umbrella is like how you see the sky. So every time, it doesn't matter if you move like 100 feet, 1,000, 10,000 miles. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are on the earth,
you always look up and you see that dome right above you. So you see everything in perspective to the location where you're at. So that
I
means
think that explains stars, but I
Yeah.
can't. But I don't know if it'd explain the moon because
the moon.
like I
Oh,
said,
you're
like
saying the
if
the face. Okay, so
yeah,
now
yeah.
here's
So what I
here's,
like
here's
if I'm standing west and I'm looking east, right, and the moon's arcing over my head. Let's say
Yeah.
I'm in America, I'd be looking at one corner of the moon, and
Yep.
then if I was in the UK, I'd be looking at a different corner as it starts
Yep.
to rise over. But I don't obviously no one sees that happen, right? So I'm struggling with that perspective, the east to west
Yeah,
perspective.
because okay, so what's not happening is that it's not actually going over like a dome, although although we see it that way. So visually in your where you're at, your location, you see everything doming above you, but it's not actually doing that. That's the way that whenever it arrives. Okay, you're in the UK right now, right? So you
Yeah.
would see the moon going. It would be passing through your area first, and it'll be coming towards mine. As it goes into your western horizon, I'll be seeing it in my eastern, right? So what it looks like to you when you're looking your western horizon, that the face would be facing a specific way. I'm gonna be looking towards my eastern horizon. This is gonna be kind of weird. I'm gonna look to my eastern horizon. I'm gonna see the face of the moon coming up. You're gonna be seeing it going down in your visual perspective. I'm gonna be seeing it coming up. This is weird.
But then I feel like the north to south thing becomes a problem because if it's not arcing
No.
directly above my head, right? Then if I'm south of the individual, then I'm having that classic inversion that people talk about, which obviously is the case because at least north to south, at least everywhere is in perpetual darkness at some point, right? I think I'm struggling to see because east to west makes sense on its own, but now I'm struggling with north to south again with it not arcing directly above my head because that means that
Oh, I get. Yeah, no, I get you. There's actually a model that I was passing around to some people. Just let me see if I can pull it up. I know what you mean now.
But it still goes
Are
east
you
to
saying
west
that
and
like the night
south.
sky is unique to every single
have to-
person? Was that what you were getting at?
Yes, but hold on, because I got to show something to Britt.
Yes.
That you brought that up.
Do you have any scientific evidence of that, or is that too much to ask?
No, that's not. Just listen. Just look. Watch this.
Oh,
This is what I now. This is gonna blow your mind.
it
Well,
fucking will.
It did when I started to present this to everybody about it, but people were like, "What the fuck?" Okay, so check this out. I need your attention to the chat. Tell me what you think that is that I just presented. Let me see if I can show you some better information. This one's better.
Wait, so this is a model?
Yes.
You've created a model.
Oh,
so we have a model.
Wait, dude. Yeah, it is. It's an actual model, but one second.
Okay. So is this your
Can
claim
you-
that
can
what you
you-
think the Earth is like?
No. Wait.
Oh no. So this isn't the model.
Wait, this is a model, but it's not what you're thinking right now. Here. Now this is probably something better because you can see time frames. Let's see. The Native Americans knew this, but I'm just okay. So what I just posted is the sun's path, also the star's path in the sky, and visually represented. You could see. You remember when people talk about that the star trails are doing something in one horizon and they're doing something in another. Okay, so
Yeah.
the last one that I posted was you could see as a little guy standing in the middle of that, right? I want you to remember
Mhm.
that wherever you are in location, that person is standing in a specific geographical location that's visually represented. So the guy in the middle represents everybody like that's in the northern hemisphere. So we would be seeing that visual representation of the sun, like in the 21st and the 23rd and that. This just depends how close you are to the north. People, I would say, to the far north. What is the farthest north place that we can think of right now? Like Iceland or Norway or what? What are we talking about here? What's the
Say
farthest?
Svalbard,
Okay, so
which is
it's just
Norway.
Norway, right? So we're saying that they would probably be the third one at the bottom. So what they would be seeing visually represented in their sky, oddly enough, is a horizontal rotation. So they, whenever they start getting like a lot of like what they would have like a month or two like in the sun, like they never gets night. I would say. They're closer to the north anyway. So there's some places that they'll have like the midnight sun. Have you ever heard of that? Midnight sun?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so stuff looks more horizontal. So their sun looks like it goes down, but it's going down in a spiral down to the ground, like where you can't see it anymore visually in your horizon, and then it comes back up again, like the very bottom one. This is gonna get a little confusing. So the middle one is like you, me, and everybody in the northern hemisphere. We were going to see the representation of the sun arcing over our heads at an angle like the way that person's seeing it. And in the equator, this is what it's going to look like for people in like lives in the like in Ecuador and such. They're going to be seeing the sun arc over their heads directly east, directly west. And it doesn't matter on the equinox or what, it's going to go back and forth, and it'll always be represented east to west on the equator. They'll always see the sun visually represented that way. Can you at least
Yep,
see what
but
I'm showing here, like in relation to the person and them seeing the sun move across the sky? This is difficult.
yeah, I think so. I think I understand it. Like that makes
Do you?
sense on a globe. I don't see
Yeah,
how that makes sense on a flat Earth.
because he's like that little guy right there is only standing on a flat plane to kind of show like what it represented. So what I'm saying is this: even in this representation, the guy's not standing in an arc; he's standing on a flat plane. So
Yeah. So
the only
when
thing
he
that's
stood in the A bit, is the sun going overhead?
well, that's what I'm
Whereas when he
saying.
stood in the C bit, it's going like around him in a circle, unless
That's what
his like
I'm trying to tell
angle
you. I'm trying
that
to
he
tell
stood
you.
up in relation to the sun has changed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. The doma
That's what I'm saying though.
So the doma perspective in the sky is visually represented in the sky that way. So we're not concerned about the ground is not you said like, well, we know we're on a globe. No, we don't. We can just tell by what's happening in the sky only how it's represented in our vision. Our vision is seeing this. We're not seeing the ground curving. It doesn't need to be a globe. It just needs to be happening in the sky, visually represented itself to us in the sky. So what we're seeing in the sky is what these little demonstrations of this diagram showing you in
I
this
think I
model.
get it. I think I get it, but I think wouldn't the issue be that because obviously
There's
we
a
have
lot of issues with this.
no, there isn't that many. I think the only thing that I can think of off the top of my head is that with the Doma's perspective viewpoint, you can have just imagine two individuals, right? One, because that's basically what the issue is, that from two different perspectives we're seeing a problem, right? So there'll be two different domes at the same time, because it's the same time of day. You know, it's the same. You can have the same sort of time of night as it is in South Africa, as it is in the UK.
That's correct.
I think with those relative two domes of perspective, I feel like they contradict each other, right? To the point where, which is where I'm struggling with this.
Okay, yeah. So
the only way this makes sense if you're also arguing that the sun that I'm looking at, if I'm still on the North Pole, is not the same sun that you're looking at when you're stood closer to the equator.
Maybe.
Well,
that could be.
Unless you're also arguing that every single sun that every single person sees is technically a different thing. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So that's what you're arguing. You're arguing that every single sun that we see is actually different.
It's an apparent position.
It's an
You don't
apparent
see
position.
the actual position.
Okay. Okay. So.
But wait. No, hey, no. This is not coming from us. Man. Hold on a second. You're laughing, but you think it's coming from us. We're not the ones saying that, bro. You need to stop laughing. We're not the ones proposing that it's an apparent
I
position.
know he's laughing at his own science.
You're laughing at your own. That's the globe, bro.
You're not going to be laughing anymore when you need that excuse.
Yeah,
for the
they
sun
say
and
due to
eclipse.
refraction, it's an apparent position of stellar objects.
Yeah,
and
like
an
things are going to
actual
refract a little
position.
bit. Like
right.
atmospheric refraction is a
Okay.
thing.
Oh,
It's
so
not going to
now you got it.
completely
It's
change the angle of the sun
semantical.
by 90 degrees.
Listen,
That's
Hold on, you got it all of a
it's
sudden.
bonkers.
semantical, but it's true.
So
Hold on.
yeah, I just want to show them one more thing real quick. Look at the diagram that I just put to you. This is why people with solar panels on their house, they need to know the arc path of the sun and the latitude and the how it travels through the sky throughout the year, so they can actually these guys who have a business putting up solar panels. This is what it's for. These models that they have are demonstrating that you could have the place where the flat surface of the house and all that, because that they need to know the location of the celestial body. They don't worry about the ground.
Yeah.
They don't need to know
True.
that the ground is
Okay.
curving. They just need to know the path.
Just
to
to
the sun.
clarify, so is there different suns depending on where you're standing on the Earth, then, or is it just the same sun but different they just look like they're completely different spots.
Different apparent position.
Okay. So
Can't necessarily say it's a different sun,
yeah,
but you see it in a different position.
You see it in a different position, yeah. Apparently,
It's subjective to you. And that's
Relative
why
to you.
Yep.
And that's why when you're on the beach watching a sunset, somebody 10 miles down is seeing the sun reflecting on the water to their feet, just like you are.
Yeah.
And you could be 10 miles apart on the beach.
Do you guys get it
The
from that
sun is still
angle?
reflecting to your feet.
Could you? I don't know if this
So
is your
is there
graph, but
actually
could you,
one sun?
Well,
There
that's the
must be.
thing. Here's okay. Hang on a minute. What we're
So there
saying
might be
is
multiple suns?
no. Here, wait. We're saying we don't
No?
know what the sun is. First of all,
Okay, but do you think there's
Right.
just one sun, or is there many suns?
that's left up to speculation, bro. We're still on Sunday, right?
So there might be multiple
We're
suns.
already Monday morning.
No.
No,
Yeah,
but
that's basically what they're saying.
no. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
But
You're saying you
what I
don't
will
know.
Yeah, I'm
No,
saying
we're
we don't know.
saying
Do
that
you
it's
know what the sun is?
subjective.
Oh
Do you
my
know what
lord.
it is?
I have a fairly high degree of confidence that there is one sun.
No,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying, do you know what it is?
It's a star.
Yeah.
No.
Giant
Have you
ball
seen
of
it? Have you seen it look like
nuclear
a star,
whatever.
Ed? What star does it look like to you?
It's a
Really close
okay.
one.
It's a
Which
giant
one?
ball of plasma
How do you
made
know?
from hydrogen,
How do you know?
oxygen,
How do you know?
because of the spectrographic reading.
Of
It
what?
gives me
Of what?
Did
the
you
wavelengths of light.
did you consider the container in your spectrographic analysis?
Yeah, it's called gravity, mate.
Oh, really? Could you demonstrate that as a container for air?
Yes.
Yes.
Earth.
Please.
Here.
I'm not going over this again. This is like a
Yeah.
parody of week 2, so why don't we try a different question?
Another
Why don't we
Yeah,
actually try
another
tackling the
globe
question?
Well, I
So
guess-
the
gravity's
question
fake.
that I
There's
just
multiple
posed.
suns.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Did we say
The moon's an
multiple
illusion.
suns?
I
Mez,
said
you're
the
laughing at
sun
the
is made
multiple
of
sun thing,
plasma.
but it's not actually that stupid because look, if you can infer
I disagree,
that,
but
no, wait, just wait, Mez, right? If you can infer it from where you're let's say that this is an imperative, right? So like, if what we're seeing on the Earth is flat, there's no curve, right? Then you can only, and then you see this like object going over over the sky, then from that base point of the Earth is flat, you'd have to infer why the fuck you're seeing all these other phenomena, right? So
It's an apparent.
yeah,
You can prove that it's an apparent position just by trying to triangulate it. You'll keep getting different results. It's easy.
That's
This has been known about for hundreds of years.
That's because to triangulate accurately, you need a wide enough difference in the angles to be able to
It's
position
because
it
the
properly.
lines of sight don't converge at it because it's in a different apparent position for each observer. That's why you can't triangulate its position properly.
Isn't it because
Exactly
it's too
what
close?
we're telling you.
You know,
Everybody
you need
else
something
knows
that's
this.
really far away.
I can demonstrate it to you right now if you go outside and you have street lamps and you're walking down the sidewalk and like outside in the middle of town and you have street lamps, parked cars, you watch the reflection of the light and the light, it follows you in your perspective. It's subjective to you.
Hey,
Think
do you like
about
the
it,
last
yeah.
example, Crispy?
Everyone's standing at the beach, yeah. There's a guy.
Yeah, I think the. Sorry,
there's a guy
man.
10 miles. There's a guy 10 miles down the beach.
Everybody go quiet.
I said I cut out.
Yeah, he went quiet.
Oh,
But
Mez
he
got
was saying
muted.
exactly. He was saying exactly what I was trying to say. Like you can go to the beach and watch the reflection of the sun at sunset in one position, and somebody else 10 miles down at the same beach will see the sun reflecting to them. It's all subjective to
The
the
the moon
observer.
does the same on a full moon
Yes.
over the water. Does the same thing. The moon does the same thing. It's apparent position to you, and it's very I would say in the visual perspective, it's very subjective to like when you see it streaking across the water. You know the way the moonbeam is reaching you, and then somebody like 10 miles down the way would be seeing the very exact same thing. They laugh and they snicker, but it's what they see. So you're not
They
gonna be
can
able to say it any different.
they can demonstrate it to themselves. All they got to do is go outside and look up into the sky at the moon or the sun and walk and keep their eyes on it and watch it follow them. I mean, this is just remedial knowledge.
But the most recent example you posted, Alpha, is probably the best one. It kind of it just started to click for me.
Did it make sense to you on that one?
Yeah, this one makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah. But this is all on a flat plane, but they explain it on the globe. You want to see how they explain it on the globe? It's the same. It's the same thing. So what I was saying, visually in the sky, I'm going to show you what it looks like on the globe. Check this out. But all the flat land that you need to.
What?
Yeah. Visually represented because
so
you know the reason why it looks that way to them is because they're looking at the sky. The ground has nothing to do with this. The sky is what it looks like. It's like the arc path that the sun takes. Here, let me post the I'll post a link to that. Because they even say it on their, on their website, their path of the sun. Yeah, I know, but that's represented in the way that it is, with the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn being shown.
Yeah, even the analemma of the sun
Yeah.
shows that it takes a larger path south of the equator than it does
Yes,
in the
it
north.
does. It
It
does.
even shows you, and you're looking at the evidence.
Yep.
And they're just putting the globe in front of you instead of what it actually is.
Guys, this is the pear shape. That's where they get pear shape. Look at this like bowling pin and a lemma. Slightly chubbier at the middle because they know they can't give it the explanation that they think they could modeling it, because you can't. There's no model. I mean, for God's sakes, you got the geoid, the freaking ellipsoid. There's so many different models. Yeah, Toby, that's the visual perspective that people have. That's what you see. I want to save this. I'm actually going to steal that from you. I was looking for a good visual representation of that. That's perfect. Yeah, Toby put that. Well, you can see what he put up there. The guy that's looking at this like big dome of perspective. That's what a person's visual representation looks like as you're looking out into the horizon.
Wait, I don't know if I'm struggling here, but how would that explain an inversion of the moon?
What do you mean inversion?
Like oh.
Upside down from your
Yeah,
position to
upside
like.
down moon. Yeah, upside down moon. Yeah.
Well, that only means that as it's moving across the plane, it's going to be visually represented differently to someone else in another location. Just because when it arrives there, it's kind of like you see it start off in your eastern horizon in the face that you see it, but when it goes across the sky, it'll be upside down to your western horizon. So you only see it upside down, but they don't. They see it right side up. Like that's their right side up. Their upside down to you is your right side up. Like when it's upside down for them, it's right side up for you. You know what I mean? Like so coming from the UK, when you see it go over your horizon, like your dome of perspective, once it reaches your western horizon, and then it's time for me to see it in my eastern, I'm gonna see it the same way you saw it when it was going down your western horizon. The same face you see it in your western horizon. You get it?
Wouldn't it? Yeah, wouldn't it have to be like in my mind? I don't think I could like conceptualize it without imagining
Okay.
this moon and sun is flat, right? Because if
Okay.
it's a sphere, I'm imagining because we're all relative to one another, it has to be that way, right? That you
Well,
can't
this
see the
is
back of the moon, right?
yeah, no, nobody does. It kind of has a little bit of vibration to it. Like it does swivel a little bit, just a slightly little bit. but it doesn't. It'll never turn all the way around. There's a little vibration though to it. Like it does kind of go a little side to side kind of thing, but it doesn't like go all the way around. I don't know if you knew that.
Wouldn't diagram demand a flat moon, or say that we should be able to see the back of it?
I mean, people have different ideas of that, but I don't have I don't put my hat in the ring with that shit, man. Because like I mean I don't know.
You definitely can't demonstrate how light would reflect off of a convex surface the way that it does. If it was reflecting off of the moon and it being spherical, you wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to replicate that at all in any scenario. You
Yeah,
would have
it
a
sounds
hot.
like it'd have to be a flat moon. Like I can't imagine this like
Well,
diagram
You know
working
what?
with this.
emit its
A
own
lot of
light.
people were actually saying that, Britt. As far as speculations go, they would say that would probably be an explanation to tell them about what it is. But I'm neither here nor there in that argument. I'm just like maybe. Like I mean, I'm not shit. It doesn't look that way to me. I'm being honest with you. When I look at that thing, it looks like a sphere. Looks that way to me. I can't say if it is or not. If it's flat and I'm only seeing it I couldn't say. Moon's a mystery to me. What it is. But I mean, you do bring up a good argument. That's all I will say. It's just compelling that you actually would think of it that way, and how most people don't even get to where you're at. They're probably like, "Nah, this is bullshit." But it's whatever. Because at the end of the day, I'm never gonna be like, "Oh, we found out that it's a flat moon or whatever." It's shit. You wouldn't know. The thing about all of this is that we are not in any position to know such things, right? We are just people, that are looking at the sky like they were, thousands of years ago.
Well, just saying, if it is a sphere, who knows? But if it is, it would have to emit its own light, not reflect it from the sun.
Well, we'd see a specular highlight on it if it was a sphere.
That's what I was saying. Like if it was reflecting from the sun, and that's why we had the phases and all of that, you would see the highlight on it, like you would. I
Yeah.
mean, in any other scenario, if it was a sphere, if like I'm saying, if it is a sphere, couldn't tell you one way or the other. It would have to emit its own light, not reflect light from the sun.
Yeah, if you were to get like any light, like a flashlight, and shine it on an object, you see the object would have like a bright spot on it. That bright spot is recognized as a specular highlight. And you just any sphere would do this. But the moon has an even covering of light. Doesn't have like, where different shades of light. It's the same covering of light.
Well, I mean, it has like certain properties to it that have darkness, but overall it emits one light. It doesn't have some sort of highlight to it or any kind of anything that would resemble reflecting light.
Yeah, let's not get into the other stuff that we've seen with Crow 777.
On this particular topic, I mean, I'm gonna I'd say in terms of pure simplicity, I'd have to say the globe earthers have an edge on this topic particularly, just because like the idea that there's the amount of extra legwork you've got to do for the flat earth side on explaining all these sorts of things that I guess are hard to conceptualize, right?
We can't make a claim either way. This is just us kind of spitballing to you.
Yeah. Well, it's not speculation Sunday anymore. All right, so we're not doing any of that.
Yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
Oh, sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I don't. To me, it's like because of the fact that we're told what it is, that we have to accept a specific thing about it. So I'm just like, it doesn't matter. To me, I think the only thing that's important is if the narrative was true, then every facet of that narrative would be true. There would be no inconsistencies whatsoever. We wouldn't find that it's difficult for us to measure the curvature. We'd find that, yeah, everything lines up. Because for me, it was always about the truth. It was never about like, oh, I think flat Earth is cool. Let's do this. Like I was like, no, it's not the truth.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense now, like why the actual why you guys say like let's look at the Earth and stop looking up there, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the because I guess you're doing the reverse of what Globe Earther does. A Globe Earther would say like, "Oh, look at the sky," and infer shape from that. Whereas you guys want to infer shape from the Earth and then infer the sky, right?
Well, I mean, because of the fact that I even said that when we talk about celestial navigation, when we talk about star rotations, we're talking about celestial movements. We're seeing things in the sky do something and then inferring that the Earth is something because we see the sky. Because of the celestial sphere, we have the notion that the ground is, because of we're seeing the sky the way the ground is dictating the way we see sky. So ground curve, sea sky curve. Like that's the way that people in this argument would look at it. That's the reason why they would say it's a globe, because their sky is curved. Like, why else would it be curving? What else could explain that?
But in reality, the sky looks nothing like the Earth. It's completely different.
Yep.
So to look for our position, it should be realistic to anyone that that's not what we're looking at when we're talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, it's the Earth we're talking about, which, yeah, it's just a difficult topic to get into. Because think about it, all the cognitive dissonance you have to fight before, because people don't come in here like, hey, let's talk about the Earth's shape, and they're not doing that. They're like, dude, you guys are idiots, man. The fucking Earth's a globe, and you can't chip away at that chip on their shoulder. It's just so strong. It's like, so it's to me, it's amazing. It would take somebody first. They have to come in here and kind of go through the process of railing against it and be like, all right, got my feelings out. Now I want to see what's really going on. Like that's probably the only way.
I remember one guy came in here and he was laughing about it, and then he got some evidence shown in his face, and he's like, "I never thought of this before."
Mm-hmm. Those are rare. They're not. It's not always we're gonna get that.
I gotta say, it's pretty refreshing.
For the most part, we'll get the mezzes of the world. They'll come in here.
I think Mez is funny though.
Or you know what? Yeah, he is kind of funny. Scott Mackey. Oh my God, that guy is. He is like the poster child for fucking obtuse. Like, fuck, dude. If anybody's gonna go down with the ship, even if the president came out and said, "Guys, we apologize, but we had to tell you the Earth was a globe for a long time, but it's now flat," Scott will be like, "Fuck that! You guys are, you guys can keep your fucking flat Earth." He would still believe it's a globe. Fuck. It's kind of cool though, man, because keeping people to think about this subject for as long as we have, to like having the conversation going, has gotten us one of the biggest rooms here in politics.
Yeah, and
What
I
do you
think
think of
Sorry,
go ahead, Flaxy.
I was just gonna say it's pretty refreshing to have a Glober in here that is willing to just talk about these subjects without being a troll. So I appreciate you, Britnat.
Yeah, I give props to Britnat too. He's been pretty even in these discussions.
Hey, Britt, don't fuck it up, dude.
We've got status, on one of the.
You got dude. You're like right now. If somebody was gonna mess up, if you're like the link between, after you go, man, there's no buffer, dude.
I thought Owlishness was also a fan favorite.
She's okay. She's nice.
It's a troll.
She's, well, I mean, as far as like reason goes, I don't know. She's okay.
Jokes around too much.
What do you think of What do you think of that container rebuttal for the spectroscopy claim?
Were you asking Brett or me or who?
No, you, Miggy.
Oh, the container. What? Say it again.
Yeah. Well, did you consider the container in your spectrographic analysis of the sky?
Oh, I heard you using that. Yeah.
It seems to brick them pretty quick because it goes straight to gas pressure without a container after that.
I know. Which is kind of like, I haven't heard it being used, like only that one time you were. But I was more talking to them about like the evidence for like, how do you know in that environment, But you were actually stopping them before there, so I've never heard that. So I was like wondering, kind of like, why are you saying that. So now I get it. So
Yeah, I
you're
mean, if that's in the way, I mean, you don't know for sure whether these things are outside of it or whatever. But if they are, you would want to think about that,
fucking right, dude.
right?
Yeah. Fuck, dude. Like, you see, it takes because it's just seeing the argument differently, probably than I was like not looking at it that way. I was more of like, okay, so all things equal, Earth being a globe, but then you're like, no, how's it possible? Gas pressure without a container. Remember? Like,
Yeah, there's got to be a container up there. Are those things outside of it? If so, how did they
yeah,
affect? How did it affect the spectra? Right?
and that's going to if you're looking through that, and if it's something to look through, like,
Yeah, I would think so.
mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, massively. You'd be going from atmosphere to no atmosphere.
Yeah.
What, you don't believe that gravity can contain gases under the table?
Dude.
Yeah, this is what the Globers say. Like
I
when
know.
we release hot gases, they never rise above the table, They always stay on the bottom, below.
What's weird is that they don't expect like I guess over the years that I've been doing this,
Mhm.
I've been really good at listening to the way they speak, and I can easily detect if somebody doesn't know what they're talking about. When I can spot
Yeah.
the chink in their armor, like they coming in
Mhm.
here and just their demeanor. Like I'm so fucking like I'm amazed sometimes. Like I'm like, oh fuck, I got him on this one. I'm thinking of that when they're speaking. I'm like, shit, I just heard him say, it could be, possibly, maybe. I'm listening to suggestive terms. The
Mm.
moment I hear them say anything like that, you can already bet that I'm going to catch them on it. If you're listening to me talk to
Yeah.
somebody and they're like, well, I think that, what do you mean you think? Why are you thinking? You don't know? Like, it's easy because, like, now I can, when you talk with confidence and you know what you're saying, you don't use suggestive terms. You like,
Yeah.
no, this is the way it was. And we studied this and we know that we've got this outcome. Everybody speaks with confidence. They know what they're saying. In the case of like when you're speaking of things about the globe, people don't know what they're saying, man. And they have to use suggestive terms, inferences. Like, and so it's easy. You don't even have to try. And everything that they say, they don't know what they're talking about. And it's easy too, because they're like, well, what about the ISS? It's like, do you know anything about it? Like, so I got Alex I just shut him down real quick. It was funny, dude, because they
Yeah,
come in with their. You hear that, Crispy? Like I had him on the ropes and I just
Mhm.
didn't let up, and then at the end of it, I was like, "So can I have a concession?" No, but So can I have a concession? And he's just like, "Yeah, okay." He's just like capitulated, dude. Fuck,
The
dude.
ISS argument, man. Yeah, he's like, yeah, the ISS. He's like, and you ask him, and he's like, I'll go get it.
Yeah, nah. When you go get it means you don't know, right? Because you're not just
Yeah.
gonna go and get something that you know. That shit will be coming straight off the dome.
Yeah, I have everything that I've learned in my head. There's some things that I've saved here and there, but I've got a really good memory, so things that I learn, I'm able to keep them in my head because I'll learn them to such a degree that I could describe it to a 5-year-old. But
Yeah.
my problem is that when I'm in here, it's like I forget words like that are usually in my brain and how I think
Mm.
about things. But when I'm on here talking to someone, I'll forget like reconcile. I'll forget that word, and I'm like I think about it all the time, and I forget it when it's really needed.
Well, you should get paid for teaching them. You shouldn't doing it free.
Well,
Flat Earth teacher.
I think that
Yeah.
I think that it's valuable to save things so that you have it on hand so you're not forgetting like I do simple words so you don't have to worry about the kind of language you're using because you'll be thinking about that because you have the information pulled up in front of you that you're talking about. So there's nothing wrong with that. I don't do it that way because I'm not used to it. I don't know.
I suggest trying to do exercises like one word a day to repeat
You mean
its
like one
definition.
word a day?
Yeah, like
I
read
kind of
that word, read its definition in the morning, noon, and afternoon and evening. 3 or 4 times a day, you know, and you
I wouldn't
will
even say that. I think
memorize
the
them.
best thing to do, the best thing to do would be to, and it's gonna suck for a while, but you actually have to like fail a few debates, because the more debates you fail, the more you learn, the better, the quicker you become in thinking about the
Yeah.
correct words to use and when to use them.
That's true.
So,
Yeah, when
so if
somebody
you
calls
if
you
you
out on
throw
something.
yourself into the deep
Yeah,
end
yeah.
and you lose a few debates, you get better each time, right? You
That's
I
got to
so
agree
start somewhere,
totally.
and,
Somebody
lose a
calls
few
you out on
debates.
something that you didn't know or you had wrong or something, you figure it out after that. Works really good. It's a good way to learn.
Yeah, you got to take the L sometimes,
We
even
gotta
if
worry about Britnat, man.
you're wrong.
He's gonna be the most polished Glober that there ever was, and he's just gonna navigate like fucking. I won't be able to hold him anymore. Flatwater won't. He's just gonna be like fucking Neil deGrasse or some shit of the fucking Discord arena or
Yeah,
some.
and the next Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So I hear you saying that the Earth is flat, but in my conclusion, I already know every argument you're gonna give me. Like, whoa, what the fuck did we train Britnat to be the ultimate fucking destroyer?
Science
Fuck.
communicator.
Nah, that's fine.
You can take over Neil deGrasse's job.
Probably do it way better than he does.
We're training you for this.
That's kind of cool though. I had fucking Newt come. You guys weren't here. I don't know. Were you here when Newt came in? Like
Moot
was
Newt.
a couple days ago?
Always
Friday?
Moot Newt.
Newt is moot.
He came, I was always on the move, so I couldn't see who was talking. And he just like a fucking Pokemon in the wild. The wild Newt appears, dude. He fucking popped in here and he was like, "Well, I just came to see what you guys were up to." Like it's just like And then I was like, "Who is this?" And he was like, "Oh yeah." And somebody told me in the chat, "Hey, it's Newt's in there." I was like, "Newt," and I was like, just right on him. All right, man. So I hear you're a god of debate. I always say that because everybody talks about him like that. He's like, "Oh, dude, Newt, man, I can't believe." Yeah, he knows how to debate. That guy right there. Oh, the guy's fucking lightweight. Hell no.
Well, part of knowing how to debate is knowing what to debate to, and he might have known that his stance was undebatable
Hey,
here.
hey, don't be talking about Newt like that.
Dude, he's fucking. Oh my god. He said
Yeah,
something
they
really.
hyped that. They hyped him up. I don't think he had anything to do with it, but they hyped him up.
I think he even said, "Who's saying that I'm the god of?" I was like, "Other people are, man. Somebody thinks
Peer
you're hot
pressure, the
shit."
motherfucker. At a
Yeah, now
young
you're gonna
age.
have to live up to your name, man. Like
You
fucking.
get about 35, you're like, fuck other people. There ain't no pressure. You just tell them,
But
hey,
see, Mike,
that's some dumb shit.
yeah, but they don't know you either, Mike. So you've thrown down in your day. Fucking.
Man, dude, that dude is just all logical fallacy.
He is.
Some of these dudes crack me up. They come back a year and a half later. What about it now? They sound like my fucking secretary, man. I try to get away from her as quick as I can. I love the lady. She's, autistic when it comes to organizing shit, but she's annoying, okay? So I'm simple when I try to move on, Got one of them voices,
Who's that?
Oh, Jesse. Jesse
Oh.
Lightpath, man. That dude saying the same shit for 2 fucking years. Got the most annoying voice. And at the end of it, he just says, well, I'm not satisfied with that. I'll be back. And we're like, yeah, we fucking know.
Yeah, but check it, man, because he should already be knowing all the things that we talk about in here,
He
being
does.
that long in here, but he does not because I just asked him today. So what have they done to measure the curvature of the Earth? Do you know? He's like, no, and I was like, what the fuck? At least learn the fucking arguments, bro. Like
Yeah,
you
he
can't even.
doesn't listen.
He doesn't give a shit, dude. He just does what
Scott
he.
Mackey told me
No.
that dip in the horizon equals spherical axis, and I thought that, yeah, that's about your level there, Scotty. Good for you, buddy.
Fucking Mac.
Yeah, he also keeps saying that straight line triangles make more than 180 degrees,
Yeah,
and then when
you
you're like,
said
"Oh,
it
how is
right.
that?" You said
You
it
get it.
over and over
Spherical
again. You're like,
axis
God, dude.
is absolutely applies to rectangles. It's got nothing to do with the dip in the
Fucking
horizon.
Scott, dude.
Hear this
Yeah,
more.
and then when you
Give
call him
him
on
the
how
Bozo
ridiculous
badge.
we call him on how ridiculous that is, and he just says, "Well,
Sorry, you don't understand it. That's his rebuttal for everything.
It's
I
weird
know.
because he
Sorry,
is
don't
educated, isn't he? Like he does have a formal education, no? Like it sounds like he
I
does
don't
I
know.
would
anyway.
assume Scott does have a formal education, but
Sounds like it.
you
I
know,
think he's
that's why I pointed out the other day that I know some engineers I've worked on projects with who were book smart than a motherfucker. But when it came to making the project happen in the field, I ran shit. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys, well, they were just book smart. They
He's
don't have
leaning on
the
Larry's
experience of
education.
erecting and manufacturing a structure.
I can't wait for Larry. He's got to get Larry in here one of these days. Oh my god, it's gonna be fun.
There'll be three.
You know what's funny? They were invoking like air density causing more refraction, and I'm not entirely sure that's actually true because in cold winter days, when you have dry air, cold